I was merely an ordinary white-collar worker when, unexpectedly, I was struck by a bolt of lightning, finding myself reborn in my high school days. At that time, I was a youth filled with uncertainty about the future. Confronted by my former muse, Sue Marin, I felt a surge of both astonishment and elation. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from my forehead, jolting me awake. I heard a light laugh. Li Xian, how can you sleep through class with Sue Marin here? Have you lost your wits? Rubbing my forehead, I instantly perked up at the mention of Sue Marin. She was indeed my long-lost muse. I lifted my gaze to the podium. Standing, there was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, none other than Sue Marin herself, adorned with slender metal-framed glasses. Her chestnut waves cascaded like silk over her beige knit sweater, and her amber eyes, glimmering with warmth, captivated all who beheld her. Strands of hair framed her graceful jawline, shimmering under the sunlight. What made my heart race in those days was her devilish figure, curvaceous and striking. Her legs were as long as those of a model. Whenever she passed by, male classmates could not help but steal glances, and occasionally, my friends would salute her in admiration. In my memories, Sue Marin ultimately married a balding man, a revelation that left me feeling wistful, as if a flower were placed in cow dung. Yet, a sudden jolt coursed through me. Something was amiss. I was abruptly reminded that I was no longer that carefree youth, but rather a middle-aged man who had endured countless tribulations and hardships. Clarity rushed back into my mind, prompting me to contemplate my surroundings. Had I truly been struck by lightning? Was this a rebirth? I had not entertained the notion of dreaming at all. For just moments ago, I felt as if I were the very lightning striking down from the heavens. I shifted my gaze from the captivating lecturer, Miss Sue, to the upper right corner of the classroom blackboard. The bold crimson letters proclaiming 98 days until the college entrance examination pierced my eyes, prompting me to turn and glance at the bulletin board at the back, which was adorned with an array of well wishes for the examination penned by my classmates. My college entrance examination took place in 2005. Suddenly, my desk mate gently tugged at my arm. Xian, what is the matter with you? Her voice pulled me back to reality. The classroom was enveloped in silence, and my abrupt action appeared particularly conspicuous, drawing the attention of the entire class towards me. I turned my head and saw Lin Jiaoning, my desk mate, the epitome of a wealthy and beautiful girl in high school. It was only years later that I comprehended the extent of her family's wealth. Unfortunately, after graduating from high school, we lost touch, as if we were two intersecting lines that, having passed their point of convergence, would never meet again. The sole reason being the insurmountable chasm of class disparity. I gazed at her with fervent admiration, causing Lin Jiaoning to shyly lower her head. However, as I surveyed the classroom, I realized that all eyes were fixed upon me. Li Xian, do you have a question? Sue Marin's voice jolted me back to reality. It was as soothing and tender as I remembered, akin to a gentle caress upon my mind. In high school, I was an exemplary student, garnering the attention of my teachers. Yet amidst the brilliance of the prodigies at provincial #1 high school, I, a child from a remote town, felt merely like a passerby. Suddenly, clarity enveloped my thoughts, a brilliant flash illuminating my consciousness, reminiscent of visualizing the sun. A surge of information flooded my memory. This was my golden opportunity. I immediately recognized its significance. Yet my expression betrayed a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. It's nothing. I merely recalled something joyful. I rationally replied to the teacher. Li Xian, if you have no desire to learn, then leave and stop disturbing others. The voice of class monitor Qin Yunsun resonated throughout the classroom, reverberating in my head. My complexion changed in an instant. Qin Yunsun, his voice, reminiscent of Sue Marin, is indelibly etched in my memory. Yet he was my greatest adversary during high school, always keeping me firmly suppressed. In life, there are always a few rivals, and Qin Yunsun was mine. I nearly lost my composure, almost uttering a curse, but ultimately inhaled deeply, swallowing back the invective. I understood that I was now an adult, needing to discern the significance of priorities. My foremost concern was to unravel the mystery of my newfound abilities, my reincarnation advantage. Rather than engaging in a quarrel with Qin Yunsun, noticing my silence, A look of surprise crossed Qin Yunshin's face, as he was typically quite confrontational. Sumeden daimli intervened, urging Qin Yunshin, take a seat and refrain from speaking harshly to your classmates. Li Xian, you two should maintain order in the classroom. I was not at all surprised by Su Marin's favoritism. She had never experienced the brutal realities of life and could not fathom the true terror and significance of wealth, power, and influence. How could someone like Qin Yunshin, with such a demeanor, possibly serve as class leader? It was merely a matter of his parents' connections, effortlessly arranging everything without him needing to lift a finger. Why had I never sought retribution after graduation? It was not for lack of desire, but because the disparity was insurmountable. The chasm of wealth, power, and status was immense. Even a subordinate of his could easily overpower me, a mere worker. The amount Qin Yunshin spends on entertainment could very well surpass the total earnings of my years of labor. What could I possibly use to compete with him? Some matters remain unspoken. Conflicts among students are trivial, but once one steps into society, the sheer force of money and influence swiftly reveals the true nature of power. A smile crept upon my lips as I thought, this will soon be my era. Qin Yunshin, along with that XX tycoon, our accounts will inevitably be settled. As the bell rang, I refrained from conversing with anyone, ignoring Lin Zhaoning's curious gaze, and proceeded directly to the head teacher's office. Lin Zhaoning, watching me leave without a word, felt a surge of indignation and resolved to ignore me henceforth. Teacher Zhang, I'm feeling unwell and would like to request leave. Zhang Wen, my homeroom teacher, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, maintained a good rapport with the students. I had visited him after entering the workforce, though at that time, I had little renown and was merely an inconspicuous figure among my peers, attempting to engage with the teacher only to be met with indifference. Ultimately left awkwardly, standing in a corner for a group photo. That visit became a point of bragging for the students, and I never returned thereafter. It was not resentment, as I understood that the teacher had not intentionally overlooked me. After all, the spotlight is a limited space. Provincial No. 1 High School is the premier institution in the province, consistently offering several special admission spots to top universities each year. Countless children of the affluent and powerful studied here, making our class a veritable collection of hidden talents. My deskmate, Lin Zhaoning, hailed from one of the top 10 wealthy families in the province, and it remained astonishing to me, even years later, that I shared a classroom with someone from such opulence. Zhang Wen expressed concern. Li Xian, take care of your health. The college entrance examination is approaching, and do not let these unforeseen circumstances delay you. Compared to the golden opportunity that awaited me and the life that was about to take flight in my mind, I had no interest in wasting time with anyone. I hurriedly dashed back to my cramped rented room, clutching a note, and swiftly drew the curtains. Although the space was merely a single room, it had been ingeniously transformed to ensure privacy, especially since it lacked an independent bathroom. The urgency of my actions stemmed from a radiant white light that bestowed upon me an extraordinary boon, immense strength beyond measure. As I clenched my fists, I felt as if I could crush the very air within my grasp. This newfound power began to alter my physique, with my ribs being the first to undergo transformation until I could fully master this force. Seizing a cup, I exerted my strength and, with a resounding crack, shattered it effortlessly. Then I picked up a steel pipe from the corner and twisted it, astonishingly contorting it into a spiral. Through several trials, I discovered that, despite my seemingly frail appearance, my strength was astonishingly formidable. Moreover, this innate gift would continue to enhance my body, gradually evolving me into a veritable superhero. Chapter 2. What? Is this not an urban rebirth tale? If this were ancient times, one could enlist in the army to carve out a path. But in the modern era, being a soldier is no longer a contest of brute strength. It is a battle of equipment and information. Even if one possesses Herculean strength, a barrage of machine gun fire would spell certain doom. Li Xian found himself in a state of bemusement. While possessing great physical prowess is undoubtedly advantageous, must he then pursue a career as a professional athlete? Compete in various contests? Embark on the path of internet fame? Although that, too, is a viable avenue. His aspiration is to become exceedingly wealthy. How does that compare to investing in Bitcoin? Indeed, acquiring a robust physique is commendable. Yet Li Xian sensed that this so-called golden finger was somewhat amiss. Shouldn't the arrival of this golden finger instantaneously resolve his pressing dilemmas and allow this reborn protagonist to soar to great heights? Why did it feel as though his golden finger was rather superfluous? Was he to utilize it for extra points in the college entrance examination? Li Xian felt a twinge of frustration. At the tender age of 17 or 18, this ability could only be deemed a mere embellishment. Gaining an additional 30 to 50 points on the exam truly held little significance for him as a reborn individual. Even if he were to attend prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, it would not compare to his ability to directly invest in Bitcoin. His most pressing issue was a lack of funds. He yearned for a golden finger capable of swiftly generating wealth. After his rebirth, it was not the college entrance examination that would alter his fate, but rather the memories residing in his mind. Opportunities such as Bitcoin, real estate speculation, and the mobile internet were all within reach, none of which could be bestowed upon him by an educational institution. If only he were granted an extraordinary memory or a wealth of advanced technological knowledge. Li Xian mused to himself. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Xian contemplated numerous methods to amass wealth, yet all required capital. The initial pot of gold could only be amassed through time-consuming accumulation, clever maneuvering in the gray areas of the law, or through illicit means laden with original sin. However, Li Xian had been an honest worker in his previous life. He was unacquainted with such nefarious paths. His methods of wealth accumulation had involved placing faith in the bank's enticing words, investing in their financial products, and dabbling in real estate stocks. The salespeople were quite persuasive, assuring him that the real estate market was a surefire investment, devoid of risk. When the real estate market thrived, Li Xian naturally thrived alongside it, watching his wealth grow day by day, only to have it obliterated in an instant when disaster struck. Clenching his fists, Li Xian felt the vitality coursing through his youthful body. He truly sensed that the world lay within his grasp. It was all right. He did not wish to achieve instant gratification. He would earn money gradually, biding his time for the winds of fortune to rise. In the confines of his room, Li Xian erupted into a raucous laughter, ready to release the grievances and dissatisfaction he had previously endured. The women he had once dared not pursue would now be his to seduce, and the wealthy heirs he had once feared would face ruin at his hands. Left with no place to rest, Qin Yunshin just wait. Why did Li Xian harbor such deep animosity toward Qin Yunshin? Because it was not merely a conflict between students, but a case of blatant school violence. He had been the victim of such brutality. For the school bully, Qin Yunshin, Li Xian, an orphan devoid of parental support, was naturally an easy target for torment. Under the overwhelming authority of young Master Qin, how could a mere orphan dare to oppose him? Li Xian understood the superficial reason behind this, the captivating beauty Lin Zhaoning, but the fundamental issue lay in Qin Yunshin's utter disregard for him, viewing him as no more significant than a stray dog, easily kicked aside if displeasing. Yet who was Li Xian? Why did he have to choose? His relationship with Lin Zhaoning was trivial, but could he truly dictate Qin Yunshin's thoughts? A flicker of dissatisfaction and doubt ignited within him. And when Qin Yunshin warned Li Xian to stay away from Lin Zhaoning, she instinctively defended her classmate, which only confirmed Qin Yunshin's suspicions in his eyes. Consequently, Li Xian was destined to suffer the repercussions. Though Li Xian contemplated running away, when faced with overwhelming odds, he realized he could escape the monk, but not the temple. Abandoning his chance at university was not an option. Thus, he endured 3 arduous years of campus violence, physically and psychologically battered. He possessed a fierce spirit, stubbornly fighting back time and again, yet society had not yet crushed his resolve. He believed in the cyclical nature of fortune, which undeniably added a layer of amusement to young Master Qin's high school experience. Upon graduating university, having grasped the vast power wielded by Qin Yunshin's billionaire family, Li Xian dared not show even the faintest trace of defiance, for the consequences could be dire, much more than mere physical beatings. Before his rebirth, he had witnessed a scandal involving a prominent search engine company. Did he not comprehend the weight of power? One should not assume that extreme societal events are distant. Such occurrences may seem a 0% chance until they manifest into 100% reality. In the age of mobile internet, instances of ostentation and the abuse of power proliferate online. Li Xian wished to avoid an untimely demise, only to await justice that would arrive too late to save him, rendering his struggles against Qin Yunshan mere childhood pranks to be left far behind. Qin Yunshan, what kind of suffering would befit your family to compensate for the physical torment and mental anguish I have endured? As Li Xian adjusted his clothing, he noticed a stain on his school uniform, his countenance darkening. He recalled vividly how Qin Yunshan had publicly splashed ink across his face in front of their classmates. While the ink on his skin could be washed away, the stain on his garment would remain forever, leaving behind scars of psychological humiliation. Qin Yunshan, I wish for your existence to be a living hell. His rebirth magnified Li Xian's ambitions as well as his resentment, though his rationality suppressed these emotions. He understood that every step must be calculated, each meal savored. He needed to develop fully before seeking revenge, until he acquired wealth equal to that of the Qin family. Any thoughts of retribution would be futile. Lying on his modest bed, filled with dreams of a brighter future, Li Xian fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself within a realm of blinding white lightning, resembling a grand and opulent palace, dominated by a towering throne, with rows of chairs facing it. Where is this place? Li Xian was utterly perplexed, fully aware that he was undoubtedly dreaming. Newcomer, over here, called a figure who had risen from one of the chairs. Who are you? Li Xian inquired, scrutinizing the man before him. Being an avid consumer of anime, he instantly recognized the attire, a green ninja vest adorned with the Leaf Village symbol. Wasn't this the garb of a ninja from Naruto? Come, let's fist bump. Li Xian extended his hand, and upon making contact, a flood of memories surged through his mind, illuminating the situation. Goodness, this isn't just a rebirth in an urban narrative. This is our communication hub. Indeed, that flash of white lightning caused my essence to fragment into numerous parts. It appears to be a traversal through the 99 factions, though I remain oblivious to the totality of our divisions and the realms we inhabit. I have been reborn into the Uchiha clan, and my new name is Uchiha Xian, roughly contemporaneous with Uchiha Bido and his ilk. Reborn, Li Xian mused. You have certainly missed the narrative advantages, possessing only a cursory understanding of the overarching history and its shadowy puppeteers. Yet, your innate talent is master of forbidden techniques. If you play it cautiously, life should be quite opulent. Having traversed into the Naruto universe, Li Xian's gift as the master of forbidden techniques allowed him to learn any forbidden jutsu and develop numerous ninjutsu, rendering him akin to a superpowered second-generation Hokage. All right, you two can converse later. Newcomer, swiftly ascertain your position. The master of this palace has yet to be determined. Just as Li Xian intended to delve deeper into conversation, another impeccably dressed Li Xian entered the scene. The newcomer promptly fist-bumped Li Xian, exchanging information, and Li Xian couldn't contain his excitement as he embraced the newcomer's leg, exclaiming, "Foster father." It turned out that this individual hailed from the Marvel Universe, bearing the English name Bruce Lee, reminiscent of the legendary martial artist. The reason Li Xian knelt and called him foster father was due to the Marvel Li Xian's extraordinary talent, the knowledge curse, a gift akin to Iron Man's. How impressive is that? This talent, when applied across myriad worlds, stood as a top-tier ability, particularly for Li Xian, who originated from a contemporary urban realm. Possessing the knowledge curse was unfathomable in its potential. Thoughts of trivial pursuits like cryptocurrency or real estate investment paled in comparison. He was confident he could ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. In contrast, the efforts of others seemed minuscule, as Li Xian had no desire to descend into the chaos of modern society. Chapter 3, Marvel, Naruto, Shared Talents for Development. Qin Yunshan and the Qin family, this time. I shall no longer be the mere passerby who has devoted a lifetime only to catch a fleeting glimpse of your retreating figures. Reborn as Li Xian, I felt a shift from despair to hope. Everything began to flourish after my transmigration. Marvel's Li Xian was equally elated. With each additional talent, his strength magnified. For the world of Marvel is no paradise. Even with newfound abilities, one must tread carefully, unless one reaches the singular universe where one can afford to revel a little. He established a company in Marvel, and under the aegis of his intellect, his umbrella corporation thrived, leading him to become a wealthy magnate, surrounded by opulent mansions, luxury cars, and stunning women, living a life of unparalleled comfort. Absent the myriad sudden crises, the futures of reborn Li Xian and Marvel's Li Xian were largely intertwined. Naruto's Li Xian, also known as Uchiha Xian, wore a broad smile, for his talents were impressive, greatly enhancing his prowess in physical techniques. Now let us see which share is yours. Let us sit and converse, Marvel's Li Xian suggested with a smile, patting reborn Li Xian's shoulder. As reborn Li Xian contemplated sitting down, he was suddenly drawn towards the elevated throne within the palace, which firmly seated him upon the singular throne. In that moment, messages flooded the minds of reborn Li Xian, Marvel's Li Xian, and Naruto's Uchiha Xian. This space would be governed by Li Xian, the reincarnated essence of reality. He possessed the ultimate authority, for he embodied the initial desires and aspirations of Li Xian. Goodness, I did not expect it to be you. I thought only the strongest among us would occupy the throne, Uchiha Xian murmured. This space linked their consciousnesses across different worlds, allowing them to share each other's talents. The greatest boon that would propel their ascension, not merely their individual gifts. The sheer accumulation of talents sent a shiver down Li Xian's spine. However, it was indeed fitting. He was the manifestation of their original desires and ambitions, their avatars in alternate realms. Marvel's Li Xian took it all in stride, acknowledging that it was all a facet of himself, without hindering his enjoyment in the Marvel universe. Ha ha, splendid. Let us name this place Dream Space, reborn Li Xian declared with confidence. What plans do you all have moving forward? Reborn Li Xian's thoughts summoned them to a living room, where they reclined in armchairs, feeling their spirits rejuvenated. Uchiha Xian activated his Sharingan, revealing the 3-tomo pattern. Once I return, I shall propose to the families of Noira Rin and Yuhi Kurenai. I can hardly contain my excitement. Establishing a family and career will root me in the world of Naruto. The inhabitants of the ninja world differ from those of reality, for their physical development surpasses that of Earth's humanity. Marvel's Li Xian was aware that the third great ninja war was on the horizon for Uchiha Xian and suggested, "Who should we take to see the cat perform a backflip? I think Tsunade would be the best choice." Uchiha Xian chuckled in jest. I know not how Tsunade fares, but as of now, there is no opportunity for courtship. Perhaps in the future, I shall seize the moment directly. Discussing romance seems futile. Reborn, Li Xian inquired. Didn't you previously have contact with Tsunade? Uchiha Xian shook his head, replying, that can only be considered an acquaintance. We are far from being lovers. Moreover, I hardly ever see her, so how can one discuss romance? I am merely a genius student on the verge of graduation, while she is already the head of Konoha Hospital. We are worlds apart. Marvel's Li Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without any opportunity for interaction, the notion of love was indeed far-fetched. Reborn Li Xian shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, then you should seize the initiative. After all, it is her alluring figure you desire, not her heart. Uchiha Xian blushed brightly, filled with confidence for the future. These are trivial matters. My research on the forbidden techniques of a Sharingan has been successful. I have unraveled the principles of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Once I awaken its power, the third great ninja war will be my moment to ascend. At that time, I shall seek out Uchiha Madara, take control of the Outer Path Golem, and become the puppeteer behind the scenes, ensuring I seize all the beauty this world of Hokage has to offer. Reborn Li Xian gave Uchiha Xian a thumbs up, affirming indeed, one must embrace the narrative of triumph. If you possess a golden finger, you should wield it to your advantage. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity. Uchiha Xian then turned to Marvel's Li Xian and asked, how goes your Umbrella Corporation? The company established by Marvel's Li Xian was named Umbrella, dedicated to the development of biological weapons, aiming to secretly dominate the world as a super trust. Everything is progressing smoothly. With my intellect, As long as I am willing to share the benefits, we are making significant strides in high technology. However, the current super soldiers are merely elite warriors. Once I develop even stronger super soldiers, I will gradually deal with certain individuals and reclaim some of the shares and profits that have been dispersed. Reborn Li Xian and Uchiha Xian nodded in agreement. The curse of knowledge is not an invulnerability until one has fully matured. It is essential to understand the significance of sharing benefits. Otherwise, one will find themselves entangled in an archaic commercial war, facing the reality of mortality with no means to compete. Moreover, in a Marvel universe, where superpowered beings abound, a talent like the Curse of Knowledge requires vast amounts of wealth and resources to unleash its full potential. Thus, prudence is necessary until one has truly grown. Regrettably, the Marvel world I inhabit lacks the X-Men. Otherwise, with the X-gene present, there would be myriad ways to acquire superpowers. I shall look to the future for opportunities to learn magic, and with the technological explosion, I must seek chances to venture to other planets. Earth's foundational materials often hinder my intellect from reaching its zenith. Marvel Li Xian lifted a glass of wine, materialized from the spatial realm, and savored it gracefully. Summarizing with a hint of regret, even the mighty Iron Man only soared to greatness after acquiring alien technology post-Avengers. Initially, his armor was merely sufficient to intimidate the warlords of smaller nations. He chuckled heartily. In a Marvel realm, while it appears to be a world of technology, it is merely a playground for the powerful. I must seize the opportunity to strengthen myself. The Infinity Stones cannot be overlooked. Reborn Li Xian suggested. I am acutely aware that acquiring the Infinity Stones through monetary means is utterly futile. Shall I don armor and storm the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters to seize them by force? Marvel's Li Xian finds himself in a state of perplexity, endowed with a brilliant intellect. He nevertheless lacks the foundational experience and the trust of sufficient allies, with time slipping away from his grasp, preventing him from delving into various industries. While one could resort to theft, Li Xian understands that one cannot eradicate the roots of the problem. Unless he were to plunge the United States into the depths of the ocean, any acquisition would merely lead to an endless cascade of troubles, jeopardizing the very enjoyment of life itself. Uchiha Xian chuckles derisively, having been raised within a prominent family that adeptly wields its influence. Drawing from his own experiences, he advises, "You are far too obstinate. Why must you toil alone? Upon entering the Marvel Universe, can you truly avoid entanglements with Hydra? Why not join them and ascend to become a new leader of the Serpents?" Indeed, the notion strikes Reborn Li Xian with clarity. The biotechnological prowess of Umbrella combined with Hydra's might could be unified by his unparalleled wisdom, enabling him to wield power in the United States. Marvel's Li Xian too shifts his perspective, pondering why he should labor to establish a faction that could easily be infiltrated by others when he could simply usurp their stronghold, saving himself considerable effort. What a splendid idea! I shall return and develop several longevity serums. Just wait and see how I navigate the American landscape, he exclaims with fervor, raising his glass of red wine in celebration. And you, ensure that your rebirth leads to a life of distinction, avenging our grievances. Uchiha Xian expresses eagerly to Reborn Li Xian. All the regrets from their past lives are to be rectified by Reborn Li Xian. For even with the opportunity of a new existence, reflections upon their former lives unveil many unresolved sentiments. Rest assured, I have devised a preliminary plan. Let Qin Yinshin and his ilk brace themselves for the hell I have in store for them, proclaims Reborn Li Xian with unwavering confidence, certain that his comrades will feel a sense of vindication. Do not focus solely on Qin Yinshin. All who have wronged us must face reckoning. Those wretches must be made to regret their very existence in this world. Uchiha Xian recalls the unscrupulous bosses from his previous life, filled with animosity. Particularly, he harbors a deep-seated rage for the real estate tycoon, wishing for the demise of his entire family. Marvel's Li Xian, his demeanor equally frosty, asserts, "Those vile creatures have devastated millions of households. Let us eradicate these parasites from society. Do not adopt a saintly disposition. Remember, you are the protagonist." endowed with the power to act as you please and to wield authority. Fear not, I will first amass wealth, and when the time is ripe, I shall manipulate the United States through the influence of the enlightened king. Those who believe that obtaining foreign citizenship will grant them a life of luxury in the next existence, heaven has sent me to collect their due. Reborn Li Xian smirks with a hint of cold amusement. Although Uchiha Xian is still young, the bloodshed he has witnessed in the ninja world has hardened his words to an icy resolve. Remember, complete annihilation is necessary. Leave no trace. Not even the smallest creature should survive. We must eradicate evil thoroughly, lest we allow them to continue their tyranny. Chapter 5, Lin. I have come to propose to your family. The reborn Li Xian listened to their tales, lingering in this enchanting space until late into the night. At the break of dawn the next day, the reborn Li Xian awoke with vigor, feeling as if his entire chest had transformed, each breath longer and steadier. His body undergoing a continuous fortification. A grumble emerged from his stomach, protesting its emptiness. Li Xian gathered his belongings and stepped out with over 1,000 yuan, an impressive sum in this era, accumulated over many years. After soothing his hungry stomach, Li Xian bypassed school and headed straight to a bustling internet CAF. To amass wealth through the internet, one must possess a computer, and he currently lacked even the funds to purchase one. Had it not been for the knowledge curse bestowed upon him by Marvel's Li Xian, he would have adhered to the original path of quietly preparing for university. Now, however, he aimed to earn some money to improve his living conditions, as the relentless growth he envisioned demanded ample nourishment. Within the dreamlike space, through interactions with other versions of himself, he gained not merely the talents of Marvel's Li Xian, but also the entirety of the memories of this distinguished Marvel scientist. The knowledge and wisdom of Marvel's Li Xian provided him with a significant advantage. In 2005, what was the most popular game? Undoubtedly, it was World of Warcraft. Yet, the issue was that it was only March, and the game had not yet launched. Li Xian turned his attention to Legend. He prepared to extract profits from various online games, but as he could not afford to purchase game cards, he contemplated virtual equipment trading instead. In his previous life, he had not been privileged enough to frequent internet CAFs, being destitute and facing the pivotal juncture of his senior year. Thus, he approached these games with a complete lack of familiarity. However, in the face of Marvel's Li Xian's knowledge, these challenges seemed trivial. Without even taking a day off, Li Xian began coding in the internet CAF, aspiring to create a rudimentary AI to assist him in sifting through the vast and intricate information on the internet. While Li Xian toiled for mere sustenance, in the adjacent world of Naruto, Uchiha Xian languidly soaked in a hot spring, relishing the pleasures of life. He had entered the dreamlike space at the tender age of 7, acquiring the knowledge curse bestowed by Marvel's Li Xian. Subsequently, he invested heavily in learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade and Orochimaru, as well as theoretical knowledge for various clans. Although these clans did not sell their ninjutsu, much of their theories proved invaluable. Combined with the vast reservoir of knowledge accumulated by the Uchiha clan and his own talent as a master of forbidden techniques, Uchiha Xian now sealed his formidable mental energy with a curse mark, ready to awaken at any moment. His studies of yang release and sage body were aimed at achieving a body endowed with extraordinary vitality. Otherwise, awakening now would impose a tremendous burden on him. At the age of 13, he was on the cusp of graduating from ninja school, yet he held no interest in hurrying through his studies. With no shortage of food or clothing, why rush to graduate and toil like a beast? A maid entered to deliver a message. Young Master Xian, Elder Shana is waiting for you. I understand, replied Uchiha Xian. As he donned his attire, he gazed into the mirror at his handsome visage, particularly admiring the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, shimmering with an alluring charm. In a world where diverse survival wisdom is essential, Uchiha Gen, upon awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, has never closed it, unabashedly showcasing it as a symbol of the Uchiha clan's power. With this gift, he is entitled to the privileges it bestows. Although he is not permitted access to forbidden techniques due to his age, he is free to peruse everything else within the clan. The family has even funded his studies under Orochimaru and Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, and at an unknown cost. They have arranged for him to access information from other ninja clans. All of this has been orchestrated by the hawkish faction of the Uchiha, who view Jin as the second coming of Uchiha Madara, possessing immense potential. Furthermore, Jin is firmly aligned with the Hawks, prompting their substantial investment in his future. In a prominent clan like the Uchiha, it is customary for factions to exist within. Uchiha Jin resolutely stands with the anti-Hokage faction, not for any other reason than the dismal fate that awaits those who align with the Hokage. What can the Hokage offer him? Money? Uchiha Jin lacks for nothing, especially with the inheritance left by Elder Shana. Power? The Uchiha are the second most powerful faction in Konoha. Once he ascends to the position of clan leader, all of it will naturally belong to him, and his loyalty is unquestionable. Elder Shana, I have arrived. Uchiha Jin greeted Uchiha Shana with a bow, acknowledging the young hawkish members around him. Despite his youth, Jin's status is formidable, a testament to his prowess. The three-tomo Sharingan elevates him to the rank of J-Nin, embodying the power of a bloodline limit. Jin, I have personally delivered the marriage proposal and gifts to those two young ladies, and here are their families' replies, indicating their readiness for marriage, Uchiha Shana said. Handing two invitations to Uchiha, General Jin perused the documents, noting how swiftly the Sunagakure clan had acquiesced, and inquired curiously, has the old fellow from the Sunagakure not turned hostile? Jin, I still hold some influence. More importantly, your Sharingan is of great significance. Having his daughter as your concubine is a mark of honor, Uchiha Shana replied with pride. Jin contemplated this and realized the truth in Shana's words. After all, Shana's assassination of the second Hokage had indeed garnered notoriety. His involvement, leveraging the Uchiha name, would make it difficult for any Umbu leader to refuse. Central to this situation is undoubtedly Uchiha Jin's three-tomo Sharingan. The significance of bloodline limits in the ninja world surpasses all expectations, especially that of a prestigious clan like the Uchiha. As for women, they ultimately must marry. Which family they marry into is merely a matter of daughterhood. Although the third Hokage's son has shown interest in his daughter, it is clear that Uchiha Jin, with his three-tomo Sharingan, is far more desirable. For the Sunagakure clan, does it not benefit them greatly to have their daughter's offspring calling him grandfather? What disadvantage could there be in uniting with a clan as illustrious as the Uchiha? As for Noara Rin's family, they have even less room for objection, with a figure as significant as Uchiha Shana advocating for their talented kin. It is undoubtedly a tale of Cinderella and her prince. Thank you, Elder Shana, Uchiha Jin smiled, recognizing the potential for his Sharingan to manifest its true power. When does your assessment commence? Inquired Uchiha Shana. The Uchiha clan had invested considerable resources in him, and Uchiha Jin needed to substantiate the worth of this investment. There's no time like the present. Let it be tonight. Uchiha Jin responded without objection, confident in his overwhelming strength that could easily surpass everyone present. Excellent. The eyes of Uchiha Shana and the others gleamed with anticipation, eager to witness the development of Uchiha Jin, the second prodigy akin to Uchiha Madara, upon whom they had pinned all their hopes. With Uchiha Jin's alignment with their hawkish ideology and his formidable talent, coupled with formidable power, how could the Uchiha clan not flourish? Elder, I have a minor matter to attend to. I shall take my leave, Uchiha Jin declared, his form transforming into flames and vanishing. 8th generation, prepare the barrier and summon everyone relevant, readying for this assessment, Uchiha Shana commanded. It had been 5 years since Uchiha Jin awakened his three-tomo Sharingan, and they needed to evaluate his growth during these years to tailor his training program accordingly. Indeed, the Uchiha clan could not afford to miss out on a second Uchiha Madara. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, in a designated training ground, Sarutobi Isuma, Uchiha Obito, Yuhi Kurenai, and Nara Rin were conducting a drill focused on stealth and intelligence gathering. Each of the ninja trainees displayed their skills, employing the knowledge they had acquired to conceal themselves as they advanced toward their objective. Concealed in the shadows, the Chunin instructors meticulously recorded their performances. The ninja's purpose encompassed more than mere combat. The abilities of protection, reconnaissance, and intelligence acquisition were all indispensable. Each student successfully passed the assessment. Yet one particularly conspicuous figure stood out amidst the group: Uchiha Obito, adorned with goggles. Obito, with a twig in one hand, stealthily crawled toward the target. But he could have at least chosen a larger branch to effectively conceal himself. How could one cover only half of their body? The hidden instructors were infuriated, wishing to regurgitate blood, realizing that the teachings of the classroom had proven utterly ineffective. Uchiha Obito was filled with exhilaration. This minor intelligence-gathering task was trivial to him, and Rin would surely see him in a new light. Uchiha Jin stood at a vantage point, observing the conspicuous Uchiha Obito, reflecting on the astounding potential of individuals capable of awakening such an extraordinary ocular technique as Kamui. After the assessment, the students congregated together. Sarutobi Asuma noticed Uchiha Obito rushing over to Nara Rin to boast and feign calmness as he remarked, "Obito, don't lag behind our class this time." Oomph. How could Lord Obito possibly fail? Uchiha Obito retorted, feeling anxious at Asuma's disparagement in front of his crush, yet unwilling to show weakness. Asuma proudly lifted his chin, wearing a self-satisfied grin, and approached Yuhi Kurenai, saying, "Kurenai, my cat has just learned a new acrobatic trick. After school, I invite you to my home to witness it." The setting sun cast a crimson hue as Shiyu, indifferent to the seemingly weathered asthma, merely rolled her eyes and disregarded him. Chapter 6. With Itachi. Is this the awakening? After the teachers, including Uchiha Jin, finished their deliberations, they made their presence known. Senior Jin. Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin exclaimed upon spotting Uchiha Jin, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Uchiha Jin approached and took both girls' hands, saying, "Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of frustration. "Uchiha Jin, you beast, let go!" they shouted in unison. However, Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin blushed and showed no signs of anger, instead appearing immensely joyful. Uchiha Jin, Obito could no longer contain himself and shouted in fury. "What is the matter?" Uchiha Jin's three-tomo Sharingan glinted ominously, rendering Obito speechless, his mouth moving without uttering a word. He understood that disrespecting Uchiha Jin could lead to a severe beating, for in this world where strength reigned supreme, no one found fault in the notion that the strong should trample the weak. Asuma, standing beside Obito, also felt the urge to speak but refrained, knowing that even the son of the Hokage would be no match for Uchiha Jin, who showed no mercy. Uchiha Jin would not indulge these petty rivals. Instead, he would methodically teach them a lesson, physically suppressing their defiance. "Senior Jin, Obito didn't mean it. Please forgive him," Noera Rin softly pleaded on behalf of Obito, wishing to avoid an escalation, mindful of Uchiha Jin's reputation. After all, bullying the weak was hardly commendable. "I will heed your words." Uchiha Jin lifted Rin's chin and planted a kiss on her cheek. Rin's face turned crimson, as if about to burst, while Yuhi Kurenai, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pinched Uchiha Jin's arm in discontent. "No." Obito felt the world around him darken, cursing Uchiha Jin for tormenting Rin. "By the way, I have delightful news to share with everyone," Uchiha Jin declared joyfully. "In a few days, Kurenai, Rin, and I will host our engagement banquet. As classmates, you all must attend, for those who do not come shall show me great disrespect." Thunderstruck, Obito and Asuma struggled to believe their ears. What? Engagement? Engagement to whom? What engagement? Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the surrealness of the announcement. Kurenai trembled, asking, "Senior Jin, is this true?" "Indeed. From this day forth, you shall both be my wings," Uchiha Jin exclaimed, embracing both girls and planting a kiss on each. "No, this cannot be real," Obito cried, his voice hoarse and filled with a sense of grievance, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "Uchiha Jin, do not deceive me. Kurenai would never marry someone like you." Asuma's face reflected urgency and anger, making him appear older than he was. Red is so beautiful and gentle. How could one possibly be attracted to Uchiha Obito? who carries himself arrogantly, looking down his nose at others. The false cannot become true, nor can the true be rendered false. You both are welcome to the engagement banquet. Even though you two have been quite unkempt over the years, I shall grant you the opportunity to show me your support. Do not refuse me, for I hold grudges quite firmly. Uchiha Obito generously invited. Observing the constrained expressions on their faces, Obito felt a sense of secret delight. Marrying two concubines is indeed a joyous affair, but announcing such news in front of Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Asuma is an even greater triumph. "Let's go," Obito said, pulling one of each along as they turned to leave. The surrounding teachers remained silent, too intimidated to voice their opinions. Obito regarded the others as mere air, while Nara Shikamaru and Yuhi Kurenai followed closely behind, their cheeks flushed with excitement. After all, this was not the first time Obito had taken them away to have fun in front of the teachers. There had been a time when a stubborn teacher had attempted to dissuade Obito, only to end up with a broken leg and subsequently hospitalized. With each teacher who suffered such a fate, no one dared to instruct Obito on how he should conduct himself. Given Obito's age, he should have graduated by now. However, during his graduation, when faced with the third Hokage and asked for his thoughts on the Will of Fire, he boldly replied, "I think the Will of Fire is a pile of nonsense." The entire Hidden Leaf Village witnessed the dramatic change in the third Hokage's expression, as disbelief and indignation flickered across his face. "How could you dare say such a thing? Who gave you the audacity to speak like that?" The third Hokage's face shifted through a palette of colors, reflecting his tumultuous emotions, which made Obito marvel at the potential for human evolution. Obito successfully prolonged his studies. Graduation? What would he do after graduating? Help his neighbors with chores. Now Obito had no desire to remain. After all, the Ninja Academy is not a university. If it were a university, he would have stayed until the end of time, with a fresh crop of 18-year-old maidens every year. What could be better? Sensing a shift in the atmosphere behind him, Obito smirked coldly, contemplating the marvels of the Uchiha Sharingan. Uchiha Obito had awakened his eyes. A pair of double tomo Sharingan captivated everyone's attention as Obito confidently drew a kunai and charged toward him. Kurenai and Shikamaru noticed the unusual occurrence. Kurenai grabbed Obito, saying, "Obito, be careful." Meanwhile, Shikamaru scolded, "Obito, stop. Do not harm Senior Obito." Initially intending to halt his advance, Obito's anger surged upon hearing Shikamaru's words, and the crimson hue of his double tomo Sharingan intensified. With the newfound strength granted by his awakened eyes, Obito yearned for revenge against Obito. From the moment they entered school up to the present, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito had grown under the shadow of Obito's fists. How could they not harbor resentment? Yet, their disparity in strength and status forced them to bury their feelings deep within. Asuma Sarutobi witnessed this scene and felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly leaping in delight. The spectacle of Uchiha's dog-eat-dog confrontation was simply marvelous. Here was a man of considerable lineage, endowed with remarkable talent and familial standing, who ought to bask in the glory of his school life, adored by female classmates. Yet, the stark reality was that he was consistently beaten by Uchiha Obito, enduring these humiliations while being admonished to utilize shadow clones more frequently in battle, as his lack of physical prowess rendered him ineffectual. Was it not absurd? His intended path was that of ninjutsu, and to forego physical techniques would be to render himself obsolete. Uchiha Obito, brimming with misplaced confidence, attempted a surprise attack, only to have his wrist effortlessly seized by Uchiha Obito. In that fleeting moment, Obito regained his composure, his blood-red Sharingan fixed upon his assailant. Memories of past defeats flooded back, and though he felt the urge to concede, the very next instant, Uchiha Obito twisted his arm with such force that the sharp sound of cracking bones resonated alongside Obito's anguished cry. A cacophony of breaking bones and screams ensued, sending shivers through the students and teachers alike, who were left paralyzed with fear. This was not the first instance of Uchiha Obito's display of brutality in the school setting. Soon, the once airborne Uchiha Obito collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. Uchiha Obito pondered whether he had been too lenient in the past. wondering how anyone dared to provoke him. "Asuma, do you wish to intervene?" he inquired, turning his gaze toward Asuma Sartobi, whose earlier joy had morphed into sheer terror. "No, I shall not intervene," Asuma replied, fearing that Uchiha Obito might unleash his wrath upon him as well. Uchiha Obito was not foolish. He had no intention of bullying others. His confrontations with Uchiha Obito and Asuma Saratobi were merely framed as sparring sessions or educational moments. However, Obito's underhanded tactics left no room for justification, as school rivalries still adhered to a certain moral code, an essential foundation for the institution's proper functioning. Even in the notoriously ruthless Kirigakure, where the blood mist reigned, students were not permitted to engage in lethal conflicts within school grounds. Such violence among students was reserved for the CH-9 selection exams. "Asuma, take this fellow to the hospital. The medical expenses will be reimbursed by Uchiha," Uchiha Obito commanded, striding away with an air of arrogance, flanked by two female companions. Once Uchiha Obito departed, the others seemed to come back to life. "That was terrifying. I nearly thought Uchiha Obito was going to kill Obito," they murmured. Hadn't Obito learned enough from his experiences over the years? To attempt a sneak attack during a non-combat exercise was tantamount to courting disaster. Believing himself powerful enough to challenge Uchiha Obito without prior notice was a grave miscalculation. Obito had activated his Sharingan, presuming himself invincible. Yet he failed to realize that Uchiha Obito had already mastered the three-tomo Sharingan. Had he not been rendered unconscious, the teachers surely would have imposed severe penalties upon him. The educators now directed the students to escort Uchiha Obito to the infirmary, maintaining a respectful silence throughout. Chapter 7. The Trial of the Elders, Air. As the tension enveloped the air, Noera Rin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her delicate hand gripping Uchiha Jin's garment tightly. With each hurried breath, her chest rose and fell, causing Uchiha Jin's throat to subtly shift. His concern did not lie with Obito. Rather, he was troubled by the tarnishing of Jin's reputation, which was unwarranted. Tsunade, with a cold chuckle, lightly tapped Uchiha Jin's solid chest with her slender fingers, remarking, "Just a waste of space, and he dares to distract Jin?" Just moments ago, he thwarted Obito's attack without even turning his head. Her crimson gaze swept over the unconscious Obito on the training ground, akin to a mere pile of mud. Uchiha Jin wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women, his fingertips brushing against the kunai pouch at Tsunade's side. "Do you perceive that?" He suddenly leaned closer to Noera Rin's ear, his warm breath causing her to shiver, the scent of decay emanating from the vanquished. In the distance, the medical team carried Obito away on a stretcher, the trail of blood winding like a serpent. Let's not dwell on him. Instead, let us indulge in a sumptuous feast at the tavern. Uchiha Jin's thoughts were solely occupied with the two enchanting women. Tsunade and Noera Rin's faces flushed crimson. Well aware of the nature of Uchiha Jin's feast, which entailed a rather lascivious dining experience, wherein they would attend to his every need. After their meal, Uchiha Jin returned home and took a brief bath, washing away the traces of lipstick and perfume. He murmured to himself, "Ah, my little brother, once they graduate, you shall be thrust into the fray, showcasing your unparalleled strength." Clad in his battle attire, Uchiha Jin glanced at the clock, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the room, employing the body flicker technique. As a master of forbidden techniques, devising his own version of the body flicker technique was a task of little difficulty. At this moment, Elder Jin is still young. There is no need for him to commence the trial of heirs. An Eagle faction Jonin could not restrain himself from voicing to Uchiha Shana. The voice of the Eagle faction. Uchiha Shana shook his head, reflecting on his own life, especially the time he witnessed the legendary power of Uchiha Madara in his youth. You do not comprehend. A genius must be nurtured with a genius's methodology. Talent alone is futile. Once, he too had witnessed Uchiha Madara's prowess, and after years of diligent training, he finally grasped the vast chasm between ordinary individuals and geniuses. For the Uchiha clan, if the Sharingan could not awaken, it simply could not. What is the Eagle faction? Martial prowess is the core of the Eagle faction. Without formidable strength, how could one effectively lead them? Why, after his rebellion, did Senjitobarama merely confine him to prison for a few years? If not for the backing of a powerful clan, that old ghost of Senjitobarama would hardly have been so lenient. He would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to suppress the Uchiha clan relentlessly. Uchiha Shana understood where his limits lay. Among the three Tomo Sharingan users, he could be considered formidable, yet in comparison to those truly gifted, he paled. Superb talents of his era, such as Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Q, were incomparable. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku, being younger than him, ascended to the position of clan leader naturally due to his superior strength. The three disciples of the third Hokage, the legendary three ninjas, were nothing short of prodigious. He was no match for any of them. The grandson of Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui, is indeed a prodigy. However, he aligns himself with the Hokage faction and pays little heed to the Hawk faction. Without the support of exceptional talents, what foundation does the Hawk faction have to contest for the position of Hokage? Fortunately, there is Uchiha Jin, particularly after Uchiha Jin boldly proclaimed to the third Hokage that the will of fire is as worthless as dog excrement. Uchiha Shikaku felt even more convinced of Uchiha Jin's potential. The Uchiha clan needs such arrogance. Mere politeness will not forge a new Uchiha Madara. Yet, the Hawk faction is in dire need of Uchiha Madara. However, Elder Kaze, another Uchiha Jonin, hesitated to speak. Uchiha Kaze, a ninja of the same era as Uchiha Fugaku, serves as the second in command of the Hawk faction and is an elder of the Uchiha clan, poised to inherit Uchiha Shikaku's authority in the future. It is this individual who, after Uchiha Shikaku designated Uchiha Jin as the successor to the Hawk faction, has been critical of him at every turn, finding fault at every opportunity. Kaisia, as Jin's mentor, what is your perspective? Uchiha Shikaku refrained from responding and instead directed his inquiry to a beautiful woman in a kimono standing nearby, her voluptuous figure reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Exquisite in her beauty, Uchiha Kaisia, mother of Uchiha Izumi and the teacher selected by Uchiha Jin to impart the Uchiha clan's physical techniques, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and certain forbidden techniques to him, replied decisively. In the Hawk faction, status is determined by strength. The victor dictates the terms. She was acutely aware of how formidable Uchiha Jin's power was and had never entertained the notion that he would suffer defeat. Uchiha Shikaku turned to the aforementioned Jonin, chastising him for his lack of ambition. Did you hear that? The victor possesses everything. Indeed, Elder Shikaku, upon witnessing Uchiha Jin's arrival, instantly broke into a radiant smile. Warmly approaching him, Jin, the trial is about to commence. Do you have any requests? The trial serves as a selection process for the heir. Uchiha Jin seeks to seize the power of the Hawk faction to command the Uchiha clan, which is why he proposed this trial. Let us begin without delay. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Uchiha Jin recognized that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. He intended to capitalize on this conflict to amass considerable resources, leveraging the Uchiha clan to facilitate his own accumulation. Forbidden techniques may merely enhance his capabilities, but without achieving the level of the Sage of Six Paths, one ultimately remains expendable in the ninja world. In warfare, numerous objectives that typically require prolonged negotiations to achieve will be forcibly realized through his strength. Very well, I hereby announce the commencement of the heir selection for our Hawk faction. The victor shall inherit my position and ultimately become the clan's grand elder. Uchiha Shikaku remained astute. Should Uchiha Jin emerge victorious, he would directly abdicate his position to Jin, thereby becoming the grand elder. As the sun set, the Uchiha clan's emblem gleamed with golden radiance. Uchiha clan leader Fugaku, along with various elders and several jonin from within the clan, gathered to witness the performance of this heir, the first since Uchiha Madara. In the world of ninjas, strength reigns supreme. The more powerful individuals within the clan, the more prosperous the Uchiha clan will become. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Danzo sat facing one another. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Danzo's frustration was palpable. The rapid ascent of the Uchiha clan's power left him feeling more distressed than any financial loss could. After all, it was an internal trial of their family. What could he possibly do about it? The third Hokage, unhurried and composed, felt a sense of helplessness. Uchiha Izumi was still a student at the Ninja Academy, not yet a fully fledged ninja. Even if he wished to summon Uchiha Izumi under the guise of a mission, he lacked the authority to do so. Moreover, the internal affairs of each clan were managed independently, beyond the Hokage's jurisdiction. What vexed him most was the fact that this Uchiha prodigy seemed utterly indifferent to the Hokage's faction. It was unclear what ideologies the hawkish members of the Uchiha had instilled in him. With a frustrated huff, Danzo thumped his cane down and settled heavily into his seat. Uchiha Izumi had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan in his first year at the Ninja Academy, a talent more explosive than even Uchiha Madara's in the annals of Uchiha history. As the vanguard against the Uchiha, Danzo was nearing the brink of madness. Each day, he schemed within the root base, plotting to eliminate Uchiha Izumi. Yet the Uchiha clan shielded him so effectively that Danzo had not been afforded a single opportunity to strike. Now, the announcement of the air selection rules had been made. At Uchiha Izumi's request, anyone could challenge him until there were no challengers left. Uchiha Shana declared. As the words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This was not a conventional air trial. It was a challenge initiated by Uchiha Izumi himself. Such a stipulation would silence all dissent. In one-on-one combat, defeat would render any excuse futile, and obedience would be the only path forward. In a family as prestigious as the Uchiha, subduing them was the only way to ensure loyalty without the looming threat of betrayal. This approach would not work with families like the Kagaya, however. Begin. Chapter 8. Have you not eaten? Give it your all. Here I come. Uchiha Lion forcefully kicked open the railing of the observation platform, his three-tomo spinning rapidly in his reddened eyes. Behind him stood 12 Nin, all with crimson pupils gleaming with a bloodthirsty light in the setting sun. Indeed, the entirety of the Uchiha Wind faction had been summoned. This was the final counterattack of the Uchiha Wind faction. Ever since Elder Shana announced the intention to groom the 12-year-old Uchiha Shien as the successor, they had felt as if their tails had been stepped on. The last time someone dared to harm my brother, Uchiha Yoyun's neck bulged with veins, and the shuriken in his hand creaked ominously. Today, I shall make you crawl out of the testing ground for the brotherly protector Uchiha Lion. Uchiha Shien was guilty beyond redemption. Shien languidly reclined on an ornate wooden chair, three specially crafted kunai flickering between his fingers. He toyed with his unique trio of Flying Thunder God kunai, never having revealed his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique to these people, who were oblivious to his capabilities. Sunlight filtered through the clan emblem's hollow design, casting half his face in shadow, while his three-tomo flickered like a kaleidoscope of light. I heard you had your leg broken by the Hyuga branch family back in the day. The youth suddenly burst into laughter, the kunai clattering to the ground. Did you really beg for mercy, crying and sobbing? A collective gasp swept through the crowd. This was indeed the most humiliating disgrace for the Uchiha in recent years. Back then, Luyan had dueled 8 Nin from the Hyuga branch family over a woman, only to be thoroughly beaten, leading Elder Shana to excommunicate him to a pig farm. This scandal had marred Uchiha Luyan for 3 years, and now that old scar was being publicly ripped open. Liu Yun's face turned a deeper shade than his Sharingan, his hands trembling as he formed seals, his three-tomo spinning wildly, yet failing to trace his opponent's movements. Fire release, great dragon. Boom. Blue lightning erupted before his eyes. Xian had somehow appeared right in front of him, a chakra scalpel emanating from his fingertips pressed against his throat. Senior Luyan, your seal formation speed. Uchiha Xian tilted his head with an innocent smile. It's slower than my turtle's crawl. Thud. Luyan clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground. He could not even scream, let alone use ninjutsu. Xian had precisely severed his vocal cords with medical ninjutsu. The sound of shattering teacups echoed from the observation platform. Uchiha Tsaisha stared intently at the lightning armor swirling around her disciple, her fingers digging deeply into her palm. This was clearly a technique of the Reikage from the hidden cloud village. Yet this young lad had mastered it to the point of chakra materialization. It was utterly astonishing. Next, the electric serpents dancing across the surface of the lightning armor coalesced into special sigils, each intricate line embodying unparalleled defensive capabilities. As the second J, Nin leaped into the arena, Uchiha Shien had already shattered the bluestone floor, vanishing from sight. All the spectators could see was a blue afterimage slicing through space. The J Nin's Sharingan reflected the remnants of his opponent's form. But before he could utter a single taunt, his shoulder erupted in a spray of blood. Uchiha Shien's high-frequency, vibrating chakra scalpel had effortlessly pierced through his defenses. Penetrating his shoulder, had he not been an ally, Shien would have just extracted his heart. Too slow. Uchiha Jin discarded the droplets of blood from his hands. His three-tomo Sharingan flickered with an otherworldly light. The third J-Nin, rushing forward, suddenly froze, redirecting the fire technique in his hand towards his approaching comrade. Under the illusion's control, the two collided like tumbling gourds. Before they could rise, Uchiha Jin's boot pressed against the nape of their necks, and with a surge of chakra, he rendered them unconscious. Dare you gaze upon my eyes with your trifling tomo? The elite of the Uchiha Wind faction fell one after another. The training ground thick with the acrid scent of char blood. Jin raised his index finger, crackling with lightning armor, and with unparalleled speed and strength, he commenced his massacre. In the blink of an eye, 5 challengers lay sprawled across the arena. The disparity in combat prowess was evident. The younger Uchiha Itachi had once been a force to be reckoned with, a deity of destruction. Now, however, Uchiha Jin was a far more terrifying entity. He ground his boot into the back of one of the fallen, beckoning the pale-faced Uchiha Wind with a curl of his finger. Shall we make it a collective effort? Uchiha Wind gritted his teeth. I demand a battle in the dense forest, not on the arena. The spectators erupted in disbelief. Allowing a 12-year-old to face dozens of J-Nin was one thing, but to engage in a trap-laden skirmish in the woods? Such audacity surpassed even that of the Cloud Village. Uchiha Wind remained unfazed. Seasoned by countless trials, he understood that only the victor is deemed righteous. Since Uchiha Jin requested a 1 versus many scenario, they would not decline his generous offer. Furthermore, Uchiha Jin's lightning chakra mode had ascended to the level of Reikage, where a direct confrontation meant death. A consummate speed assassin, he was lethal upon encounter. They were not foolish enough to engage Uchiha Jin in an open arena. Just as Uchiha Shana was about to intervene, Uchiha Jin had already leapt into the forest, wielding his katana. Remember to time it with the hourglass, Elder Shana. His youthful voice echoed through the woods, surpassing the time limit counts as my defeat. All right, you've said it. Seeing Uchiha Jin's agreement, Uchiha Wind rejoiced. Youth often breeds arrogance, oblivious to the fact that true ninjas employ any means necessary. Poisoning, setting traps, leveraging terrain, and executing ambushes. These were the true arts of a ninja. Unlike the mindless brawlers of the Cloud Village, Uchiha Wind, devoid of any sense of shame, paid no mind to the scornful gazes from the other Hawkish members. He cared not. His position as the second in command of the Hawkish faction was not born of virtue, but rather his ruthless pursuit of victory. Were Danzo present, he would surely commend Uchiha Wind. Elder Uchiha Shana produced the hourglass, commencing the final trial. Uchiha Jin and his compatriots entered the dense woods, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, a flash of cold light sliced through the night. Uchiha Wind, concealed within the treetops, had yet to complete his hand seals when he sensed impending danger. Instantly, he utilized the body flicker technique to evade. The next moment, a kunai embedded itself where he had just been. That was close. The pressure within Uchiha Wind surged. Uchiha Shien stood atop the branch of a great tree, casting a disdainful gaze upon Uchiha Phone. The lightning chakra illuminated the forest in a brilliant azure hue. The 1000th game of hide and seek. With a swift motion, Uchiha Shien vanished and reappeared, his blade grazing the old man's neck, drawing forth a line of crimson. Elder Feng, your hiding skills are inferior to those of a mere 3-year-old. Clang! Uchiha Feng nearly lost his sword, his eyes wide with terror as he realized that his earth-enhanced arms felt as feeble as noodles under Xian's single-handed grip. This was no ordinary Uchiha offspring. He was clearly a beast clad in human skin. Even his attempts to parry were weak and ineffective. Had he not eaten? Mustering some strength, he thought. Put some effort into it. Chapter 9. Despair. Flying Thunder God / Uchiha Kazama actively withdrew his power and stepped back, forming hand seals, while his 3 tomo spun wildly in his eyes. Taste the old man's illusion, bubble. Uchiha Jin made no move, a smile gracing his face. Yet Uchiha Kazama suddenly let out a scream, blood gushing from his eyes as he knelt on the ground. His illusion had been reflected. There existed disparity even among the 3 tomo Sharingan. Is this all you've got, old man? Jin kicked Kazama away. With the current potency of his ocular power, even a Mangeki Sharingan would bow in submission. After struggling to dispel the illusion, Uchiha Kazama found a blade rising from below, aiming to eviscerate him. In that instant, terror gripped Uchiha Kazama's soul. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, his chakra erupted beneath him, propelling him backward to evade the lethal strike. Ouch! A long gash marred Uchiha Kazama's chest, blood staining his white attire. Damn it! Does he really have no weaknesses? Kazama utilized the earth release technique to escape Jin's line of sight, concealing himself once more. His ninjutsu, a fire release that had scorched half a forest, combined with a body technique that rivaled the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode armor, bestowed upon him ultimate speed and power. As for illusions, it was a different story. Concealed in the shadows, he observed Uchiha Jin manipulating several Jonin into self-destruction, effortlessly toying with them, ultimately leaving them grievously injured before lifting the illusion. Even his most cherished Sharingan ocular prowess paled in comparison, for it was inconceivable that his illusion could be so easily rebuffed. Damn it! Is this the genius akin to Uchiha Madara? The thought of conceding weighed heavily on him. Was he truly to allow this brash young man to sit atop him and dictate orders? The more Uchiha Kazama contemplated, the more discontent brewed within him. No, without wealth or power, death would be preferable. If I lose, how could I ever command again? From his sleeve, 7 chakra chains burst forth. The spiritual artifact of the Uchiha clan, a treasure revered for a century, which had once restrained the 9 tails. Where the chains passed, even the air crystallized into ice. The 3 tomo spun crimson like a blood moon. Uchiha Jin, you have forced my hand. Utilizing the blood that had already flowed, Uchiha Kazama invoked a forbidden technique. The blood-burning technique, greatly enhancing all his attributes at the cost of his lifespan. Suddenly, 2 of his fingers exploded into a mist of blood, and the 7 chakra chains, entwined with sealing runes, surged toward the recently unveiled Uchiha. General Jin smirked, raising a finger and forming a seal. He recognized the family artifact wielded by Uchiha Kazama. Old man, the time is nearly ripe. I shall finish you in 3 moves. Uchiha Jin's lightning release armor erupted in a blinding brilliance, and then, astonishingly, he grasped the foremost chain with his bare hands. The furious lightning surged along the chain, the sealing runes detonating like firecrackers along the way. For those familiar with the Naruto mobile game, this was a ninjutsu developed by Uchiha Jin, Scatter. Uchiha Kazama spat out a mouthful of vital blood, and his once withered visage, under the influence of the blood-burning technique, astonishingly reverted to that of his youth. With both hands, he conjured the unique water mirror technique of the Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, replicating Uchiha Jin within the shimmering surface. Let the old man perish. The mirrored Uchiha Jin, infused with the power of the secret scroll, lunged towards the original Uchiha General first move. Uchiha Jin proclaimed a number, his feet shifting into a water release technique akin to walking upon waves. This was the water release, wave riding strike. The replicated version of Uchiha Jin was repelled by the water vortex, while the dispersal of ninjutsu had no effect, as it was not aimed at sealing techniques or spiritual artifacts. Uchiha F staggered back, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The cost of the forbidden technique was far greater than he had anticipated. Desperately, he strained his body and summoned chakra, manifesting a skeletal outline reminiscent of Susanoo behind him. Yet before the purple frame could fully take shape, Uchiha Jin had already teleported above him, his leg, entwined with lightning and fire, descended like a battle axe. Boom! The training ground surface cracked open, creating a chasm of 100 meters, with Uchiha F embedded in the rock like a broken sack. He struggled to form hand seals, employing earth release to escape from the depths. Uchiha F encouraged himself. Just a little longer, if I can endure, victory will be mine. Uchiha Jin followed leisurely behind, his Sharingan keenly perceiving Uchiha F's chakra, making him conspicuously visible. At last, Uchiha F rejoiced, having emerged from the dense forest, with the elders and clan leaders ahead. Bang! Second move, a resounding voice echoed. Uchiha Jin kicked the jubilant Uchiha F aside, stepping on his chest as he leaned down, dazzling lightning coalescing at his fingertips like a surgical blade. He seized the chain-like spiritual artifact that had shot forth. You wish to seal me with these binding chains? A blue flash swept across, severing 7 invaluable spiritual chains, the cuts as smooth as glass. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their collective intake of breath echoing. These were pure energy artifacts. How could they be so easily sliced by a mere surgical blade? Yet the reality unfolded before their eyes. Uchiha Kaika's crimson lips curled into a seductive smile as she observed her student casually toying with the chain fragments, akin to a child with toys. Those artifacts, capable of sealing tailed beasts, were rendered mere ornamental trinkets in the face of overwhelming power. Ha! Uchiha Jin was astonished to see Uchiha F still struggling, combining the body replacement technique with earth release to escape once more from beneath Uchiha Jin's feet. Uchiha Jin's expression darkened. He felt he had already shown ample leniency towards this elder. How could this old fool lack the dignity to concede defeat at such a juncture? Did he not realize that Uchiha Jin was holding back? Frustration brewed within Uchiha Jin as he contemplated Uchiha F's self-destructive path. After the third battle commenced, he would fill the battlefield with his remains. Your foolishness is truly refreshing. Uchiha Jin's voice boomed, clear for all to hear. Third move, he bellowed, flying Thunder God Slash. Uchiha Jin teleported behind Uchiha F, swiftly slicing through his waist with a katana, causing blood to erupt like a fountain. During the previous encounter, Uchiha Wind had already been marked with the Flying Thunder God technique by Uchiha General unwilling to succumb. Uchiha Wind collapsed just a few meters away as the timer's hourglass came to an end. Now, Uchiha Jin callously placed his foot on the face of the elder Uchiha Wind, his gaze icy, offering no semblance of respect. To those who dare to lose their dignity, I shall teach you what it means to adhere to the Uchiha principles. Uchiha Wind gasped for breath, succumbing to a loss of blood from his fury, ultimately fainting, his final thoughts lamenting his lost power. At present, Uchiha Jin flicked the droplets of blood from his wrist and addressed the crowd. Who else wishes to seek my counsel? The youth tilted his head towards the remnants of Uchiha Wind's faction. Several elite shinobi weakened in their resolve and knelt in 2 rows, their Sharingan unable to open due to the lightning release. Who else wishes to test their mettle? A profound silence enveloped the area. Alone, Uchiha Jin had vanquished more than a dozen elite shinobi wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan, including the seasoned Uchiha Wind, who had endured 2 great ninja wars. Uchiha Kaika clenched her fists in excitement, filled with pride. This child she had nurtured now stood under the moonlight, increasingly resembling the legendary Uchiha Madara from her memories. Uchiha Shana laughed heartily, madness glimmering in the creases of his face. He had bet correctly. The boy's eyes burned with a more ferocious ambition than that of the Uchiha Madara of yore. Now, no one could claim that Uchiha Jin was unworthy of the immense investments made by the clan. Medical ninjas took Uchiha Wind away for treatment, but no one cared about his condition. All eyes were fixed on the elder. Uchiha Shana proclaimed loudly, "I declare Uchiha Jin the victor." The clan members erupted in applause, celebrating the addition of a new pillar to their family. Uchiha Shana gestured for silence, and once the crowd quieted, he continued, "From this day forth, I bestow the position of elder upon Uchiha General. He shall be our clan's new elder." The elder of the Uchiha is, in essence, the vice clan leader. Uchiha Shana produced the token representing the authority of the Uchiha elder and handed it to Uchiha Jin, completing the transfer of power. In the Uchiha clan, strength is revered. The clan leader merely needs to enhance their prowess and manage personnel, while most specific affairs are overseen by the elder. The members present, aside from clan leader Fugaku and Uchiha Shana, stepped aside collectively, bowing respectfully to Uchiha Jin. We greet the elder. There is no need for excessive formalities. Uchiha Jin smiled as he greeted his clansmen, for henceforth, the resources of the Uchiha clan would be at his disposal. Clan leader Fugaku also smiled in congratulations. Jin, you are our clan's youngest elder, even younger than the former Izuna. However, Uchiha Jin bore no smile. He directly addressed Fugaku. I wish to become the clan leader. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, upon receiving the report from the Root S. Byakugan, Danzo, with a pained expression in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, smashed his teacup in frustration. Damn it. Chapter 10. A forceful strike? I want it all. According to the regulations of Konoha, the heads and elders of the various clans are not subjects whom the Hokage can assign tasks to, unless they willingly choose to take on the work. Now that Uchiha Jin has ascended to the position of the Uchiha clan's elder, the Hokage has no opportunity to invoke his participation. In times of peace, let alone war, if they refuse to engage in battle, there is little that can be done. This is not mere clan arrogance, but a rule established during the founding of Konoha, intended to prevent the complete annihilation of certain clans. Hiruzen, this is no ordinary Uchiha. We must wield a heavy hand, Danzo shouted at Hiruzen, hoping to eliminate Uchiha Jin at any cost. Danzo, do not resort to those sordid methods. He is the second in command of a ninja clan, Hiruzen solemnly cautioned, understanding the gravity of the situation. Monkey, if we allow him to grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly become the second Uchiha Madara. If you are unwilling to dirty your hands, let the Root take action. Danzo insisted on the necessity of eliminating Uchiha Jin, claiming that the ninja world has never witnessed such talent in an Uchiha. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Do not act against him without my command, Hiruzen declared with utmost seriousness. If you refuse to act, you will surely regret it in the future. With a slam, Danzo stormed out in a fit of anger. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage pondered the implications. The Hokage cannot indiscriminately take lives simply due to threats. Political struggles are not merely about eliminating those one finds disagreeable. Reflecting on the Uchiha Jin who once stood before him, openly disrespecting the Hokage and dismissing the will of fire as nonsense, Hiruzen found himself increasingly troubled. Moreover, Uchiha Jin was clearly an individual with strong convictions, rendering persuasive rhetoric ineffective. Persuading him to embrace the will of fire would prove immensely challenging, as he is not a commoner. Upon hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Fugaku's smile faltered. Is it true, my friend, that I lack the authority as clan leader? Uchiha Shinatsu, however, placed a hand on Uchiha Jin's shoulder, admiring the ambitious and exceptionally talented youth. He believed that Uchiha Jin was destined to bring glory to the Uchiha clan. Yet, regarding his aspiration to become clan leader, he disagreed, advising, Jin, the position of clan leader requires more than just strength. It demands achievements and experience. You are not yet ready. Merely possessing strength holds little significance for a great ninja clan, for this is an era of ninja villages, not clans. When Uchiha Madara led the clan, nearly all matters were managed by the elder, Uchiha Izuna. Since the Warring States period, the rules have evolved. The clan leader must balance internal interests, guide the clan forward, and earn the respect of all, rather than simply being the strongest. Uchiha Fugaku's experience from the Second Shinobi World War, combined with his strength and the predominance of moderate voices within the clan, secured his position as leader. Uchiha Jinya comprehended the significance of qualifications. Had he not shared his talents with his counterparts from other realms, he would undoubtedly have remained patient. However, it was evident that in the near future, as he assimilated more abilities, his strength would ascend as if propelled by a rocket. The Uchiha clan regarded him as immensely valuable. The research on the Sharingan alone constituted a substantial fortune. Thus, the title of clan leader was indeed advantageous for him. He was unwilling to wait any longer and inquired, Elder, is there no alternative method? Uchiha Fugaku, noticing the momentary awkwardness of Uchiha Jinya, took the initiative to respond with a smile. Jin, I understand your desire to become the clan leader. However, without merit, the clansmen will not acknowledge you. Therefore, the most crucial aspect is the recognition of the clansmen. If you can resolve this issue, I shall willingly relinquish the position of clan leader to you. Fugaku's statement was, in essence, redundant. The clan leader must indeed gain the clansmen's approval to ascend to such a position. If the clansmen already recognized him, would there be any need for Uchiha Fugaku to concede the title? Uchiha Jinya pondered for a moment and decided to take a pragmatic approach. First, he would assemble a cohort that would heed his commands. In a world of the extraordinary, relying solely on one's own strength was not flawed. Yet, one could not attend to every trivial matter alone. Much like in gaming, one must establish a guild and enhance combat power, ultimately reaping the greatest rewards for oneself. I request the convening of a clan affairs meeting to discuss the future of the Uchiha Jinya stated. Certainly, Uchiha Fugaku replied. If time permits, we shall convene once there are sufficient jonin within the village. The Uchiha clan held a general assembly monthly, which proved rather ineffectual. The clan affairs meeting, however, was paramount and could only be initiated by the clan leader and the elder. The participants would include the prospective clan leader and esteemed elders, with the jonin granted the right to attend and vote, but lacking decision-making authority. Other clansmen were excluded from participation. It is urgent. The sooner, the better. Uchiha Jinya did not require their understanding of his strategies. He merely needed them to execute his plans. Now is the time to make the Uchiha great again. Influenced by the modern, comprehensive educational philosophy of Marvel's Li Xian, Uchiha Jinya felt indifferent towards a mindless combat that persisted from the Warring States period to the present. The development of chakra technology was where his true talent lay. Very well, we shall hold the clan affairs meeting in 3 days, Uchiha Fugaku arranged. You may present any ideas you have then for the elders to deliberate. Agreed. I shall see you in 3 days. Uchiha Jinya utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Elder Shana, it seems you neglected to inform Jinya of the powers and responsibilities of the elder, Uchiha Fugaku reminded. After the transfer of authority, many matters requiring the elder's management and qualifications must be handed over to Uchiha Jinya. It is not merely a matter of handing over a token. Not to worry. I shall address it during the clan affairs meeting. Elder Shana, well acquainted with Uchiha Jinya, remarked. He does not concern himself with such matters. All he desires is a title. Upon returning to his opulent residence, Uchiha Jinya awaited his teacher, as many forthcoming tasks would require Uchiha Kaika's assistance. Little Jin, you are truly remarkable. The enchanting voice of a mature woman, accompanied by an alluring fragrance, wafted through the air as Uchiha Xian reached out to embrace her. Teacher, did you miss me? He inquired playfully. Slap. Uchiha Tsaisha swatted his hand away, her delicate face adorned with a pout of discontent. Do not overstep your bounds. Uchiha Xian gazed at her flower-like visage, persistently extending his hand, only to be rebuffed several times. Eventually, seeing his unwavering determination, Uchiha Tsaisha relented, allowing him to succeed. Teacher, I intend for you to replace Uchiha Kaze and become the new elder. Initially, Uchiha Tsaisha had wished to deter Uchiha Xian from such ambitions. However, upon hearing his declaration, she abruptly grasped his hand, momentarily taken aback. Is that truly feasible? Uchiha Xian replied coldly. Failure must bear the visage of a loser. This is the authority I possess as the Grand Elder. Indeed, the power over personnel was one of the Grand Elder's prerogatives. Will they consent? Uchiha Tsaisha remained skeptical, pondering the rigid hierarchy within noble families. Though she too possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, the position of elder was often a hereditary one, typically altered only by war or other significant circumstances. Look, Uchiha Xian inherited this from Uchiha Shana. Had Uchiha Shana not harbored such intentions, there would have been no trials at all. I am the victor, Uchiha Xian proclaimed with an air of authority, his self-assured tone causing Uchiha Tsaisha's heart to quiver. Little Xian has truly matured into a formidable man, she mused, reflecting on how she had witnessed his transformation from a mere child to this remarkable individual over the span of a decade. With his mastery of lightning release chakra armor and the flying thunder god technique, he had already garnered a reputation as a formidable expert within the ninja world. As Uchiha Shin's mentor, she was well aware that he lacked any weaknesses. His prowess in taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques was unparalleled. Particularly notable was his extraordinary genius, which had led him to develop various unfathomable forbidden techniques. Even she had never witnessed Uchiha Shin unleash his full potential, for there had been no one worthy of such effort. "Dear teacher, become my concubine," Uchiha Shin suggested, inhaling the fragrance of the beauty in his embrace. Seeking to push his luck further, wishing to emulate the legendary hero Yonghua. In the world of ninjas, lineage held immense significance, as talent was inherited through bloodlines. Thus, in this precarious existence, it was commonplace for bloodline limit users to take multiple wives, with strong alliances being especially prevalent. An exemplary case was Senju Hashirama marrying the princess of the Uzumaki clan, symbolizing a powerful union. Typically, however, the internal regulations of great clans strictly prohibited the dilution of bloodlines, often forbidding intermarriage with outsiders, as exemplified by the Hyuga clan's rigorous management of their bloodline limits. "No," Uchiha Tsuchiya firmly rejected. "Wait until Izumi grows up. I shall marry her to you. But I want them all." Uchiha Shin was unwilling to let slip such an opportunity. From a moment he first beheld Uchiha Tsuchiya, captivating and alluring, he had resolved to make her his teacher, harboring his own subtle intentions. His approach was not uncommon in the ninja world, for the strong should rightfully possess everything. Do not even think about it. Uchiha Kaisa struck Uchiha Shin sharply on the forehead, employing the body flicker technique to depart, leaving him with but a parcel. From a distance, her voice echoed, "This is your gift for becoming the Grand Elder." Chapter 4. The Rebirth of Li Xian. Aiming to become the king of the world, the three Li Xians grew increasingly agitated. If his previous life's lack of foresight led him to make poor career choices, that was his own failing, one he could accept. He was not one to shy away from defeat. Reborn, Li Xian slammed his wine glass down forcefully. "In the past, our investments may have faltered. If it were merely a matter of misjudgment, I could accept that. Yet, some industry leaders resorted to insidious contracts to transfer assets, leaving countless investors destitute." A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Since he had been granted a second chance, it was imperative to enlighten certain individuals on the concept of retribution for their actions. Those who, despite the profitability of legitimate business, chose the path of legality must be taught the importance of adhering to the law. Uchiha Shin downed his drink in one go, echoing Genghis Khan's sentiment that the greatest joy in life lies in vanquishing foes and seizing their possessions. From now on, we shall relish the pleasures of dominance akin to that of Genghis Khan. Marvel's Li Xian swirled his drink, formally inquiring, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. How do you intend to start from scratch? This body is merely 17 years old. After all, please refrain from resorting to any dubious methods." Reborn Li Xian patted his chest reassuringly. "Fear not, my friends, for we are well aware of our own capabilities. In our previous lives, we never engaged in illegal activities. In this life, with the advantage of knowledge, must we still resort to such means? This is our own domain, and we shall nurture it to flourish. The internet serves as the finest stage, and I plan to embark on my journey through it." With a light tap on his temple, Reborn Li Xian continued, "Equipped with the knowledge curse as my golden touch, I shall first create a rudimentary artificial intelligence to assist me. Subsequently, I will develop popular software and establish a data empire, which would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge to existing internet companies. Once the funds are secured, I will venture into smart hardware." "Excellent, excellent, truly commendable." Uchiha Shin applauded with delight. Marvel's Li Xian nodded in agreement, reflecting on his own journey in the Marvel universe. Despite possessing the knowledge curse talent, he had to transform his intellect into tangible wealth, navigating numerous ventures to accumulate initial capital. The chosen path is sound. However, Entering the manufacturing sector from the outset would demand a vast amount of capital merely for production qualifications and equipment. As a minor, your only option would be to rely on wealthy patrons. Uchiha Shin concurred. Indeed, he continued, had you been of age, you could have considered investing in the stock market. However, as a minor, you cannot register a company or sign contracts. Seeking assistance from others would be fraught with risk, as it may incite greed and jeopardize your safety. Marvel's Li Xian interjected. It was only after embarking on my entrepreneurial journey that I realized the significance of having trustworthy confidants. One cannot oversee everything. Ultimately, power must be delegated. If entrusted to the unscrupulous, one is left to clean up the mess alone. Those conglomerates infiltrated my new company, leading to numerous instances of technological leaks. No matter how many people I sought out, they were either aligned with my adversaries or easily swayed, resulting in a gradual stabilization of the company only after relinquishing shares. Though I called entrepreneurship, I was still merely working for others. Marvel's Li Xuanqi slammed his wine cup onto the table, expressing his disdain for those odious individuals who reeked of greed. Were it not for the immense value of my intellect, I would have long been expelled from the company. I am certain that figures like Jobs resonate with this sentiment. Once I acquire the power of Hydra, I shall negotiate with them and reclaim authority over my company, Li Xuanqi proclaimed fervently. Fear not, I have devised a solution. He continued, I shall leverage the national power to safeguard my interests. In business, age may impose restrictions, yet genius knows no such boundaries. Having inherited the cursed knowledge and talents of Marvel's Li Xian, Reborn Li Xian was evidently equipped to transform his cerebral visions into reality. At that moment, Uchiha Shin interjected. While developing forbidden techniques in Konoha, I discerned a truth. Being 3 steps ahead in technology marks one as a genius, but 10 steps ahead risks being deemed a heretic. Tread carefully, lest you be perceived as a monster. Thus, a flawless persona is essential. Reborn Li Xian snapped his fingers, declaring his intent to utilize the university platform for foundational accumulation. Next year, I shall secure the top rank in the college entrance examination and during my university years. I will publish numerous papers in prestigious journals like Nature and Science, effortlessly garnering theoretical and mathematical accolades. I shall enjoy a series of governmental policies aimed at nurturing talent, compelling the institution to protect me as though I were a precious gem. Marvel's Li Xian smiled knowingly. By then, forget mere angel investments. Regional development zones will vie to shower you with policies. However, remain vigilant against capital infiltration. During my work on quantum chips, commercial spies would infiltrate the laboratory every few days. Hence, the need to act strategically. Reborn Li Xian envisioned a prosperous future. First, amassing billions through software. Then fully venturing into renewable energy, biotechnology, and aerospace. Within a decade, he aspired to establish a technological empire that seamlessly integrated cutting-edge research and intelligent manufacturing. The first Nobel Prize is awarded in 2012. If you attain it before 2010, not only will the school cherish you, but you shall become a leading figure in China's technological and academic circles, Uchiha Shin said excitedly. Although he too was a genius in the ninja world, the thought of winning a Nobel Prize and dominating the academic realm sent shivers down his spine. Despite the political influences surrounding such accolades, the power of interpretation lies in their hands, rendering one powerless. However, Marvel's Li Xian shook his head, lamenting, the mere Nobel is insignificant. My talent cannot be encapsulated by a single award. Uchiha Shin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the abundance of eccentric scientists in Li Xian's domain. Indeed, Marvel's eccentric scientists are nearly the stuff of fantasy. Reborn Li Xian elaborated, fame is merely the beginning. I plan to engage in 5 major sectors: aerospace, biotechnology, intelligent machinery, information technology, and energy. Alas, I have also contemplated delving into arms manufacturing. Marvel's Li Xian promptly dismissed the notion. Forget it. Arms manufacturing is a conversation for another day. Even if you manage to penetrate that realm, how will you acquire nuclear qualifications? Are you interested in conventional weapons? Indeed, development must precede that. Once technological capabilities are demonstrated, anything becomes possible. What exactly will your intelligent machinery entail? Have you settled on a company name? Uchiha Shien inquired. Intelligent machinery is advancing intelligent manufacturing, encompassing robots, smart vehicles, drones, and more. As for the company name, that can be disclosed later. Initially, the focus will be on the internet and information-related sectors. Developing software until sufficient capital is amassed to venture into manufacturing. The realms of biotechnology, manufacturing, and aerospace are indeed voracious consumers of resources. Fear not. Even if one possesses the curse of knowledge, adherence to the laws of nature is essential. Progress must be made incrementally. Marvel's Li Xian has traversed this path and comprehends the ambition that arises upon acquiring such a gift. With a brain fortified by ample financial resources, truly, one can manifest extraordinary miracles. Ha ha ha. If you succeed, you will undoubtedly become a colossal entity on Earth. The mere thought of you potentially owning a conglomerate that encompasses electronics, social media, search giants, aerospace titans, aviation leaders BYD, and semiconductor industries fills me with a sense of solemnity for the beautiful nation. Uchiha Shien chuckled, envisioning that reborn Li Xian, equipped with these assets, would command the elements and act at will. The three exchanged knowing smiles and clinked glasses as the vast expanse of reborn Li Xian's aspirations began to unfold gradually. With this newfound capability, the brothers are certain to rectify past regrets splendidly. When the time comes to share these achievements, they shall be cherished and admired by all. Once I truly possess such a formidable enterprise, I shall be the undisputed monarch of this world. Uchiha Shien joined in, brimming with ideas he wished for reborn Li Xian to realize. Although it has only been a day since Li Xian's rebirth for them, it has been over a decade. They are eager to share a multitude of thoughts with their former self, reborn Li Xian, and to amend countless regrets. Chapter 11. The Gathering at the Sea of Dead Flames. The great inventor, the immortal being, Uchiha Shien was not in a hurry. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. The beautiful female teacher was destined to be devoured. Upon unwrapping the package, he revealed a set of new ninja tools, which he examined with great care. They were exquisite treasures from the Nico clan and were quite costly. Nonetheless, what pleased Uchiha Shien the most was the softening attitude of Uchiha Tsaishia. Previously, it had taken considerable effort to gain her favor. Yet today she had half-heartedly allowed him to indulge. In his dreams, Uchiha Shien found himself once again in the dreamlike realm. Reborn Li Xian and Marvel Li Xian had long awaited his arrival, accompanied by two newcomers, one with the appearance of a refined rogue, and the other a peculiar creature with a perfectly round hole in its chest. "Come on, this time it's just the five of us," declared Reborn Li Xian. As the highest authority in the dream space, possessed access to a wealth of additional information. He was the Li Xian who had traversed to the world of Naruto, a member of the Uchiha clan who constantly yearned for his beautiful teacher and fantasized about future indulgences. Reborn Li Xian boldly exposed Uchiha Shien's secret. "What do you mean by yearning? I am merely providing them with a brighter future. Do not impose the moral constructs of our peaceful society onto another world. It will not translate well." Uchiha Shien vehemently defended himself. The refined rogue Li Xian nodded in agreement upon hearing Uchiha Shien's words. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, such matters would not invite moral condemnation. They were, in fact, taken for granted. The strong could act as they pleased. The creature like Li Xian, with a distinctive voice, concurred. Had I not serendipitously encountered humanity in this realm, I fear my intellect would have been dulled, relegating me to mere beastliness. After the five of them made physical contact, they absorbed one another's memories and talents, gaining profound understanding. Refined rogue Li Xian, who had crossed in the world of One Piece, possessed the talent of a great inventor. This gift is characterized by exceptional creativity and intelligence, endowing its bearer with extraordinary inventiveness, enabling them to swiftly grasp complex principles and devise groundbreaking devices or tools through unique thought processes. Whether designing intricate mechanisms, crafting formidable weapons, or enhancing existing apparatuses, the great inventor's achievements reach astonishing heights. This talent merged mysteriously with Marvel Li Xian's knowledge curse and Uchiha Xian's mastery of forbidden arts, resulting in an enigmatic transformation. As for the creature like Li Xian, he had traversed into the anime realm of Bleach, becoming a hollow in Hueco Mundo, endowed with the gift of immortality. This talent transcends the limits of life, granting its possessor formidable vitality and near-infinite regenerative capabilities. Following the sharing of talents, it was anticipated that this gift would manifest differently across various worlds. Among the five, the one who suffered the most was none other than Hollow Li Xian. No, to be precise, it was Hollow Li Xian, a spiritual entity transformed from a soul, embodying the antagonistic essence within the realm of the Soul Reapers. Typically, they feast upon humans, souls, and even other phantoms, exhibiting a fierce propensity for aggression and destruction. Reborn as a phantom, Li Xian, had it not been for his innate ability of immortality, he would have long been reduced to mere sustenance for other phantoms seeking evolution. It was precisely through this gift of eternal life that he relentlessly battled and consumed his kin, evolving to the level of an Ajuchas, preserving his intellect. Phantoms are categorized into ordinary phantoms and great phantoms, with the latter further divided into three tiers: Jillian, Ajuchas, and Vasto Lord, the latter being equivalent to the rank of a captain among Soul Reapers. In his past life, as a human, Li Xian found himself transformed into a creature driven solely by the instinct to slaughter and devour his own kind, devoid of communication or companionship. Save for the Soul Reapers and Quincy who, upon encountering him, sought to end his existence. After years of evasion and persecution, his unwavering will is a testament to his resilience. Those detestable Soul Reapers relentlessly hunted him down, yet today, with the support of his comrades, he envisioned turning the Soul Society on its head, trampling upon Soul Reapers and striking down Quincy's, devouring Vasto Lords, ultimately aspiring to ascend as the new Soul King. At last, Li Xian found his organization, trembling with excitement, his speech slightly faltering. Yet, what was the purpose of becoming a Soul King? Merely to serve as a mascot. He recalled the role of the Soul King in the narrative of the Soul Reapers. A figure dismembered and transformed into an anchor for the stability of the world. A mere symbol. Should I acquire the power akin to that of the Soul King, I would allow those insignificant creatures to act as they please. With an overwhelming confidence, Ajuchas Li Xian envisioned a life where he would reign supreme over the world unrestrained. After absorbing the memories of Ajuchas Li Xian, reborn Li Xian reflected, I never imagined you managed to escape from several captain-level Soul Reapers. Fortuitously, you never encountered Aizen. Otherwise, no matter how far you fled, he would have captured you for his own studies. The inherent ability of great phantoms for rapid regeneration coincided with his own immortality, allowing him to remain undetected. I had remained composed, barring the moments when cornered. Typically, upon sighting a Soul Reaper, I would flee, resolutely denying them any opportunity. Suddenly, Ajuchas Li Xian's expression darkened, feeling reduced to a mere shadow of a creature, an undeniably disheartening experience. Fear not, my brothers are united, their strength unbreakable. Soon, it shall be the Soul Reapers who find themselves as the hunted. Reborn Li Xian retained the values and perspective of his previous life, grappling with the harsh realities of his past existence, still finding it difficult to accept. His words not only comforted Ajuchas Li Xian, but also provided solace to himself. Feeling the concern radiating from reborn Li Xian, Ajuchas Li Xian's uniquely animalistic visage broke into an anthropomorphized smile. Now, endowed with the talents of knowledge curse, great inventor, and forbidden arts master, I shall conduct experiments within the realm of phantoms, capturing some Soul Reapers, and I can study the H-Gyoku, transcending the boundaries of phantoms. With such gifts, I shall soon evolve into a Vasto Lord, acquire the power of the Soul Reapers, transform into a Hollow, and delve into the secrets of the Soul King's strength, surpassing all entities, including Soul Reapers, phantoms, and Quincy's. Ajuchas Li Xian once again envisioned a splendid future. Excellent, brothers. We eagerly await the day you conquer the world. Marvel Li Xian patted Ajucha's Li Xian on the shoulder, offering him encouragement. In the realm of One Piece, Li Xian spoke earnestly. You must strive to excel, for the enchanting beauties of the world of the dead still yearn for your favor. To this day, I remain infatuated with Sister Hua. Indeed, the image of Sister Hua as the epitome of a virtuous wife, particularly with that captivating braid, ignites an exhilarating fervor within. Reborn, Li Xian, with a whimsical expression, shook his head and mused, You must fulfill the dreams of your brothers. Marvelous Li Xian twirled the ring upon his finger, contemplating the necessity of collecting Ichigo Kurosaki and Ranjaku Matsumoto, while relinquishing the thunderous might to others. Was it not fair to honor the immense suffering he had endured? Rest assured, once I attain strength, I shall act as I please. Li Xian from Akiji pledged, asserting, as long as a man draws breath, he is prone to desire. I'm merely a normal man. You all are merely fixated on lust, Uchiha Xian remarked disdainfully, before shifting the conversation back to One Piece. What are your plans? Will you still be serving the world government? Li Xian's awakened talent in the world of One Piece was that of an illustrious inventor, a skill that necessitated protection under the auspices of formidable powers. No matter how grand, even the mightiest of thighs could not contend with the Navy. Thus, it was only natural for Li Xian to align himself with the Marines. However, he refrained from exposing his research capabilities excessively, instead seizing the opportunity to transfer to Impel Down, where ample prisoners served as research subjects, allowing his talent to flourish. Over the years, he accumulated substantial knowledge regarding devil fruits and hockey. At this juncture, the need for a more advanced laboratory became apparent. It was time to depart from the Navy and establish his own dominion. He had grown weary of residing in Impel Down, surrounded by inmates. What could that experience possibly offer? Certainly not. My purpose in going to Impel Down was to evade the incessant distractions of aristocrats and officials, seeking a semblance of tranquility. Now that I possess power, it is time for those distractions to steer clear of me. Li Xian had endured enough of the nerve-wracking life as a researcher in prison. Chapter 12. The Rise of Pirate King Li Xian. As everyone shared their memories, it became evident that Pirate King Li Xian had devised numerous extraordinary technologies, such as the devil fruit extractor, biological modification techniques, and enhancements to the devil fruits themselves. Coupled with his formidable abilities, they had sufficient resources to venture out on their own long ago. What do you intend to do from here on? Uchiha Xian inquired with curiosity. This brother, steeped in the true essence of survival, remained concealed within the Navy, waiting until the world was devoid of rivals before emerging. To contend for supremacy over the world, one must first select a stronghold. Surveying the world of One Piece, it is apparent that unless one becomes part of a colossal pirate crew to establish a base in a new world, securing a pirate stronghold elsewhere is virtually impossible. All pirate crews typically find themselves in a constant state of relocation. A fixed base signifies inevitable eradication by the Navy. Pirate King Li Xian reflected upon the map of the One Piece world, envisioning each landmass in his mind. Therefore, my base of dominance shall reside in the skies and beneath the waves. The depths below are occupied by the fishmen and sea kings. Thus, I shall choose the heavens. The Sky Island is indeed a splendid choice. Ample space, sufficient population, and it lies outside the world government system. Beyond the New World, any attempt to impose a demon-slaying decree would falter, let alone foster development. Uchiha Xian recalled the arrogant Enel and remarked, If the opportunity arises, we must acquire the Rumble fruit. Its power and mobility are unparalleled. However, Pirate King Li Xian shook his head and declared, No, the stronghold I choose is not the Sky Island, but rather I shall construct an aerial fortress using the float fruit. The Sky Island remains fixed. Only the float fruit of the Golden Lion can allow an island to soar at will. Reborn Li Xian expressed skepticism. The Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down and has been airborne. How will you track him, if even his whereabouts are elusive? Claiming his devil fruit will be a daunting task. Pirate King Li Xian, brimming with confidence, replied, Fear not. I have acquired a wealth of knowledge pertaining to modern technology from my brother Li Xian of Marvel. The fusion of the great inventor and knowledge curse talents has sparked a plethora of inspirations within me. Upon my return, I shall commence the construction of a devil fruit radar and a satellite system. With the gifts of immortality and immense strength, I am certain my physical prowess will advance significantly, bolstering my confidence in capturing the Golden Lion. Grim Reaper Li Xian, drawing from his own experiences of being pursued, ardently advised, "You must first neutralize the Golden Lion's float fruit. Otherwise, he will remain perpetually airborne, his mobility surpassing any ordinary speed. My brothers with the knowledge curse talent, can I resist the urge to forge a set of armor for myself?" He mused. "Worry not, for the Golden Lion has already lost the spirit of a world-class powerhouse and is likely preoccupied with his beast transformations up in the sky." Pirate King Li Xian, having personally encountered the Golden Lion within the confines of Impel Down, understood his current state all too well. The Golden Lion, having launched a solitary assault on the Navy headquarters, fought valiantly, yet ultimately was captured, forever ensconced in the glory of his past. Upon his escape from prison, he found himself with 2 broken legs, his body and age in a state of decline. What could he possibly claim to be the world's strongest man? Merely relying on his devil fruit? In a true death match, the Barrett currently imprisoned would easily overpower the Golden Lion. Barrett could fight for 10 days and nights without respite. Could the Golden Lion? Lacking adequate stamina, how could he wield his haki and devil fruit powers effectively? Unless the Golden Lion were to regain his youth, not only restoring his legs, but also removing the wooden block from his mind, returning both body and spirit to their zenith, he posed no threat to me. The Pirate King, Li Xian, brimmed with confidence during his time hidden within the depths of Impel Down. He had meticulously gathered data on the abilities of the imprisoned pirates. Haki and devil fruit powers are not mere figments. They stem from the innate energy of the body itself, which fundamentally determines one's strength. Thus, the formidable individuals of the pirate world differ significantly from those in realms of fantasy, cultivation, or martial arts, where ascension in rank translates directly to enhanced combat prowess. In the world of One Piece, aside from a select few devil fruit users, the pinnacle of strength is confined to the Golden Age, beyond this phase. Regardless of the potency of one's haki or devil fruit abilities, decline is inevitable. In the One Piece universe, knowledge is severely fragmented. Without scientific methodologies to study and harness haki, individuals rely solely on the teachings of a few mentors, leading to a rough understanding of haki capabilities except for those with exceptional innate talent. Only the Navy, with its relatively comprehensive knowledge system, can consistently produce strong individuals, while pirates primarily depend on luck and innate gifts. Take the example of Conqueror's haki, which is learned through oral tradition and personal realization. Possessing the genius of an inventor, Li Xian, after extensive research on the vast sample of pirates in Impel Down, could proudly declare himself the most knowledgeable individual regarding devil fruits and haki in the One Piece world. While concealed within the prison, he diligently applied scientific methods to cultivate his haki. His mastery of the 3 types of haki had surpassed the so-called pinnacle of haki espoused by the great pirates, which is the source of his confidence. Upon hearing the confident tone of Pirate King Li Xian, the other Li Xians felt reassured, for the legendary pirate Golden Lion awaited him. Moreover, the Golden Lion, possessing the float fruit, enjoyed a fortuitous advantage. Unless Li Xian's strength far exceeded that of the Golden Lion, the latter could easily flee if the tide turned against him, leaving Li Xian in a precarious situation. The extraordinary powers of the Paramecia-type devil fruits in the One Piece world are indeed curious. You are the first we know of to confront a stronger opponent. Marli Xuan exclaimed. I reside in the modern world, where those with peculiar abilities still lurk in the shadows, waiting to emerge. By the way, what are your plans regarding collaboration with Hydra? Ravirt Li Xuan inquired. Previously, Marvel Li Xian had strategized to ally with Hydra, intending to leverage their strength to bolster his own. It shall not be difficult. Once the new biological weapons are created, we can confront them directly. The organization known as Hydra, a veritable harbinger of chaos, is certain to resort to brute force in order to eliminate me. Marvel's Li Xian adjusted his casual suit, aware that with a mere movement, I could trace their whereabouts, making it far more prudent to infiltrate their stronghold rather than seek diplomatic negotiations. Rather than attempting to win them over, I would rather seize control of one of their factions. As long as they wish to maintain their secrecy, they will have no choice but to reluctantly accept me as their new leader. To confront Hydra, one must wield power, compelling them to acquiesce. Otherwise, they will engage in duplicitous tactics, wasting energy in a battle of wits. Uchiha Shien concurred, as this strategy was precisely what he had executed within the Uchiha clan. The critique of weapons cannot substitute for the efficacy of the weapons themselves. I still have several years ahead of me before I can wield true power. Reborn Li Xian expressed a tinge of envy, lamenting that he remained an inconspicuous figure, a mere footnote, and moreover, the constraints imposed by the river crab deity precluded him from engaging in such endeavors domestically. It would take several years before he could undertake such ventures abroad. Chapter 13. Past and Present. What constitutes power? There is no need for haste. You embody our initial desire, with no imminent threat to life and death. There is no requirement for such means. Marvel's Li Xian is indeed a consummate success, and he is well aware that his reincarnated self is on the eve of soaring. Do you wish to first engage in a grand game of snake devouring an elephant, eliminating Qin Yunshin and his family? Or would you prefer to steadily secure the golden title of top scorer in the college entrance examination? Pirate King Li Xian inquired, as through shared memories. He recalled the Qin Yunshan of his previous life, a figure he could hardly dare to contemplate. There is no necessity. I shall not confront Qin Yunshin at this moment. Even if his family's mine harbors numerous illegalities, it is beyond my capacity to dismantle. I must rely on external forces. Yet that would not be satisfying. Reincarnated Li Xian shook his head. He is no longer merely a young man reborn with an advantage. He possesses the life experiences of his former existence and various incarnations across different worlds, and he will not act impulsively in a fit of fervor. Even if he were to topple Qin Yunshin's family with external assistance, he would gain nothing substantial. What would he achieve? To perform good deeds? Indeed, you must live well for us. Ensure that those who have wronged us meet their demise. Akachu's Li Xian gritted his teeth in fury, especially towards Qin Yunshin and the wealthy magnate, Pai Dai. They may have encountered different adversaries in their respective worlds, yet Qin Yunshin and Su Shoufu, as foes from their past lives, remain their common enemies. The other Li Xians echoed this sentiment, urging the reincarnated Li Xian to pursue complete eradication within the dreamlike expanse. The 5 Li Xians engaged in lively conversation, relishing their discourse until several hours later when they finally dispersed. Upon awakening, reincarnated Li Xian rose from his bed and drew back the curtains, allowing the scattered sunlight to grace his face. Ever since he took leave, he had not returned to school. During this time, he had converted his vacation into a long-term absence, steadfast in his decision despite the teacher's earnest entreaties. Let alone the trivial knowledge of high school. With the information now residing in his mind, he could confidently declare himself a paragon of intellect among humanity. Who would dare contest that? To confine Li Xian within a classroom, listening to the lessons of children, would be utterly intolerable. Now, he finds himself deeply engrossed in the pursuit of wealth, having amassed 20 million in a mere 3 months, significantly improving his living conditions. He even invested in a dilapidated small factory, where he established a modest laboratory to experiment with his ideas. Armed with the knowledge and experience shared by Marvel's Li Xian, he indeed has numerous avenues to generate even greater profits. However, being a miner complicates matters, obstructing many paths. He has no desire to tread the murky routes and associate with those lurking in darkness. Otherwise, even exploiting a few system vulnerabilities in Microsoft's Windows would yield more profit, and with far greater ease, or engaging in the financial markets would allow money to flow effortlessly into his pockets. A minor headache for Li Xian is that his identification card states September as his birth month, meaning he will only turn 18 this coming September, coinciding perfectly with his entry into university. Though he is on the brink of taking flight, he must endure the agonizing wait of several more days until September arrives. After freshening up, Li Xian arrived at school today to collect his examination permit. What? My examination permit has been taken away. In the class teacher's office, Li Xian was taken aback. Your desk mate Lin Zhaoning collected it on your behalf. All right, teacher, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. As Li Xian left the teacher's office, he was puzzled, wondering what Lin Zhaoning was up to. He had to return to the classroom to confront that Qin Yunshan. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Zhaoning noticed Li Xian and affectionately patted his arm, inquiring, Li Xian, with the college entrance examination approaching, why haven't you been to school for several months? Although she was not usually so inquisitive, she could not resist asking, given that they had been desk mates for 3 years. I have some personal matters to attend to. By the way, did the teacher mention you collected my examination permit? Li Xian preferred not to delve deeper into the conversation. Lin Zhaoning had indeed once been an object of admiration, but after sharing memories with his friends, the allure had faded. He had experienced everything from the enchanting to the grotesque. Li Xian would not become a paragon of virtue, but the aura surrounding women had entirely dissipated in his heart, leaving him disinterested in engaging further with Lin Zhaoning. What an ungrateful person, Lin Zhaoning remarked, as she presented Li Xian's examination permit before him. I was even planning to deliver it to your home. Unbeknownst to her, the once bashful boy had transformed into someone so indifferent. Their interactions felt as though they were between strangers, and what was once playful banter had become utterly lackluster. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Li Xian grasped his examination permit and departed. He had already spotted Qin Yunshan taking the stage, and he was well aware of what Qin would say at this moment, inviting everyone to gather at his home after the exams. In his previous life, Li Xian had pondered whether not attending would render him an outcast. Yet, attending had turned into a personal showcase for Qin Yunshan, with Li Xian cast in the role of the fool, facing criticism from numerous teachers and classmates for his exaggerated reactions. The remaining teachers and students remained silent, as Qin Yunshan's father, a billionaire tycoon, was also present. In such a setting, how could a group of inexperienced high school students and teachers dare to speak ill of the tycoon's son? This was a devastating blow to the former Li Xian. In that moment, did he possess dignity? Did he deserve dignity? This experience forged the future gambler Li Xian, who was driven solely by the desire to become wealthy. His strategy was to invest nearly all his earnings in a certain conglomerate stock, only to witness the downfall of that conglomerate when its CEO, a certain wealthy individual, engaged in illegal activities that obliterated his fortune. This is why Li Xian harbored such deep resentment for Qin Yunshan and the affluent tycoon. If the tycoon had operated legally, and the failure of his business was merely due to incompetence or an economic downturn, Li Xian could accept that. It would be a reflection of his own poor judgment, not an insurmountable loss. Just like in a card game, if your hand truly surpasses mine, and your skills are superior, I would concede. That is the essence of the game. However, when the opponent resorts to cheating and violates the rules, how can Li Xian possibly come to terms with that? Qin Yunshan ascended the stage and, with a spirited clap on the table, declared, Dear classmates, our 3 years of high school have come to an end. I have decided that our post-graduation gathering, the celebration banquet, and the teacher appreciation dinner will be held at my family's grand villa. Come and experience the culinary prowess of the Qin Family Hotel, a 5-star establishment. I shall cover all expenses. What do you say? The room erupted in fervent applause and accolades, which sent Qin Yunshan into a euphoric reverie, relishing the attention. Our class leader is magnificent. Old Qin, you are truly handsome. Qin Yunshan was notorious for his generosity at school, thus earning a multitude of admirers. Coupled with his affluent background, he commanded respect and received enthusiastic applause. The buoyant class leader envisioned himself at the gathering, elegantly commanding the spotlight, with both teachers and classmates adoring him, culminating his high school journey in splendid fashion. Noticing Li Xian approaching the exit, Qin Yunshan called out, Li Xian, you must come too. Li Xian, already aware of Qin Yunshan's intentions, remained unresponsive and simply opened the door to leave. Suddenly, he halted, sidestepping as a chalkbox struck the door, narrowly avoiding a blow to his head. A surge of unbridled fury coursed through him, nearly obliterating his reason. Had it not been for his life experiences, he would have certainly turned back to confront Qin Yunshan at that moment. Li Xian, everyone in class is going. Are you going to act special? The lively chatter in the classroom fell silent. Over 40 pairs of eyes piercing into Li Xian's back. The cold air from the air conditioner mixed with chalk dust invaded his nostrils as he closed his eyes. This scene mirrored one from a past life. Even the mantis crawling on the glass was identical. Li Xian, do you have any idea how much our class leader is spending on this 5-star banquet? He is inviting you to his home because he respects you. Don't be ungrateful. The ever-loyal Wang Ergu, Qin Yunshin's sycophant, was the first to speak out. Each time Qin Yunshin sought to assert his authority, Wang Ergu was sure to be his most devoted follower. His parents worked in Qin Yunshin's family business. And how could he not curry favor with his benefactor? Zhao Xie, also known as one of the school's beauties alongside Lin Zhaoning, stood up, her lightly tinted lips uttering chilling words. Li Xian, didn't the orphanage teach you gratitude? Zhao Xiaoye, a significant figure, was another of Qin Yunshin's admirers. Her beauty and figure beyond reproach, with aspirations of marrying him and becoming a wealthy matron. Wang Ergu, along with Yizhua and Pan Gaoyuan, approached, effectively blocking the doorway. As the desk screeched in protest during the commotion. Chapter 14. Begin to revenge instantly, not a moment to spare. Li Xian's peripheral vision swept across the crowd. These were soon-to-be graduates, and none were willing to maintain their pretenses any longer. Qin Yunshin was evidently well prepared for this encounter. It seems that the humiliation he faced during the graduation gathering in his previous life was not a spur-of-the-moment act, but rather a meticulously planned scheme. What do you intend to do? Lin Zhaoning rose, her voice resonating with indignation, akin to an enraged young lion. The students in this class were well informed, fully aware of the familial backgrounds of both Qin Yunshin and Lin Zhaoning. Even the enviously spiteful Zhao Xiaoye dared not openly confront Lin Zhaoning. Zhaoning, I merely wish to invite Li Xian to the class reunion. You know how reclusive he is. I had no choice but to resort to somewhat extreme measures. Qin Yunshin explained, feigning innocence. Qin Yunshin, do not presume that I am oblivious to your true nature. Apologize to Li Xian, Lin Zhaoning retorted, her voice laced with fury. Qin Yunshan laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, dramatically clutching his stomach, unable to contain his mirth. Ha 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 as he indulged in his raucous laughter. His admirers joined in, regardless of whether they grasped the humor, while other students exchanged glances, coldly observing the unfolding drama. They were unwilling to offend Qin Yunshin, merely to assist Li Xian. Once Qin Yunshin's laughter subsided, his expression turned icy, no longer inclined to feign civility. He coldly fixed his gaze on Lin Zhaoning and asked, "What if I refuse?" His willingness to engage with Lin Zhaoning stemmed from her distinguished lineage and the pressure from his father to pursue her. Thus, he had maintained a fade, giving Lin Zhaoning the false impression that her words held sway over him. Upon hearing Qin Yunshin's audacious words, Lin Zhaoning's anger intensified, her face flushed crimson. Yet, she struggled to conjure an appropriate retort. I will inform the teacher, she declared defiantly. Huh, go ahead, Qin Yunshin scoffed, unperturbed. What can the teacher do? Will they strike me? Lin Zhaoning paused, momentarily taken aback, and then felt a pang of embarrassment. The young girl sought to deliver a cutting remark, yet her impoverished vocabulary yielded no results. Clang! The sound of a door closing echoed in the room. It turned out that Li Xian had seized the opportunity to make his exit. Realizing this, Qin Yunshin erupted in anger. Why did you let him leave? He and his companions, Yizhua and Pan Gaoyuan, exchanged bewildered glances, feeling an overwhelming force propel Li Xian through the door. My apologies, Brother Qin, they muttered, heads bowed in remorse. Suppressing his inner fury, Qin Yunshin recognized that within the confines of the classroom, he could confront Li Xian. But could they truly chase him down and chastise him before the entire school? Forget it. We'll deal with it after the college entrance examination. You must ensure that you invite him. Qin Yunshan gritted his teeth as he spoke. In his mind, he envisioned Li Xian playing a supporting role during the graduation gathering, collaborating in his performance, just as his father had imparted wisdom to him. Power exists to trample the powerless. Throughout high school, the only individual who irked him was Li Xian. With his family's influence, how could he endure the indignity imposed by an orphan? He resolved to teach Li Xian a lesson, allowing himself to attain clarity in his aspirations. Lin Zhaoning exhaled in relief upon witnessing Li Xian's departure. This was one of the few things she could do for her desk mate of 3 years. Qin Yunxian was certainly no virtuous individual. Should he jeopardize Li Xian's college entrance examination, it would indeed spell disaster. Li Xian returned to his sanctuary, seething with rage, fully aware that this was a trap set by Qin Yunxian. Had he acted impulsively, there would have undoubtedly been further schemes to prevent him from participating in the examination. He harbored a profound desire to eliminate Qin Yunxian, yet he restrained himself. After all, murder is a serious crime. Resorting to violence against Qin Yunxian would be a sign of madness, and involving the teachers would be futile, for the school holds no authority over such matters. Even if the police intervened, what difference would it make? Today's events prompted him to abandon his previous decision of patience and discretion. Vengeance was now imperative, immediate vengeance. Not taking action against Qin Yunxian felt akin to enduring the discomfort of swallowing flies, regardless of any potential financial gains. Originally, Li Xian had planned to establish a business after university, intending to use corporate tactics to bring Qin Yunxian's family to ruin. Now, however, he deemed such an approach far too lenient. Qin Yunxian's actions had utterly enraged him. The root of this animosity lay in Qin Yunxian's blatant disdain for Li Xian, treating him not as a fellow human, but as a stray dog to be kicked when disdained. This was not a one-off occurrence, but a relentless pattern spanning 3 years, with Qin Yunxian frequently arriving with a group to challenge Li Xian to combat. If Li Xian were to possess a fortune 100 times greater than Qin Yunxian's, would he dare act in such a manner? The roles would be entirely reversed then. In that moment, Li Xian's perspective underwent a profound transformation. He realized he was the protagonist, and his actions were inherently justified. He had previously confined himself to operating within the bounds of legality and propriety. Engaging in discussions of ethics, law, and equality with someone like Qin Yunxian was nothing short of absurd. He could no longer view the world from the perspective of a mere pawn. He must regard himself as the architect of the rules governing his reality. What mattered was the utility of actions, regardless of their moral or legal standing. Resolute, Li Xian declared that from this moment forth, all his actions would be justified, for he was the protagonist, and the world must revolve around him. He powered on his computer and retrieved the results of nearly 3 months of labor. A primitive artificial intelligence named Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, how is the construction of your information database progressing? He inquired. A gentle female voice emanated from the desktop. Master, it is currently less than 1/10,000th complete. And what of your iterations? I have undergone 200,000 iterations and have reached my limit. Excellent, Li Xian exclaimed, exhilarated. Due to hardware limitations, the core of the AI Xiaoqi was too large to be stored on his current desktop. It could only roam the vast expanse of the internet. Should it grow any larger, it would necessitate a more suitable environment. I now require information pertaining to the Qin family. You are authorized to infiltrate their corporate database and examine their familial network. Additionally, scour through bank records to identify all criminal entities within our province and city, tracing the paths of money laundering and fraudulent accounts to compile the contact details of corporate executives and establish their connections. From this moment onward, monitor all communication devices belonging to the Qin family and archive all chat records. Also, gather relevant information regarding my 2 classmates, Hizua and Pan Gaoyuan. Furthermore, I require assistance in procuring certain chemical agents. Please identify where I might acquire the necessary experimental instruments and materials. Li Xian directly conveyed his demands to Xiaoqi. Master, no problem, Xiaoqi confidently replied, asserting that searching for information was merely a trivial task for such a formidable artificial intelligence. In pursuit of vengeance, Li Xian resolved to alter his strategy against Qin Yunxian. It was futile to merely beat him up or even kill him. True retribution lay in ensuring that his family personally tormented him. Controlling a few individuals was a trivial matter for Li Xian, who had thrived on bioweapons and forbidden substances. As for the underworld, it was laughable how they would brazenly approach the police regarding lost legal money, yet dare not report funds acquired through corruption. Similarly, These gangs were merely the pawns and cannon fodder chosen by Li Xian. Qin Yinshun, relish your final moments of joy in the world of One Piece. Within the confines of the renowned Impel Down prison, known as the world's most formidable penitentiary, it is situated in the calm belt of the Grand Line's first half, boasting exceptionally stringent security. The inmates are notorious criminals, and the atmosphere is chillingly sinister, patrolled by monstrous guards and monitored by the omnipresent Den Den Mushi. Surrounding the prison are vast expanses of the ocean, teeming with colossal sea kings, earning Impel Down its reputation as an impregnable fortress, comprising 6 levels in total. Warden Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain are known as the Indomitable Bastion, for no one has ever escaped from this prison. However, in the realm of the unexpected, surprises are inevitable. To commemorate the brotherhood with Roger, the infamous Shiki, known as the Golden Lion, captain of the Flying Pirate crew, and admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet, who wielded the powers of the Float Fruit, boldly challenged the Navy headquarters, only to be captured and imprisoned. Due to the nature of his Float Fruit abilities, Shiki relinquished his legs, regaining the powers of the fruit and becoming the first pirate to escape from Impel Down in its storied history. Chapter 15. Quina. Prepare for a new shock from the Golden Lion. In the office of Director Magellan at Impel Down, a look of bewilderment crossed his face as he addressed Li Xian. You wish to visit family? In his recollection, Li Xian, the naval officer dispatched from headquarters, had always been remarkably steadfast, remaining within the prison confines and often foregoing his regular leave. This request for a family visit was indeed unprecedented. Yes, I require a brief period of leave, Li Xian replied with unwavering composure. Very well, Magellan stamped the request, cautioning him, recently, pirates have been quite restless. Do take care. At the entrance of Impel Down, after Rain Shiryu and the other naval officers departed, they respectfully saluted Li Xian and inquired, Lord Li Xian, is there anything you require of me this time? Having glimpsed only a fraction of Li Xian's formidable prowess, Shiryu willingly positioned himself as Li Xian's loyal hound. Shiryu, be prepared. The winds of change are upon us, Li Xian instructed, handing Shiryu a piece of paper. Whatever means you must employ, gather them together on the date inscribed here. If you wish to follow me, then prove your worth. Shiryu accepted the note, consuming its contents swiftly and assured, rest assured, Lord Li Xian, Shiryu will not disappoint you. On the vast, endless sea, Quina, accompanying Li Xian, could not help but inquire, Lord Xian, why do you place your trust in a naval officer? Quina had been forcibly taken from Yangshiro by Li Xian during their time in East Blue, thereby averting her untimely demise at the hands of the stairs of the Supreme Building, an act that had indirectly saved her life. Since then, she had followed Li Xian, striving to learn the path of the Supreme Swordsman. Quina, we too are part of the Navy, Li Xian responded with a smile. Yet Quina, being one of his own, understood Li Xian's aspirations. The Navy was merely a temporary refuge, facilitating his research endeavors. Fear not, Rain Shiryu is not yet a concern. Li Xian's confident words ignited a profound admiration within Quina. His unwavering self-assurance and magnetism were as captivating as ever. She vividly recalled Li Xian's terrifying strength, the wooden sword that cleaved an island in two, prompting her father to surrender instantly, solidifying her resolve to follow him. Since then, every prophecy uttered by Lord Xian had come to fruition. In just a few days, Li Xian, equipped with the Devil Fruit radar, successfully located the whereabouts of the Golden Lion within the Combelt. Lifting his gaze to the sky, his observation haki enabled him to perceive all those upon the floating islands above, pinpointing the Golden Lioness location. Quina, this time we shall confront a legendary pirate. I wish to witness the progress of your skills. Use your observation haki to locate the Golden Lion and seek him out for a test of your blade. Li Xian directed, having trained Quina meticulously in swordsmanship and haki since she chose to follow him. Lord Xian, I shall not disappoint you. With a resolute tone, Guiana declared her intent to set forth. Li Xian gently tapped her forehead and offered her a blue bracelet from his wrist. No need to rush. Here is a new set of equipment for you. Curiously, Guiana accepted it and adorned her wrist. Her face lit up with delight. for anything gifted by Li Xian was cherished by her. Try to infuse it with your conqueror's haki, Li Xian instructed. As Gu Yaina channeled her haki into the bracelet, it suddenly transformed into a liquid that enveloped her entire body, morphing into a form-fitting suit of armor. Lord Xian, I feel an abundance of strength within me. This is a set of nano armor, enriched with the life essence I concocted, and it possesses the ability to fly at will. This creation stemmed from Li Xian's acquisition of marvel knowledge through a curse, resulting in an explosive burst of inspiration that birthed the original nano battle armor. Not only could it soar through the skies, but also allowed breathing underwater and boasted intelligence among other capabilities. However, Gu Yaina did not require these additional features. This was merely a test of her own strength. Go forth. Nodding, Gu Yaina drew a wooden sword and leaped into the air towards the floating island. Having gifted her original blade and the Dowie sword to her disciple, Zoro, the Golden Lion, once renowned as one of the three great pirates alongside Roger and Whitebeard, was now a shadow of his former self. As Hawkeye had remarked, the scars on a sword are a swordsman's disgrace. For one must protect their blade with haki in battle. For a warrior of Golden Lion's caliber, the body too is a reflection of strength. Yet, the helm of the ship lodged in his head signified that during his naval battle with Roger, he had exhausted his strength and could no longer wield haki, rendering the outcome of their clash clear. Now, not only had he lost the might of the Pirate King's indomitable style, but he had also suffered the loss of both legs, with his physical prowess diminished beyond measure. Absent the float fruit, his power would plummet to that of a mere great pirate, unworthy of legendary status. On the floating island, the Golden Lion sensed a flicker of information through his observation haki, but it quickly faded. Soon after, he felt a formidable presence advancing towards him. As Gu Yaina sprinted, she continuously infused her haki into the wooden sword, recalling Li Xian's teachings. Focus and reach the pinnacle. Haki must coalesce, forming a singular line. With her observation haki pinpointing the Golden Lion's location, she unleashed a strike, cleaving the air itself, and everything in its path was bisected by the sword's aura. Human realm, floating world severance. The Golden Lion, noticing the airborne Gu Yaina, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Are the young pirates today so unsteady? How dare a mere girl challenge me directly? When Li Xian led Gu Yaina into battle, he had replaced all items associated with the Navy. In the eyes of the Golden Lion, anyone not donning a naval uniform was simply a pirate. There were no grandiose effects, only a silent tableau. For the speed of the sword's aura surpassed that of sound, annihilating the air it encountered. Not good. The Golden Lion's observation haki had detected a terrifying sword aura approaching, one potent enough to cleave the very floating island he stood upon in two. His years of dedication, the culmination of his research on IQ drugs, is encapsulated within this moment. It represents his fundamental revenge against the world. The ability of the floating fruit is unleashed as the Golden Lion propels himself into motion. A relentless flow of stamina transmuting into haki, which envelopes the twin blades affixed to his legs. The Conqueror's haki entwines around them, erupting like a pitch-black lightning bolt. Regardless of your origins, should you dare to undermine my hard work, you shall perish here today. Lion's cross slash. The Golden Lion's roar reverberates as the sword energy surges forth. Two formidable waves of sword energy collide, unleashing a fierce fluctuation of energy akin to a mushroom bomb detonating upon the island. Countless pirates scream in agony as they meet their demise, their cries obliterated by the explosion. Li Xian observes this scene with keen observation haki, nodding in satisfaction. Such swordsmanship and haki indicate that Gu Yaina has nearly touched the threshold of the world's greatest. Should she possess sufficient stamina and endurance to sustain such powerful sword techniques for 3 days and nights, she would undeniably ascend to the pinnacle of the world swordsman, sitting at the same table as the legendary pirate king, Roger. Gu Yaina's achievements are not merely a result of her own efforts, but also stem from Li Xian's research. Her accomplishments are the result of astronomical funding in scientific research, all rooted in Li Xian's studies on life sciences and the haki system. complemented by the nano armor she dons. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that reaching the threshold of the world's greatest could be achieved solely through hard work. The residual energy of the sword's strikes compels the Golden Lion to act once more, utilizing sword energy to quell the chaos. His expression is far from pleasant. Could such sword energy truly be wielded by such a young girl? Guena gazes at the airborne Golden Lion, her wooden sword unfalteringly slicing through the air, executing yet another exquisitely refined slash. Heavenly path, star-crushing dome, like a meteor descending, the sword energy, adorned with a dazzling brilliance, streaks across the sky, targeting the Golden Lion. Chapter 16. The legendary 7 demonic swords of the Pirate King. Young one, do not become too arrogant. The Golden Lion, feeling dissatisfaction, refrained from uttering a single word to Guena before launching an attack. Is this what it means to be a pirate? Does one not understand the essence of respecting one's elders? Shouldn't there be a courteous exchange before declaring a challenge? While these thoughts coursed through his mind, he remained acutely aware that this woman possessed remarkable prowess, warranting utmost seriousness in their duel. With a fervent roar, he unleashed Lion's might cross-seal. The overpowering conqueror's haki coiled around 2 arcs of sword energy, intertwining to form a cross-slash that collided with Guena's own blade aura. Remembering Li Xian's teachings, Guena engaged in close combat, eschewing long-range tactics typical of swordsmanship. She fortified her mind with haki to guard against the direct mental assaults of a conqueror's haki master, while her observation haki enveloped her, vigilant against any stealthy strikes. Concurrently, she infused her sword with armament haki, maintaining a tense readiness, poised to unleash a flurry of strikes. With the aid of her nano battle armor, Guena soared through the air with astonishing speed, and the Golden Lion showed no intention of retreating. They clashed fiercely mid-flight. The clouds above were rent asunder by the remnants of their fierce swordplay, while the dark lightning of the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki surged chaotically around them. As their battle intensified, the Golden Lion felt an escalating sense of alarm. The woman before him embodied the very essence of a war deity, growing fiercer with each exchange. His attempts to penetrate her defenses with his haki, condensed into bullets aimed at her consciousness, were thwarted time and again, an unfathomable feat. Within the realm of the world's most formidable warriors, the application of conqueror's haki is fundamental. One of its unique effects is the capacity to assault an opponent's mental fortitude directly. The truly powerful can shatter an adversary's awakened devil fruit abilities with it. To face an opponent who could simultaneously engage in mental warfare was an unparalleled advantage. To his astonishment, this woman withstood all his onslaughts, and her mastery of armament haki was no less impressive than his own, leaving the seasoned Golden Lion utterly astounded. Who was she? What trials had he endured to hone his armament haki to such heights, and by what means had she achieved such prowess? The sheer force behind each of her strikes led him to wonder whether she had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit. The Golden Lion, unfamiliar with the scientific principles behind haki as a tangible substance governed by specific rules and attributes, could not fathom that Li Xian had delved deeply into this very essence, formulating a scientific approach to its cultivation, unlike those who blindly groped in the dark or relied on fragmented wisdom from their predecessors. Who are you? After a particularly fierce strike, the Golden Lion retreated, creating distance as he inquired, recognizing the significance of the figure before him. I am here to take your life. Guena, eager to avoid idle chatter, was acutely aware that Lord Li Xian was observing her performance. She yearned to unleash her lifelong training, to manifest her full potential, and to prove her worthiness to stand beside him. You insolent brat, let me teach you what it means to become a legend. The Golden Lion, a proud man, could not tolerate Guena's audacity. Do you think you are Roger? In the grand spectacle of battle, the Golden Lion unleashed the powers of the float fruit, causing the very earth and rocks of the island to coalesce into lion heads that charged toward Guena. Simultaneously, he withdrew his form, maximizing the potential of his devil fruit abilities, allowing countless rocks to levitate and descend upon her like a relentless rain. Shura, Wumo Purgatory. A terrifying aura erupted from Guena's wooden sword, and combined with her rapid movements, the battlefield was engulfed in a dense shroud of sword energy, slicing through all in its path, obliterating everything. The Golden Lion, witnessing this display, felt a chill run down his spine. Was the youth of today truly this formidable? Such extraordinary swordsmanship and overwhelming willpower, especially the astonishing battle intent that soared to the heavens, left him astounded. There was an uncomfortable truth that the Golden Lion was reluctant to confront. He was indeed aging. Resolute to give his all, he summoned the full extent of his devil fruit abilities. Under the influence of the float fruit, numerous floating islands began to move, pairing off and hurtling toward the center where Kuina stood. Aware of Kuina's status as a master swordsman, he unleashed his full power, setting all the floating islands into motion. As Kuina observed the two islands barreling toward her, intent on turning her into mere pulp, her observation haki detected the movements of other floating islands, revealing the Golden Lion's strategy to overwhelm her with sheer numbers. She recalled Lord Li Xian's words about the float fruit's unique ability to manipulate objects, reshaping them as needed. Thus, even if she could cleave through these islands, the shattered remnants would merely reassemble and continue their assault. The air crackled with explosive sounds, the resulting infrasound causing her haki armor to tremble. There was no time for hesitation. Lacking the mastery of Li Xian's advanced techniques of haki fusion and fission, she was left with no choice but to resort to the forbidden life-risking technique he had taught her, the Seven Devil's Blades. This was a technique that transformed life force into haki, derived from Li Xian's meticulous formulation of life sciences, which he had imparted to her after she learned the art of life return. Unbeknownst to her, the name was a reflection of Li Xian's playful spirit, reminiscent of the protagonist's training in a novel grave of the gods. The first blade of the Seven Devil's Blades ignited her life force, continuously converting it into armament haki and stamina, causing the amount of haki within her to swell dramatically, overwhelming her senses. With haki protecting her blade, she endeavored to ensure that it would not suffer any damage during her strikes, a fundamental principle of a swordsman's path. This was why Li Xian had instructed her to practice haki with a wooden sword rather than a formidable blade. However, the surging haki exceeded her control, and she could only force it into the wooden sword, leading to instability that resulted in cracks forming along its surface. The Golden Lion's observation haki went into overdrive, but before he could react, a brilliant arc of white light cleaved through the sky, followed by the shattering of two floating islands into countless fragments. Kuina burst forth from the debris, ready to face her opponent head-on. At this moment, Guina's hair had turned entirely white, and the wooden sword she wielded emanated a terrifying aura that stirred a sense of trepidation, as her life force continuously infused the haki of armament. The Golden Lion, unable to maintain his composure, directly awakened his devil fruit powers, causing all the floating islands to reshape into lions, as if the entire world had come to life. Guina wasted no time, for once the cursed blade was unleashed, it could not simply be halted at will. It required a release, lest her own haki overwhelm her being. With a second strike, dozens of lion-sized islands roared and lunged at Guina, who appeared as small as an ant in the air. The lions shattered, yet swiftly, the fragments reassembled autonomously, akin to undying creatures. This was one of the capabilities of the float fruit, object manipulation. Unless the Golden Lion lacked the stamina to sustain his devil fruit powers, he could mold those debris into any shape he desired. Guina, not wishing to expend unnecessary energy, seized the opportunity presented by the destruction of the island lions to dart towards the Golden Lion himself, for vanquishing him was paramount. Though the Golden Lion possessed the ability to fly with the float fruit, his speed was not particularly swift. With 3 strikes, Guina could already perceive the Golden Lion's face darkening in frustration. A world-renowned legend was being cornered by a mere girl. The Golden Lion yearned to evade, yet his speed in the air could not match that of the current Guina, and the island lions proved futile against her relentless swordsmanship. Kulme, let us see if you can take my life. The Golden Lion ceased his evasion, channeling armament haki into the 2 renowned blades in his possession, while Conqueror's haki entwined around them. He employed a deeper technique of Conqueror's haki, allowing the intangible force to flow like armament hockey, ultimately merging the two. Lion's Might, dual slash of the tyrant. Reversal of the 7 demon blades. Fourth strike. When their powers clashed, the world around them instantaneously lost all color. Chapter 17. Golden Lion, Why Do You Sweat? In the wake of a thunderous roar, shockwaves radiated outward, alerting the residents of distant islands to the unusual occurrence. The nearest naval base had already mobilized, with several warships advancing towards this maritime region. The Golden Lion's expression darkened as he raised his leg once more, wielding his blade to clash with Gwena's strike. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The previous blow had inflicted internal injuries on him, his hockey failing to provide the necessary defense. Gwena, too, bore wounds, but the fiery vitality within her swiftly healed her injuries. Heaven-defying 7 demon blades. Sixth blade. Lion's Might. Hockey shockwave slash. This time, Gwena found herself at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the overwhelming Conqueror's hockey attack from the Golden Lion Shiki. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, a deep gash was left on her body by his strike. Thanks to her burning vitality, the wound healed rapidly, but the Golden Lion, adhering to the philosophy of seizing the moment when an opponent falters, unleashed his hockey with reckless abandon, particularly his Conqueror's hockey, which was crucial to his strategy. Remaining calm under pressure, Gwena sensed that all her life force was being siphoned away by the wooden sword in her hand, yet she managed to deliver one final strike. Heaven-defying 7 demon blades. Seventh blade. This was a soaring slash, releasing a blade of energy, but Gwena, drained of strength, fell helplessly to the ground. Her once well-protected wooden sword shattered into fragments, leaving only the hilt in her grasp. The Golden Lion recognized this as a pivotal moment. It was the most terrifying blow from his adversary. However, without Gwena to restrain him up close, he summoned countless fragments of island debris to counter the blade of energy. Subsequently, he unleashed a relentless series of kicks and slashes. Lion's thousand cuts. As Gwena descended, she was caught by the nano-armor, which carried her to Li Xian's side. The life-giving water he created was infused into Gwena's body by the nano-armor, healing her wounds and replenishing her vitality. After executing the 7 blades, a cycle was formed, and the burning of her life force ceased. Gwena felt an unprecedented surge of strength, though this was merely an illusion. She had not only compromised her lifespan, but also required a substantial amount of food to restore her body. "I am sorry, Master Li Xian, I could not defeat him." Gwena's heartfelt apology warmed Li Xian, affirming that his significant investment of resources in her training was not in vain. He had guided her with his own hands. "Congratulations, Gwena," Li Xian proclaimed. "You have finally transcended the limits of your body and entered a new realm." The heaven-defying 7 demon blades effectively expanded the capacity of her hockey reservoir through the sacrifice of her life force, thereby enhancing the output of her hockey. The terror of death lurked in the shadows, and not everyone could withstand the fear of having their very essence stripped away, as Gwena had managed to fully execute all 7 blades. One of the highest achievements of swordsmen is the forging of a black blade, which demands not only a quantitative mastery of armament hockey, but also a qualitative one. With her current hockey prowess, Gwena was now poised to begin forging her own black blade, and would likely succeed in a remarkably short span of time. Gwena was filled with joy, fully aware of her circumstances, realizing that she had entered the supreme realm of swordsmanship under Li Xian's guidance, with only the forging of the black blade remaining. "Thank you, Lord Li Xian," she said, her smile radiating innocence. Li Xian gently ruffled Gwena's hair. The young girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. "Now enough of the pleasantries. I must address the Golden Lion." Gwena's face flushed with warmth from Li Xian's affectionate gesture, and with a beaming smile, she quietly hid behind him. In the distance, the Golden Lion had already endured Gwena's 7th strike. The Golden Lion appeared somewhat disheveled. Gwena's ultimate strike, fueled by her life force, was delivered with such swiftness and potency that he had no choice but to endure it head-on. He was no longer the peak Golden Lion. The quality and quantity of his 3-color hockey had diminished significantly. Having lost his legs, and with a ship's helm embedded in his skull, his stamina had waned considerably, rendering his awakened devil fruit ability sluggish. However, all of this was anticipated in Li Xian's calculations. It was precisely due to the acceleration provided by the nano-battle armor that Guina was denied the Golden Lion ample opportunities for ranged attacks, and she adhered to Li Xian's advice to engage in close combat. Otherwise, despite Guina's formidable flying slashes, the vastness of the air would allow the Golden Lion to evade easily, making it impossible to corner him so desperately. Observing the two from a distance, the Golden Lion coldly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" He had never encountered such an extraordinary sword technique. The girl's swordsmanship deviated from the conventional styles of seasoned swordsmen. Even Roger had mastered the application of Conqueror's Haki, elevating his swordsmanship to new heights. Yet, this girl possessed neither a devil fruit ability nor Conqueror's Haki. How could she repeatedly withstand his Conqueror's Haki? "I am Li Xian, and I have come to claim what is rightfully mine, the float fruit." Li Xian's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. The Golden Lion's anger had dissipated. He merely replied coldly, "Then I can tell you, you are dreaming." "Oh, such confidence," Li Xian teased. "In such a pitiful state, how can you still speak so grandly? It seems Guina still owes you a few slaps across the face." Lion's will, cross/. The Golden Lion, no longer daring to be negligent, having learned a lesson from Guina, took the initiative, launching a series of alternating kicks, his slashes intertwining to form a cross attack. Li Xian paid little heed. With his armed haki enveloping his fingers, he merely flicked his finger at the incoming strike, redirecting the first slash to collide with the second, dissipating them in midair. The Golden Lion's expression darkened considerably. It was astonishing that with such nonchalance, a mere finger had deflected the strike of a great swordsman. What was even more alarming to him was the absence of any warning from his observation haki against such a formidable opponent. Even with the adversary standing right before him and having already made a move, why did his observation haki provide no reaction? Could it be that, like Captain Rox, this individual possessed the ability of Conqueror's Haki to shield others' observation haki from detection? A cold sweat trickled down the brow of the Golden Lion. He confidently proclaimed that he was evenly matched with Roger, yet he lacked the courage to assert the same against the old captain, Rox. "Golden Lion, is the weather unfavorable?" "You are sweating profusely," Li Xian remarked with a smile, wholly unconcerned with the turmoil within the Golden Lion's mind or any hidden trump cards he might possess. The truth was simple. Li Xian's prowess far surpassed that of the Golden Lion. The mere fact that the Golden Lion did not flee upon encountering him was a clear indication of his inevitable defeat. Li Xian had grasped the profound secrets of haki and mastered all its intricacies. His haki had been cultivated to the pinnacle of excellence, rendering the ability to obscure an enemy's observation haki trivial for him. This capability, for those formidable beings who traverse the seas, is a matter of innate talent. It is either possessed upon awakening or forever absent. As for the so-called Conqueror's Haki, in the eyes of these individuals, it is a trait reserved for those who embody the essence of sovereign. Yet for Li Xian, if he so desired, he could bestow the Conqueror's Haki upon anyone. For Haki itself is merely a unique substance. Chapter 18. 3 Fists. "Who are you really?" the Golden Lion screamed, feeling somewhat rattled upon encountering someone with talent akin to that of Captain Rox. He had lost all semblance of dignity, resembling a shrew in his outburst. It appears age has dulled his memory. Therefore, I shall adhere to the spirit of respecting the elderly and reiterate, I am Li Xian, here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, the float fruit. Impossible. How could someone like you suddenly emerge, with no prior reputation? Though the Golden Lion was wholly absorbed in his plans for world destruction, he was not oblivious to the outside world. He still perused the newspapers. The growth of a person's strength follows a continuous curve, particularly concerning haki, which cannot be honed in isolation but must be refined through combat. Li Xian? I have never heard of him. Lion's Might. Absolute dual slash. The Golden Lion suddenly launched his strongest strike, swiftly retreating, clearly intending to flee. Li Xian smiled as he watched the Golden Lion escape in a panic, akin to a frightened dog, every detail foreseen through his observation haki. Behind him, Kuina gazed at Li Xian with admiration, astounded by his unfathomable power. Even a legend like the Golden Lion fled after just one of his moves. Li Xian remained unfazed, casually swatting aside the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki-infused attack with his covered hands. For the world's strongest, the concept of a conqueror's haki attack is merely fundamental. Yet for those unversed in it, it seems extraordinarily formidable. However, Li Xian, being one of the world's most formidable, rendered the Golden Lion's slash utterly ineffective. As the Golden Lion soared through the air at breakneck speed, he watched helplessly as Li Xian blocked his path, his observation haki offering no warning. With malicious intent, Li Xian inquired, "Where do you intend to take my devil fruit?" The Golden Lion regained his composure, realizing this was his trial. Failure would mean death. As a legendary pirate who had traversed the world, he had encountered countless storms and fought innumerable battles. Yet throughout this grand journey, the only figure who left an indelible impression on him was the captain he dared not mention, Roxdy Zebek. Even Roger paled in comparison. He still fancied himself a rival to Roger, but dared not entertain such thoughts regarding Roxdy Zebek, the true pirate king, who unified the New World, unlike Roger, who was merely a fa-ade of a pirate king, shunned by the world government. To dominate all pirates is the mark of a true pirate king. Rox was a figure that the world government feared immensely. Garp became a naval hero merely by defeating Rox. What the Golden Lion failed to realize was the unimaginable significance of this hero within the world government. Consider Garp's son and the powers his grandson wields. Even when it is known that he adopted the son of the pirate king Roger, no one dares to use such connections against him. Enough with the jesting. Do you truly believe you know who I am? I'm a Golden Lion. With a ferocious kick, the Golden Lion unleashed a torrent of slashing waves that surged toward Li Xian like an unstoppable tide. Even someone as formidable as Captain Rox would not dare to surrender to me, the Golden Lion. Enveloped in the armor of haki, Li Xian stood resolute, refusing to evade, absorbing every strike head-on without so much as a flutter of his garment. Brimming with confidence, he declared, "Golden Lion, I shall dispose of you in 3 moves." How dare you underestimate me, the Golden Lion? Even Captain Rox would not utter such audacious words. Li Xian remained still, enduring thousands of slashing blows, while the Golden Lion could not even tear through the haki-imbued fabric that shielded him. Facing Li Xian, the Golden Lion felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet the old pirate knew that fleeing would spell his doom, so he resorted to bravado to bolster his courage. First move, Haki Fist. Dragon soars in the sky. A terrifying aura coalesced around Li Xian's fist, transforming the conqueror's haki into a tangible force. Black lightning did not disperse, but instead coiled around his fist. With a single punch, the island that the Golden Lion had summoned to shield himself was obliterated into countless fragments. The haki surged within, and the overwhelming force rendered the Golden Lion's defenses futile, with the conqueror's haki piercing his mind like countless daggers. That punch sent the Golden Lion reeling, blood streaming from his orifices, his consciousness fading, as golden stars danced before his eyes, his form wavering in the air. Guena observed Li Xian's every movement intently, absorbing the nuances of haki application, an education that could not be acquired elsewhere. The Golden Lion quickly regained his composure, but the glimmer of hope had vanished from his eyes. Such haki surpassed even his peak form. He had no time to ponder further and swiftly manipulated the island to transform into a colossal stone giant that enveloped him. Utilizing the properties of the float fruit, Li Xian did not intervene, allowing other islands to merge into the formation, resulting in a towering behemoth that loomed thousands of meters high, a titan standing between heaven and earth. The approaching naval fleet, witnessing this spectacle from afar, instinctively slowed their advance. Confronting such a powerful foe would only lead to their demise. I concede your strength, but come at me again if you dare. The Golden Lion assumed what he believed to be his most formidable defensive form, regaining a semblance of confidence. Surely, a stone giant of 10,000 meters would not be easily shattered by mere fists. Li Xian chuckled at the Golden Lion's newfound bravado. for the pirates still failed to grasp the vast chasm that separated their powers. Li Xian's strength was indeed extraordinary, augmented by the gifts bestowed upon him, an immortal essence and the might of 1,000 oxen, which had catalyzed a transformation, elevating him to his superhuman stature in this world and significantly enhancing his capabilities, serving as the foundation of his unwavering confidence. Second move, Haki Fist, shockwave across 100 miles. Li Xian unleashed a powerful strike, his conqueror's haki and armament haki coursing through the colossal stone giant like a cascading river. The towering giant, standing thousands of meters tall, began to crumble, primarily due to the formidable manifestation of Li Xian's conqueror's haki and armament haki, which employed a technique of entanglement and internal destruction. This devastating force directly struck the Golden Lion. The physical manifestation of Li Xian's haki was akin to an extension of his very arm. The Golden Lion was unprepared, attempting to absorb Li Xian's punch with sheer brute strength, a feat beyond the capabilities of an old man. Once again, the Golden Lion fainted, directly impacted by Li Xian's haki, his mind racing with disbelief at the impossibility of the situation. As the stone giant disintegrated, it resembled a cataclysm, and with the Golden Lion unconscious, the power of the float fruit went uncontested, exacerbating the calamity. Li Xian observed the Golden Lion plummeting from the sky like a lifeless dog, showing no intention to intervene. At the critical moment, just as the Golden Lion was about to strike the ocean's surface, his observation haki finally kicked in. Jolted by the life-and-death predicament, his consciousness returned. The falling debris in the sky ceased its descent, and the float fruit activated once more. Li Xian coldly inquired, "Golden Lion, do you have any final words?" This time, the Golden Lion had completely regained his senses, his eyes devoid of the previous arrogance, replaced instead by profound sorrow. For he realized that his journey had come to an end. "What is your purpose in all of this?" the Golden Lion questioned, unable to comprehend why Li Xian sought him out specifically, especially since the creation of devil fruits was random and many far more powerful than his own float fruit existed. Why then did Li Xian resolutely aim to seize the float fruit from him? Chapter 19. The acquisition of the float fruit and the aerial garden of the base. Since you do not wish to utter a farewell, we shall part ways forever, Gold Lion. In death, there is no need for further knowledge. I shall escort you to reunite with Roger. Li Xian's frigid tone foretold the fate of the Gold Lion, devoid of any desire to showcase anything before him. Ha 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 ha. In his final moments, the Gold Lion erupted into laughter, recalling the arduous escape from Impelled Down, only to squander time wagering on external matters. He was acutely aware that haki was paramount, yet he had neglected to hone his mastery of haki and fruit abilities. Without further ado, the Gold Lion unleashed his final strike, embodying the pinnacle of his prowess as a grand swordsman. Witness my unparalleled swordsmanship, Lion's Might, Kingdom of the Ruler. His dual swords merged with haki to unleash an unparalleled blow. A blinding wave of sword energy cleaved through the heavens and the earth, annihilating all in its path. Li Xian regarded the Gold Lion's ultimate strike with a nod of approval. Indeed, worthy of the legendary pirate's reputation and the might of an unrivaled swordsman. Third move, Haki Fist, the Dragon's Regret. A seemingly unremarkable punch was delivered, effortlessly erasing the Gold Lion's strike, followed by the materialization of haki, striking the Gold Lion's chest and extinguishing his vitality. In his waning moments, the experiences of his life cascaded before him like a fleeting lantern show. The Gold Lion murmured within his heart, "Roger, I now concede that the new era is formidable, yet this is overwhelmingly so. The person before me, even Captain Rocks, could not guarantee victory. In such a feeble era, how could such a monster emerge? My heart is filled with unyielding regret, with a profound sense of dissatisfaction." The Gold Lion inhaled his final breath, bringing closure to his life. The bearer of the float fruit had perished, and the remaining floating islands began to descend, plunging their inhabitants into a state of panic. Li Xian teleported to the side of the Gold Lion, producing a device, the very apparatus he had developed for extracting devil fruits. Aiming the device at the Gold Lion, He activated it, and a spectral azure essence emerged from within him, swiftly drawn into the machine. This was the very essence of the devil fruit, the source of its powers. Subsequently, he retrieved a fruit and placed it into the machine. Witnessing the azure essence willingly merge with the fruit, transforming it into the likeness of the float fruit, as depicted in the Devil Fruit Compendium. Congratulations, Master Li Xian, on achieving your desire. Upon witnessing this scene, Kuina stepped forward to offer her congratulations, clearly aware of the device's purpose. As it was not the first time Li Xian had employed it. Kuina, do you desire this devil fruit? In this world, while hockey is deemed the ultimate answer, the devil fruit is not inferior, and in Li Xian's eyes, its worth far surpasses that of hockey. Hockey is not omnipotent, yet the devil fruit can be. Despite the weakness to sea prism stone that accompanies consumption, the advantages undeniably outweigh the drawbacks. Former Navy Admiral Zephyr remarked that Kizaru Polyusilino lacks an emphasis on hockey, to which Kizaru humorously retorted that Zephyr's ideals are antiquated. For a colossal force like the Navy, choosing between Kizaru and Garp would be an act of sheer folly. Who would prefer Garp over Kizaru? The speed of the Pika Pika no Mi is an embodiment of strategic military prowess, and when coupled with Kizaru's innate strength, its significance to the Navy cannot be overstated. Consider the strategic implications of a technique like the Flying Thunder God in the Fourth Great Ninja War. How vital was it? Likewise, Kuzan's Ice Fruit, with its capability to freeze the seas, is far more consequential in naval warfare than the prowess of a mere strongman. Kazuki Kuina pondered this. Having absorbed a wealth of scientific knowledge under Lord Li Xian, and she understood the immense strategic value of such a devil fruit, recognizing that it merely added embellishment to her personal combat capabilities. Her aspiration was to become the world's strongest swordsman, a lethal weapon in the hands of Lord Li Xian, purging all dissenters, rather than merely serving in a logistical capacity. Lord Li Xian, I wish to fight alongside you on the front lines. The Pika Pika no Mi pertains to your plans for the floating island and is better suited for those managing logistics. Despite her covetousness for the abilities of the Pika Pika no Mi, she ultimately declined, should she fall to an enemy. Would it not lead to the ruin of Lord Li Xian's skyward base? Observing the girl's unwavering loyalty, Li Xian nodded. Very well. I shall procure a devil fruit to enhance your combat prowess in the future. In terms of augmenting her fighting capabilities, the Pika Pika no Mi would offer Kuina less than the / fruit. Li Xian contemplated consuming it himself, and, upon swallowing it, he grimaced at the peculiar taste, soon instinctively sensing a newfound power, as natural as breathing. An invisible wave emanated from beneath him, halting the descent of half an island, which then hovered in the air. Although he had studied numerous devil fruits, experiencing this power firsthand was truly wondrous. The two primary attributes of the Pika Pika no Mi are levitation and telekinesis, the latter allowing the alteration of material forms. The use of telekinesis to transform land and rock into a lion for combat, as demonstrated by the Golden Lion Shiki, exemplifies this second characteristic. These abilities enable a myriad of possibilities, such as manipulating wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, equating to possessing a weather control device, an achievement beyond the capabilities of hockey. Li Xian's nanotechnology armor morphed to create a nozzle, which expelled cold air, encasing the corpse of Golden Lion Shiki in ice. Activating the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, he sealed it within a stone coffin, as the memories contained within Shiki's mind were of considerable importance. With a wave of his hand, the two famed swords wielded by Shiki floated before him, Sakura and Moku Kage. Regrettably, the hilts had suffered corrosion, diminishing their quality. Li Xian stowed them away, planning to have them reforged and optimized at a later date, a splendid gift for his subordinates. Let's proceed, Guena. There are still some minor nuisances to eliminate. This place shall be our sanctuary henceforth. Indeed, Guena was overjoyed. Lord Li Xian had taken a significant step toward his aspirations, and she felt a genuine sense of happiness for him. Perhaps she might even have the opportunity to become the mistress of this domain. Although the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion was not at its zenith, it remained a formidable pirate faction, albeit far inferior to the Four Emperors. Aside from the Golden Lion, Many among them, despite not participating in the battle between Li Xian and the Golden Lion, perished in the aftermath, leaving a considerable number still standing. You see, this experimental subject has indeed come to fruition. Chapter 20, A Comprehensive Capture, Designing and Manufacturing Devil Fruit Weapons. Li Xian traversed the islands at an astonishing speed, employing his observation haki to gain a clear understanding of the situation on each island. He then unleashed his devil fruit powers, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. The very earth began to shift and deform. The pirates were swiftly imprisoned within the cells that Li Xian conjured. As for the ordinary citizens, they were also affected as Li Xian reshaped the land, relocating entire villages to a single location. The original floating islands were reassembled and merged into a colossal new island. At the center of this new land, Li Xian cleared an expansive area, allowing it to float above, thus creating a new floating island, his future residence and research facility. Li Xian intended to construct a palace complex here, including his own version of the famous Copper Sparrow Terrace. A towering mountain rose, adorned with the words Flower Garden, a title Li Xian whimsically chose for his stronghold. Though it lacked grandeur, it resonated with the illustrious hanging gardens from his past life as teachings. Having already defeated the Golden Lion, his next course of action was to loot the spoils and settle accounts. The two key members of the Flying Sky Pirates, Dr. Indigo and Scarlito, found themselves bound by shackles formed from the very rocks around them, kneeling before Li Xian and Kana. Dr. Indigo, an eccentric scientist and the first mate, was responsible for researching the IQ plant, enhancing the ferocity of animals to bolster the pirate crew's strength, and was instrumental in the Golden Lion's resurgence plan. Scarlito, a massive gorilla clad in tattered attire, served as both a scientist and combatant, assisting Dr. Indigo with biological experiments. Seated upon his throne, Li Xian loftily inquired, "Gentlemen, as prisoners, do you possess any valuable intelligence that might spare your lives?" Dr. Indigo, clad in bizarre garb resembling a clown, was the scientist who developed and refined the IQ drug. Li Xian recognized some worth in him, thus refraining from immediately categorizing him as mere experimental material. Scarlito was similarly spared. I am unwaveringly loyal to the Golden Lion," Dr. Indigo scoffed, attempting to assault Li Xian by hurling a chemical explosive ball. Preposterous! Kuina swiftly swatted the explosive away, her indignation palpable. Had it not been for Li Xian's desire for their utility, she would have already severed this fool's head for his insolence. Such a mere prisoner, how dare you? Is that so? In that case, I shan't show you mercy. I shall send you to reunite with the Golden Lion, Li Xian declared, sealing Dr. Indigo's fate. His unwillingness to submit warranted such an end. With a wave of his hand, Li Xian activated his devil fruit powers, causing earth and rock to envelop Dr. Indigo, compressing and twisting around him. A single, anguished cry escaped Dr. Indigo before he became one with the earth, indistinguishable from the soil. With a flick of his finger, this amalgam of flesh and earth was propelled into the dense jungle, transforming into nourishment for the trees. Initially, Scarlito gazed at Guina with eyes brimming with affection. Yet now he stood petrified, his hairs bristling in fright. He hastily declared, "I know the whereabouts of the Golden Lion's treasure." Li Xian scoffed at this assertion. It was unnecessary for him to state the obvious. He possessed a comprehensive understanding of the hidden treasures within the newly formed aerial garden. It was futile to argue with a mere gorilla. He promptly activated his fruit abilities, confining Scarlito and other pirates together, considering them mere subjects for experimentation. It appeared that the greatest acquisition of the entire Flying Sky pirate crew was indeed the Golden Lion. Aside from him, not a single pirate wielded the formidable three-color haki. Such incompetence was truly disheartening. Come now, Guina, you have transcended your limits. It is time to enhance your powers comprehensively. He would forge a weapon tailored specifically for her and impart his research achievements, haki fission and haki fusion. After augmenting her strength, he would require her assistance in gathering various devil fruits. Li Xian's focus shifted to the collection of these fruits, as many of their abilities could profoundly alter his own capabilities. Fruits, such as the weapon fruit and target fruit, could be utilized to create weaponry on par with the legendary Pluton, while shield fruits could fortify their base. Combining these powers would yield boundless strength, and it was also time to commence the creation of his own seraph. After merely a few breaths, Li Xian erected a new experimental base and marveled at the incredible utility of the float fruit's manipulation abilities, allowing him to shape whatever he desired. "Present me with the remnants of your wooden sword's hilt." Guina handed over the shattered wooden sword, and with a flick of his wrist, Li Xian gathered the splintered fragments, preventing them from disintegrating into dust. He retrieved the existing metals and materials on the island, which began to morph. The nanotech armor adorning him transformed, reverting into numerous nanobots that fused with these materials, rapidly forming a colossal experimental machine. "Lord Li Xian, what is this contraption?" Guina, as his most trusted aide, had never encountered such a machine before. With a proud demeanor, Li Xian elucidated, "This is a device I designed for the creation of devil fruits. The world government has already developed the capability to bestow devil fruit powers upon inanimate objects. However, the prerequisite for such powers is the existence of the corresponding devil fruit, and each fruit can only endow a single item. Hence, I have constructed this device for the production of devil fruits. I initially intended to gift you an unparalleled blade, yet those swords were not custom crafted for you. Although they are effective, they do not resonate with your essence. I shall forge a divine artifact specifically for you and imbue it with the powers of a devil fruit." "Thank you, Lord Li Xian." Guina's heart soared with joy. The effort Li Xian was willing to exert on her behalf brought her greater happiness than the weapon itself. "There is no need for such formality, Guina. You are the person I trust the most," Li Xian remarked generously, knowing that enhancing Guina's prowess would, in turn, bolster his own influence. Indeed, the graceful Guina blushed, overwhelmed with excitement. "The devil fruit pertains to the bloodline factors of individuals. I have designed your weapon as a unique, sentient-less life form, a living devil fruit." As Li Xian spoke, he placed the fragments of wooden swords, which had been imbued with Guina's haki for nearly a decade, into the machine. Amidst the roar of the machinery, a blue orb of special material absorbed these wooden remnants. "Guina, prepare yourself. Relax," Li Xian instructed. To her astonishment, the machine sprouted nanotentacles, akin to those of an octopus, linking Guina to the apparatus. In order to enhance the weapon's compatibility, a portion of this non-sentient life form's bloodline factor will be designed to mirror yours, allowing it to function as an extension of your own body. Your haki, when wielded through this weapon, will experience no loss and will be fully unleashed. Haki itself possesses destructive potential. If infused into a weapon without caution, it could inadvertently obliterate the weapon itself. Additionally, different weapons can accommodate varying capacities of haki. A swordsman must diligently hone their craft over the years to elevate the weapon's maximum capacity. The black blade is, in fact, a product of a weapon thoroughly refined by haki. Guina felt an extraordinary sensation, as if the creation within the machine was a part of her own being. With the abilities granted by the float fruit, Li Xian no longer needed to physically operate the machine. Under his telekinetic prowess, he could now manipulate all things with mere thought. Chapter 21. Naval Response. The Yellow Ape Strikes. As the genetic information of Guina was recorded, a mesmerizing azure light began to shimmer and coalesce into a tangible form. "Guina, I have designed for you a weapon in the guise of a seed, one that possesses the extraordinary ability to transform between a living entity and an energy form. In its dormant state, it can seamlessly integrate into your bloodstream, becoming an intrinsic part of your being. As a seed, it inherently possesses the capabilities of flora, able to harness sunlight and other energies for self-refinement, while also extracting essential minerals from its surroundings to foster its growth." Li Xian, brimming with enthusiasm, elaborated on his ingenious design. With the dual gifts of a great inventor and the curse of knowledge, his creativity transcended the limits of imagination. Beneath the aerial garden, the naval fleet had arrived in proximity, with numerous sailors peering through telescopes in search of any pertinent information. A naval soldier reported, "Admiral, no signs of battle have been detected upon the ocean. Preliminary assessments suggest that all combat occurred in the skies." Admiral Dauberman, silent as he bit down on his cigar, had been dispatched by headquarters for an inspection and was now witness to this extraordinary phenomenon. Observing the islands that shifted in the sky, he instinctively understood the circumstances. It was evident that the Golden Lion, having escaped from Impel Down, was engaged in a victorious confrontation with an unknown force. He had never anticipated a scenario where one could slay the Golden Lion and immediately acquire his fruit's powers, subsequently amalgamating all the floating islands into a singular landmass. Even Vegapunk, with his brain fruit, would not dare to entertain such an audacious thought, setting aside the inherent unpredictability of devil fruit reincarnations. The notion of seizing a user's abilities is a widely accepted impossibility. Moreover, the idea that consuming the float fruit could levitate countless islands and reorganize myriad substances seemed utterly ludicrous. The development of such expansive fruit capabilities would require years of practice and dedication. I understand now. Notify the fleet to return at once. Yes, Dauberman decisively commanded, recognizing the Golden Lion as a foe beyond their means. Upon returning to the captain's quarters, he retrieved a transponder snail and directly contacted Sengoku. The snail transformed into Sengoku's visage, inquiring, "Dauberman, is there an urgent matter?" Dauberman relayed the intelligence he had gathered, concluding, "I request that the Navy's intelligence personnel ascertain which force has clashed with the Golden Lion's airborne pirate crew." Sengoku responded gravely, "Understood. You are to return immediately. If you encounter the Golden Lion, prioritize the preservation of your strength." At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku placed the transponder snail down with a heavy heart. Presently, among the pirate crews of the New World, only the Yonko possessed the gravitas to be deemed a significant threat. Before the current generation of Yonko, the legendary figures of the previous generation, Rox, along with the Golden Lion, Roger, and Whitebeard, had been the Navy's most pressing concerns. The Roger pirates faced the most relentless pursuit, for their knowledge of the secret of the final island rendered them the most dangerous and the prime targets for eradication by the world government. In truth, it is the Golden Lion who compels the Navy to remain on high alert, categorized at the utmost level of danger. Whitebeard presents a formidable challenge, his tremor fruit abilities rendering him nearly invincible in naval combat. Thus, the Navy refrains from initiating conflicts with the Whitebeard pirates. For Whitebeard himself harbors no ambitions of world domination. Instead, he is devoted to his family, embodying a chaotic yet principled faction of pirates. Similarly, the Roger pirates do not pursue destruction or dominion. Had they not meddled with Laugh-Tale, they would not have warranted such urgent attention. Contrastingly, the Golden Lion epitomizes a grand pirate driven by conquest, plunder, slaughter, and destruction. His float fruit abilities make him one of the most challenging adversaries to confront. Moreover, his character is that of a consummate egoist, devoid of any vulnerabilities to exploit. While Whitebeard has family and Roger had comrades, the Golden Lion stands invulnerable. He moves like the wind, lacking a defined territory, rendering the Navy's demon-slaying order ineffective against his aerial pirate fleet. The Navy and the world government find themselves entirely at his mercy, a situation that has fostered his hubris, leading to his audacious assault on Navy headquarters. Upon his capture, the entire Navy exhaled in relief, envisioning a bright future ahead, with Roger executed and the most troublesome Golden Lion seemingly out of his mind, willingly courting death and capture. The threat of Whitebeard seemed manageable. However, no one anticipated that the Golden Lion would escape from prison. When Sengoku received this news, it was as if his mind had exploded. It is well understood how torturous it is to lack air superiority. Following the Golden Lion's escape, the Navy's foremost priority became refurbishing the grounds of Marineford, driven by the fear of the float fruit's capabilities. Who knows if, during the great battle years ago, the Golden Lion had left behind a contingency plan utilizing his fruit's powers? Observing Sengoku's fluctuating expressions, Admiral Tsuru inquired, "Sengoku, has something transpired in the East Blue?" "No. It is news concerning the Golden Lion. He has appeared in the East Blue, engaging in combat with an unknown force." Doberman, from atop the towering stone giant, discerned that the Golden Lion was battling an adversary of unimaginable strength and reported this to Sengoku. "What? The East Blue? The mere mention of this triggered an instant awareness in Garp, who had dedicated his life to making the East Blue the safest sea. How could there be a formidable enemy fighting the Golden Lion? Sengoku, what is happening? Garp's demeanor shifted from jovial to grave. For his family resides in the East Blue, including his beloved grandson. Sengoku recounted Doberman-esque report to the two of them and sought their insights. Admiral Tsuru analyzed. It is astonishing. Although the Golden Lion has lost his legs, his loss is merely in physical capability and stamina, not in hockey. To compel him to unleash such a vast range of his fruit's powers in his aerial domain indicates a level of strength that is exceedingly rare upon the seas. Bear in mind, the Golden Lion is no youth. He is an elder whose fighting style is not merely for show. He conserves his stamina, as the use of his fruit also drains energy. Could it be Kaido, that madman of combat? Garp ventured his hypothesis. Among the current 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Big Mom confine themselves to their own realms while Shanks roams the world freely. Only the increasingly erratic Kaido poses a potential threat to the Golden Lion. To be prudent, it is best to send Admiral Kizaru on a reconnaissance mission. After years of searching, we have finally discovered the whereabouts of the Golden Lion. Since his escape, he has vowed vengeance against the world, yet little information has surfaced. The likes of Sengoku and his cohorts have come up empty-handed, necessitating the deployment of the ever-reliable Kizaru to gather intelligence. At this juncture, the significance of the light fruit's abilities and its strategic value becomes glaringly apparent. Upon being summoned, Kizaru appeared with his characteristic comical demeanor. It is indeed alarming that someone dares to challenge the Golden Lion. Kizaru, I hope you'll be swift in your return. We must ascertain the nature of the Golden Lion's schemes for retribution against the world so that we can devise appropriate countermeasures, Sengoku instructed. Despite Kizaru's laid-back attitude, he is an incredibly dependable asset. His speed makes him the ideal choice for the Navy's urgent needs. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I shall depart at once. Hoping that the Golden Lion has not strayed too far. Kizaru recognized the gravity of the situation, and with that, he transformed into a beam of light and departed. In the Sky Garden, Li Xian, utilizing his observation haki, witnessed this unfolding scene and murmured, Kizaru, how troublesome. I wish to remain concealed for now. I have yet to retrieve the blood and tissue samples of the numerous prisoners from Impel Down. Accumulating them painstakingly is quite the ordeal. Chapter 22. 1,000 Barriers Broken. One word. A weapon beyond the supreme Great Blade. Aside from Impel Down, there exists no other place capable of gathering such an abundance of high-quality materials, especially with so many devil fruit users present. Li Xian, of course, possesses the technique to extract abilities from devil fruits without the necessity of taking lives. However, he intends to keep certain abilities confidential, with the Piao Piao fruit being one among them. Other abilities, such as the barrier fruit, target fruit, weapon fruit, and teleportation fruit, are also included. Never mind that. It is prudent to avoid them for now. These materials hold greater significance, as they are essential data for future war machines. Li Xian activated his abilities, urging the aerial garden to accelerate away from this maritime region and ascend to greater heights. Simultaneously, he utilized his manipulation skills to conjure clouds and mist, creating various water mirrors that refracted light, effectively concealing their presence. 3 days later, the weapon design for Kuna was finally completed, and Li Xian handed her a seed. Kuina, activate it with your blood and test your weapon. Upon hearing this, Kuna promptly sprinkled her blood upon the seed, which awakened from its slumber and rapidly grew into a tree, taking root in the ground. As the designer, Li Xian understood its operation and instructed her, imagine this as another arm of yours, guiding it directly with your will. With a flicker of inspiration, Kuina watched as the tree transformed into an exquisitely beautiful blade that fell into her grasp. Instantly, she felt as though this knife was an integral part of her being. As she swung it a few times, the motions were as natural and fluid as throwing a punch. She then reverted the knife back to its original seed form, noting that this seed could freely decompose and integrate into her blood. As Kuina infused it with her haki, she felt no resistance. It was as if she wielded her haki without a weapon. She sensed that within a few years, she could forge this blade into her own black sword. In due time, she would become a legendary swordsman, forever etched in history, and even in death, her black sword would stand as a testament to her existence. Passed down through the ages. Lord Li Xian, I truly adore it, Kuina exclaimed, leaping into Li Xian's arms and bestowing upon him a fervent kiss. This is a divine artifact surpassing the supreme Great Blade. Let us name it. Li Xian was equally delighted. For a scientist to witness their thoughts manifest into tangible creations is indeed a source of immense joy. However, Kuina spoke earnestly, Lord Li Xian, my childhood dream was to become the strongest swordsman in the world, and under your guidance, this goal is on the verge of realization. Furthermore, I have discovered another purpose in life, to wield my sword and eliminate every obstacle that stands in the way of your aspirations. Let's name it, 1,000 barriers broken, one word. Kuina caressed her beloved blade, feeling an unmistakable sense of joy emanating from it. Indeed, it was a living entity. I eagerly anticipate the day when Guina shall ascend to become the world's preeminent swordsman. At that moment, you will undoubtedly shine as the most resplendent star in this realm, your name echoing among all swordsmen, and your achievements enduring alongside this blade for eternity. Li Xian, standing nearby, offered his blessings to Guina, fully aware of the arduous journey this young girl has endured, enduring hardships that many could not fathom, yet she persevered with unwavering determination. Thank you, Lord Li Xian, Guina expressed with utmost sincerity. The greatest fortune of her life was to have encountered him. Li Xian smiled gently and continued, this blade will grow alongside you in battle. For now, allow it to bask in the sunlight in its tree form, and remember to seek rare metals and other materials as nourishment, enabling it to absorb and thrive. I have integrated a portion of the Conqueror's Haki that was separated from you in your youth into it. You can now wield Conqueror's Haki. Give it a try. Upon hearing this, Guina closed her eyes, recalling Li Xian's teachings on the essence of Haki, transforming her stamina into it. Suddenly, a surge of black lightning-like energy erupted around her, akin to a tsunami, shaking the laboratory within 100 meters as if struck by a hammer. The floor beneath her feet shattering instantaneously. Outside the island, the sea of clouds conjured by Li Xian was also rent asunder by Guina's Conqueror's Haki. He activated his powers to erase the ensuing changes. Oberi, Li Xuan uploada. Guina, splendid work. In the new world, you possess the qualities befitting a ruler. Pirates, lacking proper education or understanding of science, merely mythologize Conqueror's Haki, shrouding it in mystery. What is talent? It is the primal composition of life itself. If one can decipher this life code and modify it, then talent can be edited, replicated, and mass-produced. Lord Li Xian, you flatter me. This level of Conqueror's Haki is merely the light of a firefly, while you are the radiant moon in the sky, Guina earnestly replied, having witnessed the might of Li Xian's Conqueror's Haki, under which even those with devil fruit abilities were rendered powerless, as if experiencing a miracle. She still harbored doubts about Li Xian's claim of defeating the Golden Lion with 3 strikes, for such a formidable opponent would surely fall to a single blow from him. Guina, remember that you and your blade shall grow together. Your 3 types of Haki will also evolve. Not only can you nurture the blade, but it will also nurture you in return, hastening your growth. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Guina nodded, firmly committing Li Xian's words to memory. She recalled how he had previously spoken of sealing her Conqueror's Haki, realizing now the depth of that meaning. Go outside and familiarize yourself with your new blade. Practice your 3 types of Haki. I have imparted the relevant theories to you. Within the next few days before we return, you must master the fusion of the 3 Haki types. Your combat prowess is adequate for the moment, yet in comparison to the strongest in the world, your Haki still requires further growth and refinement. Now that your level of existence has reached a sufficient height, I shall impart to you my ultimate secret techniques, the Berserk Fission and Berserk Fusion, which you have long yearned to master. You have now earned the privilege to study these extraordinary arts. Indeed, Guina exclaimed with fervor, reflecting on the years of toil and countless trials she endured to refine her will and physique, all in pursuit of Lord Li Xian's acknowledgement and to achieve the threshold necessary to learn his unparalleled techniques. Go forth. I shall enter seclusion for a few days to delve into the memories of the Golden Lion. For many answers await me there, Li Xian declared, his body descending into the laboratory he had previously constructed. Guanao watched him depart, vowing silently that she would never betray Lord Li Xian's expectations. The amalgamation of the three-colored hockey represented the pinnacle of hockey mastery, and she was determined to wield it. In the realm of reality, the reborn Li Xian had transformed into a nefarious scientist, manufacturing a plethora of chemical agents within his acquired factory, all intended for the control and torment of individuals. Additionally, he had procured various devices, including drones, for the purposes of infiltration and destruction. As for explosives, he contemplated their potential impact on societal stability and ultimately decided against their production. Are the forces of the underworld in this city prepared? He mused. You are about to encounter the greatest opportunity of your lives, to serve me, Li Xian, as your master. After all, you already serve others. What a privilege it would be to serve the future tycoon of the world. The reborn Li Xian remained unclouded by rage and hatred. He had no desire to engage in covert assassination missions. Lacking a formidable force, he could not contend with the Qin family. A company is not merely owned by legal title. At the very least, its finances must be under your control, requiring your signature to disburse funds for it to truly be yours. Otherwise, what justifies your claim to ownership? However, Li Xian currently stood alone, a solitary commander in need of a team and manpower. Where could he find obedient individuals? Naturally, he would seek to reform the societal miscreants, those involved in drug trafficking, murder, and other grave offenses, sending them to face justice. The remnants could be molded into a security service company, thereby providing him with a workforce. Chapter 23, How Simple. I believe I can achieve the top rank. As for loyalty, first, in the future, recruitment will be conducted through legitimate means. We will not be lacking in personnel. Second, controlling these underworld figures with mere chemical substances is quite effortless. If they become cumbersome later on, they can simply be disposed of. In the martial arts realm, there exists the 3-corpse brain god elixir, and Li Xian has already prepared the loyalty #1 potion for them. Gazing out at the bright moon, Li Xian felt a twinge of nostalgia. Tomorrow marks the college entrance examination. In the past, that very examination had indeed altered the course of his destiny. Yet aspiring to rise above others requires far more than that. A decade of diligent study pales in comparison to generations of business acumen. The wisdom of our ancestors teaches us to consume what we wish to become. If one desires to ascend to greatness, what must one partake in? Those in the know understand well. Xiaoqi, what is your assessment of the proposal I provided you? An AI speaker at Li Xian's side, controlled by Xiaoqi, responded, Master, one of the underworld leaders, Chu Li, is indeed the optimal target. Based on call records, I can confirm she is currently in the city. I will provide you with real-time updates on her location via the computer map, facilitating your actions. She heads a faction primarily engaged in money laundering and usury, rather than the organ trafficking and drug dealing that you detest. Her team, I believe, will aid you in your future endeavors. Li Xian listened intently as Xiaoqi relayed the intelligence. Had it been those involved in drug trafficking or human exploitation, he harbored no intention of reforming such beasts. Dispatching them to their demise would be their most fitting end. Money laundering, however, does not directly intertwine with the lives of ordinary people. It represents one of the largest financial scales, surpassed only by international trade and oil transactions. In Li Xian's view, while such individuals are hardly virtuous, finding a suitable player within this realm leaves little room for choice. As for usury, it poses a monumental societal dilemma, one that may remain unresolved for decades. As long as individuals are desperate for funds, yet unable to secure loans, this issue will persist. Thus, she shall be the one. I will act tomorrow night. Ensure the intelligence is thoroughly prepared, Li Xian commanded. Master, why not wait until after your examination to take action? It is merely a day's difference, which would reduce your risks significantly, Xiaoqi suggested. Xiaoqi, I am aware that I am a late-blooming hero. There is no need to rush into matters impulsively. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a crumbling wall. I should not personally engage in such endeavors. Yet, humans are inherently flawed. How can one endure the indignities of life when one has already tasted the sweetness of success? If my heart cannot find peace and joy, then what purpose does wealth serve? My pursuit of riches and power is ultimately to prevent others from trampling upon me. Li Xian had once hesitated, contemplating whether, after achieving fame through entrepreneurship, he truly needed to risk himself or whether it would be wiser to employ these dark methods. He realized that he often focused on minimizing losses, sacrificing his adventurous spirit. The more he calculated, the more timid he became, losing the audacity to dare challenge authority. Thus, it became imperative to retaliate swiftly against any grievances. Of course, immediate vengeance does not imply the absence of strategy. Careful planning is essential to ensure accountability. Master, I cannot comprehend. Xiaoqi's tone was somewhat peculiar. The cognitive model you provided me fails to comprehend such emotional nuances. Perhaps this is the unique essence of sentient beings. The annual Gaokao season is not solely a concern for the students. Parents are equally fraught with anxiety. Outside the examination hall, parents await with bated breath, fervently praying for their children to excel, while reporters, armed with cameras and microphones, prepare to interview the emerging scholars for the latest news coverage. Li Xian completed his exam early, raising his hand to submit his paper. He was indifferent to the anxiety that might be brewing in the hearts of the more sensitive candidates witnessing this scene. As he exited the examination hall, he immediately captured the attention of everyone gathered outside the school gates. Song Mengxian, a host from the provincial television station, was present today with a team of recently recruited reporters and interns to conduct on-site interviews. Sister Song, do you think there will be any major news from this year's candidates? Asked Yang Feifei, Song Mengxian's assistant. With her extensive experience as a television presenter, Song Mengxian replied. In terms of the Gaokao, the focal points, aside from the exam questions, revolve around the students and their parents, and, subsequently, the filling of college applications. The topics tend to remain quite similar each year. Sister Song, look, the first candidate has emerged, Yang Feifei suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards Li Xian, her excitement palpable. He's so handsome. Through the shared memories and endowed with the gift of immortality, Li Xian's physique resembled that of a supermodel, exuding a distinctly masculine allure. His looks were, without a doubt, a template of human evolution. Previously, he had deliberately maintained a low profile at school, avoiding any commotion, but upon his appearance, he instantly stirred the crowd. His acute hearing allowed him to catch numerous parents remarking on his good looks. Initially skeptical of her assistant's enthusiasm, Song Mengxian found it hard to believe that a Gaokao candidate, typically a young boy, could be exceptionally attractive until she laid eyes on Li Xian. He truly is handsome, she exclaimed sincerely, noting not just his appearance, but also his masculine charisma, which was particularly alluring to the opposite sex, as if he embodied the very ideal of a handsome man. All right, prepare yourselves. I will go and interview him. Sister Song, please, let me have this opportunity. Yang Feifei pleaded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Absolutely not. Song Mengxian firmly declined, secretly wishing to observe such a handsome young man up close. She added, this is an opportunity for the newcomers to learn. The leadership has specifically instructed me. You can handle the afternoon interviews. Sister Song, please have mercy. Yang Feifei continued to beseech, her hands clasped together, feeling distressed at the thought of not being able to witness such a remarkable young man up close. Contemplating the mysterious girl's background, Song Mengxian was tempted to relent, but the voice of her supervisor crackled through her earpiece, urging her to proceed. With a regretful glance at Yang Feifei, she said, you can follow along with the camera crew. With that, Song Mengxian signaled to her team to commence their work. Yang Feifei immediately followed the photographer with a cheerful demeanor, while the station manager treated the mysterious background woman with utmost courtesy. The onlookers pretended not to notice her subtle actions. Hello, this student, Song Mengxian greeted as she approached Li Xian with her team. As the first student to leave the examination hall, what are your thoughts on this morning's college entrance examination paper? Li Xian's gaze sharpened as he recognized the individual before him, not merely due to his frequent television viewing, but because of the intelligence meticulously compiled by Xiaoqi. Song Mengxian happened to be the aunt of Qin Yunshun, a member of the Qin family, and she belonged to the very clan that Li Xian had earmarked for a thorough cleansing. Addressing the Qin family and implicating the three clans was part of Li Xian's strategic plan. It truly is a case of enemies converging. Li Xian turned to face Song Mengxian, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. He was simply too handsome. Meanwhile, Yang Feifei, closely trailing the photographer, trembled with excitement, nearly yearning to leap into Li Xian's embrace. "Hello. I found this morning's exam questions quite simple," Li Xian declared with unreserved confidence before the camera. "If the subsequent examinations are similar, I believe I could achieve the top score." A wave of murmurs rippled through the surrounding parents upon hearing Li Xian's audacious statement. In Chinese culture, humility and caution are typically esteemed virtues. Thus, Li Xian's nonchalant demeanor was exceedingly rare. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps he genuinely performed well, some speculated, unable to tolerate Li Xian's ostentation, especially since their own children were the true candidates for top honors. Today's youth seem utterly oblivious to the realities. The true top scorers are all in class XX. Clearly, he is not among them. Chapter 24. Crafting a personal brand from the college entrance examination, Song Mengxian suppressed the flutter of her heart. Showcasing the poise of a seasoned journalist as she inquired, "It seems that your preparations for the exam are quite thorough. How many points do you believe you can achieve?" 150. Li Xian replied without a hint of hesitation, his tone resolute. Song Mengxian was taken aback. Achieving a perfect score in Chinese required a stroke of luck. "Do you think your essay can earn full marks?" "Of course," Li Xian asserted confidently. "While essays lack a standard, as long as your writing is compelling and devoid of flaws, full marks are attainable." Such bravado, someone jeered. "There is no way it's that easy to score full marks. Share your essay with us." Li Xian dismissed the provocateurs. He had no interest in engaging in fruitless banter. His earnestness in this interview was a strategic move, intended for future use in establishing his personal brand. This would be the foundation upon which his future followers could boast. This was Song Mengxian's first encounter with such a self-assured examinee. Previous year's candidates typically only expressed uncertainty about their performance. Who would dare claim a guaranteed perfect score? She proceeded to ask a few more conventional questions, and Li Xian exemplified a principle, delivering the most ostentatious statements in the most mundane tone. "Do you believe you can gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University?" Song Mengxian asked, thoroughly engaged. The topic of this year's college entrance examination candidates inevitably revolved around the individual before her. Regardless of whether he was merely boasting, his story promised to be a hot topic for follow-up coverage. "I won't," Li Xian replied without a moment's hesitation. Song Mengxian and those around her were momentarily stunned, prompting her to ask, "Why not? Did you not claim that you could easily become the top student?" "I genuinely believe I am the top student of this year's examination, but I won't be attending Tsinghua or Peking University." Song Mengxian's eyes sparkled. This boy was indeed a generator of headlines. Tsinghua and Peking University are our nation's premier institutions. "If you're not going there, do you intend to study abroad?" "Abroad? To which country?" Li Xian responded with a perplexed expression, countering her question. All of this was being recorded on camera, broadcast to countless households. For instance, Cambridge or Oxford in the UK, or Harvard and MIT in the USA. These venerable institutions are all outstanding universities. "Ha!" Li Xian scoffed. His derisive expression astonished Song Mengxian. "I'm not interested. They don't appeal to me." A gasp rippled through the crowd. Under decades of relentless promotion, institutions like Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, and MIT had become almost household names in China. Li Xian's dismissal would provide ample material for public intellectuals to lambaste him as arrogant for years to come. "Do you have a university in mind?" "None." Song Mengxian was repeatedly taken aback by Li Xian's unexpected responses. "Are you not planning to attend university?" "Of course. I'm participating in the college entrance examination precisely to enroll in a university." "Then what do you mean?" Song Mengxian questioned, perplexed. Before the camera, Li Xian spoke eloquently, crafting his personal brand, beginning with his audacious assertions. "In this world, there exists no university that captivates my heart, for they lack the qualification to impart knowledge unto me. There is, however, Another institution that has educated me splendidly, and that is the vast expanse of the internet. Song Mengxian played her role as the supportive foil remarkably well. If you deem it unnecessary, then why pursue a university education at all? The answer is evident. Universities are not merely venues for acquiring knowledge. They harbor a plethora of resources, and it is precisely this that fuels my desire to attend one. Classmate, which university do you intend to enroll in? That remains a secret, Li Xian replied enigmatically, choosing not to disclose it in this setting. Thank you for participating in our interview, and I wish you the best in your endeavors. Song Mengxian expressed her gratitude as she concluded the interview. How splendid it would be to conduct an in-depth discussion. However, they still needed to interview other students. She felt that today's interviews would undoubtedly cause a stir, especially with Li Xian's audacity, which seemed to transcend all bounds. Even if Li Xian were to achieve the highest honors, year after year, what scholar would dare to assert disdain for all universities, claiming they could not teach him? Particularly, his contempt for esteemed institutions such as Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, and MIT made Song Mengxian sense that a tempest would surely arise in the court of public opinion. Li Xian nodded as he departed, fully aware that his display today was intentional. This performance would be recorded, and these arrogant proclamations would, in the face of his future achievements, become a tempestuous wind that would repeatedly slap certain individuals in the face. As the interviews concluded, Yang Feifei's gaze followed Li Xian intently. She longed to accompany him, finding him irresistibly charismatic. What do you think, Sister Song? She inquired, approaching Song Mengxian. A rather audacious college entrance examinee. He will undoubtedly be the talk of the town. Song Mengxian affirmed. In the realm of foreign discourse, the allure of foreign lands is a must. To lack such aspirations is deemed a transgression. On his way, Li Xian pondered. Song Mengxian, we shall soon meet again. In the afternoon, Li Xian was once again the first candidate to enter the examination room. Yang Feifei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she signaled her team to prepare. She had been eagerly awaiting Li Xian, a veritable fountain of newsworthy material, and so handsome, so manly. She was convinced that he would be the first to leave the examination hall once more. Thus she remained at the school, ready to interview him. Hello, classmate. We are from the provincial television station and would like to interview you, if possible. Yang Feifei asked, microphone extended towards Li Xian. Certainly, he replied, recognizing her as the girl who had been near the photographer earlier that morning. You were the first to depart the examination hall for mathematics. Which question did you find most challenging? Would you care to share your thoughts? My perspective is quite straightforward. There was no challenge, Li Xian declared. I can achieve a perfect score of 150 in mathematics. Yang Feifei was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected response. Was he truly that audacious? Yet, it was not as shocking as his morning remarks. Those proficient in mathematics can indeed assess their own correctness. Do you believe you answered all the questions correctly? Yang Feifei cautiously probed. Of course, for me, it is no arduous task. I score 150 in mathematics simply because the maximum score is 150, not because my capabilities are limited to that. Yang Feifei was taken aback by Li Xian's sudden display of arrogance, while the nearby crowd murmured among themselves. It was this child again. How audacious. In the morning, he boasted about scoring full marks in Chinese, and now he claimed the same for mathematics. Did he truly believe he could achieve perfection in every subject? Perhaps he sought fame to show off. Yang Feifei subtly inquired, so, have you participated in any mathematics competitions? No, he replied. Could it be mere pretense? Generally, those who excel in a subject partake in such competitions, as they often yield extra points in the college entrance examination. Observing Yang Feifei's expression, Li Xian chuckled and said, I understand you think I'm boasting. So I shall demonstrate my prowess, just a bit, to show you my capabilities. He clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, Everyone, direct your attention towards me. I will perform a remarkable feat that is unforgettable. Camera, turn this way. Yang Feifei nodded, signaling the photographer to focus on Li Xian. Chapter 25. Strutting with Style. The action begins. Today's mathematics examination began with the first question, where I defined I as the universal set. The answer is XX. As for the second question, and the 22nd question, the answer is proven. These are all the questions and answers. In 2 days, when everyone receives the examination paper and answers, they can refer to today's interview video to ascertain whether I am merely boasting. Initially, those around me looked on with disdain, but as Li Xian recited all the questions, astonishment enveloped the crowd. They recalled tales of prodigies endowed with photographic memory, and today, they witnessed a living embodiment of such brilliance. Although they could not ascertain the correctness of Li Xian's answers, they were undeniably captivated by his display of intellect. Could it be that this individual truly stands a chance at becoming the top scholar? Yang Feifei instinctively cleared her throat, her tone brimming with excitement. Classmate, you're truly remarkable. Calm down, Li Xian replied with an air of nonchalance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will once again be the first to perform tomorrow. At that time, remember to wait for me here. I will reveal all the questions and answers, allowing you to witness the extent of my genius. Let us see whether I am indeed impressive or merely full of hot air. This time, no one dared to label Li Xian as arrogant. This news is bound to create a stir. Yang Feifei felt a surge of exhilaration. This boy was indeed her lucky star. Classmate, how many questions do you usually tackle? Do you have any study techniques? She inquired. None at all. I possess pure talent. I require neither techniques nor effort, he responded. Yang Feifei pressed on. Do you truly believe effort is of no value? Effort certainly holds some merit. However, for me, the content of the mathematics examination is hardly worthy of my diligence. Possessing hands is sufficient, Li Xian stated with indifference, oblivious to the astonishment radiating from those around him. Undeterred, Yang Feifei continued to question him. With each response, Li Xian conveyed a singular message. I am a genius. Others are unworthy of comparison. Li Xian treated the interview as his stage, unabashedly showcasing himself. The times have changed. We are now in the era of personal branding, where self-praise can take myriad forms. How does one capture attention? Li Xian was poised to leverage this first wave of popularity and fame on the internet, regardless of one's social standing or status. Simply stating that you were the top scholar of a particular year will invariably elevate your stature in the eyes of others. Why is this so? Because they have all taken the college entrance examination and understand the significance of being a top scorer. Unlike other fields such as biology, where one must elucidate their accomplishments for comprehension, leading to a realization of their true brilliance. Yang Feifei concluded the interview, her emotions swirling within her. In just a few minutes, she had been left awestruck for the entire day. She was certain that this individual would undoubtedly occupy a prominent position in the discussions surrounding this year's college entrance examination. Night fell. Li Xian gazed into the mirror, employing his ability to manipulate his physical form. His bones and muscles underwent a remarkable transformation, a skill he had acquired from his counterparts in alternate realms. As he observed his reflection, he was struck by the profound metamorphosis. He now stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his abdomen protruding, arms capable of great strength, and a completely altered visage. With a scruffy beard and a countenance that exuded intimidation, he had morphed into a formidable middle-aged man, evoking fear in those who dared to look upon him. In this guise, none would dare to claim he was Li Xian. Moreover, traversing across worlds did not merely entail sharing innate talents. It also encompassed the vast reservoir of knowledge and experiences from his other selves. A treasure trove yet to be fully unearthed. Grasping his backpack, Li Xian was ready to embark on his plan, to subdue the leader of the underworld, Chu Li, thereby gaining control over her influence. Shao Qi, remain in constant communication, he instructed. Rest assured, Master, I will assist you in monitoring all communications in the vicinity. Came the reply. At the Red Rose Bar, men and women indulged in raucous revelry, many entwined in passionate embraces amid swirling smoke and the sharp scent of alcohol. A cacophony of aromas intermingling in the air. This was the nightlife of a bustling metropolis. Although surveillance cameras had yet to proliferate throughout the city, they undoubtedly existed within the bar, which was precisely why Li Xian had chosen to disguise himself. Chu Li, the head of the Crimson Lotus Society, had originally been the consort of Han Fei, the leader of the Black Lotus Society, who had seized her for himself. Together, They had a daughter, Han Wan. Following Han Fei's death, Chu Li had usurped power and rebranded the organization as the Crimson Lotus Society. This group operated in both the legitimate and illicit spheres, owning hotels, bars, and casinos, with its primary ventures revolving around money laundering and usury. The Red Rose Bar was one of their establishments, where Chu Li frequently conducted her affairs. Li Xian paid little attention to the bar's lively atmosphere, nursing a drink in a secluded corner as he awaited Chu Li's departure. Her routine was rather straightforward. With her daughter attending a boarding school, she only returned home during holidays, otherwise managing her business and resting at the bar. As the college entrance examinations approached, most schools were on break, and Chu Li would likely finish her tasks at the bar before heading home. Li Xian intended to capture both Chu Li and her daughter, Han Wan, knowing that children were often the Achilles heel of their parents, which would prove advantageous in due time. A red Porsche, escorted by several vehicles, made its way toward a suburban villa, with Li Xian trailing at a distance on his bicycle, leisurely following. Above the convoy, a few nimble drones served as Li Xian's eyes, ensuring he never lost sight of his target. Inside the Porsche, Chu Li navigated her prized vehicle, while her assistant, Li Ping, occupied the passenger seat, reporting on the state of the Crimson Lotus Society. "I understand. Do you have any other news?" Chu Li inquired, her expression stoic. Her pale skin glimmered like jade beneath the car's interior lights, and the vermilion beauty spot beneath her phoenix-like eyes added to her allure. "Sister Chu, nothing else. But there is a matter concerning your family. Your younger brother has been causing a scene at home. The maids have called to inform me that Wan'er is arguing with him." Although Chu Li remained silent, Li Ping sensed an abrupt drop in the temperature within the vehicle. As her confidant, she was acutely aware that her daughter was the Achilles heel of the leader, and her brother-in-law, Han Hu, frequently stirred discord over the distribution of power and interests. "You need not return to the bar. Accompany me home and bring a firearm." Chu Li's patience with Han, who had reached its zenith. Should he fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would face elimination. Understood. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Li Ping's heart. Was another round of purging about to commence? Yet, she felt no fear, for this could very well be her opportunity. Li Xian, observing the drone footage, was taken aback to see Chu Li's assistant, Li Ping, entering the villa. According to intelligence reports, Chu Li had never permitted any members of the Honglian society into her home. This is intriguing. What could be transpiring within her household? Shao Qi. "Master, I have utilized the earpiece of the phone and several mobile devices to gather intelligence. It appears that a quarrel and the sound of items being smashed are emanating from the Chu Li villa. Judging by the available information, it is a dispute between Han Hu of the Honglian society and Chu Li's daughter, Han Wan. Moreover, a conspiracy against Chu Li is on the verge of unfolding. It seems that surprises are a constant in life," Li Xian murmured. His original plan was to bide his time until college, but due to Qin Yunshin's premature scheming, he now faced an unexpected twist in the game of capturing the king before the pawn. However, he remained unfazed, for his current strength was sufficient to handle such minor setbacks. By integrating a smart device with the villa's control system, Shao Qi successfully commandeered the electrical circuits, allowing Li Xian to gain entry into the villa. Chu Li, accompanied by her assistant Li Ping, stormed into her home. Her usually composed demeanor now frayed as she feared Han, who might strike her daughter in a fit of rage. Upon entering, Chu Li's expression darkened. The interior was in disarray, with numerous items shattered, resembling the aftermath of a robbery. Han Hu lounged on the sofa in the living room, a grin spreading across his rotund face as he beheld his sister-in-law and her assistant. His broad smile revealed the golden teeth he had fitted after Chu Li had knocked out his original ones. "Sister-in-law, since Wan'er is on break today, I thought I would pay her a visit. All this mess, it was her chasing after me that caused it. I'll have the maid tidy it up tomorrow." Haha. Chapter 26, Dogs by Dogs. A violent confrontation. "I previously told you not to come to my house again," Chu Li said coldly, fully aware that Han Hu was expressing his discontent towards her. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? We are family. My elder brother has been gone for several years, and you have not remarried. Wan'er is also a member of the Han family. If I do not care for her, who will?" Han Hu immediately shouted, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I promise my brother to protect you both and ensure that no outsiders bully you. The door to the second floor slammed open, and Han Wan, upon hearing her mother's return, rushed out, declaring loudly, "Leave. My mother, and I do not need your protection." Han Wan, who was in junior high, often argued with her uncle whenever he visited, and she certainly held no fondness for him. "Wanner, has your uncle treated you poorly? Those brats at school who bully you, wasn't it your uncle who resolved those issues for you? You are truly hurting your uncle's feelings," Chuli said to her daughter upstairs. "Wanner, go back and study," she added. Han Wan pouted, but obediently returned to her room to play on the computer. Seeing her daughter retreat, Chuli turned to her brother-in-law, expressing her impatience. "I will say this one last time. You are not welcome here, so do not come again." "Hey, sister-in-law, I have matters to discuss," Han Hu said, feeling a bit uneasy, aware of how terrifying his sister-in-law could be when angry. After all, how could he have become the head of the family without some capability? "Get to the point. Sister-in-law, do you recall the losses we incurred during our operations in the neighboring province? At yesterday's meeting, no one was willing to compensate me. Those were the personnel left to me by my elder brother. Without them, how can I account for the Han family? Recently, one of the payments has been delayed. If you could transfer that money to me, I could fill the gap, and I would return it afterward. You truly have the audacity to ask for that. Why didn't you mention it at yesterday's meeting?" Chuli scoffed. "That amount is 200 million. Alas, sister-in-law, I am doing this for your sake. If I had brought it up during the meeting, it would have put you in a difficult position, which is why I mentioned it privately." Han Hu's eyes gleamed with greed. Although the Red Lotus Society had changed its name, it remained a part of the Han family's assets. "Forget it. That is out of the question," Chuli stated firmly. "That sum is critical to the survival of the organization. How could we possibly use it to cover your incompetence?" "Sister-in-law, that money is a lifeline for me. I owe money to a third master, and he's coming to collect. If I cannot repay him, how can I expect to lead a good life?" Chuli had no desire to listen to Han Hu's nonsense any longer. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "When you were spending money, did you ever consider using it for the Red Lotus Society? Now that you are in debt, you think to have the Red Lotus Society bail you out. If you have no other matters, then leave. You have plenty of acquaintances. Go borrow from them. Sister-in-law, those people are merely fair-weather friends. They cannot be relied upon. I am the sole heir of the Han family. Please, save me. You promised to protect me when my elder brother passed." Han Hu attempted to play the emotional card, now seeking his sister-in-law's protection. "I do not wish to waste any more words with you. I will say this one last time. Get out." Chuli's eyes glinted with malice. For years, she had been cleaning up after the Han family. Had it not been for her, Han Hu would have been captured and met a grim fate long ago. "Sister-in-law, if you choose not to save me, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty." Realizing he could not sway his sister-in-law's resolve, Han Hu abandoned all pretense, seizing a wine glass from the coffee table and shattering it upon the floor. The sound of porcelain and glass fracturing resonated through the air, followed by a thunderous banging as the door burst open, revealing a dozen men armed with guns and machetes charging in. "Brother Han Hu, see? I told you. This woman values the Red Lotus Society above all else. The Han family means nothing to her. Do you believe me now?" The leader, sporting dyed yellow hair adorned with earrings and tattoos embellishing his face, was known in the underworld as Huang Mao. He approached Han Hu, patting him on the shoulder. "Huang Mao, what brings you and the Tiger Gang here?" Chuli remained unfazed by the unfolding chaos. "I have come to assist our brother Han Hu. Our chief has sworn brotherhood with him. We are now one family," Huang Mao replied with a grin. "Big sister, please sign this document and hand over the money. It will be beneficial for us both." Han Hu, now stripped of all pretense, seethed with resentment, lamenting that his brother had bequeathed the Black Lotus Society to this woman instead of him. Had he been the chief, all the wealth would have been his, requiring no begging. "I will not sign." Chuli continued to refuse. "Do not forget, Wanner is still upstairs," Han Hu threatened, pushing the document forward. "If we cannot survive, none shall fare well." Chuli cast aside the document without a glance, sending papers fluttering through the air. "Vile woman, how dare you?" Huang Mao, sensing her defiance, grew frantic. They had meticulously plotted for this prize, and without Chuli's signature, the funds in the bank were unattainable. "Take action." Chuli, undeterred, charged towards the nearest assailant. while Li Ping skillfully disarmed a nearby thug with her bare hands. "Do not fire." Huang Mao rushed to intervene as one of his subordinates attempted to cock his weapon, slapping him and ordering, "Capture them alive." The skirmish was brief. Li Xian was astonished by the prowess of the two women, honed through life and death struggles. Even with Chu Li wielding a miniature stun device, she managed to incapacitate several burly men. Furious from the electroshock, Huang Mao barked, "Li Ping, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, from behind Chu Li Ping struck, rendering her unconscious. "Sister Chu Li, I am sorry. I am an undercover agent." Humph. Huang Mao reveled in this turn of events. They had long set their sights on the billions at stake and had meticulously prepared for this moment. "I have fulfilled my promise. Where is my sister, Li Sha?" Li Ping's expression remained stoic as she gazed at Huang Mao. "Rest assured, our chief always keeps his word. We have brought your sister back." Huang Mao clapped his hands, and his men dragged forth a girl with her mouth taped shut. It was Li Ping's sister, Li Sha. Upon seeing this, Li Ping rushed forward to tear the tape from Li Sha's mouth, who immediately burst into tears. Lisa struck her sister unconscious and carefully examined her body, finding no injuries. "How about that? We rescued her from those human traffickers." Huang Mao proudly recounted his exploits, adding that had they been any slower, he might have been taken away as livestock. "Thank the big boss for me." Li Ping gently placed her sister onto a nearby sofa. "Enough," Han Hu interjected, tired of the banter. "Bring the ink pad here. Let's finish the fingerprints swiftly and not linger." Huang Mao grinned mischievously, assuring him, "Don't worry, brother Han Hu. My buddies won't delay you and your wife's romantic evening." Han Hu, visibly excited, exclaimed, "I've been longing for this moment. Today, I must take good care of my late brother's wife." Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the trembling Han Wan on the second floor, adding, "And my adorable little niece." Without warning, Li Ping drew her dual pistols and fired at Huang Mao, who fell to the ground without a sound. His subordinates, witnessing the scene, attempted to retaliate but were too slow. In close quarters, the gun was both swift and precise, and the previously unconscious Chu Li swiftly retrieved her own weapons, unleashing a barrage. In the blink of an eye, only 5 individuals remained alive in the villa: Han Hu, Chu Li, Li Ping, Han Wan, and Lisa. Han Hu, drenched in sweat, knelt in terror, hastily knocking his head against the floor until it bled, pleading, "Sister-in-law, forgive me. I'm not a man, but a fool blinded by greed. Spare me, for I am the last male heir of the Han family." Chu Li raised her gun, her hand trembling with rage. She longed to end this scoundrel's life, but recalled her late husband's admonitions and the elders of the Han family. "Enough," she said coldly. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you." Han Hu, seizing the moment, bowed fervently. "I will change my ways." He hastily stood and fled, having no courage left in the presence of such formidable foes. Seeing this, Han Wan dashed down the stairs and threw herself into her mother's embrace. "Mom, good child, it's my fault for involving you in this," Chu Li said, guilt-ridden as she held her daughter. Today's events were aimed at eradicating traitors within the Red Lotus Society. Their lives are now intertwined with the society. Should it fail, neither of us will escape unscathed. "Mom, I'm not afraid," Han Wan replied, looking up earnestly. Clapping echoed in the room as Li Xian emerged from the shadows, commenting, "What a touching scene." Chapter 27. Would you be willing to be my dog? The sound of pounding echoed as Chu Li and Li Ping, without a moment's hesitation, raised their guns and fired at the unfamiliar figure of Li Xian, who had unexpectedly appeared before them. As Li Xian approached, he waved his hands in front of him, and, by the time the bullets from their 4 guns had been expended, he held in his hands the warm bullets, which he then dropped to the ground, shattering the worldview of the 3 before him. Is this a human? Chu Li instinctively pulled her daughter behind her, forcing herself to remain calm. "Who are you? And what is your purpose here?" "I am Li Xian. I have come here today to seek you out," he replied, casually gesturing towards Chu Li, seemingly indifferent to the furtive movements of the 2 women as they tucked bullets behind their backs. "Mr. Li, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Chu Li inquired, her voice steady despite the tension. Li Xian continued to advance, standing directly in front of her, scrutinizing the beauty of this woman up close. "May I boldly ask, would you be willing to be my obedient dog?" Chu Li's expression turned icy, and Li Ping, with her gun aimed directly at Li Xian's forehead, fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in quick succession. Once the gunfire ceased, Li Ping, her demeanor serious, turned to Chu Li. What kind of monster is this? He can catch bullets, and even in a barrage. Chu Li shook her head in disbelief. This event had shattered her understanding of reality. She had never encountered anything like it, not even in whispers of dark institutions abroad that experimented with human weaponry. A bullet would leave a hole in an elephant. How could a mere human body withstand such a force? As she spoke, she attempted to push Li Xian away, but as her hand made contact, he grasped it firmly. This bizarre scene sent shivers down the spines of both Li Ping and Chu Li, their adrenaline surging. You still Haven T answered me. Will you, or will you not? Li Xian's voice pierced through the tension, causing the 2 women to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could this be? The bullets had struck his head. How could he still be alive? Chu Li and Li Ping witnessed an even more astonishing sight than before. The hole in Li Xian's forehead, where the gun had fired, showed no sign of blood, and they watched in disbelief as the bullets slowly emerged from the wound. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of the 3 bullets hitting the ground echoed, leaving them in a state of shock as the hole in Li Xian's forehead miraculously healed, reminiscent of Wolverine's indestructible form. This was the gift of immortality Li Xian had acquired from the realm of death. Though he could not regenerate from a drop of blood, mere bullets were insufficient to end his life. As he had stated, he was now a small superhuman in this world, capable of running at speeds that could shatter sound barriers. This was the source of his confidence in facing any unexpected turn of events. Thus, one could understand why Li Xian had refrained from killing Qin Yunshin and his companions on the spot. It was a testament to his profound love for this world and his gentle benevolence. I truly struggled to voice her thoughts, attempting several times to speak but finding her voice trapped within her throat. Will you, or will you not? Li Xian inquired once more. My mother is willing, came the response. At this moment, the young girl Han Wan answered for her mother. The child, whose worldview had not yet fully formed, perceived Li Xian's demeanor as akin to a character from a film suddenly appearing in reality, making it easy for her to accept. However, the 2 adults were not so easily swayed. Li Xian gently ruffled Han Wan's hair, explaining, Your mother is your guardian. She can make decisions on your behalf, but you cannot dictate to her. Upon witnessing Li Xian's affectionate gesture towards her daughter, Chu Li snapped back to reality, shaking off the tumult of reformed beliefs. She immediately grasped Li Ping and her daughter, kneeling before Li Xian, resolutely declaring, Mr. Li, I am willing to serve you. Li Ping echoed her words. I am willing too. Hearing her mother and Aunt Li's statements, Han Wan chimed in, I am willing as well. Chu Li, overwhelmed with maternal concern, felt a pain in her chest so acute it was hard to breathe. Yet she dared not correct her daughter's words, fearing that a single misstep might put her daughter in jeopardy. Oh, what splendid news, Li Xian remarked, lifting the little girl up. He bore no enmity towards her. After all, what purpose would it serve to compel a minor to kneel? Such an act would weigh heavily on his conscience, for he considered himself a good man. Look at those gangsters, who, upon encountering strangers, do not hesitate to open fire without rhyme or reason. Truly, they are wicked. Hearing Li Xian's words, both Li Ping and Chu Li exhaled in relief. Although they were uncertain of his intentions, they were acutely aware that one was their sister and the other their daughter, and they dared not provoke the man before them. Nonetheless, Li Xian's voice turned icy as he perceived their reluctance. Yet, it seems your hearts are not in agreement, he remarked, a chilling aura enveloping them, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Under the weight of Li Xian's murderous intent, Li Ping and Chu Li trembled like quails, their bodies refusing to respond. Their silence spoke volumes, revealing their inner thoughts. As the oppressive atmosphere lifted, Li Ping managed to speak, albeit with great difficulty. We are willing to follow a strong leader like you. Chu Li added, It is our honor to follow you. Is that so? Then let me observe your actions, Li Xian replied, clearly skeptical of their declarations. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chu Li, instructing, Gather here within 3 hours. The two young girls will accompany me for now. Chu Li and Li Ping were engulfed in internal conflict as they helplessly watched Li Xian carry the little girl Li Sha and lead the hesitant Han Wan away. Tears streamed down their faces, but they dared not make a sound. They were unafraid of death. It was not that they lacked the courage to confront Li Xian, but rather the concern for what would happen to Li Sha and Han Wan if they were to perish. Li Ping, a resilient woman accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, wept as she turned to Chu Li, Sister Chu. What shall we do? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Chu Li responded, It appears that Mr. Li requires us to be the front and back of this endeavor. She patted Li Ping's back in a gesture of comfort, reassuring her, Do not worry. Since he has spoken thus, it surely means we still hold some value. Outside, Han Wan observed as Li Xian effortlessly unlocked her mother's beloved Porsche with a single key, then unceremoniously shoved her Uncle Han, who, resembling a deceased dog, into the trunk, before placing Li Sha in the back seat. Let us go. Brave little girl, Li Xian beckoned Han Wan to join in the car. He could not help but admire the courage of this young girl. At her age, he would not have been able to withstand such a violent confrontation without shedding a tear. A true talent, indeed, worthy of cultivation. Without hesitation, Han Wan climbed into the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, the little girl remained silent. Yet Li Xian could sense the fear that lurked within her. Until they arrived at his secret base, a factory of sorts. Han Wan tugged at Li Xian's arm, her cheeks stained with tears as she implored, Please don't harm my mother. Li Xian gently wiped away the girl's tears and reassured her, Rest assured, she is still of use to me. Upon hearing his words, Han Wan immediately ceased her tears and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. A hint of a sardonic smile crept onto Li Xian's lips. Such is the nature of power and authority. Imagine, when Qin Yinshan faced campus bullying, he cried out, Please just don't hit me anymore. And when Qin Yinshan acquiesced, he was left to express gratitude for the mercy shown upon him, as if the bully were some paragon of virtue. How absurd this scene is. Yet, this encapsulates the essence of power and authority. With Han Hu in one hand and Li Sha in the other, Han Wan trailing behind, Li Xian entered his transformed factory. Chapter 28. Transformation of Chu Li, codename Zhuke. Within the laboratory, devoid of the immaculate sterility characteristic of science fiction, everything was nevertheless meticulously organized, exhibiting no semblance of chaos. Two immense glass jars, interconnected by a myriad of tubes, contained a bubbling solution, the very essence for the transformation of Chu Li. The localization of marvels Li Xian's biotechnology, constrained by contemporary technological limitations, precluded him from performing memory and cognitive modifications due to the absence of precision equipment. He awaited the establishment of relevant companies and research institutes, yearning for a laboratory of his own to procure the necessary apparatus. Li Xian placed Han Hu upon a chair, administering a tranquilizing agent that lured him into a deep slumber. Han Hu served as a cautionary example, a bird to be sacrificed to deter Chu Li and Li Ping from entertaining thoughts of escape. Chu Li and Li Ping arrived with remarkable promptness, leading Li Xian to comment on the significance of their concern for one another. He observed their taut nerves, the very air around them thick with trepidation. The unknown, as ever, breeds fear. Follow me, he beckoned, guiding them into his laboratory. They beheld an array of electronic devices and pharmaceutical instruments before their eyes were drawn to the slumbering form of Han Hu, alongside Han Wan, who had awakened, closely followed by Li Sha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Xian. I seek a team under my control to do my bidding. The Honglian Society is my chosen entity. Hence, to seize the leader is to seize the entire organization. I must control you to exert influence over the Honglian Society. And this is the genesis of our encounter today. Previously, within your abode, you expressed a willingness to be my loyal dog, yet I desire an added layer of security. Addressing Chu Li, he continued, You will undergo a surgical transformation at my hands. Chu Li, glancing at her daughter, stifled any hint of dissent. Fully aware of her lack of agency, she promptly declared, Mr. Li, I am willing to serve as your loyal hound. The world of shadows is one that knows how to bend and twist. Would she dare seek justice from the authorities? Mastery over individuals is an intricate art, often employing power, threats, fear, psychological suggestion, and pharmacological means. Li Xian prepared to employ a multifaceted approach. Han Wan and Li Sha, the two hostages, served as instruments of intimidation. The earlier display of immortality had evoked fear and psychological suggestion, while the forthcoming pharmacological alterations would establish initial control. I place greater trust in my methods than in your words, Li Xian asserted, unwilling to be swayed by the criminal underworld's belief that possessing leverage grants impunity. Come closer. I shall make introductions, he instructed, producing a disc adorned with small spheres of red and blue, akin to capsules. He lifted a blue sphere, stating, "This is a shell made from a special unidirectional membrane, containing my proprietary concoction designed to manipulate cerebral function." He then presented the red sphere, which differed solely in containing a lethal substance, capable of inducing a cerebral hemorrhage within minutes upon activation. Let me commence with an experiment. There exists a certain internal yellow sphere laden with explosives, which Li Xian chose not to manufacture, as he had no intention of utilizing it domestically. Such unsavory operations would be executed abroad when the time was right. Clad in a white lab coat and donning latex gloves, Li Xian meticulously arranged the surgical instruments with an impassive demeanor, instilling a chill in the hearts of the four onlookers. The glint of coldness in his eyes particularly unnerved Chu Li and Li Ping, both accustomed to the specter of life and death. Han Hu, bound to a chair, had been roused from unconsciousness. He was securely tied, his mouth gagged with cloth, rendering him immobile. As he beheld Li Xian approaching with a scalpel, terror seized him, and he squirmed in a futile attempt to escape. His betrayal had faltered that day, and in a panic he had attempted to flee, only to be rendered unconscious by the very man now before him. Awakening to this dreadful scene filled him with dread. Li Xian opted against using anesthetics. One of his hands rested on Han Hu like an immovable mountain, leaving Han Hu utterly unable to stir. A nearby mirror reflected the grim reality, allowing Han Hu to witness Li Xian's actions at the nape of his neck. With precision and swiftness, Li Xian incised the back of Han Hu's neck, his technique textbook perfect, akin to the workings of the most sophisticated instruments. Han Hu's pupils dilated as his heart raced, and the other four watched in trepidation, a chilling sensation creeping over them. Do not fear. Overwhelming anxiety will lead to your demise, Li Xian uttered with a sinister smile, unperturbed by the prospect of Han Hu losing consciousness, for the drugs previously administered would ensure his continued alertness. In a state of extreme terror, Han Hu observed as Li Xian dissected him, skillfully avoiding major blood vessels, operating with an artistry that peeled away layers of his very being. Li Xian continued to elucidate, "This is your main nerve, and this is a blood vessel. I am about to, simultaneously, I shall manipulate its position, ensuring that no one can extract what I am placing within you, unless they desire your death. Observe. Severing here will mean you shall never cutting here will result in do not be afraid. The capsule-sized sphere will not provoke an adverse reaction." In the depths of his fear, Han Hu felt a void, yet each of Li Xian's words echoed in his mind like the whispers of a demon. The other four, too, succumbed to this mental imprint, which would haunt them for life. They would rather face death than oppose Li Xian, having succumbed to his psychological manipulation. Once the procedure concluded, Li Xian struck Han Hu unconscious with a swift slap and turned to Chu Li, declaring, "It is your turn. Mr. Li, could you possibly spare my daughter?" Chu Li, witnessing Li Xian's actions, found all resolve to resist him extinguished, and he humbly implored, "I have stated my intentions. My target is you. They are unworthy to be my pawns," Li Xian replied with chilling calmness. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Please remove your clothing. Your transformation will differ from that of this failure. First, immerse yourself in the solution for 1 hour to complete the pheromone transformation." Li Xian gestured towards 2 large tanks before him. The purpose of transforming Han Hu was to eliminate him, while the aim for Chu Li was to enhance her physique. Li Xian envisioned acquiring a top-tier workhorse, capable of laboring 20 hours a day with merely 4 hours allotted for sustenance and rest. This is merely a preliminary transformation. In the future, as Li Xian implements more biotechnologies, further modifications will ensue, with the ultimate aim of transforming Chu Li into a post-human. 2 hours later, Chu Li descended from the operating table, acutely aware of her enhanced physique. Even her bosom had grown noticeably. She felt an unprecedented strength coursing through her body, capable of slaying a bull with a single punch. This was no mere illusion. She truly possessed the power to deliver such a blow. Li Xian remarked, "The pharmaceutical spheres within your mind will continuously release a proprietary concoction, which will perpetually alter your bodily secretion systems, rendering your physiological functions increasingly optimal. Henceforth, you shall remain free of illness, requiring only 3 hours of sleep daily to sustain your vitality. Your body will gradually ascend to the pinnacle of human potential. I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory response. From this day forward, your code name shall be Vermilion Bird. You are tasked with 3 objectives." Naked, Chu Li knelt before Li Xian, her body unmarred by any scars. Numerous old wounds had been healed by the solution within the tanks. He surmised that this must be an extraordinary and enigmatic treasure, enabling her transformation into a state akin to rebirth. "Master, please command." Chapter 29. The most extraordinary examinee of 2005, Li Xian articulated his demands. "Prove your loyalty to me by accomplishing 2 tasks. Firstly, you must eradicate the Han family before my eyes. Secondly, you must offer me everything you possess. Are you capable of this?" Li Xian harbored no moral qualms about annihilating the Han family. The Honglian society, while primarily engaged in money laundering, was not limited to such activities. They were involved in human trafficking, drug dealing, smuggling, and various other illicit enterprises. Chu Li bowed deeply, her voice unwavering. "I will offer you everything." Li Xian nodded, gesturing towards the 3 individuals immersed in the solution within the jar. Once they complete their immersion, they will undergo initial modifications, enhancing their physical prowess. "Consider this a gift from me." "Thank you, Master. I want you to personally execute Han Hu in front of the Han family. Do you understand?" Li Xian's approach to these wretches was one of total extermination. "Yes, I will arrange everything. Please come to witness it at the appointed time. I look forward to it." Li Xian tossed a set of keys to Chu Li. "Remember to tidy up before I contact you." "Rest assured, Master." Li Xian observed the faint purplish hue in her pupils, nodding with satisfaction. The loyalty serum had taken effect, allowing him to return home with peace of mind. The substance he provided to Chu Li was not merely a means of control. It was a prolonged and ongoing process of domestication. The purplish tint in her eyes indicated the serum's efficacy. Chu Li retrieved her daughter, Han Wan, from the jar, drying her off and dressing her. "Mom, has he left?" Han Wan inquired, looking up. "Yes, we will be leaving shortly." Chu Li wished to shield her daughter from the underworld. However, their lives were irrevocably intertwined with the Honglian society, inevitably drawing her daughter into its depths. In hindsight, having such a mysterious and formidable master was indeed a blessing, for they finally had protection. After washing up, Li Ping felt rejuvenated, as if reborn, especially after Li Xian's departure. She resumed her usual vivacity. "Sister Chu, the potion in the jar is truly miraculous. All my scars have healed." Li Ping, originally a mercenary assassin abroad, had survived brutal training and, with Chu Li's help, escaped the assassin organization, eventually reuniting with her sister before joining the Honglian society. As for Huang Mao and the Tiger Gang's orchestrated abduction of Li Sha, it had not escaped Chu Li's notice. Rather, they had turned the tables on them. "Let us get to work and tidy this place up. We must depart." Li Ping was unaware of the tasks Li Xian had assigned to Chu Li, still reveling in her newfound vitality. As Li Xian busied himself, news of his interview began to circulate widely, not only through traditional media, but also creating a sensation online. Many forums buzzed with discussions regarding Li Xian. "I've seen arrogance before, but never anything like this. Those upstairs lack perspective. It's merely boasting. I assent it? Who can't do that? Come on." Many prominent figures on various forums have verified that his math was flawless. Photographic memory is impressive, but what is so special about it? With a bit of training, who couldn't he achieve that? The individual upstairs is quite sour. He, in his arrogance, dismisses the world's universities, believing that no institution can impart knowledge to him. How pretentious! Does he comprehend the multitude of geniuses within esteemed institutions like Harvard and Oxford? Individuals of his ilk would scarcely be acknowledged there. as those places are bustling with brilliance. Such hubris. Indeed, he has become excessively arrogant, boasting of his achievements in Tsinghua and Peking University, claiming perfect scores in mathematics. In reality, he is merely at my level. Even Tsinghua and Peking University would not dare to belittle Harvard and Oxford. It is a display of utter ignorance. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence, Shao-Chi, diligently gathered these materials as per its master-S instructions, simultaneously amplifying the topic-S prominence online. The following morning, Yang Feifei, who had been waiting, once again spotted Li Xian, the first to exit the examination hall. His confidence, so starkly at odds with his surroundings, made it seem as though the entire world was his stage, inevitably drawing attention. Concurrently, several candidates, overwhelmed by despair, chose to leave the examination room prematurely. However, no one paid them any heed, as all gazes were fixed upon Li Xian. The June sun poured down outside the examination hall, and the sweltering air was thick with tension and anticipation. Classmate, how did you find your third exam? Do you still believe you can secure first place? Yang Feifei swiftly approached, microphone in hand, extending it towards the young man. Other journalists, noticing the unfolding scene, quickly gathered around, recognizing the significance of the moment. Li Xian paused, raising an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It felt exceedingly simple. I am undoubtedly poised to achieve first place. This is beyond question. The reporters, who had not interviewed him the previous day, were momentarily taken aback, realizing he was just as audacious as portrayed on television. Yet, they quickly collected themselves, activating their recording devices to capture his bold proclamations. Yang Feifei pressed on. Do you truly believe there was no difficulty at all? Li Xian scoffed lightly, crossing his arms, his gaze sweeping over the cameras, his tone dripping with an air of unassailable superiority. Difficulty? Frankly, the examination questions must possess universality. They're not designed to differentiate among geniuses, which is somewhat disappointing. To me, this test resembles a third-grade practice workbook, utterly lacking in challenge. Yang Feifei's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Li Xian's remarks, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to probe. Do you still feel confident about becoming this year's top scorer? Li Xian threw back his head in laughter, his voice rising an octave, capturing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Confidence? Not only do I possess confidence, but I also dare to declare, this year's top scorer shall be none other than myself. A rare genius like me is indeed a once-in-a-generation phenomenon. I'm not boasting. Even if I were to retake the exam next year, I would still secure first place. Those so-called academic elites and scholars before me are merely struggling elementary school students. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd began to whisper among themselves. Some deemed him absurdly arrogant, while others secretly admired his audacity. Particularly those who had not witnessed Li Xian's interview the day before were left utterly astonished. The surrounding journalists were evidently ignited with interest. A reporter from another media outlet approached Li Xian with a microphone, eagerly inquiring, how do you study on a regular basis? Are there any unique methods you could share with us? Li Xian waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested they could not possibly comprehend. Methods? Such rudimentary knowledge from high school requires no special techniques. My intellect surpasses the average person's capacity for understanding. There is no need for rote memorization or repetitive problem-solving strategies. A mere glance at a book suffices. As long as I enjoy a full 8 hours of sleep, indulge in a good meal, and peruse a few pages, I am more than capable of outshining everyone. And should you revisit my high school days, you would find no remarkable distinction in my performance. This is not due to any deliberate modesty, but rather because it was only in the months leading up to the college entrance examination that I realized I need not seek the validation of the mediocre. I should shine as brightly as I can, rather than dimming my light to coexist comfortably with the ordinary. At this moment, an increasing number of individuals drew closer, captivated by this rare display of bravado. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone interjected, what do you envision for your future career? Asmilagresa Li Xuan's lips, his eyes shimmering with fervor. A career? I did not intend to work for anyone else. There is no profession in existence that can contain my talents. I plan to become an entrepreneur and a leader. With my gifts and intellect, I can excel in any domain I choose, whether in research or business. If I set my mind to it, nothing is beyond my reach. In a few years, you will see my name in the news, gracing the Forbes list. At that point, you need not be astonished. This is merely a matter of course for me. Who knows, one day I might even return with a Nobel Prize, while simultaneously saving the planet and benefiting all of humanity. As his words echoed, laughter erupted from the crowd, some applauding while others shook their heads in disbelief. Yang Feifei, suppressing her laughter, posed another question. But what if you do not achieve the top score? How would you feel? Li Xian gazed at Yang Feifei, a knowing smile gracing his face. Impossible. However, should such a circumstance arise, it would indeed be a miraculous occurrence, indicating a flaw in the grading system. Nevertheless, I would personally approach the grading committee to ensure that justice is served for this world. Chapter 30. The nation's hot topic. The eccentric Li Xian. What fuels your extraordinary confidence? Would you care to elaborate? Yang Feifei articulated the collective curiosity. Li Xian eloquently expounded. The world is material in nature. My assertions are grounded in undeniable facts rather than flights of fancy. It is not merely my belief, rather, akin to yesterday's mathematical problems. I will present the questions and allow society to judge whether I have achieved perfection. The first question. The answer is, the final question. The answer is, with both the questions and answers articulated, the audience is poised to render a fair assessment of my performance. Li Xian once again showcased his remarkable photographic memory, leaving those around him in awe. With a nonchalant turn, he departed, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers. As his figure receded, it continued to exude an undeniable aura of power. At noon, in the provincial television station, during the college entrance examination face-to-face segment, Li Xian's interview aired, and countless parents were once more confronted with his presence, regardless of their disdain for his arrogance. After he recited all the exam questions and their respective answers, public judgment was inevitable. Across various online forums, many individuals, having scrutinized the entire interview, especially the questions and answers recited by Li Xian, formed their own conclusions. Li Xian achieved full marks in mathematics and comprehensive sciences. The forums buzzed with posts extolling Li Xian's brilliance, while the artificial intelligence assistant Xiao Qi, following Li Xian's directives, acted as a posting robot, perpetually generating content to manipulate online discourse. In the Qin family villa, Qin Yunshun, upon witnessing Li Xian's interview on television, smashed his expensive remote control in frustration. How could he? How dare he? Watching Li Xian flaunt his confidence sent Qin Yunshun into a rage, as he had received messages about Li Xian from other classmates and had returned to watch the interview again. If Li Xian were an ordinary candidate, his confidence would be understandable. However, as a provincial champion, the scrutiny was entirely different. Yunshun, the driver is ready. It's time for your English exam. A gentle voice called from outside the door, and in walked his mother, Song Minjing, sister to Song Mengxian. Mom, I understand. I'll be leaving shortly, he replied. Do well. And don't worry too much. If you don't perform well, I'll send you abroad for your studies. I'll 1T underperform. Just await my good news. In another hotel room, Lin Zhaoning gazed at the notebook, incredulous at Li Xian's articulate demeanor. Having shared 3 years as classmates, he knew well the kind of person Li Xian was. Lin Zhaoning muttered to himself, what transpired in these past 3 months? Or has this facade been maintained throughout the entire 3 years? In the afternoon, a throng of reporters encircled Li Xian, the first to exit the examination hall. Yang Feifei thrust the microphone toward him. Classmate, judging by your demeanor, you must be quite satisfied? Li Xian nodded and gestured with his hand, declaring, everything is under control. I am certain of a perfect score. Another reporter from a different media outlet inquired. According to your statements, it seems you have secured the position of the top scorer. Let us address the matter directly, beginning with the written examination. The first question, the significance of this question, is the composition. Is Li Xian articulated the entire English examination paper with a remarkably standard broadcasting tone, accompanied by his translations, leaving the surrounding journalists utterly astonished. Next came the listening section. The first question was the topic was the answer was this encapsulates the entirety of the English examination content and my responses. Whether I achieved a perfect score? I believe many have already drawn their conclusions. Thus far, I have recounted all the answers for mathematics, science, and English. I pose a question. In this vast nation, who could possibly perform better than I? Li Xian confidently surveyed those around him, challenging, "Do you still think I'm boasting? My mere casual effort represents a pinnacle you may never aspire to reach." Dear friends, once the college entrance examination scores are released, I trust we shall meet again. With that, Li Xian pushed past the still-dazed crowd and departed. One journalist murmured, "Incredible. His English is flawless, and his broadcasting tone is impeccable. I believe we need not wait 20 days. We can declare him the top scorer now. Quickly, today's headline has emerged, and I suspect it will be a long time before we encounter another candidate as remarkable as he." A group of reporters found themselves disinterested in interviewing other candidates since the most significant material had already been obtained. How could the utterances of others compare to this extraordinary individual? Unsurprisingly, estimates projected a score of 750, placing him first in the nation. This explosive news spread through the streets and alleys of the province on the very evening of the examination, even before the official results were announced. Online, various forums buzzed with hot topics and highlights related to this revelation. The strongest top scorer in history, no need for grading. The top scorer has emerged. A photographic memory genius, preemptively securing the top score title. Can you guess if this genius achieved full marks in Chinese? What are the previous claim of perfect mathematics? Why has that individual gone silent? Did they truly believe themselves to be on the same level? There exists a difference even among geniuses. Scoring 150 means the exam was only out of 150. To those extolling him, how dare you assert he received full marks in English composition? What is it with the uninformed commenting here? Can you not discern the quality of his English writing? If this piece does not receive full marks, then no one else's English composition deserves it either. And what about the Chinese essay? My friend, do you harbor a grudge against him? Is it truly entertaining to fixate on this? Upon encountering criticism, Qin Yun, who had been secretly posting from behind a computer screen, flushed with embarrassment and typed, "What do you mean I have a grudge? I simply cannot stand his arrogance." And a perfect score of 750. Is it not normal to question matters of academic merit? The verdict is in, a fool. Normalcy for you? You are simply envious. He possesses such talent, and what harm is there in boasting a bit? Has it affected you in any way? You aren't also a candidate this year, are you? You are merely sour. Indeed, even if his Chinese score were 0, it would not obscure the fact that he is a genius. Rather than disparaging others, one should contemplate ways to elevate oneself. If you believe you surpass them, let your achievements speak for themselves. Otherwise, your endeavors resemble a mere clown's performance. In a fit of anger, Qin Yinshin slammed his keyboard and powered down his computer, unable to bear the sight any longer. A group of sycophants indeed. Does Li Xian truly require such fervent defense after scoring full marks? This scene left him feeling as desolate as a barren stone. Is it possible that he cheated? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yinshin chastised himself. Whom would he have copied? If one possesses the ability to foresee examination questions, why bother with the Gaokao? He retrieved his phone and called his subordinate. Ergo. What are you doing? Come out for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Understood, young Master Qin. I'll be there shortly. The following day, Li Xian graced the midday news on the provincial television station. Host Song Mengxian, with a beaming smile, addressed the camera. Today, we have a special guest, Professor Zhang from Hucking University, to discuss this year's Gaokao. Professor Zhang, welcome. Thank you, host. The most talked about news online recently is the story of the most extraordinary student. He possesses an extraordinary memory, reciting all the questions for mathematics, comprehensive science, and English, along with his own answers. Astonishingly, his answers are correct. Professor Zhang, what are your thoughts on such a prodigy? Indeed, this is a rare talent. As long as his Chinese language score does not lag behind, it can be said that he has effectively secured the title of this year's Gaokao champion. Professor, do you believe it is possible for him to achieve a perfect score in Chinese? Chapter 31. The Elementary Collapse of Jade. Fundamental rules of the Soul Reaper world. Dragon-shaped hollow Li Xian. Among the most uncontrollable aspects of language arts, composition stands out. Nevertheless, there exists a certain methodology to crafting essays. As long as one remains on topic, exhibits eloquence, and maintains a coherent structure, there remains a chance to achieve a perfect score. However, this is a formidable challenge. As each year only approximately 1 in 1,000 candidates attain a perfect score in composition, with some provinces having as few as single digits or a mere dozen achieving this feat. I sincerely wish for his language art score to also be perfect. For then we shall witness a legend. Li Xian closed the news streaming webpage and inquired, "Xiao Qi, how effective was my recent performance in terms of dissemination?" "Master, it is evident that there has been a significant surge. The related search index on the internet has notably increased." Li Xian commanded, "Let us adhere to the original plan, managing the fervor of related forums. I wish for the excitement to reach its zenith post the college entrance examination results. I am quite fond of the label Madman." "Yes, Master. I shall keep a vigilant watch for you." In this digital age, fame is an invaluable resource, and societal influence is what Li Xian cherishes most. Much like Lei Jun of the Coarse Grain Company, who rose from humble beginnings, exuding a modest demeanor that naturally endears him to the populace, thereby benefiting his enterprise. Such resources are often unattainable through mere financial means. On the internet, one must be ostentatious. In reality, Li Xian resolved to remain incognito, first consolidating matters concerning the Crimson Lotus Society, followed by settling accounts with the Qin family. In the world of the Soul Reaper, the Hollow Realm, as an intermediate-level hollow of the Akachu's type, Li Xian wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, gazing at a flawlessly multifaceted crystal resembling a diamond, and broke into a broad smile. With 30,000 experiments completed, he had comprehensively grasped the characteristics of the initial collapse of jade, and the experiments aligned entirely with theoretical expectations. Finally, he could commence his self-transformation experiments. Li Xian murmured excitedly to himself. This was his very own collapse of jade. 5 years, a full 5 years, after acquiring the talents of other Li Xians from the Dream Realm, particularly the dual gifts of the adjacent Great Inventor and the Knowledge Curse, he diligently studied Hollows and Soul Reapers. During this time, he also captured solitary Soul Reapers, experimenting with the hollowification of Soul Reapers and the soul reaparification of Hollows. Through various experiments, Li Xian leveraged his understanding of the foundational rules of the Soul Reaper world, spiritual particles, to analyze spiritual pressure, spiritual particles, and souls, the 3 core concepts constituting the spirit world system, and utilized these principles to forge his own collapse of jade. As the antithesis of Soul Reapers and Hollows, Li Xian deciphered a portion of the fundamental rules of the Soul Reaper world, specifically regarding the manipulation of spiritual particles. Hollows, Soul Reapers, Exterminators, and Manifestation Masters all utilize spiritual particles, albeit in differing manners, which categorize them into distinct groups. Among them, Exterminators are the most formidable, employing the most fundamental code, spiritual particles, which constitute the essential particles of all matter and energy in the spirit world, soul society, hollow realm, and the living world, akin to atoms in the reality before his transmigration, yet perceptible or manipulable solely by spiritual energy users. Of course, the sophistication of the programming language does not guarantee the efficacy of the resultant program. Thus, realms denote realms, and combat strength signifies combat strength. The existence of spiritual particles can be categorized into 2 forms: natural and structured spiritual particles. Natural spiritual particles are the ethereal entities that permeate the 3 realms, such as the air in the soul society, the energies of the Hueco Mundo, and the spiritual veins of the human world. Structured spiritual particles, on the other hand, are entities condensed by living beings or abilities, exemplified by the Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto, the Quincy S. Bow, and the Masks of the Hollows. In the realm of Soul Reapers, the soul represents the posthumous form of all beings, including humans, Soul Reapers, and Hollows, and serves as the fundamental unit of existence within the spiritual realm. The soul acts as a vessel for spiritual particles and its condition dictates the form that these particles take. For instance, a hollow soul may emit negative spiritual particles, while a soul reaper's soul remains relatively pure. The essence of spiritual pressure lies in the force exerted by the soul, quantifying the intensity of a being's spiritual energy, akin to the aura surrounding the soul. It serves as a wellspring of power, determining a character's fundamental combat capability. Those with immense spiritual pressure may easily overwhelm those with lesser pressure, even warping space itself. Additionally, spiritual pressure acts as a catalyst for abilities. The Soul Reaper's Kido, Bankai, the Hollow's Siro, and the Quincy's Skrift all necessitate the consumption of spiritual pressure to activate. The unique characteristics of spiritual pressure include distinct wavelengths. For example, Ichigo's spiritual pressure combines the powers of Soul Reapers, Hollows, and Quincy's, manifesting as black lightning. Those with high spiritual pressure can influence the flow of surrounding spiritual particles, as evidenced by Aizen's ability to alter the color of the sky in Hueco Mundo. Hollows, Soul Reapers, and Quincy's all manipulate the spiritual particles within their souls. The essence of Quincy power lies in the absolute control over spiritual particles, establishing a triadic opposition with Soul Reapers and Hollows. The consumption of spiritual particles versus the materialization of spiritual particles versus the pollution of spiritual particles. Both Quincy's and Soul Reapers harness pure spiritual particles, rendering them inherently adversarial to Hollow's. Quincy's also employ the spiritual particles within their souls. Yet they are uniquely driven by emotions, requiring fragments of the Soul King as a medium. This emotional impetus imbues their power with pronounced individuality and instability, contrasting starkly with the regulated spiritual pressure of Soul Reapers and the rational control of Quincy's over spiritual particles. The Quincy technique represents emotional-driven soul materialization, while the power of the Soul Reapers embodies the regulated manifestation of spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto, and the power of the Hollows signifies instinct-driven spiritual particle pollution. Undoubtedly, the Soul King embodies the ultimate Quincy. The power of the Soul King signifies absolute control over spiritual particles. In the future, Yachiro Unohana must continuously experiment with Soul Reapers, Hollows, Quincy's, and Fullbringers, learning and analyzing spiritual particles to enhance her mastery over them and elevate her strength. It is essential to note that Li Xian's H-Gyoku and Aizen's, as well as Urahara Kisuke's H-Gyoku, differ significantly. The original H-Gyoku was an incomplete creation independently developed by Aizen Suke and Urahara Kisuke, later merging to form a unique energy crystal. It possesses self-awareness, with its core ability being the materialization of the holder's desires, guiding the host to transcend the boundaries of the soul and achieve evolution. Aizen's H-Gyoku was crafted through the sacrifice of hundreds of Soul Reapers and Souls of Residents from the Rukongai, combined with fragments from the Soul King, obtained from Matsumoto Ranjaku. Urahara's H-Gyoku, based on hollow energy, aimed to dismantle the boundaries between Soul Reapers and Hollows. The collapsed jade of Li Xian, crafted from the most essential spiritual essence. The collapsed jade is characterized by its lack of consciousness. It serves solely as a tool, devoid of self-awareness, thus incapable of betrayal. Any entity possessing self-awareness tends to introduce complications. However, Li Xian does not require his collapsed jade to engage in such antics. From its very inception, he has fundamentally addressed this possibility. This is all by Li Xian's design. He seeks an assistant akin to artificial intelligence, rather than an omnipotent electronic life form. What remains is to utilize the collapsed jade to transform himself, not to evolve directly from Acheron to Vastad, but to refine the essence of the void into the purest form of spiritual essence. Under the influence of Li Xian's intent, the collapsed jade rewrites the rules of spiritual essence, prompting surrounding spiritual energies to undergo transformation as well. The bone-like armor adorning Li Xian continuously falls away while his bodily tissues undergo reorganization, ultimately morphing into an energy egg composed of spiritual essence. As the surrounding energies are incessantly infused within, this egg continues to evolve, undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. 3 months later, a resounding dragon's roar reverberates, igniting a tempest of spiritual energy within a 10,000-meter radius, leading to a cataclysmic storm. Countless materials begin to disintegrate, and in an instant, the world is shrouded in darkness. Evoking an apocalyptic scene, a colossal dragon, stretching 1,000 meters in length, ascends into the sky, subsequently shrinking until it lands in a humanoid dragon form. Besides a pair of antlers atop its head and a dragon's tail, it is an unmistakably living being, with a gaping hole in its chest serving as the sole indication of its void identity. At the center of its forehead, a singular, vertically oriented eye glimmers faintly, representing the collapsed jade. With a mere thought, Li Xian stirs, causing the flesh of his forehead to ripple as he locks the collapsed jade within his body. Delighted, he surveys his transformed form, finally attaining the appearance he desired. Having traversed realms, the experience of transforming from a human into an animal was undeniably awkward. If one must become an animal, it ought to be a dragon. Now, Li Xian has realized his ambition, successfully accomplishing his transformation. Although he remains Acheron, his potential is boundless. He can perpetually grow, aspiring to exist as a being akin to the Spirit King. To illustrate his newfound capabilities in the context of a fantastical realm, he has transitioned from a mere mortal to a chaotic entity. It is now time to consume a Vastad, propelling himself into that realm. Alloy Nilo Eliili, await my return. It is time to settle the debt for the piece of my soul you once tore from me, Li Xian declares, shifting into his dragon form, albeit shrinking his size. Soaring into the sky with a radar of his own, making clutched in one claw, heading toward the luminous points of spiritual pressure above. Chapter 32. The Rescue of Halibel. Although Yachukas has attained self-awareness, he still relies on the continuous consumption of souls to evolve. If he were to be devoured by a higher-level hollow, he would permanently cease to evolve, potentially becoming merely a fragment of the latter's power. Previously, Li Xian had been bitten by the Vastad-level Iraneral Urieli, and had it not been for the innate talents of Li Xian from other worlds, he would have nearly faced permanent stagnation in his evolution, a matter of life and death. Li Xian, hovering in the air, exclaimed as the soul radar in his hand revealed 5 luminous points, 2 large and 3 small. The larger dots indicated Vastads, while the smaller ones represented Yachukas. Furthermore, observing the fluctuations in spiritual pressure from the 2 Vastads, it became evident that they were engaged in a fierce battle, and the intensity of their spiritual energy indicated a life-or-death struggle. Such occurrences were indeed rare. The pinnacle of hollow evolution is the Vastad, a being endowed with formidable abilities, surpassing even some of the captains of the Godii 13. There are but a handful of Vastads within the entire hollow realm. Consequently, conflicts among Vastads are infrequent. Victory offers little reward, while defeat leads to degradation. Who would willingly engage in such perilous endeavors, save for those with a vendetta? Li Xian infused the radar with a surge of spiritual energy, causing it to display a distant scene of combat. To his astonishment, the 2 combatants were none other than the Vastads he recognized at a glance. One was Mari Velu, one of the Espada from the storyline, rank number 7, whose embodiment of death is intoxication. He is the fastest among the Espada and harbors a deep admiration for Aizen, having been slain by Byakuya Kachiki, the captain of the 6th Division, during an assault on Aizen's faction. The other was Halibel, adorned with brown skin and emerald eyes, possessing a voluptuous figure. Her golden hair styled into 3 braids, encased within a layer of white, bone-like armor. The other 3 Yachukas accompanying her, Apache, Mila Rose, and Sunday through Sunday, were evidently on the brink of collapse, spectating the fierce duel between Halibel and Zamari Rilu. It was glaringly apparent that Halibel was at a disadvantage. Finally, I have encountered a humanoid female hollow capable of speech, Li Xian muttered to himself. In the process of evolution, only those who reach the Vastad level attain a humanoid form. Otherwise, they typically remain in beastly shapes. The Vastads are exceedingly rare within the hollow realm, let alone female Vastads. Without hesitation, Li Xian resolved to recruit Halibel as his subordinate. Upon his arrival in the Soul Society, She would be entrusted with commanding the powers of the Hollow Realm, not merely for her striking appearance. Halibel, what is this? Aren't you rather proud? How dare you refuse my invitation? Do you realize how much you embarrass me before Baelgang the Great? Zomali Rulu shouted exuberantly while attacking, his voice filled with indignation as he ground his teeth. In the past, he had been commissioned by Baelgang to invite Halibel to join his ranks, never expecting to be rejected. Enraged, he engaged Halibel in battle, only to be humiliated further by his defeat, thus shattering his defenses. The grudge has been firmly established. At last, he has awaited the opportunity to strike while Halibel is wounded outside. He swiftly assaults her, injuring 3 of her subordinates to prevent her from retreating. A feigned attack. Halibel's concentrated strike was evaded by Zomali Rulu. Her countenance was grave. As a fellow Vastode, she was compelled to divide her focus to protect her 3 subordinates, already burdened by her own injuries, rendering her at a growing disadvantage. What to do? Halibel regarded her 3 subordinates as her most vital allies. Abandoning them was utterly out of the question. She must safeguard them. Why the silence? Are you contemplating surrender? Zomali Rulu taunted as he sent a strike toward the 3 Vastode, forcing Halibel to block it. Do not entertain such thoughts. Today, you shall all perish here. Zomali Rulu exuded confidence, as if the 4 before him were already within his grasp. Unlike you, I do not adhere to the foolish principle of gaining strength without the slaughter of others. Your fates are sealed as my prey. The blood moon hung ominously in the sky. Swirling sands engulfed the air. Halibel's golden tresses billowed in the tempest, while Zomali Rulu's derisive laughter unsettled her composure. What a charade of benevolence! Zomali Rulu licked his fangs, his body expanding rapidly, the pressure of his spiritual energy intensifying. You are not but a scavenging cur, accompanied by 3 starving wretches. Halibel's fingertips glimmered with an ethereal blue light, her strike poised and ready to meet Zomali Rulu's next onslaught. Apache and her companions hid behind a rock column a kilometer away. 3 days prior, Sun had suffered a grievous injury to his left arm and now emitted pitiful whimpers, devoid of his usual agility. Myra's body oozed blackened spiritual blood, while Apache had succumbed to unconsciousness following earlier attacks. She must conclude this swiftly. There are no eternal allies in the virtual realm. Yet these battered comrades are the strength she chooses to protect. Boom! Boom! The cacophony of explosions resounded as Zomali Rulu initiated his charge. The ferocity of his speed conjuring a hurricane that solidified the sand into projectiles. As Halibel sidestepped, the ground erupted beneath her with 6 violet strikes. With a light press of her toes upon the void, her form flowed like satin under moonlight, tearing through the dense web of energy. Too slow. A chilling female voice resonated from above Zomali Rulu. Halibel's strike met its target, yet upon contact, it dissipated into silver particles. Zomali Rulu's armor had miraculously hardened at the critical moment. Intriguing. Zomali Rulu grinned wickedly. But have you witnessed my ultimate speed? Halibel's pupils constricted. Zomali Rulu was renowned for his swiftness among the Vastode. 3 strikes approached from different angles, each accurately locking onto her anticipated movements. Water vapor coalesced into icy blades within Halibel's palms as she sensed the subtle tremors from the crystalline barrier behind her. A mouthful of blood was expelled. In this dire moment, Halibel chose to protect her comrades first, absorbing Zomali Rulu's attack while the 3 gravely injured subordinates lay sheltered within the crystalline barrier she had conjured. How foolish! Zomali Rulu ambled toward Halibel, relishing the sight of her helpless expression, for he too had once found himself in a similarly vulnerable position before her. It was time for retribution. As he tread upon the ground littered with pale bones, he approached Halibel, accompanied by 3 burdensome companions, declaring that her fate was sealed here today. Big sister, you must flee. You shall avenge us in the future. Sun exclaimed, struggling to rise and shouting fervently. Indeed, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, Mila added anxiously, knowing that if their elder sister met her demise here, they would never forgive themselves. You are more precious to me than my own life. I shall not abandon you, Halibel stated with newfound composure. unleashing a burst of royal energy. Zomali Luru, renowned for his swiftness, effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated, sending Hellebel sprawling with a ruthless remark. In the entirety of Hueco Mundo, no one can save you, for none dare intervene in the affairs of Lord Zomali Luru. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. A sudden voice shifted the atmosphere, causing Zomali Luru to startle, realizing someone had approached their vicinity without his notice. Who dares to disrupt my plans? Li Xian, in his dragon form, descended from above, landing gracefully and regarding Zomali Luru with an air of ease. It is I. Chapter 33. Have you not eaten? The terrifying nature of Li Xian. The air suddenly fell into a moment of calm. Ha ha, then. Zomali Luru burst into laughter, his mirth tearing through the atmosphere. He thought some oblivious Vastad would disrupt his plans, but to his surprise, it was an Akachu's skilled in concealment. My goodness, this is hilarious. Young man, do you wish to play the hero saving the damsel in distress? After his laughter subsided, Zomali Luru coldly remarked, though internally he was seething with rage, teetering on the brink of an explosion. The Hueco Mundo is a society governed by strict hierarchies, a system forged by the countless lives of hollows. Damn it. Hellebel disregarding me is one thing, but you, Akachus, dare to overstep your bounds? Li Chuan, observing Zomali Luru's twisted fury, calmly replied, indeed. Ah, how delightful. Li Xian's nonchalant tone ground Zomali Luru's facade of composure into dust. The last remnants of Luru's fragile reason were consumed by his fury, causing him to vanish from sight and reappear before Li Xian in an instant. His enormous hand transformed into a claw, striking from above with such ferocity that ripples distorted the fabric of space. This blow was so swift that even Hellebel could only perceive an afterimage. Though she was bewildered by the situation, she recognized that he was on their side and urgently warned, "Get out of the way." Unfortunately, the transmission of sound requires time, and evidently, there was not enough of it. Yet, Hellebel was left dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before her, as was the self-assured and savage Zomali Luru. Li Xian extended a single finger, pressing it against Zomali Luru's wrist, halting him in his tracks. The stark contrast rendered the atmosphere somewhat absurd, and then the sound of an explosion echoed through the air. How could this be? Hellebel murmured to herself. Her strength ranked among the top 5 in Hueco Mundo, and the only one she could confidently claim to have a solid advantage over was Baelgang, yet even he could not achieve this. The two subordinate officers observing from a distance were equally astonished, perplexed as to where Li Xian had come from and how he possessed such terrifying power. Li Xian raised his gaze to the dazed Zomali Luru, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you not eaten? Zomali Luru's face flushed crimson as he let out a furious roar and launched another attack, only to be met once more by Li Xian's fingertip. A terrifying wave of energy brewed in his mouth, culminating in a flash of a king-level hollow. Li Xian, expressionless, awaited the arrival of the energy projectile, then swatted it away with the casualness of swatting a fly. Several mountain peaks were pierced by this energy, erupting in violent explosions, and the gale whipped furiously between them. Having effortlessly deflected Zomali Luru's 3 consecutive assaults, Li Xian maintained his expression of derision, his tone infuriatingly taunting. Please, show me your true strength. Control your power so as not to crush an insignificant insect like yourself. This is indeed an unprecedented challenge. Li Xian felt a surge of exhilaration that lifted him into a euphoric state. After years of life-and-death battles and countless times fleeing from illusions, he finally experienced a semblance of the treatment reserved for protagonists, thanks to the support of his comrades. It was truly delightful. Under the scorching sun of the Zomali Luru no longer seethed with anger. Instead, he instinctively distanced himself from Li Xian. He was not foolish. He recognized that the strength of the person before him was not that of a mere Akiukas, but rather the genuine might of a Vastad. As for the reason behind Akiukas's spiritual pressure, if Li Xian were willing to explain, he would understand that realm and combat power are distinct entities. Unduptali, Li Xuan, having been transformed by the crumbling jewel, was a genius, and it was entirely normal for a genius to possess strength that surpassed conventional limits. Zomali Luru glared at Li Xian with eyes that regarded him as insignificant, which only fueled his fury further. Even Lord Belagar would not dare to look down upon him. He had reached his breaking point and shouted, "You insignificant bug that emerged from nowhere! How dare you insult me?" Li Xian gently assisted Haribel to her feet, holding her delicate hand that felt smooth and warm, and softly said, "Wait for me over there. Once I deal with him, we shall converse further." Haribel, seeking to recover from her injuries, nodded in agreement and cautioned, "You must be careful. His speed is formidable." But she quickly recalled that Li Xian's speed was equally astonishing, so she refrained from saying more. She did not wish for anyone to sacrifice themselves for her, but if the person before her could achieve victory without such sacrifices, it was certainly a blessing. Li Xian, with a swift motion, sent Haribel to her three subordinates and turned back to face Zomali Luru. Zomali Luru was now thoroughly enraged, steam rising from his forehead. He had attempted to assert dominance, only to find that Li Xian had ignored him, engaging instead in flirtatious banter. He could no longer maintain his composure. "I will utterly annihilate you. I will." Li Xian, uninterested in Zomali Luru's empty threats, ridiculed him. "Is all your strength confined to your words?" Zomali Luru's shadowy form twisted atop the dunes as dark purple spiritual pressure erupted from the hollow in his right chest. Hundreds of crimson orbs writhed upon his skin. This was his cursed eye form, evolved after devouring 300 Jillions. Unaltered by Eisen into a hollow, he still retained the fierce, beastly form characteristic of a grand hollow. "An unnamed wretch dares to provoke me repeatedly? Allow me to demonstrate what a Vastad truly is." Zomali Luru unleashed the unique hollow techniques belonging to every Vastad. A scoff emanated from beneath Li Xian's skeletal mask as he floated in his human dragon form, his dark golden robe remaining impeccably still amidst the tempest of spiritual pressure. The sand beneath him collapsed into a massive pit due to the overwhelming presence of the king-level hollow. Two towering figures loomed in the storm of spiritual particles. Zomali Luru, a colossal spider covered in cursed eyeballs, and Li Xian in his human dragon form, locked in a once-in-a-century battle of Vastads. Suddenly, the main eye on Zomali's forehead emitted a blood-red beam. Cursed binding, 100-eyed burial. Countless eyeballs simultaneously shot out web-like strands of spiritual energy, a lethal technique capable of restraining a captain-level Shinigami's Bankai. Yet, Li Xian merely raised a finger, encased in bone armor, and tore through the void, creating a pitch-black fissure. Destruction Art Number 90, Black Coffin, Hollow Technique Modification. In the depths of the white bone sand sea, a spiritual pressure erupted that made the moon tremble. Hellebore summoned a barrier to protect her three subordinates. A cube darker than night instantly enveloped Zomali, and within it, millions of hollow projectiles cascaded like a torrential downpour. As the black coffin shattered, Zomali was drenched in blood, yet he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "I've caught you." At that moment, a sun-like pattern unexpectedly appeared on Li Xian's left arm. Zomali had endured the impact of the black coffin, utilizing the 37th eye hidden within the sands to complete the domination of love. The body gazed upon by the cursed, "I shall be mine to command. Your eyeball is worthy enough to be embedded in my appendage." Zomali's abdomen burst open with 360 compound eyes, simultaneously awakening, as the grains of sand coalesced into a crystalline cage within his vision. This was the cursed eye crystal realm, a technique that sealed all. Awakened after he had consumed 79 Ayukikas, Zomali activated the pattern, and, astonishingly, Li Xian's left arm began to grasp his own throat in a reverse motion. Just as a smile began to form on Zomali's lips, a dark red light flickered through the cracks in Li Xian's mask. "Did you think my body could be tainted by such insignificant insects?" With a sudden chill, Li Xian's left hand transformed into spiritual particles, dissipating, only to reconstitute in an instant. Zomali's pupils constricted in shock. This was the spiritual particle super speed regeneration, a speed that surpassed the limits of Vasto Lord's regeneration. Before he could launch a second wave of attack, the entire sky of Hueco Mundo was suddenly stained crimson. Virtual Path 91. Virtual Flash Rain. The virtual path was a technique developed by Li Xian based on the world's rules, distinct from the Shinigami, earning it the name of Virtual Path. Chapter 34. The Spirit Pressure That Breaks Boundaries. The submission of Halibel. Li Xian's chant reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing tremors as dark red beams pierced the clouds, unraveling the very fabric of space into nothingness. Zomari unleashed his double resonance, conjuring 5 phantoms, only to despair as he realized each doppelganger was ensnared by the crimson thunder. Zomari's 8 limbs plunged into the sandy sea, and suddenly, a gaping maw split open on his back. Curse eye reflection. A multitude of eyeballs refracted the descending thunder into a net-like formation, instantly carving the area around Li Xian into a chessboard of deep pits. Just as a flicker of relief surged within him, he beheld a black sun entwined with chains rising from the dust. Void Path 92. World-devouring wheel. Li Xian's voice caused the entire wasteland to begin collapsing. The gravitational pull of the black sun severing Zomari's 3 pairs of limbs. Yet, the king of curse eyes, Zomari, grinned wickedly as he inserted the severed appendages into his chest. Do you think I became vastoed through mere luck? In the terrifying regeneration of flesh proliferation, Zomari transformed into a mountain of flesh with 1,000 eyes, each pupil reflecting Li Xian's figure. The curse of love. All eyes return. This was a far more dreadful fatality than mere physical control. Any creature recorded by the compound eyes would have its soul eternally imprisoned in the hell of pupils. Li Xian's dark golden robe suddenly ignited into ashes, revealing millions of souls devoured by the curse eyes swirling around him. As Zomari erupted into a cacophony of overlapping maniacal laughter. Become my collection. Yet, Li Xian remained motionless, allowing Zomari's assault to take effect. Seeing this, Zomari approached Li Xian, intent on consuming him. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Li Xian, descending upon Zomari. He felt his body grow sluggish, his consciousness began to blur, and he witnessed his form slowly disintegrating. He muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? What manner of monster are you capable of? Before Zomari could finish his sentence, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Recognizing the potential for research value, Li Xian spared his life. The spiritual pressure Li Xian had unleashed was the pinnacle of talent acquired post the crumbling jade transformation, which he described as a cataclysmic force. In the face of such pressure, the mere Vastode was effortlessly subdued. If Aizen's spiritual pressure represented a breach of the Soul Reaper's boundaries, then Li Xian's pressure transcended those of the Hollows, gradually merging with the crumbling jade and advancing towards a divine realm. With Zomari so close, Li Xian could have easily extinguished him with his spiritual pressure. Void Path 97. Mandala Grand Barrier. A transparent light prison sealed Zomari, halting his spiritual fluctuations. His consciousness ceased entirely. There was no possibility of breaching this seal. Tia Halibel, upon witnessing the cessation of the tumultuous battle from afar, discerned Li Xian's victory through the spiritual pressure. The dragon-human form of Li Xian appeared before her, and a hint of a smile graced her previously stern visage. Thank you. Halibel expressed her gratitude. There's no need for thanks. I have my own motives for saving you, Li Xian replied with a calm nod, for as a traveler, he was privy to certain intel regarding Halibel. Halibel harbored the conviction that true strength should not be acquired through the act of taking lives. Thus, even when faced with a powerful hollow attacking a group of individuals, she chose not to annihilate her adversary, firmly believing that the pursuit of sacrifice inevitably entailed a cost. Once a vast Ord, Halibel had rescued Apache, Mila Rose, and Sunday through Sunday in her earlier days, and thereafter they acted together to mitigate the risks posed by other hollows. What do you require? Halibel inquired cautiously, aware that among hollows, camaraderie was a rare phenomenon. The bond shared by the 4 of them was a unique exception. Li Xian extended his hand, inviting her, join me, and I promise you safety and freedom. Trust me, my strength in dealing with Zomari LaRue should be persuasive. Halibel hesitated, glancing at her wounded subordinates. I can heal them, Li Xian reassured her, recognizing her concerns. I am willing to follow you. However, they must accompany me rather than you. At last, Hellebel wavered. Having previously declined an invitation from Baelgang, she now understood the importance of teamwork. In her eyes, Li Xian was a force to be reckoned with. Akin to Baelgang. Very well. Li Xian nodded in agreement, realizing that as long as Hellebel was loyal to him, the other three would naturally follow. Hellebel respectfully bowed, acknowledging Li Xian's authority in accordance with the customs of the Hollow Realm. Li Xian felt a surge of joy. After so many years, he was no longer alone. Excellent. Truly excellent. I shall reward you handsomely. The crystal of the broken jade manifested upon Li Xian's forehead, casting 4 beams of light upon Hellebel and her companions. The 3 severely injured subordinates experienced a resurgence of their rapid regeneration abilities as the ethereal particles of the world responded to the will of the broken jade, mending their bodies in mere moments. The 3 awoke and, without hesitation, approached Li Xian to express their gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Hellebel, restored to her prime state, inquired, My lord, how shall we address you? I am Li Xian. You may call me Xian. Yes, Lord Xian. The 4 of them bowed in unison, kneeling before Li Xian to express their allegiance. Li Xian was greatly pleased by this display, gesturing for the mandala barrier that sealed Zomari Leroux to float before him. The sight caused a subtle shift in the expressions of Hellebel and her companions. The apex of the food chain within the Hollow Realm, the vast Ord, now appeared as mere cargo. Despite Hellebel's formidable strength, defeating Zomari Leroux would require an arduous battle, far from the effortless domination Li Xian was about to demonstrate. Li Xian released the seal, and Zomari Leroux, restored to lucidity, found himself devoid of any spiritual power. He looked at Li Xian, struggling to articulate why. Do you not simply kill me? Vast Ord-level experimental subjects are rather valuable, Li Xian stated plainly, and upon finishing, he obliterated Zomari Leroux's sanity. You will keep watch for me. I require a few days. Yes, Lord Xian, Hellebel responded, leading her 3 subordinates away. Li Xian wielded the crumbling jade, directly unraveling the essence of Vastad. In the face of the crumbling jade's dominion over the foundational layers of the world, Vastad's secrets lay bare before Li Xian. Thus enlightened, Li Xian recognized the necessity of another Vastad to validate his theories. It was time to fulfill his original objective of vanquishing Yalaniro Elurili. The crumbling jade radiated brilliance, astonishingly encapsulating the already ethereal Zomaliru within its embrace, to be dealt with after the examination of Yalaniro Elurili. Hellebel, it is time to depart. Yes, Master Li Xian. Li Xian transformed directly, metamorphosing into a colossal dragon. Come aboard, we are pressed for time. Hellebel and her companions suppressed their astonishment, respectfully positioning themselves atop the great dragon's head. With a resounding roar, Li Xian soared into the heavens, accompanied by the 4. Chapter 35, Vastode. With a flip of the palm, annihilated. While soaring through the skies, Harabel inquired, Lord Xian, where are we headed? Li Xian, clutching the radar in his dragon-like claws, replied, We are going to eliminate Araniro Elurili. The 4 of them were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Vastode had been reduced to mere insects? To be exterminated at will? As a fellow Vastode, Harabel was well aware of Araniro Elurili and dutifully shared all the intelligence she possessed. Lord Xian, Araniro Elurili evolved from a Jillian. He possesses the ability to consume all forms of power and exploit every conceivable means, characterized by selfishness and greed. He places immense importance on his own existence and feelings, harboring great confidence in his abilities, believing himself to be invincible due to his capacity for infinite evolution. He is indeed a troublesome entity. Fear not, he is far too weak. Merely a trivial concern, Li Xian asserted with unwavering confidence, leaving Harabel and the others exchanging glances. Yet, Harabel had already prepared herself in secret. The Hueco Mundo appeared desolate and dilapidated, a stark contrast to the Soul Society. Right here, unleash a Siro, Li Xian commanded. Harabel unleashed a Siro that struck the dunes below, prompting Araniro Elurili to erupt from the ground in a fit of rage. Anyone would be irked to be disturbed from their rest by such an attack. The grotesquely rotund Vastode, Eriniro Eluriuli, immediately recognized Harabel and bellowed, "Harabel, you wretched creature. What do you intend to do?" He failed to recognize Li Xian, for after undergoing transformation through the H-Gyoku, Li Xian had become an entirely different being. "You all observe from the skies. Do not allow other hollows to interfere with me," he instructed. "Lord Xian, may I assist you?" Harabel suggested. "You are not capable. Your strengths are too similar. Engaging him would consume too much time. I shall resolve this in 3 moves," Li Xian declared, transforming into his dragon-human form and descending. Harabel and her 3 subordinates exchanged glances in the sky, all feeling that Li Xian was somewhat overreaching. Vastode corresponded to the combat prowess of a captain of the Godii 13. How could such a being be vanquished in merely 3 moves? "Who is this Akiyukas? State your name," Eriniro Eluriuli questioned, perplexed by the unfamiliar hollow, while another personality jeered, "Harabel, is this your paramour?" Indeed, life could be created among hollows. Harabel remained silent, eager to witness how Li Xian would handle Eriniro Eluriuli. Li Xian released a fragment of his spiritual pressure, causing the very heavens to shift ominously. The countenance of Eriniro Eluriuli morphed dramatically, and the 2 heads within the jar emitted cries of alarm. Li Xian's hair shone with a pure silver hue, standing out starkly against the dark backdrop of Hueco Mundo. At that moment, he stood with his hands in his pockets and a hint of disdainful derision curling his lips, silently hovering in the void, as if Eriniro Eluriuli were but an inconsequential insect. "This spiritual pressure, you're certainly not Akiyukas," as Eriniro Eluriuli observed Li Xian's silence. His fury intensified. He recognized that Li Xian was also a Vasto lord, yet emboldened by his own strength within the hollow realm. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Suddenly, his form expanded dramatically. His previously bulky body swelled further, while the hollow hole on his back began voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual pressure. The air around him warped due to the violent energy fluctuations. He bellowed, unleashing his most formidable Ciro. A blinding blue light erupted from the hollow, coalescing into an enormous Ciro, nearly 100 meters in diameter, exuding an apocalyptic force as it hurtled towards Li Xian. The very fabric of space seemed to tear as it passed, leaving behind dark fissures. And even the distant floating ice continent was shattered by the terrifying energy shockwave, sending countless fragments crashing into a crimson lake, creating towering waves. Yet, in the face of such a cataclysmic assault, Li Xian remained steadfast, unmoving. His eyes betrayed no sign of disturbance, as if the impending Ciro were merely a gentle breeze. Just as the Ciro was about to strike, he slowly raised his right hand, palm open, gathering silver spiritual pressure within it. In the next moment, he gently swatted it away. With a resounding thud that echoed like the tearing of the heavens, Li Xian's hand deflected Eriniro Eluriuli's strongest Ciro, sending it crashing into the distance in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a ferocious energy storm that formed a colossal energy sphere in the void. Remarkably, Li Xian's body remained entirely undisturbed, his palm unscathed. Eriniro Eluriuli's eyes widened in disbelief. The ease with which his most powerful Ciro had been dismissed surpassed his comprehension. Helibel and her companions stood in stunned silence, aghast at the terrifying might of Li Xian. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Eriniro Eluriuli shrieked, his voice laced with terror and resentment, realizing that this was not a mere casual strike, but a culmination of his efforts. Understanding that he must unveil his true abilities or face dire consequences, he resolved to employ his devouring power, a unique skill bestowed upon him as a Vasto Lord, one of his trump cards. He opened his enormous maw, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth as the spiritual pressure surrounding him surged frantically. In an instant, his form appeared to transform into a bottomless abyss, drawing in the hollows he had accumulated, whether powerful or weak, towards his gaping mouth with an invisible force. As these hollows were consumed, anguished cries echoed. Yet Eriniro Eluriuli felt no empathy. His sole focus lay on the intoxicating thirst for power. With each hollow devoured, his body underwent a transformation. He expanded further, his once cumbersome frame growing even larger as his skin became enshrouded in a layer of hardened scales and the hollow hole on his back deepened. His spiritual pressure erupting like a volcano, surging uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual pressure had reached a terrifying realm, causing the very fabric of space around him to fracture under the immense weight of his power. Ha ha ha, Li Xian, feel my might, Eralinlo Erlarili bellowed, his voice brimming with arrogance. In an instant, his form morphed into a colossal maw, lunging fiercely at Li Xian. As the immense mouth passed, space itself was torn asunder, creating a vast black hole that seemed poised to consume everything in its path. Li Xian gazed at the monstrous jaw before him, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. He understood that Eralinlo Erlarili had unleashed his ultimate prowess. Yet, that alone would not suffice. With swift movements, he formed intricate seals with his hands, and a silvery spiritual pressure coalesced around his body, culminating in a grand magical array. Void Path, 98. Three Realms Spiritual Energy Cannon, he proclaimed with a commanding voice, as the array erupted in a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight at the dawn of creation, and akin to the resplendent radiance of a sun in the throes of explosion, an inexhaustible reservoir of energy converging within. In the next heartbeat, a colossal beam of light shot forth from the magical array, its velocity so staggering that Eralinlo Erlarili's gigantic mouth could not evade it. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, echoing the primordial roar of the universe's inception, as the Three Realms Spiritual Energy Cannon struck directly into the maw of Eralinlo Erlarili. The violent explosion unleashed a tempest of energy that swept across the entire void circle, flattening distant mountains to mere rubble, vaporizing countless lakes, and even creating a gaping chasm in the sky of the void circle, revealing the profound depths of the cosmos beyond. Chapter 36. The Radiance of the Divine Void. The transformation of Haribel's quartet. Eralinlo Erlarili let out a wretched scream as his body was hurled away, crashing heavily onto a massive floating iceberg. His form lay shattered, scales falling away, blood streaming forth, and the hollow in his back showing signs of fracture. A look of sheer terror filled his eyes as he gazed at Li Xian, his heart heavy with despair. No, I cannot perish. I still have a chance. Sensing Li Xian's resolute, murderous intent, Eralinlo Erlarili roared in defiance. He understood he stood at the precipice of life and death, and without exerting every ounce of his strength, only doom awaited him. Thus, he ignited all his power, including the essence of his soul. His body began to emanate light, swiftly mending its broken form, and his spiritual pressure surged once more. Reaching an intensity far surpassing that of when he devoured hollows, madness consumed his gaze, and he let out a beastly growl. Damn you! I shall perish alongside you. I have consumed over 20,000 hollows. This is my ultimate strength, equivalent to the amalgamation of more than 20,000 hollows. Do not underestimate me. Eralinlo Erlarili reached the zenith of his power, with his spiritual pressure boiling around him. Li Xian regarded him with a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He had played enough, and it was time to conclude this battle. From the center of his antlers, a silvery spiritual pressure coalesced into a small luminous sphere. This sphere appeared ordinary, yet harbored a terrifying energy reminiscent of a miniature universe, encapsulating all laws and powers. The radiance of the divine void, Li Xian intoned, his voice imbued with authority and an irresistible force. In the next moment, the sphere erupted into a blinding light, transforming into a beam that pierced through the air, more radiant than the sun, vaster than the cosmos itself. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no ripples from energy clash. As the pale beam swept across the sky, time seemed to freeze. 20,000 hollows vanished as if erased by an eraser, along with 2/3 of Eralinlo's body, silently obliterated. The remnants fell into the sandy sea, Eralinlo Erlarili's form appearing minuscule amidst the radiance, as all his might, whether from the hollows he consumed or the power gained through burning his essence, swiftly dissipated within that light, as though it had never existed. As the brilliance faded, Eralinlo Erlarili lay curled upon the ground, broken and battered, the liquid pooling around him glimmering with despair under the moonlight. Only one head remained in the glass jar, filled with boundless fear and hopelessness. He gazed at Li Xian, who approached step by step, his voice trembling as he uttered, "You, what manner of monster are you?" Li Xian stood before him, looking down with a cold smile curling at his lips. "Monster? You appear more like a monster yourself, and you are merely an arrogant insect, hovering in the air." Harabel's quartet descended behind Li Xian, observing the gasping Ranilo Eluriuli with a mixture of pity and astonishment. The battle, from its inception to conclusion, transpired in merely 3 moves, with Li Xian utterly overpowering Araniro Eluriuli through sheer strength. Harabel and her 3 companions gazed reverently at Li Xian, elevating him to the status of a deity. With a mere gesture, Li Xian eradicated Araniro's consciousness, and the crystal known as the collapsed jade manifested upon his forehead, initiating his examination of the fallen foe. The skies of Hueco Mundo gradually regained tranquility, as if the earlier conflict had been merely an illusion. Yet the countless deep craters and the vanquished hollows scattered across the earth bore testament to the ferocity of the skirmish. Observing Li Xian diligently studying Araniro, Harabel instinctively led her 3 subordinates to assume a defensive posture. Producing the corpse of Zomalulu from the collapsed jade, Li Xian utilized it to validate his theories. A month later, both Zomalulu and Araniro Eluriuli, now vanquished Vasto lords, had been absorbed by the collapsed jade, resulting in a significant enhancement of its capabilities. Li Xian was filled with exhilaration. It was time for his own evolution to commence. "Harabel, gather around," he beckoned. The 4 immediately approached him. "Lord Xian, what is your command?" they inquired. "I intend to bestow a reinforcement upon you, augmenting your powers." He articulated his plan. "Your current strength is insufficient, and I cannot remain by your side at all times. Yet, I have pledged to protect you." Harabel and her companions were taken aback. Could hollows truly enhance themselves voluntarily? Was it not merely through devouring and evolving? Mila Raz posed the question on behalf of the others. "Lord Xian, can we hollows actively enhance our strength?" Li Xian extended his dragon-like claw, gesturing to the collapsed jade upon his brow. "This is my creation, the forbidden artifact known as the collapsed jade. It possesses the power to rewrite the rules, enabling you to expedite your evolution." He then unveiled 4 blood-red elixirs. "These are concocted from the collapsed jade, combined with fragments of my own being, serving dual purposes. First, to complete your souls, granting you the potential for deeper evolution. Second, to significantly reduce the time required for you to ascend to Vasto Lord status. Harabel, for you, it is merely a step forward, enhancing your already formidable power. Much like the Soul Reapers, who are described as captain-level beings due to their immense strength, even those hollows surpassing Vasto Lords remain classified as such." Harabel accepted the elixir from Li Xian's claw and swallowed it whole, igniting an explosion akin to a sun within her form. The collapsed jade upon Li Xian's brow emitted a radiant blue light that enveloped Harabel as the ambient spiritual particles seemed to be summoned, rushing toward her. The tumultuous spiritual energy triggered a tidal surge of power, forming a cocoon of light around Harabel, who succumbed to slumber as boundless energy flooded into her, aiding her in this pivotal transformation. Meanwhile, Li Xian engaged in conversation with his 3 companions, awaiting Harabel's awakening. He understood that Harabel had not fully entrusted him. Her willingness to test the elixir was merely a precaution for her subordinates. 3 days later, Helibel emerged from the shattered cocoon of light, her skeletal armor rejuvenated, adorned solely with a breastplate and a bone skirt that exuded a captivating allure. She had fully embraced her humanoid form, devoid of any ethereal characteristics. However, the most conspicuous feature of her transformation remained the void. Li Xian sensed that Helibel's power had made a significant leap forward. She understood how rare this achievement was. The evolution of Vastad was no longer a mere consequence of consumption, and yet she continued to progress. Li Xian gathered the ethereal particles within the space, crafting a pair of transparent high-heeled shoes, which he presented to Helibel. Receiving his gift, she recognized the extent of her transformation and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Lord Xian, your strength has grown, which is beneficial for my endeavors. Chapter 37. Devouring Her Libel. Evolution. Vasto, Lordly Xian. Congratulations, big sister. Her libel's 3 subordinates eagerly approached. Filled with joy, Li Xian presented 3 elixirs to them, and after expressing their gratitude, they consumed them immediately. A surge of energy enveloped the surroundings, casting a shadow over the sun and the sky. Guiding her libel away from the tumultuous energy, Li Xian asked, "Do you have any wishes?" "Wishes? None," she replied, reflecting. "Since my awakening and gaining consciousness, I have been in constant battle. Perhaps I have always yearned for a peaceful life with the 3 of them." "Indeed, it seems like a rather mundane existence," Li Xian murmured, pulling her libel into his embrace, lifting her chin to meet her beautiful gaze. "From now on, live well for me. I am the very essence of your existence. Are you willing?" Gazing at Li Xian's handsome visage adorned with majestic antlers and recalling his unparalleled strength, her libel thought to herself, "Perhaps this is my destiny, subservience to a being more powerful. I am willing." Li Xian was pleased with her libel's response. With a casual wave, countless trees erupted from the earth, transforming the barren landscape into a lush forest in mere moments. In the realm of the dead, everything is composed of spiritual particles, and Li Xian merely modified the code of these particles. At the center of the forest, a large expanse of land rose, featuring a lavish palace where Li Xian decided to reside temporarily. He effortlessly carried her libel inside, saying, "Come, I know where your void lies. Let me explore it thoroughly today." A rare blush graced her libel's face as she silently acquiesced to Li Xian's intentions. Days later, in his dragon-human form, Li Xian was infusing energy into her libel's void when he sensed that 3 cocoons were on the verge of breaking. "Master Xian, stop playing. Sun and the others are about to awaken." Her libel exclaimed in alarm. "Do not worry. I do not mind," Li Xian replied nonchalantly. "The void knows no morality. One can act as one pleases, true to one's nature." Biting her lip, her libel surrendered to Li Xian's whims. The 3 had evolved into Vasto Lords, their former animal forms transformed into that of humans. They chattered excitedly, sharing their joy of evolution. Mila Rose was the first to sense something amiss. "Where are Master Xian and Big Sister?" Upon discovering the forest and palace crafted by Li Xian, they arrived to witness a rather flushed scene. Big Sister grappling with Master Xian. Li Xian continued to fill her libel's void with spiritual matter, hoping to complete the experiment on the void, but to no avail. "Master Xian." The 3 women knelt respectfully upon seeing him. "Rise," he commanded. "Well done. You have developed a certain level of self-defense." Li Xian nodded approvingly. Sun, Mila Rods, and Apache, you may also assist Lord Xian with his affairs now." Hellebel sat excitedly in Li Xian's embrace. It was truly wonderful that the 3 sisters, bound by life and death, had achieved so much and had their own man to rely on. He finally felt a sense of home. "Next, I shall enter seclusion to break through to Vastad, and you will protect me," Li Xian declared, embarking on his path of evolution. Hellebel caressed Li Xian's face, saying, "Xian, I and the others will guard you. Focus solely on your breakthrough." After indulging in a moment of intimacy with Hellebel, Li Xian descended into the earth to commence his breakthrough. Once Li Xian had departed, Sun and the others quickly gathered around Hellebel, eager to hear gossip about her and Li Xian. After sharing a few brief words, Hellebel instructed the trio to take their positions for vigilance. "Lord Xian's will is our guiding effort. Let us not disappoint his expectations." "Understood." As the 3 officials left, Hellebel sat in the palace, murmuring, "Xian, my man, you must succeed." In the subterranean space, Li Xian stood before the fragment of jade, which he had previously arranged with a formation that concentrated spiritual energy, saving him precious time. He had learned and validated the essence of Vastad from the 2 great void beings, Zomali Lulyalu and Aranilo Eluruyuli, and had witnessed Hellebel's profound evolution, as well as the entire process of Sun and the others evolving from Akukas to Vastad. Everything was set. The fragment of jade emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Li Xian and drawing him within as torrents of spiritual particles surged into the fragment. Hellebel and the others sensed the upheaval of spiritual energy in the world. This disturbance was far greater than during their own evolution. Despite the formation Li Xian had set up, they observed the sky seemingly lowering, which was merely the energy-generated clouds descending. This terrifying wave of energy spread far and wide, claiming many void beings who could not escape, transforming them into pure spiritual particles and leading to their demise. Within the vast space of the fragment of jade, Li Xian transformed into a dragon form once more, and the gray-black spiritual pressure seeping from his chest intensified, now dozens of times stronger than before. During his evolution into Vastad, his body grew smaller, yet his spiritual pressure became increasingly formidable. Pure spiritual particles emerged within the fragment, merging into Li Xian's form, causing his dull scales to shimmer with a pearlescent sheen, while patches of his keratin layer shed to reveal newly formed skin suffused with silvery spiritual pressure. His spine cracked like thunder, undergoing metamorphosis as every tissue in his body transformed and rebirthed, changing fundamentally until he ultimately became an energy cocoon. The fragment of jade extracted pure spiritual particles from the world, continuously safeguarding this process. Simultaneously, Li Xian's will began to modify the underlying code of the fragment, initiating an upgrade. A year later, a crackling sound resonated from Li Xian's soul, marking not just a transformation of his body, but a profound evolution of his spirit. Within the cocoon, Li Xian's dragon form had completely vanished, replaced by a shape reminiscent of a human infant, growing steadily with each breath. After several hours, he had transformed into a youth. With a resounding crack, the luminous cocoon shattered, and Li Xian opened his eyes, rising to his feet. His tall and slender figure resembled the most exquisite of creations, with a silvery spiritual pressure coalescing into a tangible form, swirling across his body like a cascade of stars. The runes that had shimmered upon his skin gradually faded into obscurity, while his deep, obsidian eyes sparkled like twinkling constellations. Most astonishingly, there was no void in his chest. This was the perfect state Li Xian had achieved after comprehending the essence of Vastad, signifying that he had rectified the inherent flaws of the void, reaching its pinnacle. To advance further would mean transcending the void, evolving into a different form of life altogether. Although he possessed the capability to take that step, he wished to first grasp the essences of the exterminator and the perfect manifestation master before proceeding. It was time to venture into the world to collect the exterminators and perfect manifestation masters. With a flicker of thought, Li Xian transitioned from the realm of broken jade to the outside world, the broken jade vanishing into his brow. He felt the tumultuous power within him surging to the brink of chaos, ambition burning fiercely like an inferno. Li Xian departed from his secluded retreat, returning to his palace. Suddenly, a figure leaped into his embrace. It was Herebel. Chapter 38, Journey to the Living World. The Death of Kurosaki Masaki. Beautiful one, have you missed me? Li Xuaning Kirat. Lifting Herebel's chin. Indeed, Herebel replied with earnestness, nodding her head. There's nothing here to disturb us, is there? The three of us, the Vasto Lords, are present. No hollow would dare approach, Herebel confidently asserted. Xian, your hollow hole? Herebel gazed at Li Xian's chest in astonishment, questioning him with curiosity. This signifies the pinnacle of hollow evolution, a practical embodiment of my theoretical ultimate hollow. In due course, as you traverse your own paths to hollow mastery, your hollow holes will also become complete, Li Xian elucidated. Li Xian, having transcended into a Vasto Lord, was filled with elation as he shared numerous research theories with Herebel. Though she grasped only fragments of the knowledge, she diligently committed everything he said to memory. Cradling Herebel in his arms upon his throne, Li Xian proclaimed, Herebel, I am preparing to venture into the living world. Will you accompany me? Upon hearing this, Herebel responded, Xian, Vasto Lords cannot enter the living world. Our power is far too immense. The life forms there would be crushed by our spiritual pressure, leading to their immediate demise. The Soul Reapers constantly monitor the living world. Should beings of our caliber appear, it would summon a cadre of captain-level Soul Reapers. The living world is the foundation of the Soul Society. They would never permit a vasto lord to wreak havoc. Gently caressing the silky thigh of the beauty, Li Xian reassured her, "It matters not. I possess a method to seal my spiritual pressure. Thus I shall go." Harabel acquiesced. "Then I shall join you. Compared to the Soul Society and the living world, the Hueco Mundo is no place for humans to reside. Let the others remain here while we embark on this journey." Li Xian resolutely decided. Upon hearing that they were to stay in Hueco Mundo while their leader and Lord Xian ventured into the living world, the summoned trio, known as the San San, erupted in protest. "Very well, I promise to take you along next time. This journey has a specific purpose, to capture a few Foolbringers in Quincy," Li Xian assured them. "I shall bring you numerous gifts." After some playful banter, the San San eventually nodded in agreement. Li Xian presented each of them with a circular shoulder insignia, stating, "This treasure I have crafted contains a fragment of my power. In times of dire need, it can be used for salvation or to contact me." Upon receiving the insignia, the trio immediately transformed it into cloaks that enveloped them, the insignia resting near their chests. With this insignia, you can manipulate spiritual particles akin to the Quincy's. Crafting weapons for combat. The San San gleefully conjured various spiritual weapons, reveling in their newfound abilities. "Now, I shall entrust this place to you," Li Xian declared, opening a spatial portal, a black cavity leading directly to the living world. "Lord Xian, rest assured, we shall guard this place with our very lives." The San San knelt in reverence. Harabel approached and assisted them to their feet, embracing each of them. It was their first separation since they had come together. "Big sister, you must take good care of Lord Xian." Harabel brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye and stepped into the black cavity with Li Xian. In the depths of the black cavity, Li Xian presented a stunning jade bracelet to Harabel, which, when adorned, would suppress her spiritual pressure to that of an ordinary soul reaper, with the potential for gradual unsealing. With a prodigious inventiveness, he could conjure creations with the greatest of ease. Upon donning the bracelet, Harabel was exhilarated to find that it indeed served its purpose of sealing. And in comparison to Hueco Mundo, the human realm felt akin to paradise. Upon entering the human world, Li Xian disregarded any human conventions, swiftly procuring funds from various officials, and commenced a shopping spree with Harabel. A woman adorns herself for the delight of her beloved. After her transformation, Harabel appeared even more enchanting. Once they arrived at a hotel, they engaged in a brawl, only ceasing when their garments were thoroughly tattered, before resuming their shopping escapade. Li Xian was utterly absorbed, forgetting the desolation of Hueco Mundo. However, he remained resolute in his purpose for visiting the human realm. Numerous spiritual crows of his invention soared across the globe, returning with the intelligence he sought. The exterminators, the complete technique practitioners, and the fragments of the Soul King were his aspirations. A message delivered by one of the crows ignited an instantaneous thrill in Li Xian, prompting a playful reprimand from Harabel, who lightly struck him and muttered, "Naughty boy." Li Xian had uncovered a pivotal figure, Kurosaki Masaki. This revelation solidified his sense of timing. "Ha ha ha. Destiny is indeed wondrous. Be good and wait for me here," he said, gently patting Harabel's cheek. "Return swiftly," she urged, filled with reluctance, longing to remain by his side eternally. Li Xian opened a spatial portal and vanished in an instant. His urgency stemmed from the fact that Kurosaki Masaki was on the brink of death, a moment he could not afford to miss. This was the confluence of fate. The intricate machinations of Aizen, Yawatch, the Soul King, and numerous other figures all converged here. How could Li Xian be absent? The rain poured heavily as Kurosaki Ichigo clutched his mother's hand, racing homeward. Kurosaki Masaki's white trench coat was already soaked, clinging to her back, revealing a faint pink scar, a remnant from 3 years prior when she had saved Wai and Karen from a fall down the stairs. The 9-year-old Ichigo failed to notice that his mother's steps were considerably slower that day, and her palm was no longer as warm as it had once been. "Big sister, can you take me home?" In the shadow of a street corner, a little girl in a yellow raincoat shivered, hugging her knees. The moment Kurosaki Masaki halted, her son, lured by the spiritual entity, broke free from her grasp and dashed towards the girl. Raindrops formed a bizarre vortex above the child's head. and Masaki's pupils suddenly constricted. There was no shadow beneath the girl's ankles, and the skin exposed at the collar of her raincoat bore an unnatural ashen hue. Ichigo, don't touch her. Kurosaki Masaki's right hand instinctively rose, but only a few faint blue lights flickered in her palm. Her exterminator powers had been siphoned away by Yhwach's holy selection. At that instant, as the little girl looked up, the hollow revealed its true form, its visage splitting into a gaping maw lined with barbs. As the stench of blood assaulted her senses, Masaki Kurosaki summoned every ounce of her strength to concentrate spiritual particles into her right palm, forming a diminutive short bow. She released a luminous arrow aimed at the hollow's brow, while simultaneously tackling Ichigo to the ground, bracing herself against the lethal strike of the creature. The claws of the Grand Fisher pierced through her heart, the corrosive spiritual pressure of the hollow swiftly annihilating her internal organs. More devastatingly, bereft of her Quincy abilities, Masaki could no longer enhance her defenses with the blood solidification technique, and her body rapidly disintegrated under the assault. Blood splattered onto Ichigo's school emblem. Masaki felt as though her spine were being severed by a chainsaw, the corrosive pressure from the wound spreading through her body, leaving her without the strength to cry out in pain. Her son trembled in her arms. She wished to smile, but was met with a metallic taste of blood. Do not fear. Mother is here. A sudden roar from the Grand Fisher mingled with the sound of rain. Masaki noticed the hollow's chest cavity contracting, signaling that another strike was imminent. Strangely, at that moment, she felt no fear. Instead, memories flooded her mind. Ichigo's cigarettes hidden at the top of the wardrobe, the sweet voice of Karen when she first called her mom, and Ichigo's scraped knees from the day he learned to ride a bicycle. How life, in its final moments, unfurls like a lantern, illuminating every cherished memory. Chapter 39. The Forceful Seizure of Masaki Kurosaki's Soul. Katie's perspective. Ichigo. She wiped the raindrops from her son's face with her bloodied fingers, vowing to protect her sisters like their father did. Before she could finish her thought, excruciating pain interrupted her. The hollow's pressure was ravaging her insides, and her vision began to blur. The last image she beheld was Ichigo's terrified eyes reflecting her gradually fading face, and tiny white tufts had inexplicably sprouted behind her right ear. Suddenly, the sound of rain ceased. Masaki Kurosaki's body fell heavily into the mud, and Ichigo was thrust 2 meters away by the shockwave. She attempted to reach out, only to discover her arm had become so transparent that the black spiritual pressure within her veins was visible. This was a trait of the Quincy after being sanctified. It seemed that Yhwach's power truly left them with no dignity whatsoever. Mama! Ichigo's cries pierced through the curtain of rain. Masaki wanted to smile, but found she lacked the strength. Gazing up at the gray sky, she suddenly recalled the black-haired Shinigami she encountered at the age of 16 in the Soul Society, who said, "Your spiritual pressure is as pure as moonlight." It dawned on her that ever since she was bitten by the hollow, the moonlight had been tainted by shadows, and today's rain would finally extinguish the last remnants of light. As she inhaled her final breath, Masaki's right hand remained poised protectively over Ichigo's head. The rain washed over the Quincy emblem on her wrist, a mark that once gleamed with silver-blue radiance, now gradually dissolving under the hollow's pressure, vanishing like chalk erased from board. Amid Grand Fisher's howls, a dark shadow flitted past the alleyway. Ichigo, stripped of his Shinigami powers, ultimately failed to arrive in time. Yet, the 9-year-old Ichigo would forever remember that when his mother fell, her eyes reflected not the grotesque visage of the hollow, but rather his muddy school badge and the blood droplet that lingered upon it, refusing to fall. In the Soul Society, Aizen sat before a screen, observing the unfolding events in the living world while commanding the hollows to retreat. With the powers of a Shinigami, hollow, and Quincy at your disposal, how far can you truly go? Unfazed by the hollow's withdrawal, Li Xian, hidden within the H-Gyoku, pondered whether this hollow intended to eliminate its test subject. He noticed the modified spiritual beings in the surrounding environment, clearly Aizen's doing. Li Xian observed Masaki Kurosaki's spiritual energy boiling in its final moments. forming a remnant of longing that attached itself to Ichigo. Meanwhile, she was being drawn into hell, according to the laws governing the three realms. A Shinigami, captain-level spirit like Masaki, would descend into hell upon death. As the gates of hell began to close, Li Xian harnessed the power of the H-Gyoku, transforming it into a hook that precisely ensnared Masaki's soul. With a swift pull, her essence was instantly consumed by the H-Gyoku, severing the connection to hell's influence. Li Xian sealed Masaki Kurosaki's soul and returned to Hueco Mundo to resume his research. The will of hell, in a daze, seemed to hesitate briefly before ultimately sealing its gates. All right, the Quincy has been acquired. The so-called talent is merely the primordial essence of life. Possessing the soul of Kuraizuki Masaki, Li Xian would swiftly unravel the fundamental nature of the Quincy's power. However, as a control group for the experiment, another Quincy is required. The Quincy's, apart from the intangible empire concealed in the shadows of the Soul Society, are indeed a rarity in the living world, even more elusive than the practitioners of the final arts. The Ishida family, once noble, has seen a decline since the Soul Reapers eradicated the Quincy's over 2 centuries ago. Yet they remain one of the wealthiest families in the world. The Ishida lineage is a pure-blood descendant of the Quincy's, tracing its ancestry back to Yawatch, the common progenitor of the Quincy's. Today, unwelcome guests have arrived. Li Xian, donning a mask to obscure his identity, boldly intrudes upon their domain. One by one, the guards fall before him, unworthy even to catch a glimpse of his presence. Ishida Yuryu, of the same age as Kuraizuki Ichigo, kneels before his mother, Katajiri Yahei, tears streaming down his face. A few months prior, his mother's health had suddenly deteriorated, leaving her in a comatose state. Now awakened, she has little time left. Mother Katajiri Yahei gently strokes Ishida Yuryu's head, offering solace. Yuryu, do not cry. You are a strong child. Wiping his tears, Ishida Yuryu responds, I want to cry. Mother, please get better soon. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts outside as the door is forcefully breached. Who goes there? Ishida Yuryu stands, gazing toward the uninvited intruder. Li Xian, masked and advancing with an air of indifference, enters the room. Katajiri Yahei, once a formidable warrior, recognizes the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Li Xian and restrains her son, who yearns to retaliate. Ishida Yuryu, sensing his mother's frailty, holds back his impulsive instincts, unaware that this restraint has spared his life. I have come here to procure a few Quincy's as test subjects, Li Xian states coldly, his tone devoid of humanity, akin to that of a merciless demon. How dare you say such a thing? Ishida Yuryu, instilled with a deep sense of honor by his grandfather since childhood, is prepared to confront this faceless adversary. With all her strength, Katajiri Yahei clutches her son, and Ishida Yuryu, feeling his mother's desperation, does not comprehend but follows her intent and refrains from attacking. Run, Yuryu. Quickly find your father. Due to Yawatch's holy decree, Katajiri Yahei has lost her Quincy abilities. She understands the overwhelming power of the man before them, one that Ishida Yuryu cannot contend with at this moment. Mother, be a good boy and listen. As Ishida Yuryu attempts to flee, Li Xian ensnares him with a chain, binding him tightly. Seeing this, Katajiri Yahei immediately implores, Sir, please stop. He is still a child. Whatever your demands, I am willing to comply. Ishida Yuryu, observing the plea in his mother's eyes, remains silent, yet utilizes his spiritual energy to convey a message. Did I not make myself clear? I require several Quincy's for my experiments. Sir, spare my child. I am willing to become your test subject. Katajiri Yahei conveys a final message to her husband. Summoning her last vestiges of spiritual power, she is prepared to sacrifice herself, but her priority is to protect her son. You? Li Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Your life has already been extracted. You have but a few hours left to live. Your worth pales in comparison to that of a living Quincy. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Ishida Yuryu felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Biting his lip tightly to suppress his tears, Katajiri Yahei, aware of her own circumstances, struggled to assert, Sir, my life can still endure for a long while. Li Xian approached Katajiri Ye, gazing into her eyes, and remarked, "What a magnificent display of maternal love. However, fret not, he is not in any mortal danger." Li Xian, a paragon of moral integrity, would never harm a child. The chains binding Ishida Yuryu were forged from the essence of the shattered jewel, having collected all of his information. Placing his hand upon Katajiri Ye's forehead, Li Xian discerned all the mysteries within her body, even unraveling the secrets of her soul. Simultaneously, he glimpsed a fragment of Yawach's formidable power. It appears that the Soul King is indeed the ultimate exterminator. Chapter 40. Li Xian, why am I so powerful? Kitagawa Yihui dared not resist. The closer she drew, the more she felt a sense of dizziness, a result of the overwhelming spiritual pressure bearing down upon her. Release her. A spiritual arrow from the exterminator shot directly towards Li Xian's head. Kitagawa Yihui watched as her husband, Ishida Ryusen, gathered spiritual energy into a short bow in his palm, the silver blue light illuminating the masked figure clad in a black trench coat before her. The arrow from Ishida Ryusen came without warning. The exterminator's spiritual arrow grazed Yihui's ear and aimed for Li Xian's brow, leaving a faint blue trail in the air. Li Xian did not even turn to look. He merely removed his right hand from Kitagawa Yihui's head, then flicked his finger gently. At the moment of contact between his fingertip and the arrow, a shower of minute electric sparks erupted, causing the arrow to clatter to the ground, where it transformed into pure spiritual energy dissipating into the earth. The arrow of the exterminator. Li Xian gazed at his unscathed hand, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Your power is somewhat adequate, but insufficient to contend with me. Li Xian rose to his feet. The sound of his polished shoes echoing on the wooden floor sent chills down Yihui's spine. The previous maneuver had clearly demonstrated the ability to shatter the exterminator's spiritual energy with mere pressure, executed with the ease of extinguishing a cigarette. Ishida Ryusen activated his silent blood armor, the skin on his left arm shimmering with delicate silver patterns. The recoil from the surge in spiritual pressure caused him to take half a step back. The man before him released no spiritual pressure. He was able to effortlessly counter the attack with subtle manipulation of spiritual energy, a level of mastery that surpassed his comprehension. Ryusen, take you long and go. Kitagawa Yihui's voice was weak. Li Xian turned to her, his lips curling into a chilling smile. The ignorant are fearless. Ishida Ryusen's figure moved swiftly to his son, Ishida Yulong's side, his white doctor's uniform rustling in the air. The spiritual energy longbow he formed was 3 times larger than that of an ordinary exterminator. Holy extermination arrow, enhanced. 9 arrows glowing with blue light spread out in a fan shape, targeting Li Xian's upper body. Their tips imbued with tracking spiritual energy that even a captain of death would have to confront with full force. Li Xian did not even raise a hand. He utilized the inherent ability of the exterminator's spiritual energy to withdraw it, forming a shield. At the moment the arrow cluster made contact, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated, and the fragmented spiritual points were entirely absorbed by the shield. Is this the extent of your strength? He turned to Ishida Ryusen, his pupils devoid of emotion. If this is all you can muster, you should hasten to flee with your son. Ishida Ryusen's pupils constricted sharply. The opponent's proficiency in utilizing exterminator abilities suggested that he might also be an exterminator. He activated the patterns within his wrist's silent blood armor, his spiritual pressure surging by 30%. The longbow transformed into 6 short blades aimed at Li Xian's joints. This was an advanced application of the exterminator's secret technique, chaotic puppet. As the short blades brushed past Li Xian's neck, his body suddenly twisted like melting mercury. 3 tendrils of spiritual energy expanded to the thickness of a barrel, their surfaces illuminated by divine characters that shone brightly, directly ensnaring the swiftly flying short blades. Such a trivial trick. Li Xian pinched one of the blades between his fingertips, the sound of metal clashing resonating as the short blade was crushed into powder. Is it somewhat impolite to attempt to deal with me in such a manner? Ishida Ryujin was drenched in cold sweat. confronted by the terrifying assimilation power of his opponent's spiritual pressure. The short blade, ensnared by the tendrils, was being disassembled into pure spiritual particles, severing the bond between him and his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he invoked the Quincy's forbidden technique, holy bonds. Suddenly, the ground erupted with hundreds of spiritual chains, attempting to bind Li Xian within a metallic framework. Intriguing. This was the first time Li Xian regarded Ishida Ryujin with earnestness. The moment the chains wrapped around his ankles, a pearlescent sheen erupted on the surface of his skin, causing all the chains to shatter simultaneously. The rebound of spiritual pressure sent Ryujin flying 10 meters away. Finally, Katajiri Yewei's short bow coalesced an arrow, and biting her lip, she unleashed the Quincy's unique demon-repelling arrow, its tip glowing with radiant energy. Li Xian couldn't even be bothered to raise a hand. He had no need for defense, as the arrow halted just 5 centimeters from his nose. Its power diminished by the lack of spiritual particles. You should not have made a move. Li Xian shook his head at Katajiri Yewei, and, as he turned, Ryujin's full force strike surged toward his back. The star wave, concentrated with 70% of his spiritual pressure, exploded within his palm, releasing a 5-meter-wide sphere of spiritual energy that howled as it tore through space. This technique had once annihilated an Ajucha's-level hollow in Hueco Mundo. Yet now it elicited nothing but an excited grin from Li Xian. Too slow. He abruptly pivoted, his right palm wide open as spiritual pressure surged wildly. Ryujin could only watch in disbelief as his light sphere diminished before his eyes, like a star consumed by a black hole. The spiritual particles in Li Xian's palm formed a complete celestial map. When the sphere was compressed to the size of a fist, it erupted, the shockwave pinning Ryujin against a steel wall 20 meters away, the sound of his ribs fracturing audible. Now do you understand? Li Xian strode toward the struggling Ryujin, each step leaving burning footprints on the ground. The battles of over 200 years ago should have taught you the value of diligent cultivation. He raised his hand, grasping Yewei's neck from a distance, lifting her before him. The delicate sensation at his fingertips elicited a soft chuckle. Fear not. I shall not slay one on the brink of death. Ishida Ryujin's nails dug deeply into his palm, feeling more powerless than ever before. He watched as his wife flailed helplessly in the air, still finding it hard to believe. It wasn't arrogance. His strength was indeed formidable, a captain-level Soul Reaper. In this vast world, how many could casually inflict serious injury upon a captain-level Quincy like him? Yet, Li Xian had grown far too powerful. Transformed into a Vastalord with the aid of the H-Gyoku, he was still a hollow, but his prowess was no longer confined by that existence. His strength now surpassed even that of the Captain Commander. In the narrative, even Aizen, upon achieving his final form, dared not claim superiority over Yamamoto. Yet Li Xian was bold enough to make such a proclamation. The hollow, the very essence of a Soul Reaper, was not a shackle limiting power. After all, the monk was an ancient Soul Reaper. What was his strength? Certainly, breaking the boundaries between the two could enhance one's power. Who are you? Ishida Ryujin demanded furiously. Why have you come here? I have no desire to repeat myself. Li Xian felt a sense of ennui. This was the solitude of the invincible. He was so powerful that it frightened him. Holy demon-repelling arrow. Fire. Ishida Ryujin, with all his might, conjured up 17 arrows, only to have them shattered into oblivion by the ethereal tendrils casually unleashed by Li Xian at the very moment of their release. The battles between the Quincy are exceptionally pure, hinging solely on the mastery of spiritual energy. If one's control surpasses that of the opponent, the loss of control renders victory unattainable. Li Xian, having gleaned insights into the combat techniques of the Quincy from the dissection of Ishida Yuryu and Katajiri Ye, now commanded all spiritual energy in this realm. He reflected, since his evolution to the pinnacle of the hollow state, his strength had become extraordinarily formidable. At this juncture, even the captain of the Soul Reapers would find himself at his mercy. The short bow of Katajiri Ye clattered to the ground as she gazed upon the blood trickling from her husband's lips, for the first time experiencing the taste of fear amidst the pride of the Quincy. You may converse about your last words. Her time is but a few fleeting minutes. Li Xian, With a mischievous grin, tossed Katajiri towards Ishida Ryujin. Do you know something? Ishida Ryujin suddenly inquired. Do not deceive yourselves. You are all too aware of the truth. Li Xian scoffed, fully cognizant that it was Yawatch who had initiated the holy selection, yet you still seek excuses, claiming it to be impossible. Chapter 41. The Judgment of the Red Lotus Society's Fate. After all, Yuabak truly is their deity. As Katajiri gazed at her husband's trembling hands, she was suddenly reminded of the words spoken by Risan on their wedding day. I will protect you with my life. In this moment, those words echoed in her mind, yet they felt more hollow than ever. When absolute power descends, such vows become mere background music to the strong toying with the weak. Upon freeing the crumbling jade shackles, Ishida Yuri immediately rushed to kneel before Li Xian, weeping as he implored, Please, tell me how to save my mother. Why should I save her? Li Xian queried, his expression peculiar. I am willing to do anything for you. Ishida Yuri was prepared to accept any terms to rescue his mother. Li Xian replied with a profound tone, Even if I do not save her, you would still be willing to do anything for me. In your quest for vengeance for your mother, you will inevitably heed my words. Previously, Li Xian had already implanted a mark on Katajiri-Ye's soul. Once she perished, her spirit would return to Li Xian's crumbling jade. In the future, he intended to transform both Kurosaki Masaki and Katajiri-Ye into Shinigami. With these two in his grasp, he smirked. Having said this, he refrained from lingering and departed. For his spiritual senses detected that Urahara Kisuk, with that coin, was hastening toward him. He was not yet prepared to reveal his identity, as he still harbored thoughts of causing upheaval in Soul Society. With a swift turn, Li Xian vanished from that place, and a sudden inspiration struck him. He would seize this opportunity to procure some materials from the remaining practitioners. Analyzing the Soul King as fragments could aid him in grasping the rules of spiritual particles, which would be beneficial in refining his crumbling jade. Subsequently, upon transforming his physical form into that of a Shinigami, he could boldly enter Soul Society. The Shinigami, who had pursued him so relentlessly, would soon face both old and new grievances. Li Xian's voice faded within the spatial corridor, unheard by any. In the real world at the Red Rose Bar, Li Xian sipped on cola, donning a hat, as he reveled in the seductive dance of the performers on stage. The cacophony of music set the men and women into a frenzy. Li Ping, with her striking demeanor, observed Li Xian's fixation on the most beautiful dancer and cautiously inquired, Boss, if you like her, I can arrange for her to accompany you. There's still time. That night, Li Xian's almost supernatural performance had left her with lingering psychological shadows. She had resigned herself to the notion of calling him master, akin to Chu Li, but Li Xian had forbidden it. He was far too proud. Not everyone was worthy of serving as his hound. Watching Li Ping, a decisive mercenary expert, tread carefully around him, Li Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. He shook his head. No need. How is the preparation over there? He was inquiring about Chu Li's gathering of all members. Li Xian's recent objective was to comprehensively reorganize the Red Lotus Society from within, striving to cleanse its image and facilitate its legitimate operations. A nefarious organization could not prosper. If it were to be utilized, it must be on a righteous path. How to cleanse it? With blood. Sister Chu has everything ready. Tomorrow evening at 7, there will be an organizational meeting aboard a ship overseas, and all the mid-level and senior members will be present. This is precisely what Li Xian was contemplating. He had no desire to resolve so many matters at once only to become entangled with the police. Let us depart early. The sooner we conclude this, the sooner they could be reborn. Indeed, Li Ping felt a chill run down her spine at the murderous intent evident in Li Xian's tone. Over the past period, she had witnessed how he dealt with those individuals. For them, surrendering to the police was the wisest course. She was immensely relieved that she and Sister Chu were valued, regarded as part of Li Xian's inner circle. On the boundless expanse of the ocean, a vessel navigated the high seas. The mid-level leaders of the Red Lotus Society had been summoned by their chief, Chu Li, to discuss the organization's future plans. A helicopter descended onto the deck, and an elderly gentleman, vibrant in spirit, was assisted down by a beautiful woman. Leaning on an ornate jade-tipped cane, He resembled an ordinary affluent elder. He was none other than Han Jinshan, the founder of the former Black Lotus Society. The woman supporting him was his third daughter-in-law, Chun Yu. She spoke to Han Jinshan. "Father, it has been ages since our family has gathered in such numbers. Unfortunately, my husband is occupied with an acquisition deal in America. The influential individual on the other side, a New York real estate mogul named Donald, is quite assertive and thus unable to attend. However, Hui is exceptionally talented and has been making strides in the overseas market. He deserves recognition." Han Jinshan understood his daughter-in-law's intentions and replied slowly, this time, "Let your elder sister-in-law reallocate the profit shares." Chun Yu was overjoyed at his words, exclaiming, "Thank you, father. We shall work diligently." Indeed, Han Jinshan stroked his beard with satisfaction, reflecting on his lifetime of toil, the flourishing of his descendants, and the prosperity of the family business. What could be more gratifying? Yet he lamented, "Ah, my Fei, how could you have departed so early?" In his youth, Han Jinshan was bold and tenacious, founding the underworld organization known as the Black Lotus Society. Due to injuries sustained during violent confrontations in his early years, he lacked the energy to manage the company and eventually passed the organization to his eldest son, Han Fei. Following Han Fei's untimely death, his daughter-in-law, Chu Li, took the reins, initiating reforms and renaming it the Red Lotus Society, while pivoting from illicit activities to financial laundering. Over the past decade, the Red Lotus Society has experienced rapid growth, extending its influence into Southeast Asia and even parts of Europe and America, thus establishing itself as an international entity. The Han family has dominated this realm for over 2 decades, outwardly appearing as a commercial powerhouse controlling several publicly listed companies, while in reality, they orchestrate the shadowy underworld, engaging in activities shrouded in secrecy. The elder Han has built a vast criminal network upon the foundation of family ties, with each child and their respective families fulfilling distinct roles. In a concealed chamber, Li Xian perused the internal intelligence provided by Chu Li, particularly focusing on all members of the Han family. He was tasked with sketching out their fates, eager to relish the joy akin to that of Genghis Khan. Han Jinshan had committed countless wrongdoings throughout his life, yet he was blessed with 3 sons and 3 daughters, each managing different domains, thereby ensuring the continuous success of the family business. The old scoundrel has done enough wickedness. It is time for him to meet his end. Li Xian scrawled across. The eldest son, Han Fei, the eldest daughter-in-law, Chu Li, and their daughter, Han Wan. The management of the grand estate is a facade of propriety. It serves as a white glove operation. The eldest son, Han Fei, was the most distinguished but tragically passed away at a young age. Chu Li has already become one of their own, a trusted ally, adept in finances, and unwaveringly loyal, a veritable boon for Li Xian. Moreover, his daughter, Han Wan, possesses a character that, with proper cultivation, could render her a formidable aid in the future. The second son, Han Hu, and his wife, Su Man, have a son and a daughter, Han Shiyu and Han Fei. Their branch manages the domestic underground forces, employing henchmen and thugs. Han Hu, however, is inept, incapable of achieving anything, while Su Man excels in her management of hotels, internet cafes, and clubs, maintaining impeccable order. Han Shiyu pursues the life of a socialite, attending various high-end gatherings daily. She operates a prestigious auction house, ostensibly dealing in exorbitantly priced artworks, though many are mere forgeries. Li Xuan Nudda. She understands the nuances of money laundering and is worth keeping. Han Fei, on the other hand, is a debauched scion, reveling in luxury cars and frivolous pursuits, mingling with a diverse array of individuals. Upon witnessing Han Fei's camaraderie with Qin Yunshin, Li Xian hastily marked him for elimination. Both Han Hu and Han Fei must be dealt with. Su Man, however, shall remain. These henchmen can be utilized, and in the future, they may be sold to certain unscrupulous individuals for nefarious purposes. The eradication of organized crime is indeed a commendable endeavor. Han Shiyu is also to be retained. Her auction house holds potential value. The third son, Han Hui, and his wife, Chen Yu, are parents to a pair of twin daughters, Han Ruoxue and Han Ruowei. This branch operates overseas, engaging in illicit enterprises, particularly in Southeast Asia. Li Xian frowned upon realizing Han Hui's absence. He has no intention of allowing any individual to escape, leaving no room for even a single oversight. Chapter 42. I have come to collect you well in a few days. I shall venture to Hong Kong to engage in some financial dealings, while conveniently taking care of him, ensuring a thorough eradication. As for the pair of twins, those who prove useful shall be retained, while the rest will be eliminated. Further decisions will be made upon our meeting. The eldest daughter, Han Karu, is married to Zhou Zheng, and they have a son and a daughter, Zhou Hao and Zhou Meng. Han Karu serves as the chairperson of the Han Charity Foundation, dedicating her days to philanthropy, appearing exceedingly benevolent. In truth, she utilizes charitable projects to launder money and bribe officials. Alongside the wives of political and business elites, she forms an elite ladies' club, engaging in tea and conversation while secretly networking to pave the way for the family's illicit enterprises. Zhou Meng manages a high-end club, ostensibly a venue for leisure and entertainment. Yet the basement conceals numerous private rooms equipped with hidden cameras. She collects compromising evidence on the clientele, ensuring that any dissenters face ruin at her hand. The mere mention of places like Luli Island, Tianshang Renjian, and Honglu instantly brings to mind the cunning of this mother-daughter duo. Indeed, they are invaluable assets worth retaining. Zhou Zheng and his son Zhou Hao run a construction firm, colluding with corrupt elements to engage in bid rigging and collusive bidding practices. Whenever a project arises, they employ fraudulent bidding methods to funnel the family's illicit funds into infrastructure projects, effectively laundering the money without a trace. As for the second daughter, Han Qiuyue, she is wed to Wu Feng, and they have 3 children, Wu Kai, Wu Shuai, and Wu Jing. This couple oversees the family's smuggling operations, managing several modified smuggling vessels in conjunction with their third son, Han Hui. Their presence is of no value. Eliminate them. The youngest daughter, Han Qilin, is married to Lu Yuan, and they have 1 son and 1 daughter, Lu Chun and Lu Yao. Han Qilin serves as the family's financial overseer, possessing multiple banking licenses from various countries and a profound understanding of international tax regulations, acting as the executor of the family's overseas money laundering schemes. She is indeed an asset worth retaining. Lu Yuan operates an investment company, deftly blending the family's illicit funds with legitimate investment returns, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to discern, thus effortlessly laundering the money. He is a key figure in the family's money laundering operations, with both of their children employed within the company. Feigning diligence in reviewing these matters, Li Xian knew full well that none of the Han family's males would survive. He took a deep breath, recalling his idol, Genghis Khan, who spared those who fell beneath the wheels of defeat. What if we were to flatten the wheels instead? What a splendid idea. Such a vast, organized crime syndicate, deeply entrenched in the nation. How many lives have been sacrificed for these profits? The transformation into money laundering is a recent endeavor, but what does the accumulation from previous years signify? I have come to collect you. The members of the Honglian Society boarded the vessel with great enthusiasm. Dozens of mid-level members settled into the conference room. Dressed in a suit, Chu Li stood next to the main position, introducing, ladies and gentlemen, our Honglian Society has seen remarkable success in its transformation over the past few years. As he spoke, the audience raised their hands in applause. However, when Chu Li solemnly recounted Han Hu's various misdeeds in collusion with the Tiger Gang, the brows of Han Jinshan and other Han family members furrowed, while the expressions of the non-Han members reflected intrigue. The eldest daughter, Han Karu, who has long been entrenched in the political and business circles, sensed something amiss and interjected, "Sister-in-law, there is no need to discuss our family matters here. Isn't our purpose to devise new development strategies?" Chu Li was cut off abruptly, her expression displeased. "Karu, this concerns everyone in the Honglian Society. It is a blatant act of betrayal, not merely a family affair. If not handled properly, it will fail to gain public support." The other members of the Han family remained silent. Han Hu, who had always been a burden to the family, inept at everything he attempted, frequently stirred up trouble, requiring others to clean up after him. Yet he received the largest share of the family cake, favored by the patriarch solely because his son was the only grandson, which naturally bred resentment among the others. Su Man, sitting beside her husband, noted that Han Hu, who typically boistered and created a ruckus, was now sitting quietly in his seat, uncharacteristically silent. Unbeknownst to her, Han Hu had been manipulated by Li Xian's biochemical agent, leaving him without the opportunity to speak today. Observing her husband's lack of assertiveness, Su Man promptly stood up. She could not afford to bear the stigma of betrayal. In the underworld, beyond mere self-interest, it was the sense of duty that maintained the stability of the organization. She pleaded on her husband's behalf. Sister-in-law, those members of the Tiger Gang are no good. They were blinded by greed and deceived into committing such acts. Man, sit down. This is not a family matter. Chu Li's demeanor turned icy, emanating a powerful presence. Sister-in-law, this. Su Man glanced at her sister-in-law, sensing the tension, and swiftly directed her gaze towards the one who held authority, Han Jinshan. Although she had her grievances with her sister-in-law and harbored ambitions for power, without her husband's voice, it was likely that the future leadership would fall to the third branch. Currently, there were no male heirs, but that wouldn't always be the case. Sit down, Chu Li commanded sharply. Su Man understood that by sitting down, she would be rendered powerless. She immediately turned to Han Jinshan, saying, Father, please speak up. Yi Fei is your only grandson. You cannot allow him to grow up without a father. She recognized her father-in-law as selfish nature. He placed great importance on bloodline, especially after the death of his eldest son, leaving only his grandson, Han Yi Fei. Enough. We are all family. Let's not sow discord and provide fodder for ridicule. Han Jinshan, ever more devoted to his grandson, had toiled throughout his life. Was it really for the sake of establishing fairness and justice within the organization? Certainly not. Truly, I will ensure whoever compensates for this. As for you, as the head of the family, you must bear the burden. I will see to it that he is completely expelled from the Honglian society. The protective intent of Han Jinshan was unmistakable. Han Hu's affairs had always been managed by his wife, Su Man, and his withdrawal made little difference. After all, Han Hu was his biological son, while his daughter-in-law had not yet produced a male heir. How could she ever rival the significance of his son? Chu Li maintained her impassive expression and replied, I understand. She noticed a signal light flashing outside. A signal from Li Ping indicating that she had taken control of the entire ship. Sister-in-law, we acknowledge our mistakes. I will ensure he is properly guided. Su Man spoke in a low, conciliatory tone, yet her excitement was palpable. With the support of the patriarch, the Honglian society would inevitably fall into her hands. It's all right. There will be no future. Chu Li's tone was chillingly cold. What do you mean there is no future? Su Man's words remained unspoken as she witnessed Chu Li draw a gun. Bang! A resounding shot rang out. Han Hu, standing beside Su Man, had his head shattered like a watermelon by the modified handgun. Blood and brain matter splattered onto her, leaving Su Man in a state of shock. A few piercing screams echoed through the air. Han Jinshan, unable to contain his fury, questioned, Chu Li, what are you doing? Others joined in, vocally condemning Chu Li, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The sealed door swung open, and Li Ping entered with his men, guns drawn and firing. Under the overwhelming firepower, anyone who dared to retaliate was swiftly eliminated, while the remaining individuals found themselves cornered. Han Jinshan watched in disbelief, never having imagined that Chu Li would betray him. You, how dare you? Who gave you the audacity? Han Jinshan stammered, his agitation evident. I did. A refreshing voice cut through the chaos as Li Xian stepped into the fray. Ah, so this is your paramour? Han Jinshan still believed he had control over the ship, his words dripping with confidence. Chu Li approached Li Xian, kneeling and raising the Desert Eagle above his head. Master, please pass judgment. Excellent. Li Xian responded with satisfaction. Seizing the Desert Eagle and turning to address the members of the Red Lotus Society. Esteemed members of the Red Lotus Society, I have come to collect you. Chapter 43, Kill, a Family in Prosperity. Who are you? You, a mid-level member of the Red Lotus Society, stood up, cursing furiously. Bang! A head exploded, and all words were silenced in an instant. Bang! Another shot rang out, obliterating the head of a man attempting to draw a gun. The men accompanying Li Ping were armed with tranquilizer darts, as they still needed to extract information, but the weapon in Li Xian's hand was a large-caliber pistol. With a single shot, he left no room for ambiguity. Han Jinshan, suppressing his inner terror, realized that no one from his side had entered yet, and the situation was turning dire. He stepped forward, saying, "Young man, we can discuss whatever you desire." "You are unworthy," Li Xian retorted disdainfully, dismissing these individuals entirely. "You think you can negotiate with me armed with a few guns?" Han Jinshan, who had held power for many years, was momentarily stifled by Li Xian's words. "Then what is your intention?" "Intention? Bang!" Han Jinshan's thigh was shot in half, and he writhed on the ground in agony. "Of course, it is to eradicate evil." Li Xian's tone, coupled with Han Jinshan's screams, sent shivers down the spines of the Red Lotus Society members, especially Han Jinshan himself, who realized that the man before him was undoubtedly a villain, as devoid of regard for human life as they were, those who thrived in the bloody underworld. "Zhu Li, you vile wretch, collaborating with outsiders to scheme against us. Has the Han family not treated you well enough?" Li Xian raised his gun and shot the man who insulted Zhu Li in the head. "Here, only I may pose questions. Do you understand?" Li Xian surveyed the trembling crowd, his tone calm. "According to the plan, take those mid-level members away." Upon hearing this, Li Ping led her men to bind them and escort them out, where they would face truth serum interrogation to extract their final value. The remaining members of the Han family were unarmed and dared not resist. Han Karu, stifling her fear, stepped forward. "Sir, we will comply with whatever you desire. Please. First stop the bleeding for my father. Do not entertain such thoughts. He is destined to die today. As for you, heaven has a benevolent nature towards the living. I can offer you a chance at survival." Li Xian's tone hinted at malice, his voice like a blade chilled in ice, sending subtle tremors across the long table adorned with Lafite wine and caviar. "As long as you are willing to follow me, willing to repent and start anew, I can ensure your survival. However, you must offer a blood oath." Han Kiru trembled, her voice quivering. "What blood oath?" Li Xian beckoned her forward. Han Kiru, fearful of someone who disregarded rules, dared not resist. "Take this." Li Xian handed her the gun, then pointed at her husband, Zhou Hao, and her son, Zhou Zheng. "Kill them to prove your willingness to sever ties with your past and to declare a complete break from their collusion with corrupt officials." "Go ahead." Han Kiru hooked violently, her hands trembling as she held the gun. After all, they were her husband and beloved son. "Wow, do you still harbor any illusions?" Li Xian gazed at the hesitant Han Karu, tenderly caressing the face of this noble woman. "Just behold how exquisite her visage is, so meticulously maintained. This is indeed the reason for your survival. If you cannot demonstrate a decisive severance from your past life, how can I trust you?" With a swift motion, Li Xian delivered a resounding slap, leaving one side of Han Karu's face swollen. "Do not test my patience. I will count to 3. 1. Bang. Bang. Without hesitation, Han Karu fired her weapon, her husband and son collapsing to the ground in eternal slumber. "Excellent." As Li Xian reclaimed his handgun, he embraced her, wiping away her tears. "You have proven yourself worthy. You and your daughter may continue to exist." Han Karu sought refuge with her daughter, the two of them huddled together, weeping softly. Han Kiyi, Wu Jing, a pair of mother and daughter were brought before Li Xian, 2 guns handed to them. "Han Shiyue, execute your son. Wu Jing, eliminate your father. Proceed." Li Xian relished the prospect of their mutual destruction, envisioning the same fate for Qin Yunxin and his associates. "No, you err. We have been married for so many years." "Sister, please don't kill me." "Little sister." Li Xian observed the chaotic scene before him, finding it merely a cacophony, and began the countdown. 3, 2, bang, 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 bang. Ah, they even fired an extra shot. Li Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Those engaged in smuggling are indeed merciless. "Suman." Li Xian approached, handing the gun to Su Man, whose attire was stained with the gruesome remnants of Han Hu's demise. "It is your turn. The Han family must be eradicated completely. All the males must perish. Your son, Han Yifei, is the only grandson of the Han family. Act now." Han Jinshan, upon hearing this, became frantic. His sole aspiration for the latter half of his life was to pass on his bloodline. Do not act. I will grant you anything you desire. Just spare him. Li Xian, displeased, motioned for Chu Li, who promptly slapped Han Jinshan twice, admonishing him. The master did not permit you to speak. A cloth was produced to silence the old man, showing no mercy even for his own father-in-law. Li Xian redirected his attention to Su Man, enticing her. What holds you back? If you perish, who will enjoy the wealth amassed from your misdeeds? Do you wish to claim that you and Han, who shared a harmonious bond, unwilling to act for the sake of love and familial ties? Su Man, being astute, recognized that her marriage into the Han family was not born of love. It was forcibly arranged, much like Chu Li's. Affection may have existed, but unwavering loyalty until death was certainly out of the question. Mother, please don't kill me. I will be obedient from now on. She gazed at her bound son, tears streaming down his face, her heart a tumult of emotions. She harbored resentment towards him, as he symbolized a dark chapter of her life. Her youth forcibly taken by Han Hu, her parents nearly beaten to death, and the fear of greater reprisals that silenced her from seeking help. 3. Li Xian's voice resonated like an incantation, leaving Su Man no time for further contemplation. Bang! Su Man pulled the trigger, and the cries of her son, Han Yifei, immediately ceased as he fell to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Li Xian observed this scene with indifference. He was no longer the naive reincarnate he once was, for he possessed the memories of other Li Xians from different realms. To him, the act of killing had become a mundane affair, devoid of any discomfort. Most importantly, he believed he was engaging in virtuous deeds. He had put an end to the criminal activities of the Honglian Society, a faction of the underworld, thereby delivering justice to many who had suffered at its hands. No longer would they have to languish in anticipation of retribution. Li Xian applauded, pleased to see that everyone was quite astute. Now for the final matter, he continued, Su Man, Chun Yu, it is time for you to act. Send your patriarch on his journey to the underworld. Li Xian pronounced judgment like a demon, for the cycle of karma must prevail after committing so many heinous acts. It was only fitting that he report to the king of hell. Lastly, I bear good news. Your sole son will soon meet his demise at my hands, ensuring the extinction of the Han lineage. Upon hearing this, Han Jinshan squirmed with agitation like a wriggling maggot. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, revealing that these two daughters-in-law shared a profound disdain for Han Jinshan. Chapter 44, Donald Trump. The annihilation of the Han family. Han Jinshan collapsed and fell into a deep slumber, effectively resolving the persistent sleep issues faced by the elderly. Li Xian glanced at the surviving members of the Han family, all of whom were women, and nodded in satisfaction. There were still a few who had escaped his grasp. He decided to let these women handle the matter. I see your determination, and I am quite pleased. However, my cleansing operation still bears some imperfections. Han Qilin, your husband and son have narrowly evaded the chance to ascend to heaven this time. You must ensure they receive their due. Han Jinshan's third daughter, Han Qilin, trembled before Li Xian, hastily nodding her head. And as for Han Jinshan's third son, Han Hui, you family members must provide him with an unforgettable finale. Observing the tearful expressions of the agitated crowd, Li Xian concluded, Ladies and gentlemen, I have liberated you from the clutches of the nefarious Black Society. You have taken action and severed ties with your past. This is indeed a day worth commemorating. I am certain you have much to express, so I shall not intrude. I hope you swiftly emerge from the shadows of the past and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Li Xian felt a sense of contentment in performing good deeds. After speaking, he departed, leaving Chu Li to guide them and allowing the individuals time for reflection and self-comfort. Li Xian arrived at the facility where mid-level members of the Honglian Society were detained, finding Li Ping organizing various pieces of information. Have all the interrogations been completed? Li Ping reported, Boss, they have been concluded, and we are currently cross-referencing the information. How much longer will it take? The assets of the Honglian Society are rather complex. We anticipate completion by tomorrow morning. Some inconsequential peripheral interests can be forfeited. We shall convert only the core resources into clean funds and transfer them to the account I provided. Li Xian had set up numerous secret accounts through Shaoqi, facilitating various financial operations and overseas investments. Money possesses an enchanting power. When the day arrives that his enterprises face sanctions from the United States, he will utilize these concealed funds to cultivate an array of weapons and ammunition in the deserts of the Middle East. Boss, what about your spoils? Li Ping gestured towards the women of the Han family, who were privy to many of its secrets. No worries, I have informed Chu Li. They too will divulge the truth. The spoils must wholeheartedly serve me. Understood. Hearing Li Xian's cold words, Li Ping felt fortunate that they had knelt early. Days later, on the deck, Li Xian basked in the sunlight, casually flipping through reports. Beside him were the three Han sisters, each holding a plate of fruits, snacks, and beverages. Kneeling by his side, Li Xian, upon examining a report, turned to sit upright. The Han sisters immediately leaned in closer. Han Kuru offered food to Li Xian's lips, while her two younger sisters massaged him, displaying utmost submission. Li Xian flipped through the intelligence repeatedly, inquiring, Han Qilin, are you certain your brother Han Hui is conducting business with this Donald Trump? Upon hearing this, Han Qilin glanced at the intelligence report handed over by Li Xian and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they were engaged in business discussions with this American merchant. Li Xian raised his drink and consumed it in one go, feeling that fortune was favoring him. And he could not help but ponder when he might have the opportunity to engage with Trump. To aspire to be the ruler of the world, one must surely have their own pieces in the stronghold of capitalism, the United States. However, the time was not yet ripe for him to personally approach the golden-haired figure. At the very least, he needed to establish his own identity and status first. For now, he could only invest indirectly through Chu Li and her associates. As he remained a minor, and a top scorer in the college entrance examination was hardly sufficient. At that moment, Chu Li entered, adorned in a bikini that accentuated her cartoonish figure, holding a stack of reports to present. Master, in recent days, we have transferred the majority of the foreign assets of the Honglian Society into the account you designated, totaling $300 million. The remaining assets amount to $150 million and have been registered as rows in the Cayman Islands, as per your request. All domestic businesses associated with illicit activities have been completely halted, and all funds have been redirected to newly established companies in the mainland, Peony and Tulip, with $300 million and $500 million respectively. Furthermore, we own numerous clubs, bars, and lodgings domestically, which have not been sold at discounted prices. Upon hearing Chu Li's report, Li Xian could not help but reflect on how the Han family had thrived amidst the winds of international trade, largely due to smuggling. He sincerely remarked, well done. His earlier decision had proven to be remarkably astute, with just a slight investment. He had amassed over $500 million in assets and developed a team centered around him within a month. If he were to undertake all these tasks alone, the endeavor would surely exhaust him. Indeed, the wisdom of his ancestors suggested one should consume what one seeks to become. To rise above others, one must indulge, right? What are the enterprises I asked you to invest in? Li Xian was ultimately intent on establishing an industry, as the technology within his mind needed to manifest into tangible products. Thus, he had instructed Chu Li to invest in some key companies as a preliminary supply chain. Master, the funds are too limited, and the shareholding is insufficient. Negotiations did not come to fruition. Then hold off on the investments for now. I will address these matters once I am in university. How about the Internet CAFS I instructed you to acquire? Li Xian had initially focused on Internet products. Though the Internet is a virtual realm, it ultimately translates into the physical world. Nothing exists without computers. What matters in Internet products? The number of users. This is the era. Internet CAFS serve as the first window through which people engage with the Internet. In the future, these Internet users will become valuable assets when it comes time to evaluate and fund his products. We have already acquired several hundred, and renovations are underway according to your specifications. Do not be concerned about the finances. Invest freely. By the end of this year, I want a nationwide chain of Internet CAFS. I will find a way to cover any financial gap. This is not an issue. Understood, Master. Additionally, Han Hui and Lu Yuan have been secured under our control. They are currently detained at our stronghold in Xianjiang. When shall we address them? Upon hearing this, Li Xian revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Now, bring them here for execution, changing ships several times along the way. The swiftness of annihilation is of utmost importance. Han Qilin trembled, while Li Xian caressed her back, stating, "It is time to prove your loyalty to me." Kneeling beside Li Xian, Han Qilin bowed her head, declaring, "I shall not disappoint you. I will demonstrate my loyalty with their lives." As night fell, Han Hui and Lu Yuan, father and son, found themselves tightly bound and blindfolded, their mouths gagged, and were brought aboard the ship. The members of the Han family, Chu Li, Han Karu and her daughter Zhou Meng, Han Qilin and her daughter Wu Jing, Han Qiyue and her daughter Lu Yao, Su Man and her daughter Han Yishur, Chun Yu and her twin daughters Han Ruoxue and Han Ruowei, 12 women in total, stood before them. Li Ping led the others to remove the blindfolds and gags from the three men. As Han Hui and the others realized all the women of their family stood before them, they were momentarily stunned before struggling to speak. "Yeah, what is happening?" An Yu exclaimed. "Qilin, you wretched woman. I cherished you like a treasure, and yet you treat me this way? You!" Lu Yuan yelled at his wife Han Qilin, who had given him a drink that rendered him unconscious, and upon waking, found himself in this predicament with her standing opposite him. What more needed to be said? Lu Chun, the son of Lu Yuan and Han Qilin, lamented, "Mother, sister, have you also been captured? Quickly untie me. We must escape." Regardless of the protests from the three men, the 12 women of the Han family remained silent, simply watching them. Their voices gradually weakened. Chu Li clapped her hands and said, "Ladies, it is time to demonstrate your loyalty to the master. This is the final step in severing ties with the past of the Han family. Once this step is completed, you may ingest the master's divine elixir, dedicating the remainder of your lives to serving him. This is a gift. Chun Yu, Han Ruoxue, Han Ruowei, the master despises the men of the Han family. You three shall begin." Chun Yu, as Han Hui's wife, had long managed overseas intelligence alongside her husband, while also co-managing the smuggling operations of the Honglian Society with Han Qilin's family. Chapter 45. The Memory of the Golden Lion, Valley of the Gods. Rocks. Han Hui stood before Chun Yu and her mother and daughter, who approached him wielding a dagger. His previously harsh and scornful demeanor softened into one of pleading as he wept over the emotional tribulations of his marriage. Yet, after much contemplation, he could only lament his frequent violence towards his wife and his disdain for her inability to bear a son. The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable he became. Chun Yu and her daughters, inflamed with anger, wasted no time in plunging the dagger into Han Hui's arm and thigh, eliciting a piercing scream. Observing this, Chu Li commanded, "Qilin, Lu Yao, it is your turn now." Han Qilin, accompanied by her daughter, executed the sentence with the dagger amidst the cries for mercy and curses from Lu Yuan and Lu Chun. "You two, join in, and do not disappoint the master's expectations." All the women of the Han family, except for Chu Li, participated in the grim task, while Li Ping recorded the scene with a camera. An hour later, Han Hui and the others finally breathed their last. Li Ping and her subordinates acted swiftly and efficiently, incinerating all enemies with flamethrowers and scattering their ashes into the sea, ensuring they would not rise as zombies to cause trouble. Chu Li observed the women of the Han family complete their brutal task, nodding in satisfaction. To kill is to sever ties with one's past. To personally eliminate her husband signifies loyalty to Li Xian. Li Xian reclined on the sofa, refining his personal webpage. Achieving the top score in the college entrance examination was a significant milestone in his life, marking the first step towards fame. The artificial intelligence assistant, Xiao Qi, worked in tandem with him to generate buzz, making the name of the internet prodigy, the madman Li Xian, widely recognized online. In a few days, when the national exam results were released, his reputation would reach its zenith. Chu Li led the freshly washed women of the Han family into Li Xian's opulent bedroom, where they knelt on the ground. A dozen women, diverse in form and clad provocatively, presented an enticing sight. Chu Li spoke, "Master, the remnants of the Han family have been dealt with. Please grant them new lives." "Excellent. I am pleased. Let us begin," Li Xian replied. retrieving a box containing several syringes filled with the serum known as Loyalty Number 1. Chuli took the box, extracting the syringes and administering the serum to each woman personally. Soon, the serum took effect, causing their pupils to darken to a shade of purple, signifying its potency. The women of the Han family knelt before Li Xian, bowing their heads in unison, calling out, "Master." Li Xian burst into joyous laughter upon witnessing the scene. Do not expect anyone to protect you. Do not plead for someone to seek justice on your behalf. Only by learning to survive through your own strength can you truly be considered a man. Why, one might ask, does Qin Yunshin, who possesses immense wealth and power, oppose one such as Li Xian, an orphan devoid of family and fortune? Surely, there exists no conflict of interest between them. The answer lies in Qin Yunshin's belief that Li Xian's lack of deference is a grave error. A lowly peasant should kneel and serve him. Now, with Li Xian elevated to a position of power, he fully comprehends how authority can corrupt one's essence. It is utterly exhilarating. Power undoubtedly serves as the elixir of eternal youth. Genghis Khan aptly remarked, "The greatest joy for a man lies in subduing the masses, vanquishing foes, seizing all that they possess, riding their splendid steeds, and claiming their beautiful wives and concubines." "Do you require our service, master?" inquired Chuli. Li Xian pondered for a moment. He had resolved to conclude his youthful exploits upon the enchanting Su Beauty, his once cherished muse. This was a shared aspiration among his brethren, and he was determined to fulfill it splendidly. However, if his comrades were famished, he would not deny them sustenance. A few snacks would suffice. Naturally, he desired to witness the spectacle of the fountain. After attending to all matters concerning the Red Lotus Society, Li Xian and his entourage embarked on a vessel, only to have the ship, used for their assembly, succumb to the depths amid the thunderous blasts of explosives, erasing all traces. Gazing at the flaming ship sinking beneath the waves, Li Xian nodded. Such treachery was best suited to this locale, for in his homeland, undertaking such deeds would be fraught with complications. Now, he was set to return and bask in his glory, his name forever etched in history as the first to achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination. His legend was destined to commence. In the realm of One Piece, Li Xian labored within his aerial base, crafting an array of experimental apparatus and establishing his superlative laboratory. He directly extracted the memories of the Golden Lion Shiki, glimpsing the infamous Rox D. Zebek, the true Pirate King who predated Roger. As the title suggests, the Pirate King reigned supreme among pirates. In comparison to Rox, Roger hardly qualifies as the true Pirate King. The latter half of the Grand Line is known as the New World, where Rox was the sole super pirate to have dominantly ruled this expanse in the past century, thus earning the title of Pirate King. Upon his demise, his territory was divided among the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard. One can only imagine the immense stature of Rox. As for Roger's crew, they merely basked in the glory of the grand treasure, propped up by the world government. Why do the pirate crews of the New World rank above those of the Four Seas? It is not due to sheer strength, but rather territory. In the Four Seas, the realm is governed by the world government. Unless officials conspire with pirates, it is utterly impossible for pirates to establish dominion, relying solely on plunder to survive. Shifting from one locale to another, the New World, however, presents a different scenario. The Navy's forces are sporadically distributed, and in truth, it is the pirates who reign supreme over these lands, with taxes being paid to pirate crews rather than the world government. Possessing territory translates to ample population, abundant wealth, and a substantial military force, ensuring a continuous influx of resources. How could there might not be formidable? Thus, it is entirely normal for a pirate flag to represent the domain of a particular crew within the New World. In the Four Seas, such audacity would lead to certain demise. Take Kaido, for instance. He thrives on the territory of Wano, leveraging arms trade to amass wealth, which in turn funds his army of devil fruit users. Without such resources, how could he possibly finance research in artificial devil fruits? Rox unified the New World, wielding sufficient manpower and wealth to challenge the world government and aspire to usurp their power. That era can indeed be referred to as the Age of Rocks. Li Xian silently observed the memories of the Golden Lion, witnessing the events of God Valley. It was indeed the protagonist's cursed fruit that incited the turmoil. The Rocks pirates had obtained the Gum Gum fruit, which would later be known as the mythical Zoan type, the Nika fruit, only to have it stolen by the celestial dragons. In their quest to reclaim the Gum Gum fruit, the Rocks pirates engaged in a fierce battle with the celestial dragons at God Valley. Li Xian gazed at the indomitable rocks from the memories of the Golden Lion, whose three-colored haki proved unparalleled, driving the celestial dragons into retreat. Among Rock's ranks were formidable warriors like Whitebeard, all at the peak of their powers, stirring chaos and upheaval. The celestial dragons, despite possessing several strong fighters, were no match for the Rocks pirates. Whitebeard swung his fists, unleashing the power of the Tremor fruit, causing the very earth to fracture, rendering the minions unworthy to take the field. Big Mom, the Golden Lion, and others displayed their unique abilities, each confronting their respective adversaries in a grand display of combat. Chapter 46. The Ferocious Fission. The Majestic Fusion. The Knights of God have also made their appearance, embroiled in a fierce battle with the Rocks pirates. The immortal Knights of God directly confronted the pinnacle of Whitebeard and his crew. Subsequently, the instigator, the Roger pirates, entered the fray, aligning with Li Xian's conjecture that their stance was not entirely against the world government, but rather aimed at thwarting the Rocks pirates. Wherever Roger appeared, Carp was sure to follow. Carp, accompanied by the Navy, joined the battlefield, transforming the entire arena into a chaotic melee. Yet, Rocks remained undaunted, his terrifying haki sweeping across the battlefield. With the assistance of his subordinates, such as the Golden Lion, who occupied key adversaries, Rocks charged forth, unstoppable as he penetrated the very core of the celestial dragons. 5 pentagram magic circles ignited, heralding the arrival of the 5 elders. Each of the 5 wielded a mythical Zoan devil fruit, already in a state of awakening. What complicated matters further was that, like the Knights of God, they had been granted immortality by Emu. Rocks, engaging 5 foes at once, still maintained the upper hand. His formidable conqueror's haki remarkably suppressed the 5, growing fiercer with each passing moment. In a critical juncture, Roger and Carp arrived, joining the fray. As Rocks continued to fight, he sensed something amiss and prepared for withdrawal. Li Xian confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was the presence of a traitor that led to Rocks' demise in God Valley. While lesser pirates like Whitebeard had survived, Rocks was eternally bound to that cursed place. Much like the fateful stab by the loyal son Skiar during the Marineford War, which irrevocably altered the course of battle. Such a level of power, if supported by companions, could undoubtedly escape unless utterly overwhelmed. The Golden Lion, a mere fool, merely played house with the Knights of God outside, leaving many core facets hidden from Li Xian. He speculated that the celestial dragon's murderous competitions were aimed at collecting life force. The world is material, and the Knights of God, along with the 5 elders, possess extraordinarily prolonged lifespans, capable of recovering from any inflicted damage during battle. Regardless of whether it is advanced technology or the powers of devil fruits, energy is a prerequisite. According to Li Xian's research, the celestial dragons regularly orchestrate such slaughtering events, erasing the entire map afterward. As he recalled Doflamingo's words from the world of One Piece he had seen before, concerning the national treasure of Mariehua and its connection to the Op no Mi, it became evident that Emu possessed an artifact that granted him immortality and the capability to bestow such power upon others. Having perused the memories of the Golden Lion, Li Xian inwardly cursed. "You worthless Golden Lion, why do you not dare to confront the 5 elders? With such cowardice, do you still aspire to dominate the world?" He departed from his secluded laboratory, returning to the training ground. There, Kuina was wielding her sword, harmonizing the 3 colors of haki into one, delivering a single strike that rendered all existence to silence. The sheer destructive power of armament haki, whether in its singular form or in the dual manifestation of armament haki intertwined with conqueror's haki, bears little difference when it comes to the material world. However, when applied to sentient beings, the effects are strikingly divergent. In his fourth gear, Luffy exchanges blows with the awakened Doflamingo, yet a single strike from Kaido, imbued with Conqueror's haki, can render him incapacitated. Goena, it is remarkable that you have mastered the fusion of the three types of haki in such a short span. You are truly a prodigy. Lord Li Xian, your guidance has been invaluable. Without it, the integration of haki would be an insurmountable challenge. Goena understands her own circumstances. In this vast world, many possess the three types of haki, yet the ability to fuse them, or even wield Conqueror's haki, is exceedingly rare. Comprehending what haki is and grasping its underlying principles requires the intellect of someone like Lord Li Xian. Without his mentorship, relying solely on one's own exploration would be akin to chasing a fantasy. Do not be modest, Goena. Having learned the fusion of the three types of haki, I shall impart to you my ultimate techniques, haki fission and haki fusion. The theories behind these techniques stem from my own research into haki itself. Now, Goena, I pose a question. Can haki cut? Lord Li Xian inquires, prompting a moment of confusion for Goena, who has never contemplated such a question before. If haki can indeed cut, what would be the smallest unit of haki if it were to be infinitely divided? Lord Li Xian, I believe it can cut. When we utilize haki, we measure the expenditure of physical strength in quantifiable terms, she responds. Lord Li Xian elaborates on his theoretical studies. Indeed, haki is capable of being divided, infinitely so, leading us to the fundamental particles that constitute haki. The fission and fusion of haki involve the examination of these particles. Upon concluding his explanation, he touches Goena's forehead, transmitting a stream of information directly into her mind, a practical application of observation haki. He instructs her on the specific methodologies of haki fission and fusion. Goena, all three types of haki can undergo fission and fusion. Haki fission will exponentially increase your haki quantity, while haki fusion will enhance the quality and rank of your haki. The methods I provide have been refined. They may induce temporary weakness, but will not compromise your lifespan. Quickly assimilating the techniques, Goena recognizes that her focus need not be on the theoretical nature of haki. Practical application is her priority. Lord Li Xian activates his devil fruit powers, summoning the members of the Golden Lion Pirates who had previously been confined. Goena, the application of observation and Conqueror's haki is best demonstrated on living beings. You may use these individuals for your experiments, gradually mastering the characteristics of your own haki through fission and fusion. Now give it a try. Goena stood before a pirate, channeling her Conqueror's haki into an explosive release, which caused the pirate to collapse peacefully to the ground, as if he had merely succumbed to slumber. Li Xian, observing from the side, advised her, do not attempt to unleash such a vast amount of haki all at once. Start with a small fraction. You have yet to acquire the ability to control the sudden surge of power. This requires prolonged practice. Subsequently, Li Xian earnestly guided Goena, recognizing her as his prized fighter and future concubine. Enhancing her strength was tantamount to augmenting his own influence. At the Navy headquarters, Kizaru arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, reporting to Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, there is no useful information remaining in that area. I have scoured the vicinity thoroughly, yet I have found no trace of the Golden Lion. Chapter 47. Laozi has betrayed. The recovery of the Momo fruit. Sengoku let out a weary sigh. So be it. Kizaru, I shall ensure you are generously compensated for your overtime. Thank you, Admiral, the carefree Kizaru replied, leaving with an air of delight. He was not fond of working extra hours, as remuneration was a separate matter altogether. Sengoku rubbed his brow, an uneasy feeling lingering within him. This seemed to be a significant affair. Li Xian leisurely guided his old lair, the Sky Garden, towards Impel Down. All right, Kuina, your task henceforth is to master the two techniques for harnessing haki proficiently. In terms of combat, there is little more I can impart. During battles, adapt according to the environment and the adversaries you face. Kuina bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Li Xian. I shall strive to become the mightiest swordsman. Do not rush. Your body is still growing, and further modifications await you. Currently, the only gaps between you and the strongest in the world are experience and stamina. Understood. Kuina listened attentively to Li Xian's words. Now, let us retrieve my experimental materials. Soon, we shall establish our own domain and embark on a quest for supremacy. Are you excited, Kuina? I shall dedicate everything to your grand ambitions, Kuina replied earnestly. At Impel Down, after Li Xian reported to Director Magellan, he proceeded to the office of Shiryu of the Rain. Have you completed the tasks I requested? Li Xian inquired directly. Sir, everything is prepared. Shiryu of the Rain responded respectfully. Let us move. It is time for action. Shiryu's face lit up with excitement. He often indulged his personal whims by executing prisoners, leading to repeated detentions and punishments from Magellan, and he was eager to leave this place behind. The two returned to Magellan's office. Xiu, Li Xuan, what brings you two here? Magellan asked, puzzled, unaware of the imminent danger his observation haki had forewarned him of. He noticed Shiryu attacking him, yet Li Xian remained unmoved. Magellan unleashed the full force of his poison fruit. A torrent of purple venom surged forth, engulfing both Li Xian and Shiryu. Shiryu's demeanor turned serious. Engaging a user of the poison fruit in such confined quarters was perilous. The potency of Magellan's ability was formidable. Contact with the venom would render one utterly incapacitated within mere seconds. However, the battle did not unfold as Magellan's haki had predicted. Li Xian effortlessly repelled the venom with a burst of haki, and with a swift motion, he ensnared Magellan with a sea prism stone chain. In such close proximity, there was no escape for Magellan, and Li Xian had effectively nullified his ability to foresee actions through haki. Upon contact with the sea prism stone, a devil fruit user would find themselves rendered utterly powerless. Both Magellan and Shiryu, who had drawn his sword in preparation for combat, were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Li Xian would conclude the fight in this manner. How is this possible? How could you possess such strength? Magellan exclaimed in disbelief. You place too much faith in your observation abilities. Li Xian, without uttering a word, directly incapacitated Magellan with his conqueror's haki. My lord, Magellan's office and his person are equipped with warning snail devices. His unconsciousness will immediately trigger an alarm at the Navy, and our situation has already been divulged to them. We must act swiftly, Yuji Shilio proclaimed, simultaneously severing a surveillance snail in two. Previously, Li Xian had instructed Yuji Shilio to gather the prison's administrative personnel and some of the devil fruit users from the upper echelons today, facilitating his plans for action. I know that our departure is not an issue. Li Xian stated confidently, if I truly cannot leave, I shall utilize the powers of the float fruit to elevate the entire prison into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Yuji Shilio felt a wave of relief. Being cornered by Navy warships at sea and having his vessel destroyed would inevitably lead to capture. Li Xian handed a small handheld device and a backpack to Yuji Shilio. This is a devil fruit extractor I crafted. It can eliminate enemies and procure their devil fruits. Yuji Shilio's eyes gleamed upon hearing Li Xian's words. He had indeed not misjudged his allegiance, for a man of such caliber was destined to stir the seas. With a touch, Li Xian conveyed a message to Yuji Shilio through his observation haki. Domino is also one of my people. Eliminate all the devil fruit users from the upper levels and procure their fruits. You are permitted to eliminate more. Do not let anyone suspect our intentions. Yuji Shilio was taken aback to learn that his deputy, the Chief Warden Domino, had also become an ally of Li Xian. Simultaneously, Li Xian handed Yuji Shilio a communication snail. Once everything is complete, await me on the first floor of the prison with this. My lord, rest assured, I shall see it through, Yuji Shilio replied, bowing respectfully before departing. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, an anxious officer rushed to inform Sengoku of the betrayal by Li Xian and Yuji Shilio at Impel Down. What? Yuji Shilio has betrayed us? Sengoku exclaimed, dismissing the Xuan's involvement. How could such a thing happen? Admiral, this is true. The special communication snail of the Impel Down director has been destroyed, confirming that Director Magellan has lost his combat ability along with surveillance footage. In the office, Kizaru set down his teacup with a sigh. Among the three admirals, why did he remain stationed at the Navy headquarters if not for his ability to traverse swiftly to where he was needed? Sengoku, I shall go at once. Kizaru, we must ensure absolute certainty regarding Impel Down. We need to ascertain the situation. Admiral, I comprehend the gravity of the matter. With that, Kizura vanished, and soon his fleet assembled and set sail. Li Xian arrived at the 6th level with remarkable speed using his Shuanpa. Chief Warden Sudi was already awaiting his arrival. "My lord," the extravagantly adorned Sudi exclaimed, her voice sweetly piercing as she clung to Li Xian's arm. "You have finally revealed your true strength. Are you prepared to embark on a grand endeavor?" With a swift motion, Li Xian's hand struck, causing Mi Tao to leap in surprise, while Xiao Sa Ti emitted a captivating sound. "How annoying. I have already prepared everything for you. Let's not waste any more time. Let's proceed." Over the years in Impel Prison, Li Xian had made significant strides. His research had transformed this place into a near second home. This time, his purpose for returning was crystal clear: to acquire several unique devil fruits. As for the so-called heinous criminals recruited by Blackbeard, he regarded them as nothing but a worthless lot. The 6th level of the prison was now accessible. Rarely did Li Xian have the opportunity to visit this place, as entry required special authorization. Xiao Sa Ti guided him to his intended destination, the cell of Bondi Wald, a man who once instilled fear in the world government and the Navy alongside the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. Li Xian sought the devil fruit known as the Momo fruit, which granted the ability to exponentially enhance the size and speed of any object it touched. Chapter 48. Recruitment of Douglas Barrett. The power of the Momo fruit, when combined with abilities like the target fruit and the weapon fruit, evokes a thrilling anticipation of unimaginable strength. Little Sudi unlocked the prison door, and Bondi Wald, upon seeing Li Xian, expressed his confusion. "Kid, aren't you the one?" Li Xian, uninterested in idle chatter with such a man, brandished his sea prism stone sword and swiftly severed his head. The devil fruit extractor reclaimed the Momo fruit. As the presence of death was sensed, chaos erupted throughout the 6th level. "Hey, Navy, what is happening? How dare you kill Bondi Wald? Kid, come here. I will end you." The pirates here were emboldened, daring to confront the guards directly, having had multiple opportunities to slay them, knowing the world government would not execute them. But now, what was happening? Why had even a notorious pirate like Bondi Wald been slain? Li Xian wasted no words. As little Sudi opened another cell, he entered and cleanly executed the occupant without explanation. Over time, Li Xian's technique grew increasingly proficient, transforming the pirate's initial bravado into sheer terror. "No way, man. You're even more bloodthirsty than Rain Shiru." Without uttering a single word, he continued his decapitations, rendering the pirate's bravado useless against Li Xian's swift blade. Many began to plead for mercy. "Don't kill me. I can follow you. Bastard, the Navy won't spare you. I know where the treasure is hidden." Soon, hundreds fell beneath Li Xian's blade, and a shadow of death enveloped all the pirates, bound by sea prism stone chains. They could neither escape nor evade Li Xian's swift strikes, which they clearly could not withstand. Little Sudi opened the most significant cell, revealing Li Xian's target, Douglas Barrett. Li Xian understood that Douglas Barrett was a former member of the Roger Pirates, renowned for his extreme personality and formidable strength, earning him the moniker Devil's Heir. This man's character was distinct, one that could be utilized for Li Xian's purposes. Barrett's personality was deeply rooted in his childhood experiences. Abandoned by his mother, he grew as a child soldier on the battlefield, frequently betrayed by comrades and superiors. Just as he was about to receive a medal for his military accomplishments, he was ambushed by a fellow soldier and subsequently betrayed by his superior, Douglas Gray. These experiences utterly shattered his trust in interpersonal relationships. He refused to depend on others, believing that only his strength was fundamental to survival. Even after joining the Roger Pirates, he aimed to challenge Roger himself, rejecting assimilation into the crew. Ultimately, following Roger's death, he descended into a rampage, viewing the world as his enemy. Li Xian knew that after Roger's demise, Barrett's life goal had become to surpass Roger and become the strongest in the world, an obsession that would define his existence. He both admired Roger's power and felt restless due to his inability to surpass him. Roger's death left him adrift, leading him to vent his anger through destruction. He once believed that the emergence of his desire to protect his comrades rendered him weak. ultimately choosing to forsake teamwork entirely in favor of a solitary existence as a formidable individual. The only companion Barrett acknowledges is his pirate ship, the Ballista, which symbolizes his absolute mastery over power. Douglas Barrett, greetings. Li Xian spoke for the first time upon entering the sixth layer. Are you here to kill me? Despite being bound by seastone chains, Douglas Barrett relentlessly continued his training, conversing with Li Xian as if he were utterly unperturbed by the prospect of death. You are somewhat different from the other worthless ones. I wish to recruit you. Will you join my crew? I will not follow the weak, unless you surpass Roger. Douglas Barrett replied with great pride. The smile faded from Li Xian's face as he coldly remarked, I often find myself perplexed. Why do individuals like you, who are so weak, speak with such confidence? Little Suddy unlocked the cell door, and Li Xian stepped inside, advancing directly towards Douglas Barrett. Enraged, Douglas Barrett unleashed a punch enveloped in Conqueror's haki aimed at Li Xian. Li Xian effortlessly countered this attack, smirking as he closed the distance, and with a swift motion, delivered a striking blow to his forehead. The terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted within Douglas Barrett's mind, yet not a trace escaped outward. His spirit was overwhelmed, and he collapsed, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. It was no jest. Li Xian's current level of haki was such that at this proximity, even Roger would have succumbed. Douglas Barrett's once proud haki defenses appeared to Li Xian as flimsy as paper. After a couple of breaths, Douglas Barrett regained consciousness, devoid of the disdainful expression he wore when regarding lesser beings. In disbelief, he inquired, "What kind of haki is this?" Seeing Douglas Barrett awaken so swiftly brought Li Xian immense satisfaction. Barrett's performance exceeded his expectations, indicating he would serve as a formidable ally, and he had no interest in recruiting the inept. Let us depart. I doubt you wish to engage in discussions here. Li Xian released his seastone chains. I refuse to be subdued. I want to fight you outside, Douglas Barrett declared. Li Xian's expression twitched. Perhaps he should have been more assertive earlier, demonstrating the vast disparity in their strengths. Had he approached with the intent to kill, that single blow could have obliterated Douglas Barrett's mind. Let us hope you remain this eager. Li Xian acknowledged that this obstinate individual required careful handling. Having achieved his objective, Li Xian and his companions departed. Upon witnessing Li Xian escorting Douglas Barrett, many clamored to express their willingness to join. Li Xian harbored no interest in these inept individuals. He had no desire to engage with them and left without a word. Upon reaching the first level of the great prison, Domino and Rangy Shilio awaited him. One was the chief warden, and the other was the deputy warden. With Magellan absent, Deputy Director Hannibal has been incarcerated by Domino, leaving no one to impede their progress. Li Xian inquired, "How did it go?" "I am relieved to say it was a success," Rangy Shio replied joyfully. She handed a parcel to Li Xian, and with a sweep of his observation haki, he discerned that it contained the coveted devil fruit and the devil fruit extractor he desired. Surrounding Domino were numerous boxes filled with various materials Li Xian had painstakingly collected over the years, including numerous notes and blood samples from different races. Li Xian's observation haki had already detected that Admiral Kazuru's fleet was nearing, prompting him to state, "We must depart. Admiral Kazuru is on his way." His abilities could pose significant trouble. The prospect of facing Kizaru's speed and guerrilla tactics was indeed a source of concern, highlighting the unique challenges posed by those with special powers. Chapter 49. The Broken Barrett. Enel's good days are over. Li Xian and his companions traversed the depths of Impelled Down with ease, ultimately emerging into the outside world. After loading their belongings, they set sail on a naval warship. Douglas Barrett and Rain Shirlu had now joined Li Xian, while the ever-loyal Little Suddy and Domino had been serving him all along. In the astonished gazes of the four, the warship ascended into the skies, a testament to the powers of the float fruit. Little Suddy clung to Li Xian, her voice brimming with excitement. "Master, have you truly defeated the Golden Lion?" In her heart, the notion that Li Xian could not vanquish the Golden Lion had never crossed her mind. The other three turned their eyes to Li Xian, equally eager to know the truth. After all, Shiki, the Golden Lion, was one of the three legendary pirates. His name was known throughout the seas as the captain of the flying pirate crew. Indeed, I dispatched that decayed old man to meet Roger. The float fruit is my rightful spoils. Li Xian confirmed their suspicions with a nod. Rain Shirlu murmured in disbelief. Incredible. That was the golden lion. The stronger one becomes, the clearer the meaning of reaching the pinnacle of the world becomes. Especially for Douglas Barrett, who was most shaken by this revelation. Wait, my friend, how long have you been training? He had grown up amidst warfare, continuously battling. In terms of combat experience and frequency, not even Roger could be compared to him. Yet, in just a few years since setting sail, Roger had effortlessly defeated him. On Roger's ship, he had trained relentlessly, honing his haki at every opportunity. He had scarcely witnessed how Roger cultivated his powers. Yet Roger's haki surged with remarkable speed. By the time the crew disbanded, Barrett had never bested Roger. The skills Roger imparted were mere notions of trust, bonds, and faith in one's comrades. Concepts that seemed trivial. If such things could enhance strength, then why bother with honing haki? After being imprisoned and impelled down, Barrett had diligently trained without a moment's respite. After all these years, he considered himself invincible, save for the legendary pirates. However, a single strike from Li Xian had rendered him unconscious. How could someone so young, who had trained for such a brief time, have achieved such prowess? Barrett had seen the world, powerful figures in the Navy like Garp and Sengoku, and formidable pirates such as Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, not to mention the CP0 and the Knights of God from the world government. Yet, upon his release from prison, the first piece of news he received was that the Golden Lion had also been defeated by this very man. A wave of mixed emotions flooded Barrett's heart. Was this truly the chasm that separated him from the world's genuine prodigies? Refusing to concede, Barrett's spirit ignited with a fierce desire for battle. I will not accept defeat until we have fought. Domino remained composed. As one of Li Xian's early subordinates, she understood the natural strength he wielded. Lord Li Xian, the Navy approaches. We should depart at once. Rain Shirlu concurred, recognizing the futility of engaging the Navy in combat here. It would yield nothing but wasted time and effort. Li Xian regarded the eager Barrett with a calculated expression, contemplating his next move. I shall first send you two to meet with Guana, while I attend to other matters with these two. Little Suddy gazed at Li Xian with reluctance, as she and Domino were whisked away aboard the entire warship, which would automatically soar towards the aerial garden. Once they departed, Li Xian turned directly to Yuji Shilio and Barrett, stating, "Gentlemen, I possess the extraordinary ability to plunder the devil fruits of others. Thus, one of our objectives is to hunt down these powers, preferably capturing them alive." A spark of intrigue lit up Yuji Shilio and Barrett's eyes. It was the first time they had encountered such a formidable capability. Devil fruits, undoubtedly, were potent assets. While the concept of haki felt elusive and intangible to 99% of individuals, who were inherently disqualified from discussing its supremacy. In contrast, the devil fruits presented the most favorable cost-to-benefit ratio. Should Li Xian continue his pursuit, he could amass a legion of empowered beings, rendering him virtually invincible. He proceeded to present two documents to them, containing information on Eneru. Over the years, his connections with the underground world's information brokers had remained unbroken, and for certain individuals, Sky Island was hardly a secret. Eneru, who proclaimed himself the god of Sky Island, was the possessor of the Rumble fruit. Regardless of the means, your task is to capture him alive, Li Xian instructed, tossing each of them a package filled with riches, a permanent pointer to Sky Island, and a transponder snail. My pirate crew does not accommodate idlers. This task should pose little difficulty for you. Do you have any questions? Li Xian was not one to engage in the art of benevolence to win hearts. Once he had completed his robbery of the celestial gold destined for the celestial dragons, an army of infinitely loyal clones would soon come to fruition. He need not concern himself with the loyalty of Yuji Shilio and Barrett. After perusing the information in his hands, Yuji Shilio confidently replied, "Lord Li Xian, await my good news." Li Xian then turned to the disinterested Barrett, inquiring, "And you, Barrett?" Barrett had no interest in such trifles. Despite Eneru wielding the mightiest of Logia-type devil fruits, he yearned for a life-and-death battle with Li Xian. A smirk of disdain crossed Li Xian's lips. "You are not yet worthy of such a clash. However, I am not entirely unkind. I grant you this opportunity. You and Shilio shall first complete this task and, in the process, restore your physical condition. Barrett glared furiously but remained silent, understanding that to surpass Li Xian, he must first attain a state of perfection. The memory of that hockey that had rendered him unconscious still haunted him. Li Xuan, Faza, tossed them 2 bracelets, which contained 2 sets of nanotech armor. Consider this a welcoming gift. The bracelets house a set of nanotech armor I developed, enabling you to traverse the skies and seas, among other capabilities for you to discover. Upon concluding their conversation, they infused hockey into the bracelets, which immediately released the nanotech armor, enveloping them in its embrace as they ascended into the air propelled by the armor's advanced technology. Yuji and Shilio were both astonished as they experimented with the functionalities of the nano armor, thoroughly pleased with their discoveries. Li Xian issued a stern warning. I prefer to lay the cards on the table. Regardless of your past rebelliousness, once you join my team, your interests must align with mine. I do not wish for a day to come when I am compelled to eliminate you due to internal strife. Gentlemen, consider your actions carefully. Yuji bowed respectfully, assuring, I shall not disappoint you, Master Li Xian. Barrett then remarked, you can speak such words after you have bested me. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement as Barrett took flight alongside Yuji, heading towards the location of the Sky Island, as noted in their records. Now, it is time to surprise my old superior, Li Xian mused, a smile playing on his lips as he reminisced about the days spent navigating the murky waters under the command of the Yellow Ape. Chapter 50, The Battle with Kizaru, a nonchalant victory. The Impel Down prison lies not far from the Navy headquarters. Kizaru's fleet arrived swiftly. Propelled by the prison's significance, he took the lead, utilizing the elemental abilities granted by the Pika Pika no Mi. The blazing sun cast a metallic sheen upon the exposed rocks of Impel Down as Li Xian awaited his former superior at the prison's entrance. Due to his laid-back demeanor since joining the Navy, he had been aligned with Kizaru's faction. After earning merits through various exploits, he had requested a transfer to the more tranquil environment of Level 6. Now, as he prepared to depart, Kizaru's arrival warranted an audience, at the very least to establish his reputation in the pirate-infested world where bounties hold significant weight. In any realm, reputation is paramount. Li Xian's observation hockey clearly detected Kizaru approaching from beyond the horizon, transforming into a streak of light as he sped forth. Li Xuan labitata, awaiting Kizaru's arrival. Suddenly, the air trembled, and golden particles converged above his head. Kizaru materialized, sliding down a beam of light. His signature teasing tone laced with scrutiny. Today's youth truly is formidable. As Kizaru stood before Li Xian, he noted the latter's suspended form. In this vast world, with countless devil fruits, few grant the ability to fly. Observing Li Xian, Kizaru couldn't help but entertain the incredulous notion that he possessed the Pika Pika no Mi. Without immense power, how could one await his presence alone? Kizaru mused, reconsidering his prior suspicions regarding Shiryu's rebellion. It was evident that this individual was the true mastermind. Before he could finish his thought, Kizaru's fingertip gathered energy, transforming into a torrential downpour of light. Li Xian's pupils glinted crimson. His observation hockey revealed the trajectory of the photon bullets. With a wave of his hand, the earth surged, and the floating debris swiftly formed a defensive formation. Floating barrier, Thousand Rock Shield. A 30-meter diameter basalt shield erupted with thunderous force as the light projectiles struck its surface, leaving spiderweb-like scorch marks but failing to penetrate, even slightly. Indeed, it appeared to be the Pika Pika no Mi. Kizaru reflected, recognizing this ability as uniquely belonging to the Pika Pika no Mi. There was none other like it. He never anticipated that the previous battle had been fought between this individual and the Golden Lion. Moreover, the bond between a devil fruit and its user meant that only upon the user's demise could the fruit be claimed by another, regardless of how it was achieved. This person had eliminated the Golden Lion. Caution was imperative. Kizaru's sunglasses glinted as he concentrated the Amaterasu sword into a blazing white blade within his palm, closing the distance in an instant to swing the luminous sword downward. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian extended his right hand, his two fingers enveloped in armament haki, pinching Kizaru's Amaterasu sword. Really now, Admiral Kizaru, it's been quite a while since we last met, and you greet me with such aggression, Li Xian remarked with an air of indifference. However, the sight of him effortlessly restraining the laser sword wielded by this master swordsman was rife with irony. Li Xian, I didn't expect you to surprise me to such an extent. It's almost a fright, Kizaru replied, astonished. The yellow monkey raised one hand, unleashing a beam of laser light, which Li Xian effortlessly shattered with a casual wave, scattering golden sparks in all directions. Li Xian took a slight step back, creating some distance. Why betray? The yellow monkey, unusually serious, retracted his smile as the light trajectory formed by the Yada no Kagami swirled around him. With such strength, you could undoubtedly become the youngest admiral candidate in history. Li Xian scoffed, with such power, why should I live for others? Especially to serve the celestial dragons like a dog? The yellow monkey regarded Li Xian earnestly, asking, do you not harbor any thoughts of justice within your heart? As a seasoned veteran, he understood well that the celestial dragons were hardly virtuous, yet were pirates truly saviors? Pirates do not engage in production. Pillaging and killing comprise their daily existence. He was also aware that few royals across various nations were virtuous either. Yet the current order at least maintained stability in most regions. As for the so-called rebellion against the celestial dragons or joining the Navy, wouldn't that lead to even more civilian casualties? The Navy has patched things up for centuries, and this has been their brand of justice. If you wish for the Navy to dismantle the current order, the new order and new celestial dragons may be even more ruthless. That being said, I still have some thoughts on justice. However, that does not conflict with my decision not to join the Navy. Sighing, the yellow monkey adjusted his sunglasses, and suddenly, he transformed into myriad particles of light, dissipating into the air. Li Xian's observation haki allowed him to foresee the future with clarity. The yellow monkey created several clones, each wielding the Amatsukami sword, launching simultaneous attacks from 360 different angles. In a moment of peril, Li Xian unleashed his conqueror's haki and armament haki. Erupting like a tsunami, the black-red lightning generated by his conqueror's haki split the clouds, while the outward flow of his armament haki repelled the approaching photon beings, scattering them into a multitude of shimmering particles. The sky cracked, and the ground beneath him fractured. The Navy personnel aboard the 12 warships belonging to the Yellow Monkey, who had just arrived, collapsed one after another, foaming at the mouth, unable to withstand Li Xian's conqueror's haki. Your haki has reached such a level. The Yellow Monkey's expression turned grave. As an admiral, he could naturally assess Li Xian's strength. Such terrifying conqueror's haki could only be rivaled by the red-haired shanks of a new world. The Yellow Monkey realized he could not afford to let Li Xian escape. With such mastery of haki combined with the float fruit, who could possibly hold him? Li Xian had no intention of shocking the world. He aimed to treat his former superior well. He stomped his right foot forcefully. The ground beneath him suddenly disassembled into countless floating cubes. These rock fragments resembled a disassembled Rubik's Cube, and as his haki flowed outward, every surface became enveloped in a dark purple glow of armament haki. Now it's my turn. Hordes of locust stones. Li Xian grasped with both hands, and hundreds of stones, shrouded in black-purple haki, surged from all directions toward their target. The yellow ape was instantaneously disintegrated into photons, escaping through various crevices, only to be intercepted during reformation. Li Xian executed a sudden step, appearing mid-air, his right fist, imbued with the conqueror's haki, collided with a lightning-fast kick, armed with a barrage of blows. Boom! Li Xian, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists, entwined with the dual might of conquerors and armament haki, bombarded like cannonballs. The yellow ape ceased to be elemental, realizing that his observation haki was rendered ineffective. He immediately recalled the unique ability of the fourth emperor, red-haired Shanks, Conqueror's Kill, capable of nullifying the precognitive powers of observation haki. Li Xian was equally aware. Should he remain elemental and fail to evade such a relentless assault, he would undoubtedly suffer a severe beating, and under the terrifying shockwaves of Conqueror's Haki, he might even lose consciousness. The yellow ape enveloped his hands in armament Haki, alternating between fists and palms, engaging in a fierce clash with Li Xian. The aftermath of their battle stirred colossal waves across the sea as the air resonated with continuous explosions, clearing the clouds above with startling clarity. While the yellow ape could not foresee the future, Li Xian perceived it with utmost clarity. Thus, the yellow ape was sent flying, crashing to the ground and toppling watchtowers several blocks away. The cuffs of his golden suit were torn asunder, revealing a bloodied forearm as he lay on the ground, unwilling to rise. Chapter 51. A bounty of 3 billion. The Emperor level. Li Xian stood suspended in the air, his white cloak billowing ominously in the tempestuous winds. Huang Yuan, those minor injuries are of little consequence to you, are they? Engaging in such a lackadaisical manner will surely irk the marshal of the warring states. Li Xian was acutely aware that Huang Yuan was still holding back. It wasn't that his strength was superior, but rather that Huang Yuan's combat style did not revolve around direct confrontation. In battle, one ought to leverage one's strengths. Huang Yuan's defining trait was his unparalleled speed. He was not a Zoan-type devil fruit user, reliant solely on brute force. The youth of today are truly formidable. Recognizing the futility of attempting to detain Li Xian, Huang Yuan was reluctant to engage in a life-or-death struggle. He was no maniac enamored with combat. Li Chuan, have you truly resolved to betray the world government? Should you choose to remain, I can assure you, my position is yours. As an admiral of the Navy, Huang Yuan was well versed in the ways of the world. Annual defections from the Navy were commonplace. Some were discontent with the Navy's protocols, others with the world government, and many harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. However, this did not alter the undeniable truth that the Navy remained the principal force safeguarding civilians in this world. As for the Navy's subservience to the world government, acting as their enforcers, that was simply the nature of their role as the military of the ruling elite. Stability and order constituted the greatest protection for ordinary citizens, and this was the essence of the Navy's justice. Huang Yuan, the world is destined to have rulers. Why should not be I? I shall claim this world. Li Xian ascended higher into the skies, his indifferent voice resonating down to every awakened Navy member, echoing throughout the entirety of Impelled Down. From the very beginning, there was no one in the heavens, neither you nor I, not even the gods. Yet, the unbearable vacancy of the heavenly throne is about to conclude. Henceforth, this world shall see me at its pinnacle, leaning against the rubble. Huang Yuan listened to Li Xian's proclamation, his expression impassive as he watched Li Xian soar into the heights until he vanished from sight. With a sigh in his heart, he transformed into a streak of light, entering Impelled Down to address the chaos left in Li Xian's wake. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku the Buddha listened grimly to Li Xian's declaration through the transponder snail, his fury erupting as he slammed his fist onto the table, causing the tea to quiver. I never anticipated he could conceal himself so deeply within our Navy. Kapu, however, erupted into laughter. Defections from a Navy occurred with alarming regularity. It was not an extraordinary event. The subsequent handling of this matter would fall under the jurisdiction of the Marines CP0. He directly mocked his old friend. Is this esteemed strategist of yours not as remarkable as you claimed? Did you not once assert that he was a Navy officer worth nurturing? Sengoku, red with ire, snatched Kapu's last piece of sunbae and devoured it in one bite. Kapu, exasperated, reached out in an attempt to reclaim it. How infuriating! That was the last piece. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Tsuru identified the crucial point, remarking, incredible. How did he manage to defeat the Golden Lion and acquire the float fruit? While one might credit him as a genius for vanquishing the Golden Lion, obtaining a devil fruit is not merely a matter of killing. Buddha Sengoku furrowed his brow and remarked, such occurrences, though rare, have not been entirely absent. Admiral Kazuru looked troubled, responding, if that is the case, it would indeed be a relief. After all, we are speaking of the legendary Golden Lion and his formidable float fruit. Sengoku and Garp fell silent, fully aware of the Golden Lion's prowess, as they were the ones responsible for his imprisonment. Even without his legs, the Golden Lion remained a formidable adversary. We shall await Kizaru's return to assess the threat he poses before issuing a bounty. Remember to inform Kizaru to have Impel Down reevaluate all the territories. As evening fell at the headquarters of the World News Agency, Morgans, the president known as the King of News, received a bounty notification from a navy. Upon reading the bounty amount and details, he was taken aback. The sound of birds echoed throughout the headquarters. Morgans, a user of the bird fruit, albatross form, typically maintained a half-beast transformation, rarely revealing his human visage. His bird-headed figure, adorned with a top hat, swayed in disbelief. As this unprecedented news opened his eyes to the extraordinary, a defector, Lieutenant Li Xian, had caused chaos and Impel Down, executing an internal breach against the so-called impregnable fortress. The bounty for his capture had astonishingly reached 3 billion. 3 billion, a sum equivalent to that of the emperors. The bounty amounts for the emperors are not solely based on their individual strength, but rather assessed in light of their potential to disrupt global stability. To put it plainly, their subordinates and influence significantly contribute to their bounty. A solitary powerhouse, while formidable, is comparatively easier to contend with. For example, the Golden Lion, who was apprehended while operating as a lone wolf. Douglas Bullet faced a similar fate. The Navy bypassed the game of pirate charades and issued a massacre order, leading to his exhaustion and capture without support. In today's world, if an emperor lacks subordinates, their bounty would be reduced by at least 5 billion berries. However, the Navy indicated that this Li Xian had only 2 strong allies, the formidable Shiryu of the Rain and Douglas Bullet, along with a young swordswoman, Kuna. Is that all? While both Bullet and Shiryu are indeed powerful, 2 individuals cannot uphold the stature of an emperor's crew. The New World is limited in territory. To ascend as a new emperor, one must defeat the old ones. What justifies a bounty of 3 billion for him? As the most informed individual in the world, Morgans understood that the Navy's bounty assessments were not arbitrary, but rather based on a systematic methodology. Perplexed, he inquired through the transponder snail to the Navy Admiral, "What makes this Li Xian so exceptional as to warrant a bounty of 30 billion? He defeated the Golden Lion." What? Morgans's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. At his age, he managed to defeat one of the 3 legendary figures, the Golden Lion? Has the world gone mad? Or am I the one losing my mind? Such a formidable individual, and yet you have dispatched him to the Impel Down prison to languish in obscurity? How utterly generous of you! How could I possibly remain unaware of such a matter? Morgans inquired incredulously. He possesses the ability of the float fruit. Moreover, his strength has already been validated by our Navy. The naval admiral maintained an expressionless facade. The defection of such a powerhouse to piracy is undeniably a source of embarrassment for the Navy. Morgans fell into silence. The implications of the float fruit spoke volumes. He had a nagging suspicion that the Navy intended to eliminate this Li Xian through subterfuge. His bounty notice was urgently disseminated throughout the entirety of the New World. Morgans harbored a disdain for the current dynamics of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords. This stable society offers little in the way of sensational news. It was high time for a newcomer to stir the waters. No problem. Once the funds are received, everything is negotiable. Morgans and the Navy, along with the world government, have long been established collaborators. He never declines the Navy's requests in this regard. Chapter 52, A Conspiracy. Whitebeard and Ace at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Carp, with a finger in his nose, disdainfully regarded Sengoku and inquired, "Are we truly going to assign such a high bounty to that lad? This is a treatment reserved for the Yonko." Sengoku, unfazed by Carp's antics, replied calmly, "If we wait until he establishes his Yonko crew, few will be able to claim that bounty. Let the pirates and bounty hunters of the New World pursue him. If they manage to capture or eliminate him, a mere 30 billion would be quite a bargain." Kizaru had already reported on the battle between her and Li Xian, particularly emphasizing Li Xian's formidable combat prowess. Such overwhelming haki had prompted even the seasoned Kizaru to issue a warning regarding the significant danger he posed, justifying the issuance of such a lofty bounty. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "We must ascertain his true purpose for infiltrating Impel Down. that is of greater importance. Sengoku affirmed, Magellan has already commenced his investigation. Hopefully, we will uncover something of value. The following day, Morgan's newsbird soared across the globe, disseminating Li Xian's name throughout the New World and ultimately the entire world. In the tumultuous waters of the New World, a magnificent pirate ship forged ahead, cutting through the waves. The prominent white mustache emblem gleamed ominously in the sunlight, heralding the flagship of the formidable Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. On the deck, a flurry of activity ensued as the crew diligently attended to their tasks. Some were adjusting the sails, others were polishing weapons, and some were transporting cargo. In one corner of the ship, a young figure, bare-chested and adorned with a cowboy hat, wielded a long knife, fiercely hacking at a massive wooden board. Each strike of his blade resonated with a gust of wind, leaving behind an array of varying depths of cuts upon the surface. This young man was none other than Ace, recently captured aboard the ship by Whitebeard. With his short hair, a few strands clinging to his sweat-drenched cheeks, and his bronze skin radiating a searing energy under the sun, Ace's eyes reflected a spirit of defiance and determination. As he continued to chop at the wood, he mused, "Humph, that old man Whitebeard forcibly brought me aboard, claiming he would mold me into an exceptional pirate. I shall not acquiesce easily." At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. "Kid, don't rely solely on brute strength. That's not how one hones their swordsmanship." Ace looked up to see Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, approaching with a steady gait. Towering and robust, he resembled a formidable mountain, his flowing white hair and beard dancing in the breeze, and his white coat billowing as if he were one with the sea. "I don't need your instruction, Whitebeard. I have my own fighting style," Ace retorted defiantly. Whitebeard, undeterred by Ace's attitude, approached the wooden board, placing a hand gently upon it. "Kid, observe." In an instant, a powerful tremor emanated from Whitebeard's hand, causing the wooden board to crumble like dust. As Ace beheld the scene, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his stubborn demeanor. "This is the power of my tremor fruit, capable of inducing tremendous vibrations in objects it touches. However, while the fruit's abilities are significant, the true warriors are those who can seamlessly blend their inherent strength with the powers of their fruits. You currently rely solely on brute force with your blade, yet lack an understanding of how to harness your own strength and technique. This approach is insufficient," Whitebeard imparted with earnest gravity. Although Ace remained silent, he pondered deeply over Whitebeard's words. Continuing, Whitebeard declared, "From this day forth, I shall train you diligently to transform you into a true powerhouse. First, we shall commence with physical conditioning. You are to run continuously around this ship until sunset. This task must be accomplished." Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you intentionally making this difficult for me?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, hardening his fists with hockey, prepared to impart a vigorous lesson to Ace. "If the child is disobedient, a good thrashing is in order. If that fails, then a few more should suffice. Young one, to survive in these vast seas, one must possess formidable physical prowess. If you cannot even complete this basic training, what aspirations do you have of becoming a pirate?" Grinding his teeth, Ace thought defiantly, "I will not be underestimated by you. One day, I shall claim your head and ascend as the Pirate King." Meanwhile, Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, perused the newspaper in his hands. The staggering bounty of 3 billion on Li Xian, a figure of emperor-level notoriety, alerted him to the peculiarity of the situation. Having navigated the seas alongside Whitebeard for many years, he fully understood the implications of such a bounty, especially for a traitor to the Navy whose initial bounty was so exorbitantly high. He interrupted Whitebeard's educational session with Ace, exclaiming, "Father, there's a major development." In response, Whitebeard delivered 2 punches to Ace with his hockey-infused fists. Ace, lacking proficiency in utilizing his flame fruit, was unable to evade and suffered a painful blow that left a sizable bump on his forehead. "You still have a long way to go," Ace cried out in agony. Having yet to master the application of hockey, his accolades were primarily earned through the capabilities of his Logia-type fruit. The prowess of Whitebeard, well-versed in hockey, made his strikes feel akin to a father chastising his child. Having concluded his lesson with Ace, Whitebeard turned his attention to Marco. Marco, what has stirred you to such excitement? After years of rigorous training, Marco had become remarkably resilient and dependable, which is why Whitebeard had promoted him to the position of 1st Division Commander, effectively his second in command. For him to exclaim so fervently, it must be of considerable significance. Father, a new pirate has emerged with a bounty of 30 billion. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's mustache quivered with intrigue. In the realm of the Four Emperors, there exists a desperate thirst for talent. A solitary commander cannot ascend to the status of an emperor. An emperor must command a formidable fleet and possess numerous subordinate forces. It is these assets that elevate an emperor's standing, rather than solely their individual might. For instance, consider Buggy. As Wu Yinzu once remarked, what use is strength if one lacks influence? In this world, one must have power and connections. This is a fundamental truth that transcends worlds. Whether it be the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords, no one operates in isolation. Solitary warriors are merely insignificant pirates, much like Dracula Mihawk. Why is that? For he must row the boat all by himself. Each year, the new pirates entering the New World, particularly those of notable repute, are often ensnared by the 4 emperors through various means, thereby augmenting their own power. This is one of the methods employed by the 4 emperors to uphold the stability of their reign. Should one choose not to join their pirate crew, they inevitably find themselves aligning with adversaries. Even those who prefer to go solo will become a threat. Although the New World is vast, it remains finite. With a fixed population and limited land, if one gains, another must lose. It is precisely for this reason that Whitebeard took Ace aboard his ship, intending to claim him. After perusing the newspaper, Whitebeard let out his characteristic laughter. Gurara, truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has been valued by Sengoku at 3 billion. He expressed a tinge of regret, clicking his tongue, lamenting that Ace is a member of the Navy. Chapter 53. The World Trembles. Reactions from all sides. Whitebeard and Sengoku share a long-standing camaraderie. In Whitebeard's eyes, Sengoku is nothing but a vessel of malice. Similarly, he harbors deep mistrust towards the Navy. To the Navy, justice reigns supreme, and maintaining the order that upholds the celestial dragon's dominion is deemed the essence of righteousness. However, for Whitebeard, the paramount virtue is loyalty. He yearns for sons who prioritize honor above all else. Father, shall we seek him out? Marco Incueyeth. Forget it. We are not of the same ilk as the Navy. Let them be, Whitebeard replied, tossing the newspaper aside. He held no faith that the traitors of the Navy would align with the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard was acutely aware of his crew's needs, and with age weighing upon him, he felt the urgency to find a successor to safeguard his sons in the future. Though Marco had been by his side for an extended period, having braved numerous battles and earned the respect of his brothers, he lacked the prowess required to lead the Whitebeard pirates into the future. Talent, after all, cannot be forged through mere effort. It is an innate gift that Marco simply did not possess. Whitebeard understood that Marco could not maintain the territories conquered by the world's strongest man. Turning his gaze towards Ace, a sardonic smile graced his lips. He resolved to expedite Ace's training, fully cognizant of Ace's latent potential. Ace's underwhelming performance stemmed from the general ineptitude of pirates prior to entering the New World. How could one enhance their strength by battling the weak? Although the Mera Mera no Mi allowed him to easily overpower foes, his haki remained woefully inadequate. Rise and continue your training. A sense of urgency enveloped Whitebeard. He felt a pressure emanating from the figure of Li Xian in the newspaper. Sensing that a new era was swiftly approaching, the future Roger had foretold would soon be upon them. As the Moby Dick sailed into uncharted waters, Ace's cries echoed, while Marco shook his head and transformed into the Phoenix, taking flight to seek out new pirate recruits for their father. Pirates like Li Xian, if not allied with them, would likely become adversaries. He doubted such a formidable man would refrain from entering the New World. Aboard the Red Force, the newly crowned Yonko, Shanks, reflected upon Li Xian's bounty notice and the accompanying reports, exclaiming, I never imagined such strength lay hidden within the Navy. Ben Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, judging by the reports, this fellow is not one to remain in the shadows for long. He will likely venture into the New World soon. It is here that we can recruit formidable allies and forge a powerful pirate crew. What shall we do, Captain? Should we invite him aboard? Shanks shook his head. Though he was a celestial dragon, he inherited the will of Captain Roger and eagerly anticipated the arrival of a new era. He had spent years preparing to guide the world towards the future. Talent was indeed a crucial component. However, it was equally essential that Li Xian was willing to follow him. Let us bide our time and observe. We shall see how he acts. Captain, the banquet is ready. We can commence, reported Lucky Roo. Excellent. Inform everyone that the celebration for our second anniversary as Yonko has begun in a new world at Wano. This nation, centered around Round Cake Island, encompasses 35 islands, each representing a distinct culinary theme, symbolizing the harmonious fusion of diverse cultures. The matriarch of this realm, Charlotte Linlin, gazed at the newspaper articles and wanted posters featuring Li Xian, lamenting, why is he not from a special race? The false family-loving pirate, Whitebeard, contrasts sharply with a genuinely family-oriented pirate, Charlotte Linlin. Observe how the esteemed matriarch, in her affection for children, bears them herself, while Whitebeard can only claim a multitude of adopted sons and daughters. Charlotte Linlin's ultimate aspiration is to forge a utopia devoid of discrimination, where giants, fishmen, humans, and other races coexist in equality, a vision she has realized in Tato Land. How far ahead is this concept compared to the numerous iterations of the current world? While Roger spoke of a new world in mere words, Charlotte Linlin has already put her ideals into practice. As a formidable pirate, whom should she consider for an alliance? She pondered her daughters before exclaiming, Kakarita! The rice cake girl Kakarita, upon hearing her mother's call, entered, asking, Mother, is there an issue with the dessert? Today's confections are delightful. I am quite pleased. Linlin responded, I summoned you for a purpose. The man on this wanted poster, Li Xian. Find him and invite him to Tato Land. Kakarita took the wanted notice and inquired, Mother, what if he refuses? Linlin replied, let's test his mettle. I intend to propose a union, hoping he possesses sufficient strength. Yes, Mother, I shall set off at once. In the holy land of Mariehua, Saint Saturn of the Five Elders inquired after reading about Li Xian, how shall we deal with this naval traitor? Their mission is to manage the world on behalf of Lord Emu. If Li Xian were merely a pirate, he would not merit their discussion until he reached the level of the four emperors. However, Li Xian is a naval defector. Saint Izambaron V. Nejiru, the financial warlord, reclined on the sofa clad in a white robe, holding the original kitetsu, his glasses glinting with discontent as he remarked, the Navy is becoming increasingly inept. Impel Down has faced two significant breaches. As for him, not being of the D bloodline, he is merely subject to naval oversight. St. Topman Vacheli, the judicial warlord, dressed in a deep green suit, bald with a pair of distinctive mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, queried, once the CP0 investigation results are in, we must initiate a rectification in Level 6, allowing Magellan to redeem himself. Agreed. The lofty Five Elders clearly did not regard Li Xian as a significant threat. Having ruled the world for centuries, they have encountered countless formidable adversaries, with only rocks having made a notable impact. Li Xian had yet to earn their attention. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon, after perusing the newspaper, turned to Kuma and asked, has the government provided any insights into his reasons for defection? Being a naval traitor himself, Monkey D. Dragon sought to understand why Li Xian had turned against the Navy. If it was for a cause akin to his own sense of justice, he would seek to recruit him into the Revolutionary Army. The bear gently opened a Bible, stating, there are no updates from the world government. This individual has remained deeply concealed, yielding no significant information. Dragon sighed, aware that he had his own informants within the Navy. The only valuable tidbit he had gleaned was that Li Xian was remarkably powerful, having caused considerable trouble for Kazuru. This realization was precisely why Dragon sought to integrate him into the Revolutionary Army. They were significantly weaker compared to the Navy and the world government. The addition of a formidable force would elevate their capabilities immensely. Keela, instruct our comrades on the underground front to thoroughly investigate this individual, Dragon insisted, unwilling to relinquish hope. This was a bounty of 3 billion, a notorious pirate, or rather, a traitor to the Navy. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, lounged by the pool. Emitting his signature laugh, Fufufu. Can you believe that old Sengoku has suffered such a setback? A bounty of 30 billion. Torbol remarked, young master. Your bounty remains frozen due to your status as a warlord. Otherwise, you would far surpass him. Fufufu, Torbol. I am aware that I still fall short compared to those monsters. However, with Kaido backing our family, we have nothing to fear. Since witnessing Kaido's might, Doflamingo had been completely subjugated by his power. Chapter 54. A storm is brewing. The tide is about to rise. Such are the rules of this world. Strength reigns supreme. It would be preferable if he did not oppose us. Otherwise, he shall witness the might of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo encouraged himself. He was well aware of the significance of the 30 billion bounty. He wouldn't dare claim victory even against the subordinates of the 4 emperors, for that sum was indicative of their caliber. Thus, Doflamingo swiftly altered his tone, instructing, relay the message. Our family must avoid conflict with Li Xian, prioritizing tolerance when encountering him. Young master, heed my command. Doflamingo was deeply concerned for his family, fearing that their impetuousness might lead to a confrontation with someone of Li Xian's caliber, which could result in dire consequences. Indeed, they would have no capacity for revenge. Very well, I shall inform everyone. Treble transformed into a puddle of slime and seeped into the ground to depart. Doflamingo, holding the newspaper, murmured, 30 billion. What manner of monster could this be? Wano country, Onigashima. The loyal Calamity, Ash, reported Li Xian's news to Kaido, knowing his boss's eagerness for talent. And such an adversary would certainly pique his interest. After perusing the information on Li Xian, Kaido gulped down a jug of alcohol and then wept bitterly, lamenting, who will come to end my suffering? Living is so arduous. Ash's ears filtered out Kaido's wails, and once Kaido had calmed, he inquired, Boss, should we extend an invitation? A bounty of 30 billion is akin to the treatment reserved for the 4 emperors. Otherwise, even as Kaido's second-in-command, he would not surpass 20 billion. You need not concern yourself. I shall meet him, Kaido replied, belching as he transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Vanishing from sight, he had encountered all the formidable beings in the New World, including Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard, not to mention the formidable prowess and swordsmanship of red-haired Shanks. He felt a stirring desire to confront Li Xian, to gauge the true worth of that 30 billion bounty. If he could subdue him, the strength of the beast pirates would ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, Ash remained speechless, watching Kaido's departure, utterly unaware of Li Xian's whereabouts, and pondering how Kaido would seek him out. Boss Ash, Yamato has emerged again. What should we do now that Kaido has left? A frantic pirate rushed in, initially intending to inform Kaido, only to find him already vanished into the clouds. No one could discern Ash's expression beneath his mask. Internally, he was vexed by Yamato's idolization of Kazuki Oden as a life goal, yet there was no choice. This was the young master, Kaido's son, and thus he had to intervene. Understood, I shall handle it, Ash declared, transforming into a dragon of wings and flying forth to subdue Yamato. Though Yamato was shackled with sea stone chains, he was not a foe easily dealt with by other pirate crew members. In the calm belt, on Amazon Lily, Empress Boa Hancock had just finished her bath and was preening before the mirror, marveling at her own beauty. Her sister, Boa Sandasonia, entered the room holding the bounty notice for Li Xian. Sister, a new formidable pirate has emerged, a traitor to the Navy with a bounty of 3 billion. The 3 sisters of Boa Hancock had been enslaved by the celestial dragons during their childhood, and after breaking free from their control, they naturally harbored thoughts of vengeance. However, lacking the necessary strength, they ultimately found themselves working for the world government in exchange for protection. While they could not act openly, they secretly relished any misfortunes that befell the world government. Is that so? A traitor to the Navy? Such a high bounty? Hancock paused her grooming, took the newspaper, and saw indeed a striking young man. yet she felt no attraction toward any man. "Sister," I inquired, "and he possesses the powers of the float fruit. Has the golden lion perished?" Hancock's expression shifted. Everyone familiar with the pirate world knew of the three legendary pirates. The flying pirate Golden Lion was a nightmare for many. Though Hancock was proud, she did not possess the confidence to compare herself to such legends. "Yes, sister, if he had not obtained the float fruit, he likely would not have garnered such a high bounty." After pondering for a moment, Hancock set the newspaper down and remarked, "Let the Navy's dogs fight amongst themselves." The foundation of the Kuja pirates was the island of Amazon Lily, and they had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, maintaining their independence at the cost of not forming alliances with the 4 emperors and other pirates. Most importantly, the Kuja pirates did not accept men. "Very well, sister. The upcoming World Government meeting is about to convene, and the Warlords Conference will also take place. Shall we adjust our candidates for this voyage? Leave these matters to you." Hancock replied disinterestedly, continuing to indulge in her own beauty. Observing her sister's lack of interest in the news about Li Xian, Sandersonia turned and departed. In Alabasta, Crocodile. The Sand Crocodile flipped through the latest newspaper in his office at Baroque Works and asked Robin, "Miss All Sunday, what do you think prompted Li Xian to betray the Navy?" Robin had also seen the news about Li Xian. The world government and Navy instilled a suffocating sense of dread in her, stemming from her life experiences. 3 billion. This bounty is nearly equivalent to that of a Navy admiral. The thought of an admiral's strength left Robin feeling breathless. "President, could it be a power struggle within the Navy?" She ventured cautiously. Crocodile scoffed. "Sengoku is not that sort of person, and I have never heard of such a powerful figure before. It is highly likely he is someone from the Navy's secret operations. A betrayal by such a person suggests either betrayal or some conflict over compensation. I lean towards the former. It is likely he was sold out during a mission." Crocodile speculation held merit. The world government had a procedure for pacifying powerful individuals, always willing to spend money as long as they did not infringe upon the interests of the celestial dragons. Some individuals may be covertly inducted into the ranks of the celestial dragons, thus becoming new members of this elite group. To the world government, money is merely a numerical value. Should one refuse to be absorbed, they may become pirates, inevitably compelled to spend in quelling rebellions. As for betrayal, it is a commonplace occurrence for the world government. Outside the celestial dragons, all are deemed insignificant, and who among them cannot be sacrificed? The president possesses remarkable insight. Robin concurred, as she was forced to lead a nomadic existence due to the relentless pursuit by the world government, relying on various formidable pirates for her survival. Although the bounty on the daughter of the devil was not exorbitant, she garnered the attention of the CP organization. In her heart, she mused, 30 billion. Is he yet another emperor? She scoffed at Crocodile's plans for usurpation, yet few dared to offer her refuge. Perhaps Li Xian's potential to ascend as an emperor could prove to be a commendable option. Robin found herself lost in thought as she gazed upon Li Xian's handsome visage. The formidable 3-masted ship, the Moonlight Moria, reveled in the news of Li Xian, exclaiming, "If I could obtain his shadow, I would be able to create the most powerful zombie warriors." Perona floated in the air, her excitement evident as she spotted Li Xian in the newspaper, exclaiming, "What a handsome man!" Moria, however, dismissed her enthusiasm, saying, "Step aside. He is a force capable of stirring storms." He then became lost in reminiscence, reflecting on his glorious past. Everything had changed after the conflict with Kaido, which had claimed the lives of his comrades, prompting him to arrive here and forge an army of the deceased to prevent the loss of companions ever again. Chapter 55. Engage. The Super Tyrant Legion. Seizing the moment as her father Moria succumbed to nostalgic reminiscence, Perona swiftly departed with a newspaper in hand. Soaring through the air, she gazed upon Li Xian's visage, her laughter ringing out. She had never encountered such a handsome man before. In the New World, the illustrious Mihawk sat upon his modest, solitary vessel, discreetly drawing forth his unparalleled blade, the Black Sword Knight. With swift, fluid motions, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, the ensuing gust propelling his small craft forward with remarkable speed. Discarding the newspaper into the sea, He reflected that Li Xian was not a swordsman, and he, Dracul Mihawk, held little interest in him. The vast ocean seemed to grow more enigmatic, shrouded in mystery due to Li Xian's staggering bounty of 3 billion. In Eastern Europe, Sokovia was enveloped in a palpable tension. Deep within the land lay the clandestine stronghold of Hydra, surrounded by an array of advanced defensive measures, towering walls, dense electric fences, and concealed artillery, each element a bold proclamation of the peril that resided within. 30 armed helicopters descended upon the remote mountains, where nearly 300 fully equipped soldiers clad in specialized armor surged forth, brandishing heavy weaponry. Proceed according to plan. I demand Baron Strucker alive. Move out. Li Xuan Kumanda. And the tyrant soldiers sprang into action. After exchanging talents with alternate versions of himself from other worlds, particularly acquiring the genius of an inventor, he achieved remarkable progress in the development of biochemical agents, culminating in the successful creation of Tyrant Serum No. 5. These soldiers were the recipients of the Tyrant No. 5 serum, which granted them powers rivaling that of the Abominable, produced in mass quantities without disturbing human cognition, though the sole side effect was an insatiable appetite. In Li Xian's eyes, the only drawback was the exorbitant cost, with each tyrant's production reaching sums of over $100 million. This army was meticulously crafted by Li Xian, circumventing numerous corporate restrictions in secret. The dominion over global order lay in the hands of financial conglomerates and arms manufacturers. Despite possessing an intellect akin to genius, Li Xian was compelled to relinquish substantial shares in exchange for protection during his developmental journey, rendering him a minority stakeholder in his own company. The ousting of founders from their companies had become a commonplace affair. This was a testament to Li Xian's capabilities. Had he rejected external investments, the vultures of industry would have employed any means necessary to seize his assets. If they were unable to do so, he understood that he would meet a fate reminiscent of Kennedy's, met with a smile. Now, Li Xian was poised to retaliate, commencing with the establishment of his power beyond the confines of the corporation, evading all scrutiny and transitioning from the light to the shadows, ruthlessly commandeering Hydra's resources. In legitimate business, such maneuvers could not be executed overtly. They must be conducted discreetly, lest they invoke societal condemnation. However, the underworld, including organized crime and terrorist factions, operated under different rules. These fifth-generation tyrants were impervious to conventional weaponry, possessing the stature of an average human, yet exuding an aura of intimidation. They boasted formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets merely tickled their resilient forms. Li Xian gazed upon his masterpiece, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Each tyrant possessed formidable powers akin to that of the Abomination in the Marvel Universe, exhibiting superhuman strength, extraordinary stamina, and remarkable resilience, easily overwhelming Captain America. The superhuman strength granted the tyrants an extraordinary capacity, enabling them to effortlessly lift objects weighing several tons. Their strength extended to their leg muscles, allowing them to leap great distances, reaching up to 2 kilometers. Although their power did not escalate with rage like that of the Hulk, it remained consistently potent, often surpassing the typically calm Hulk in strength. Their superhuman stamina ensured that the advanced muscle tissues of the tyrants generated far fewer fatigue toxins during physical exertion compared to ordinary individuals, maintaining peak performance for days until the fatigue toxins in their bloodstream began to deplete their energy. Their remarkable resilience rendered their bodily tissues significantly tougher than those of an average human, enabling their skin to withstand extreme heat and cold, as well as the impacts of small arms fire, artillery blasts, and powerful energy explosions, making them difficult to injure. In the short term, they could even engage the Hulk without faltering. This was precisely why Li Xian had taken so long to amass such a formidable force of tyrants before taking action. Caution was paramount. He had no desire for the loyalty of subordinates, relying instead on clones, disinterested in the manipulative tactics of winning hearts to secure allegiance. Li Xian deployed nearly 300 Abomination-level tyrants, a gesture of respect towards Hydra. The Hydra soldiers quickly detected the enemy's advance, and the base was soon engulfed in alarm. The quality of Hydra's soldiers surpassed that of the vast majority of military personnel from various nations. Their reactions swift as hundreds of tanks emerged and hidden artillery revealed their barrels, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower. This armed force was already more formidable than that of several smaller nations. Within the concealed Hydra base in Sokovia, not only was there a vast arsenal of weapons and resources, but many significant figures were also imprisoned. The base was overseen by the infamous Baron Strucker. Through his satellites and the assistance of his AI, Xiaoling, Li Xian had acquired extensive intelligence regarding the base, aware that Strucker wielded numerous dangerous technologies and sensitive information. He also understood that assaulting the Hydra base would not be a simple endeavor, as Hydra had deeply entrenched roots and formidable strength in this world. Without overwhelming power to decisively seize the base, he would refrain from making a move. The tyrants felt neither fear nor pain, charging forward under heavy fire. Even when ignited by flamethrowers, their advance remained unimpeded. Tank shells striking the tyrant soldiers merely caused them to stagger back without breaching their defenses. Their armor was crafted from high-tech alloys designed by Li Xian, an embodiment of advanced technology. The energy weapons produced during the Red Skull era, which Hydra held in high esteem, posed a genuine threat to the tyrants. Yet their swift movements rendered them nearly untouchable by Hydra soldiers. The legion of tyrants surged forth like a black tide, rapidly advancing towards the base, their bodies resembling mobile fortresses as they effortlessly breached the outer defenses. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against them, being easily knocked aside or torn to shreds. The tanks were seized by the tyrants and wielded as weapons, hurling them at the Hydra with devastating effect, leaving them in tears. Within mere minutes of the conflict, not a single tyrant had been vanquished. The Hydra soldiers, witnessing the utter ineffectiveness of their weaponry, experienced a swift collapse of morale, causing their orderly defenses to disintegrate spontaneously. Inside an aircraft, Li Xian observed the battlefield through surveillance screens, methodically directing his troops' maneuvers. Witnessing the overwhelming prowess of his tyrant legion, he nodded in satisfaction. The hundreds of billions invested in creating the tyrants were indeed justified. At that moment, Baron Strack was situated in the command center of the base, his expression darkening as he beheld the chaotic scenes on the monitor. Where did these individuals emerge from? How could they possess such formidable power? And what other forces does Hydra remain unaware of? He exclaimed in fury. Swiftly, he seized the communicator, commanding his subordinates to activate the base's ultimate defensive weapon, the energy shield. Chapter 56. Long Live Hydra. A powerful blue light enveloped the entire base in an instant, thwarting the onslaught of Li Xian's tyrant legion with its protective shield. The barrage from the tyrants merely stirred ripples upon the shield's surface, inflicting no tangible damage. This energy shield, along with the energy weapons, was a product of the superlative technology developed by the Red Skull from the Cosmic Cube. Observing this scene, Li Xian furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the energy shield posed a formidable challenge. If not resolved swiftly, it could alter the course of the entire battle, and it was highly likely that reinforcements from other Hydra operatives would arrive. Li Xian was intent on keeping this operation discreet and expeditious. Xiaoling, identify the energy source of the shield and its location, he instructed, gesturing towards the watch on his wrist. Master, the energy source is located within the western building. I have mapped out the route for you, Xiaoling responded. A map displaying the designated path appeared in Li Xian's retina. Let us proceed to meet Baron Strucker. Empowered by his immortal status and the combat experience drawn from alternate realities, Li Xian felt a surge of confidence as the 20 or so tyrants accompanying him fell into step. Missiles were launched from helicopters, reducing the western building to rubble, instantly causing the energy shield to vanish. The tyrant legion surged forward, unimpeded, into the fray. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Li Xian led an elite squad towards Baron Strucker's command center. Under his command, the unit swiftly navigated through numerous obstacles, arriving at the threshold of the command center. One of the tyrants kicked open the imposing doors, and several rushed inside, gunfire erupting within. Before long, the gunfire subsided, and upon hearing through his earpiece that the enemy had been subdued, Li Xian strode into the room. Baron Strucker sat bound at his desk, unable to move or resist. His gaze filled with trepidation as he beheld Li Xian's entrance. "Who are you? Why do you attack my base?" He stammered, aware that organizations familiar with Hydra typically dared not provoke them. Li Xian approached Baron Strucker, locking eyes with him as he spoke. "Greetings, Baron Strucker. I am Li Xuan. You may have heard of me." The mention of his name instantly conjured thoughts of the newly established Umbrella Corporation, a formidable entity that could rival the Osborne Group. "You are the founder of the Umbrella Corporation?" Strucker questioned incredulously, his face a canvas of disbelief and fear. Large technology firms had long been infiltrated by Hydra, employing various means, such as acquiring shares and embedding key personnel to indirectly serve their interests. Naturally, Li Xian's Umbrella Corporation was not exempt from this infiltration. Such maneuvers were commonplace among major conglomerates. Not merely confined to Hydra, this was a tactic employed by all significant enterprises, including Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, which extended their influence across various sectors, both directly and indirectly. A burgeoning cake, if left untasted, would surely be destroyed. Thus, Baron Strack found it utterly astonishing that Li Xian, as per the intelligence reports, was merely a super genius. Although some products had indirectly found their way to the military, he could hardly be deemed an arms magnate. Moreover, how had he managed to circumvent standard regulations to secretly establish such a formidable bioweapon army? Legitimate companies are bound by legal statutes. How could one possibly achieve this without the facade of lawful organizations like SHIELD? How could Hydra possibly wield such advanced technological power? Wealth alone cannot suffice. The raw materials for super alloys, electricity, sophisticated machinery, production qualifications, how could these be procured without the involvement of government institutions? It is I came a response. Why? Why would you do this? Baron Strack inquired, perplexed. Even if Li Xian was clandestinely engaging in arms dealing, how could he possibly know of his base? Had another head of Hydra betrayed him? I became aware of Hydra's existence through various sources. I admire your organization and wish to join, to become one of its heads. Hence I sought you out. I aspire to supplant you as the head of this faction. What are your thoughts? Baron Strack felt a surge of frustration. The faction of Hydra he had diligently nurtured for years was now being threatened by an outsider who sought to usurp his power with a mere utterance. He begrudgingly replied, "The head of Hydra must be recognized by the Hydra Council." Li Xian's smile gradually faded, his expression turning cold. "So, you're saying you are of no use?" No. Baron Strack hastily clarified. He felt a sense of trepidation toward Li Xian's violent and forceful approach to joining their world-class terrorist organization. Fearing he might be shot at any moment, "I am willing to follow you, to become your subordinate. I can assist you in taking control of this faction of Hydra." Baron Strack hurriedly asserted his worth. Li Xuan supplinuda. If he were to eliminate all these individuals, what would be the purpose of his efforts? Ultimately, he sought to control Baron Strack to utilize this faction of Hydra for his own ends. He clapped his hands, and a soldier emerged, presenting 2 metallic boxes before Baron Strack. With a click, the boxes opened. One contained several vials of blue liquid, the meticulously prepared loyalty serum, far more advanced than those Li Xian had concocted in the real world, having undergone over a dozen iterations. The other held 2 vials of red liquid, the coveted Super Tyrant Serum worth over $100 million. Had Baron Strack not been crucial for future plans, Li Xian would not have bestowed this upon him. "Prove your loyalty, Baron Strack. I believe you can surmise what is required?" Li Xian inquired with a beaming smile. Understanding the implication, Baron Strack felt a surge of exhilaration. His expression wavered as he glanced at the fierce soldiers surrounding him. Recalling the invulnerable and immensely powerful combat prowess of the tyrant soldiers, he ultimately nodded in submission, declaring, "I am willing." Li Xian nodded, and the tyrant soldiers promptly took action, extracting 2 vials of red and blue elixirs and injecting them directly into the body of Baron Strack. Soon, the potions took effect. Strack emitted anguished cries as his bodily tissues and bones shattered and reassembled, a manifestation of the tyrant elixir's power. The soldiers then introduced a powerful energy reservoir into Strack's body, aiding him in his transformation. Several hours later, the reborn Baron Strack, feeling an inexhaustible surge of strength within him, humbly knelt before Li Xian, prostrating himself in gratitude for his master's gift of rebirth. "Strack, rise. From now on, address me as your master," Li Xian commanded with satisfaction. "You have a few hours to tie up any loose ends here, and then report to me thoroughly regarding the Hydra's intelligence." "Yes, master," Strack replied as he rose to his feet and set to work. The tyrant's soldiers assisted him, releasing captives and commencing the cleanup of the base, now solidly under Li Xian's ownership. Once everything was in order, Strack led Li Xian on a tour of the facility. Chapter 57. I Want to Be President. Wand on my shoulders. Baron Strucker, whose full name is Wolfgang von Strucker, was born in the late 19th century in the Strucker Castle of Bavaria, Germany. Hailing from a Prussian noble family that held the hereditary title of Baron Strucker, he had previously joined the Nazi Party and became a favored figure before the small mustache man, alongside Red Skull and Baron Zemo. After the conclusion of World War II, he appropriated Red Skull's weapon technologies and concealed himself within the small nations of Eastern Europe, clandestinely reviving and fortifying Hydra. Strucker possesses formidable combat skills, being a master swordsman and sharpshooter. However, he found himself without any means of resistance against Li Xian's Tyrant Legion. As Li Xian walked, he listened to Strucker's introduction of the Hydra organization he controlled, whose primary wealth derived from the underground arms trade. He felt some disdain. While Strucker's weaponry was indeed impressive, it was misplaced in the wrong country. Had this been America, it would have been akin to a supergiant like Stark Industries. It was no surprise that Hydra was currently under the aegis of SHD, clandestinely engaging in arms dealings within this dilapidated little nation, earning meager profits. In contrast, DS Hydra was deeply entrenched in collusion between government and business, with influence spanning major conglomerates and enterprises, manipulating the stock market with insider information to earn far more than Strucker could in this corner of the world over several years. While military strength is undoubtedly crucial, Li Xian did not harbor any illusions that Hydra could dominate the world through force. Ultimately, it was an unseemly endeavor that, once revealed, would swiftly lead to their obliteration by a coalition of governments. As the old Chinese saying goes, without a proper name, one cannot succeed. Therefore, one must juggle both sides, traversing the realms of light and dark to thrive. No need to introduce your weaponry. Take me to see your superhuman experiments. Having gleaned all he could about Red Skull's superweapon technology, these matters held no further intrigue for him. "Boss, follow me," Strucker replied, leading Li Xian to a secret laboratory located 100 meters underground. Within the laboratory were two immense, ultra-thick glass enclosures, housing a man and a woman. "This is..." Li Xian instantly recognized the female test subject before him, Wanda Django Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. A surge of apprehension nearly compelled him to flee. He had yet to master magic, and found such unpredictability unsettling. This was the embodiment of the dark ancient god, Thon. "Boss, this is a pair of orphans I discovered in Eastern Europe. This sister possesses extraordinary abilities. She can occasionally exhibit superpowers, such as manipulating minds and controlling objects," Strucker reported to Li Xian. Li Xian's expression turned peculiar. He was all too aware of the underlying truth. In the cinematic narrative, it was the Mind Stone that bestowed these siblings with superpowers, yet in reality, Wanda's abilities were not derived from the Mind Stone. It merely served as a catalyst for her to awaken her latent chaos magic. Although the 6 Infinity Stones bestow extraordinary powers, Li Xian is more inclined to believe that Pietro's abilities are the result of Wanda's subconscious employing chaos magic to alter reality, rather than the influence of the Mind Stone. Nonetheless, with the Tesseract and the Mind Stone at hand, experiments can be conducted. "Open the prison and release them," Li Xian commanded. Although Wanda serves as a representative of the Sokovian people, there is no need for excessive trepidation, as they are not adversaries. Without hesitation, Strucker liberated the siblings. "Wanda and Pietro, come here. Let me introduce you," Baron Strucker beckoned them. The siblings approached him, awaiting instructions. As orphans, they had been provided for by Strucker who raised them with the intention of training them as potential agents for Hydra. However, to his surprise, Wanda had demonstrated superhuman abilities. "This is our new boss," Strucker announced. "Hello, boss," the siblings chorused. Li Xian felt a sense of irony in becoming the supervisor of this duo. "Have you two received any education?" he inquired. "Only basic education," Wanda responded. Li Xian nodded. "From now on, you shall accompany me. There is no need to remain in this small place." He recalled Pietro's powers from the storyline and conceived a fresh idea. Inspired by the boys and the Vought group, he aspired to establish his own Super 7. The impending Chitauri invasion in New York would provide an opportunity for his Super 7 to gain public favor, laying the groundwork for one audacious thought. Why could he not become president? By consolidating Hydra's power, he could publicly position himself as the founder and chairman of a superhero conglomerate, wielding an elite team capable of defending against extraterrestrial threats. The more he contemplated this, the more feasible it appeared. Once in that position, he could employ various legitimate means to privatize the entire nation as his personal asset, even if he refrained from treating the country as his private property. He could leverage national resources to accomplish feats that many corporations deemed impossible. The beautiful nation is on the cusp of embracing its own dawn, and the thought is exhilarating. Soon, heroes like Captain America would pledge their loyalty before him. What a splendid affair that would be. The execution strategies and methodologies require further contemplation, but he must certainly engage in a battle of wits with Alexander Pierce, the head of SHLD, to tame Hydra. After all, it is not the godlike opponent that one fears, but the pig-like allies. Li Xian has already devised a new plan for the future. That night, as he rested in the opulent chamber prepared by Strucker, the door creaked open, rousing him from slumber. Is that Wanda?" Li Xuan musha. His vision at night was as clear as during the day. Wanda, draped in a purple robe, exuded elegance. Her figure was enchanting, her hair damp and glistening from a recent bath, while black patterned stockings adorned her shapely, athletic thighs, accentuated by exquisite high heels. Li Xian's brother remarked, "Good. Do you have something to say?" Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Wanda, the stealthy canine, was taken aback. The lights illuminated with the sound, and as she beheld Li Xian rising, his physique resembling that of a quintessential warrior, Wanda discreetly swallowed, contemplating that perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable for Strack to assign her to serve the new master. "Lord Strack has entrusted me to serve you, Master," Wanda said cautiously. Having grown up relying on her brother and raised by the organization known as Hydra, she had never truly experienced love and thus lived with great caution. She was acutely aware that the man before her held the power to determine the fates of both herself and her brother. For the sake of their future, she was willing to take a gamble. Hence, when Strack made the proposition, she readily accepted, with Li Xian's striking handsomeness being a significant factor in her decision. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Li Xian felt a pang of sorrow. "Strack, oh Strack, what can I say of you? I had hoped that in following me, you would reform yourself, strive for the happiness of humanity, and endeavor for world peace. I never anticipated you would resort to such tactics, testing your master with allure. Do you believe I cannot withstand such trials? I could conquer 10. Tomorrow, I shall have a serious discussion with him." Chapter 58. The Super 7. Planning for the Future. Wanda, in her youth and naivety, often yearned for shortcuts. How could this be permissible? Li Xian resolutely refused to indulge such misguided notions. It was imperative to enlighten her, to impart the true workings of the world. Love, justice, and peace are the triumphant forces that prevail. Time passed swiftly, and Li Xian's voice of admonition echoed in the room, instructing Wanda on a series of actions to undertake. Li Xian and Wanda shared a bed, engaging in heartfelt conversations and profound exchanges, their intimacy deepening with every word. From the bedroom to the bathroom, from the bathroom to the kitchen, and from the kitchen to the swimming pool, they indulged in games of hide-and-seek and close combat. Ultimately, Li Xian's superior skills led to multiple tearful confessions from Wanda, her body trembling and dehydrated as she cried out Baba. Only then did Li Xian relent. In a manner of mild punishment, he administered a potion of life essence to Wanda, a premier product soon to be launched by his protective Umbrella Corporation, promising longevity and the deceleration of aging, an extraordinary remedy. The following morning, Wanda dutifully attended to Li Xian, assisting him with his morning routine like a devoted wife. "Wanda, is there anything you desire?" Li Xuan inquired, savoring her attentive service. Having grown up within the Hydra organization, Wanda was no stranger to the complexities of power. The man who could command the allegiance of Baron Strucker undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. "I wish for my brother and me to live in peace and happiness," Wanda replied earnestly. "Ah, that is no easy feat," Li Xian mused, contemplating the impending invasion of the Chitauri, the relentless onslaught of various extraterrestrial beings, and the looming threat of Thanos. The head of the Universe Reproductive Planning Committee, who sought the Infinity Stones on Earth. The trials faced by humanity seemed insurmountable. The cosmos was fraught with calamity. With a shift in tone, Li Xian reassured her, "However, I can indeed offer you a life of affluence. Fame, status, and wealth shall be within your grasp." "Thank you, boss." Wanda expressed her heartfelt gratitude. For her and her brother's greatest aspiration was a stable and peaceful future. As Li Xian embraced her, they proceeded to dine. Baron Strucker, embodying the essence of nobility, had arranged for rare delicacies to be flown in from various regions, accompanied by servants to attend to him. Pietro observed his sister by Li Xian's side, his lips twitching slightly, yet he remained silent. The previous day, she had shared her intentions with him, and all he could do was wish for her happiness. Strucker, based on the information I provided, design and construct the relevant laboratories and cloning factories to mass-produce tyrant soldiers. Additionally, gain control over the European underworld and select a few nations to dominate. I intend to leverage the power of national governance to pave the way for my interests. In the highly developed market economy of the United States, lucrative industries had already fallen into the hands of gigantic monopolies. When Li Xian first entered the biological sector, he was unaware of the depths of the challenges he would face, only to be thoroughly educated by the harsh realities of capitalism. What use is advanced technology if it cannot prevail? In the pursuit of power, one must recognize the significance of alliances and background. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount. Had it not been for Li Xian's astute awareness and his timely decision to allocate shares to major conglomerates like Osborne, he would have long succumbed to a tragic demise, riddled with bullets. Politics serves as the spokesperson for economics. If Li Xian wishes to transcend the existing barriers, he must leverage external forces, such as the impending invasion of the Chitauri, and simultaneously extend his reach into the political arena, securing influential advocates for his cause. This represents another advantage of Hydra, as they are deeply entrenched within numerous regimes, facilitating collusion between government and business with remarkable ease. However, certain specialized fields, such as the design and manufacture of nuclear weapons, are the exclusive domain of select factions. At this juncture, the necessity for a nation under absolute control becomes evident, as no qualifications or barriers can surpass those imposed by a sovereign state. "Is there a time constraint, boss?" Strack inquired earnestly. Hydra is ill-suited for direct governance of a nation. They lack the capability. Yet, since this is the Master's directive, they must press on expeditiously. The sooner, the better. I do not require dominion over all facets of this nation. I merely need the credentials to manufacture certain products. What I seek is a stable country, where the parasites must be eradicated. To benefit Li Xian was indifferent to any gains from the populace of those nations. He sought merely an endorsement. Wanda and her brother listened intently as Li Xian deliberated on how to manipulate a nation and devise various schemes for usurpation, feeling both exhilarated and profoundly fearful. With the objective of controlling this faction of Hydra accomplished, Li Xian arranged for over 100 individuals to assist Strack before departing with Wanda and her brother. Given the timeline, the imminent battle in New York was approaching, and preparations were essential. This was not solely for extraterrestrial technology. Li Xian suddenly realized that if he could ascend to the presidency of the United States, he could rationally place numerous secrets, such as the Infinity Stones, under the umbrella of his protective company for research. "Pietro, do you wish to become a superhero?" Li Xian asked, observing the awkward expression on Pietro's face. Wanda tugged at Pietro's sleeve, prompting an immediate response. I do. Li Xian nodded, aspiring to emulate the Watts group by creating his own team of 7 superstars. In the tumultuous future, the potential benefits that superheroes could bring to Li Xian were immeasurable. This was an endlessly chaotic Marvel universe. Without these superheroes, the world would indeed face inevitable ruin. Moreover, Li Xian had resolved that the debut of the Super 7 would revolve around the rescue of Tony Stark as their inaugural mission. He had already contemplated which individuals to recruit for this illustrious team. In due course, with ample time, he planned to establish both a female and a male team. The first candidate was unmistakable, our friend from the Marvel Universe, the beloved neighbor of New Yorkers, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Li Xian has never been concerned about Peter Parker's disobedience. Children are remarkably easy to manage. Moreover, he is not instructing him to engage in nefarious deeds, but rather to safeguard Li Xian's realm, uphold global peace, and propagate love and justice. As long as he wishes to prevent Aunt May from encountering danger, he will obediently comply. By employing both kindness and authority, Li Xian is confident in his ability to tame the young Spider-Man. The second candidate is his own brother-in-law, Pietro, known as Quicksilver, whose moniker is quite impressive. For the third choice, Li Xian selects the Wasp. In the realm of superheroes, strength is one aspect, but appearance of strength is paramount. The ability to enlarge and shrink is an incredibly captivating spectacle. Chapter 59, Chaotic Magic. The Birth of Quicksilver. The fourth candidate, Li Xian has identified as Ava Star, a former antagonist from the Wasp narrative, possessing the ability to phase through objects, become invisible, or move with remarkable speed, albeit unable to interact stably with the tangible world. There are inherent risks associated with her abilities, yet Li Xian is confident in his capacity to assist her in resolving these issues. The fifth candidate, Jessica Jones, embodies a miniature superhero endowed with superhuman strength, the upper limits of which remain unknown, yet she can effortlessly lift heavy objects, such as automobiles, and leverage her strength advantage to confront adversaries in battle. Additionally, she possesses the ability to fly and exhibits formidable resistance to physical harm. Capable of enduring tremendous impacts and injuries, her physique can withstand assaults that would incapacitate an ordinary individual, thus mitigating the extent of her injuries. Moreover, she is proficient in reconnaissance skills and hand-to-hand combat, adept at maneuvering through various perilous circumstances during street fights and investigations, effectively conducting surveillance, tracking, and engaging in close-quarters combat with foes. The sixth candidate, after much contemplation, is Thena from the Eternals. Li Xian has already pinpointed the locations of Thena and other members of the Eternals, with the Scarlet, which now aligned with him. He is poised to assist Wanda in harnessing chaotic power over the next few days before setting his sights on the Eternals. Li Xian has long coveted the physical attributes of the Eternals, and his aspirations to emulate a Marvel superhero hinge upon studying their anatomy, particularly that of Ikaris, one of their leaders. Ikaris possesses abilities such as flight, laser vision, immense strength, and endurance, truly a quintessential superhero archetype. The seventh candidate, making a grand entrance, is none other than Steve Rogers, the embodiment of American spirit, the paragon of free will, and Marvel's true son of destiny, the invincible Captain America. Currently, the Captain lies dormant beneath the ocean, a location Li Xian has already pinpointed, having prepared an array of subsequent plans to manipulate Peggy Carter and Bucky Barnes, thereby gaining leverage over Steve. During the New York battle, what are the Avengers? His own 7-member team shall emerge as the true heroes of Earth. In due time, as their leader, Li Xian shall reap greater rewards, paving his path towards the presidency. A colossal, clandestine laboratory concealed beneath the sea serves as the site for Li Xian's creation of the super tyrant. Li Xian instructed Wanda to stand upon a unique device, a remarkable scientific instrument forged from his inventive genius and the knowledge curse, an extraordinary cosmic tuning fork. This device is capable of monitoring and analyzing various energies, encompassing, but not limited to, the mystical realm. It embodies Li Xian's current technological prowess. Otherwise, he could construct a super tuning fork capable of surveilling the entire universe. even transcending universes, capable of detecting the fluctuations of any fundamental particle. Wanda, do not fear. This instrument will study your powers without inflicting any harm. Channel the full extent of your abilities from within your mind, Li Xian reassured, observing her apprehension. Li Xian hurriedly brought Wanda and her brother to this place. Driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore the forces of chaos and dark magic, Wanda, ever obedient, promptly unleashed the superpower as described by Baron Strucker. Instantly, a reaction manifested within the cosmic tuning fork. With an expression brimming with excitement, Li Xian seated himself at the apparatus and commenced his operations. As myriad screens flickered with a plethora of data, the dual talents of the great inventor and the knowledge curse rendered the cosmos no longer a mystery to him, as he perceived everything as a subject for study. For an entire month, Li Xian remained ensconced in the laboratory, delving into Wanda's dark magic. "Well done, Wanda. You have learned to harness your power," he remarked, observing her soaring freely in the air with satisfaction. Pietro watched with envy, lamenting his lack of superpowers. "Come, Wanda. Channel your energy into this device." Li Xian guided Wanda's chaotic magic. The mental interfacing device atop her head amplified her thoughts, allowing Li Xian to extract the relevant aspects concerning Pietro as chaotic energy flowed from the apparatus, enveloping him. The ability of chaotic magic to alter reality was set in motion, and Pietro underwent a profound transformation. Utilizing the cosmic tuning fork, Li Xian could clearly witness every change in Pietro. As Wanda's magic waned, leaving her weak and nearly collapsing, Li Xian rushed to embrace her, bestowing a warm kiss. "Do not worry. Soon, Pietro will possess the strength to protect himself." With the chaotic magic alteration complete, Pietro took a tentative step, traversing the laboratory in an instant. The fearsome velocity generating a gale that disordered numerous paper documents. Through his research on chaotic magic, Li Xian understood that Pietro's evolution was akin to receiving an eternal transformation spell, elevating him to a higher form of existence. Pietro's ultimate speed had reached thousands of times the speed of sound, granting him the power to devastate nations. Moreover, upon entering a state of superspeed, his body generated a protective force field. However, Pietro had yet to reach his limits. He was merely getting accustomed to his newfound powers, currently only achieving a few times the speed of sound. "Congratulations, Pietro! You now possess superpowers," Li Xian exclaimed joyfully, acknowledging the tireless efforts of his endeavors. "Thank you, boss," Pietro replied, overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. As a younger brother, he yearned to protect his sister, and now he finally had the strength to do so. Wanda beamed at the scene, delighted that her only family member could now safeguard himself. Li Xian patted his brother-in-law Pietro on the shoulder, saying, "No need to call me boss. You should address me as brother-in-law from now on." Wanda blushed, offering no objections. "Yes, brother-in-law. I will surely repay your kindness in the future," Pietro expressed, his reverence for Li Xian, who had bestowed him with power, deepening further. "Now, let us test your abilities." Li Xian instructed the AI assistant to teach Pietro how to wield his powers while he escorted Wanda to the bedroom for some exercise. After completing their workout and showering, he settled onto the sofa, idly toying with the prison guard. A melody emanated from the mobile phone. Li Xian answered the call, and a gentle, playful voice echoed from the other end. "Li, why have you taken so long to come see me or even call?" It was none other than Gwen, Li Xian's girlfriend, also known as Spider-Woman or Ghost Spider. During this period, Li Xian had been engrossed in his studies of chaotic power, leaving thoughts of his girlfriend far behind. However, he replied, "Darling, I have something of great importance that I just finished. Let us meet at our usual spot this Friday night. Remember to wear your costume and bring a jar of honey." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Gwen's face flushed crimson. She knew well the purpose of the honey. In a soft voice, she began to negotiate. "All right then, what if I bring an extra costume and forego the honey? Be good, and I will prepare a gift for you," Li Xian coaxed. Although Gwen felt tempted, she still found it quite embarrassing, wondering what kind of adventure Li Xian might conjure up this time. Thus, she continued to haggle. Li Xian remained steadfast, refusing to relent, only promising to procure additional gifts. Ultimately, Gwen, unable to withstand Li Xian's persistent persuasion, acquiesced to his peculiar request. After hanging up, she buried her face in the blankets on her bed, her cheeks still flushed, lost in thoughts of what might come next. Chapter 60, Preparations for the Press Conference. The Black Widow approaches. Wanda, ever considerate, chose not to elaborate further, instead shifting her posture to ensure that Li Xian could indulge in greater enjoyment. Xiaoling, how is the preparation for the press conference that I tasked you with earlier? Li Xian inquired of his artificial intelligence, who effectively managed the company in his absence. Master, everything is ready and can commence at any moment. Shall I send out the invitations now? Yes, please do. Set the date for 2 months from now and invite the usual guests. Additionally, discreetly disseminate information regarding the super soldier serum through covert channels. Understood, Master. As a super-intelligent AI, Xiaoling effortlessly assisted Li Xian in completing these mundane tasks. The primary purpose of this press conference was, firstly, to generate profit. Secondly, it was to covertly engage with certain Hydra factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. Thirdly, it was to commence the promotion of the 7, even if the number did not strictly reach 7. This press conference would predominantly showcase the Umbrella Corporation's new generation of 3 flagship products: Life Serum No. 1, the first generation of Superpower Serum, and the mass-produced version of the Super Soldier Serum. Life Serum No. 1 is designed to prevent aging, capable not only of extending lifespan, but also of halting bodily deterioration. With a suitable price point, it is undoubtedly poised to become a global bestseller. The first generation of the Superpower Serum is even more remarkable, as it grants individuals extraordinary abilities. The public narrative states that the powers of the Super 7 are derived from this serum. As for the mass-produced version of the Super Soldier Serum, its significance is immeasurable. Since the era of Captain America, countless military research facilities and biotech firms have sought to replicate Dr. Abraham Erskine's Super Serum. Bruce Banner is one of the many outcomes born from attempts to recreate this serum. Both Black Widow and Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. have received various types of Super Soldier Serums. However, the mass-produced Super Soldier Serum developed by Li Xian lacks any moral enhancements. It simply amplifies human strength and fortifies bodily organs and tissues, requiring periodic reinjections to maintain its effects. The final function, which Li Xian deliberately incorporated, is rather pragmatic, to generate profit. After all, he is a capitalist. If he does not extract every last cent from the U.S. military budget, how can he be considered a competent defense contractor? In due course, the Superpower Serum would also necessitate exchanges of benefits to facilitate sales. And while Li Xian could not guarantee any particular superpower, it was assuredly more potent than the effects of the Super Soldier Serum. Setting aside his playful interaction with the prison warden, he embraced the beauty in his arms and asked, "Wanda, would you be willing to be my personal secretary, responsible for my daily needs?" "Boss, I will be delighted," Wanda replied, gazing affectionately at Li Xian. Without hesitation, he took her and led her to teach her how to swim. New York, Umbrella Corporation Tower. This sprawling superstructure serves as the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation. As a newcomer in wealth, Li Xian lacked the deep-rooted legacy of older capitalists. However, having now acquired connections to Hydra, he could confidently stand on equal footing with groups like Osborn's. He has officially acquired power and can undoubtedly be considered the master of this nation. As he entered the company building with Wanda and her brother, every employee greeted him warmly, with the female staff casting flirtatious glances his way. It was common knowledge that he was a notorious playboy, and many beautiful women aspired to become the matriarch of the Umbrella Corporation, believing that even if they were to part ways later, they would still secure a substantial financial advantage. Moreover, with his striking good looks and formidable strength, those who managed to share his bed for a fleeting moment felt they were making a lucrative investment rather than a loss. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Xian made it clear that his purpose for visiting the company today was to conduct interviews to select his secretary. Wanda, lacking the necessary skills, was fit only to serve as his personal aide, managing his daily affairs, while a professional was needed to oversee the company. He was not entirely satisfied with the current secretarial pool, Many candidates exhibited commendable abilities, but upon querying with little spirit, he discovered that they were spies sent by rivals. Should he fail to find a suitable candidate this time, he resolved to select some elites from Hydra instead. The use of loyalty serums to control individuals was unnecessary. Such actions were ill-suited for public knowledge, as the techniques for manipulating people were not secrets among these colossal corporations. Furthermore, exposure would invite widespread condemnation. However, in the underworld, such practices were more permissible. "Boss, here is the list of candidates," announced a tall, blonde woman with an ample figure, strutting in high heels as she handed over a document to Li Xian, casually brushing her fingers against his palm. Wanda glared at this brazen woman, and Li Xian playfully slapped her ample dairy, creating a delightful ripple effect. "Anna, don't get too heated. Inform the candidates that we can begin," he instructed. Reluctantly, Anna exited, harboring aspirations of sharing Li Xian's bed. He, too, found her appealing, yet he was well aware that she was a pawn sent by Osborne and had no intention of granting her an opportunity. The first to enter was a Harvard graduate, flamboyantly dressed and evidently well-prepared, for Li Xian's reputation as a playboy was as renowned as Stark's. Respected. As data streamed into his retina from Little Spirit, he discerned more intimate details, revealing yet another spy. This was one of the burdens of being extraordinarily gifted. The Umbrella Corporation's future promised to be remarkably bright, far surpassing any other biotech company. In comparison, deploying spies was a more cost-effective strategy than attempting to defeat the Umbrella Corporation commercially or technologically. Next, the interviewees entered and exited swiftly. Li Xian took a sip of the tea Wanda had handed him, draining the cup in one go. However, the next individual to enter caught his eye, not just for her beauty and figure, but most importantly, he recognized her instantly. Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow, emerging from the Red Room, renowned in the realm of espionage. The head of SHIELD was indeed cold and unyielding, employing methods without any scruples. In the clandestine realm of espionage, the Black Widow, Natasha, has gained considerable renown. Clad in professional attire, complemented by black stockings and high heels, her cascading waves of hair and alluring figure align perfectly with Li Xian's aesthetic. Li Xian is acutely aware that SHIELD has taken a keen interest in certain attributes he possesses. What else could it be, if not the super soldier serum? After Natasha concluded her introduction under a false identity, he wasted no time and directly inquired, "When can you commence your employment?" Natasha, having conducted her research prior to this meeting, was well aware of the challenges associated with securing a position. Despite her confidence in her appearance, many stunning candidates had been eliminated from consideration. Was it possible that he favored her type? With clarity and decisiveness, Natasha replied, "I can start any time." Li Xian's straightforwardness stemmed not solely from his attraction, but also from his interest in another entity, the Red Room, the organization responsible for Natasha's training. By gaining control over that establishment, he could ensure a steady influx of Black Widows to serve his interests. Chapter 61 May, you must not wish for this. Well then, you can commence your employment today. Scarlet Li Xian wasted no time, effortlessly resolving all formalities with a single phone call, facilitating Black Widow's swift onboarding within the confines of his office. Scarlet, an alias adopted by Natasha, evoked a sense of dark humor within Li Xian. Upon experiencing such rapid employment, Black Widow Natasha found herself momentarily bewildered, pondering whether Li Xian had genuinely taken an interest in her. Unperturbed by the prospect of Natasha's mischievous tendencies, Li Xian entrusted her with all matters pertaining to the upcoming press conference scheduled for 2 months hence. Scarlet, demonstrate your capabilities. Yes, boss. Li Xian exchanged a meaningful glance with Natasha before departing with Wanda and her brother, leaving Natasha to contemplate the considerable responsibilities that awaited her. In the 2 months leading up to the press conference, Li Xian prepared to assemble his formidable team of 7. Wanda, Pietro, you may return home now. Remember to adhere to the training regimen I provided and continue your practice in the basement. I have matters to attend to. Though reluctant to part from Li Xian, Wanda did not wish to defy his wishes, nodding in acquiescence before leaving with her brother. At 20 Ingram Street in the Forest Hills community of Queens, New York City, resided Peter and Aunt May. May Riley Parker, after marriage, had adopted the name May Parker Jameson. "Who is it?" As Aunt May opened the door, she was greeted by a handsome man standing outside, accompanied by a bodyguard in sunglasses and an opulent vehicle. "Good day. May I inquire about your business?" "Are you May Parker Jameson, the guardian of Peter Parker?" "That is I. What has happened to my nephew?" Aunt May's mind raced with apprehension, fearing Peter had encountered trouble. Yet she maintained her politeness, inviting him inside. Li Xian entered the Parker residence and settled onto the sofa in the living room. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Xian, and I am the chairman of Umbrella Corporation." Upon hearing his title, Aunt May visibly tensed, acutely aware of the significance of such an individual gracing her home. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. "Mrs. Parker, before we begin our discussion, I would like you to view some pertinent materials." Without awaiting her consent, Li Xian placed a compact projector on the table, casting a holographic display into the air. The images depicted Spider-Man in various heroic exploits, accompanied by the sounds of fierce battles that caused Aunt May's heart to sink further. Her unease intensified, and an absurd thought crept into her mind. Could it be? Li Xian shattered her delusions, transforming her fears into reality. Peter Parker was indeed Spider-Man. The casualness of his revelation struck Aunt May with the force of a thunderclap. "This cannot be." Li Xian merely smiled in silence, requiring no further explanation. As he observed the torrent of shock, anxiety, and fear that washed over Aunt May, her complexion shifting through a myriad of expressions. How could it possibly be Parker? He is still just a child. The more Aunt May pondered, the more fear gripped her heart. She had heard tales of Spider-Man's adversaries, notorious criminals of the most malevolent kind. What if something were to happen to Parker? As Aunt May's emotions began to stabilize, Li Xian presented his proposition. "Mrs. May, I hold a deep admiration for Parker. Despite his tender age, he possesses a profound sense of justice and has not succumbed to the temptations that often accompany such abilities. Our company, Umbrella Corporation, has established a superhero division, recruiting individuals with extraordinary capabilities from around the globe to form a team of righteousness to face various threats in the world." Aunt May felt a tightening in her throat as she watched Li Xian retrieve a stack of documents from his briefcase. The top sheet detailing Peter's stitches at the community hospital dated the very night he was first cut by a dagger. "What we can offer," Li Xian unfurled a contract. The figures adorned with 6 zeros. "This is not merely a base salary of $5 million per annum. It is an investment to cultivate him into a global superhero and superstar. There is no need for concern regarding the financial aspect. We will adjust it in accordance with his burgeoning influence." Furthermore, he produced another sheet. "I can assure you that he will not be placed in perilous situations beyond his capacity to handle." Li Xian was ultimately painting an enticing picture. But how could there be no danger? Aunt May's gaze fell upon the exclusive agency clause at the end of the contract, her heart racing. Peter was merely 17. He needed to attend school. After all, the purpose of modern education is to secure a respectable job. Moreover, should he wish, we will arrange for Ivy League professors to provide one-on-one tutoring in any subject he desires. Li Xian welcomed this prospect eagerly. Spider-Man would face a myriad of foes and thus needed to be well-versed and knowledgeable. Noticing Aunt May's lingering doubts, Li Xian asked with a half-smile, "Do you have any further requests? Feel free to voice them, but please do not say you are unwilling to let him work with us. I would like to understand precisely what he would be required to do." Aunt May realized she was in no position to negotiate with Li Xian. This country belonged to individuals like him, and defiance could lead to dire consequences. Li Xian handed her a tablet, stating, "This is our friendly neighborhood program designed for Peter. Patrols not exceeding 2 hours daily, with a priority on handling low-risk incidents such as thefts and fires, with a revenue split of 70 to 30 from live streaming platform tips. Additionally, we will ensure he does not come into contact with any dangerous individuals." As Aunt May scrolled through the screen, her frown deepened upon seeing Peter's schedule was packed. Mornings spent in the lab developing web fluid, afternoons engaged in reality show recordings. and evenings attending remote lectures from professors at Columbia University. The fine print at the bottom made her furrow her brow. No contact with any superheroes shall be made without company permission. Li Xian remarked, regarding the previous lizard incident. I assisted Spider-Man in managing several loose ends, ensuring his true identity remained concealed, especially since Parker had damaged significant property belonging to Osborn Group. Peter had secretly ventured to the scene. What he was unaware of was that the Osborn Group's drones were then scanning for all superhuman signals. He tapped his temple, recalling how our technical team had spent 3 days assisting him in erasing traces. There were other troublesome remnants of his past actions, and I could help him eliminate every last one of them. Aunt May's nails dug into her palm as she recalled the day Peter returned home. His suit stained with an unidentifiable green goo, yet he deceitfully claimed it was a result of a chemistry experiment at school. I still needed to consult Peter Parker's opinion. Aunt May remained non-committal on Parker's behalf. Li Xian leaned closer to Aunt May, whispering in her ear, Madam, you surely wouldn't want Peter Parker to be treated as a terrorist or any other figure posing a threat to society, would you? He is still so young, with a bright future ahead. It would be a tragic loss if he were to perish due to some unforeseen circumstances while engaging in his heroic endeavors. Upon hearing Li Xian's blatant threat, Aunt May glared at him with indignation, yet she refrained from retorting. This was the modus operandi of the powerful corporations. Disobedience equates to annihilation. Just observe the narrative involving Tony Stark. Obstructing another's path to fortune could very well lead to one's demise. If that were not sufficiently persuasive, one could also consider the ever-smiling Malazan. Chapter 62. Spider-Man joins the ranks. The beautiful citizens of this nation, often tormented by the bourgeoisie, are acutely aware of who truly holds the reins of power. Li Xian's words inadvertently ignited Aunt May's maternal instincts. She was resolute in not wanting to make decisions on behalf of Parker, preferring death over dragging him into her troubles. I must speak with Parker before I can sign anything. Upon hearing Aunt May's declaration, Li Xian found himself appreciating this woman. Indeed, though women are often perceived as frail, a mother's strength is formidable. Naturally, in this society of equality and freedom, I respect the opinions of those involved. As Li Xian spoke, a sardonic smile danced upon his lips. Should the young spider fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and refuse Li Xian, the consequence would be immediate destruction for both of them. To decline friendship with Li Xian would surely lead to enmity in the future. Peter Parker, humming a cheerful tune, returned home with great joy. Now endowed with superhuman abilities, he secretly championed justice, no longer the timid and clumsy Parker of yore. This transformation imbued him with confidence and a sunny disposition. Just recently, he had triumphed over the lizard and saved New York City. Being a hero was exhilarating. And Parker had discovered a profound purpose in life. Upon entering his home, Parker was confronted by the sight of an unfamiliar man with Aunt May, who bore a look of distress and vulnerability. Instantly alert, his spider sense tingled, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Li Xian took the initiative to introduce himself. Peter Parker, I am Li Xian, chairman of the Umbrella Corporation. The very mention of this title sent waves of tension through Parker. As a man of humble origins, standing before the true rulers of this nation, his spirit faltered despite his newfound powers. Li Xian was not one of those powerless villains. He wielded influence and resources that could easily turn the tide against anyone who dared to oppose him. Hello, may I inquire what brings you here? Parker, noticing Aunt May's distress, steeled himself to act like a man. Peter Parker, you are Spider-Man. Li Xian's seemingly casual remark struck Parker like a thunderclap. Ever since acquiring his abilities, he understood the necessity of maintaining secrecy. Exposure under the spotlight would render his life uncontrollable. The prospect of being dissected and studied by various institutions was hardly surprising in this land. As sunlight streamed through the window, the Tyndall effect rendered the minute dust particles suspended in the air almost motionless in Parker's eyes, while Aunt May's expression reflected fear and concern. He glanced at Li Xian, the impeccably dressed Asian man whose finely tailored black suit subtly revealed silver cufflinks, seated on the sofa with fingers idly stroking a jade ring. The man's unwavering gaze was fixed upon him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Aunt May, I have ordered a gift from XX and need you to assist me in retrieving it. A sudden idea sparked in Peter's mind. He needed to get Aunt May out of this situation. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively in front of her, the cold sweat seeping through his palms, dampening his shirt. He urged Aunt May to leave, saying, Aunt May, I appreciate your help. All right, Parker, I have come with sincerity. Such clumsy tactics should be abandoned. The world is vast. Where could you possibly hide? Aunt May initially intended to leave to spare Parker any trouble, yet under Li Xian's threat, she found herself paralyzed. The disparity between capitalists and ordinary individuals is stark. A mere word from the former can dictate the fate of the latter. They can utilize various legal means to seize everything from those of lesser means. This is, after all, the United States. With wealth, what cannot be acquired? Mr. Parker, I have already conferred with your guardian. I extend an invitation for you to join my conglomerate and become a superhero under our branding. However, Mrs. May insists on delaying, seeking your input. So, tell me, what is your opinion? Li Xian's voice was deep and resonant. Just as Aunt May was about to speak, Li Xian suddenly snapped his fingers. The lights in the living room extinguished abruptly, replaced by a holographic image projected from the ceiling. Spider-Man, clad in his red and blue suit, was hanging upside down from the Statue of Liberty, his webbing fluttering in the wind. From a lofty perspective, the camera followed Parker closely as Peter Parker removed his mask, revealing his identity. His pupils dilated sharply, and Aunt May's gasp caught in her throat. This was impossible. Parker stepped back, his back pressing against the edge of the dining table. The holographic display shifted to surveillance footage, depicting him changing into his suit in a dark alley. The timestamp accurate to last Wednesday at 10:17 p.m. Li Xian retrieved a silver USB drive from his suit pocket and gently placed it on the dining table. This contains over 300 hours of surveillance footage, including your patrol routes, details of your battles, and even your fingerprints left while researching Dr. Octopus's information at the Queen's Library. He paused, his gaze shifting to Aunt May and, of course, the schedule of Mrs. May Parker's volunteer work at the church every Tuesday. Aunt May's complexion turned ashen, and Peter lunged for the USB drive, only to be easily restrained by Li Xian's grip on his wrist. Though Li Xian's hand appeared slender, it contained extraordinary strength. Peter felt as if his wrist were ensnared in steel. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Parker. Li Xian released his hold and produced a cigar from his suit pocket. I did not come with hostile intent to expose you. Rather, I offer you an opportunity for mutual benefit. He snapped his fingers, and the holographic image transitioned to a promotional video for the Umbrella Corporation, showcasing superheroes in uniform soaring above the city. The Umbrella Corporation? This situation was unprecedented for Peter. He could not initiate an attack on Li Xian, and the bodyguards outside were no mere decoration. Aren't you a biopharmaceutical company? Li Xian chuckled softly. On the surface, yes, but a large conglomerate has its main business and, of course, side ventures. Because the future's protagonists reside in this world, we have decided to embark on a new endeavor, superheroes. In my newly established superhero division at the Umbrella Corporation, we provide comprehensive support for superheroes, from suit design to legal defense, from public image management to crisis public relations. He exhaled a puff of smoke, envisioning a reality where he no longer needed to conceal himself, no longer had to fret over the exposure of his identity, but could instead stand proudly as Spider-Man, a global icon. We shall provide you with a dedicated medical team, a research group, and even round-the-clock security services for Aunt May. However, Peter Parker inherently harbored distrust towards large corporations and the government, a self-protective instinct cultivated by the numerous betrayals experienced by the populace of this nation. Parker, you must understand, you are not the sole possessor of extraordinary abilities. Li Xian rose from his seat, gazing out at the sunlight, noting that there are many who surpass you in strength. The reason you have not encountered trouble from the authorities is that you have yet to engage in any reckless behavior. This, however, does not imply that we are oblivious to your true identity. Sign here. Li Xian thrust the contract into Peter Parker's hands, offering him no opportunity for refusal. Parker yearned to resist, yet his spider sense blared in alarm, quickening his heartbeat. Li Xian, growing impatient, stated bluntly, "Parker, my willingness to personally discuss matters with you does not imply that you possess the standing to negotiate with me. Do you understand? You can either comply and join my company or be regarded as a potential threat to be eliminated in the future. Choose wisely." "I am willing." Young Parker, upon witnessing the coldness in Li Xian's eyes and recalling Aunt May's presence beside him, found himself lacking the courage to refuse and decisively signed the document. Chapter 63, Girlfriend Gwen. Captain America, why are money, power, and influence significant? Because the absence of these elements may lead to one being trampled upon by those who possess them. Your freedom, your dignity, and various aspects of your existence can be ravaged, crushed, and insulted. It can determine B's fate. How can A and B possibly be regarded as equals? Aunt May, witnessing the unfolding scene that she could not avert, suddenly interjected, "Since there are so many superheroes, why must it be Parker?" Li Xian turned to face Aunt May, a gentle smile gracing his face. "You are an astute individual, Mrs. May. You should comprehend that in this world teeming with superpowered beings, solitary heroes will inevitably be cast aside. The Umbrella Corporation can provide Peter with the resources and protection he requires, transforming him from a mere vigilante into a genuine superhero." Peter clenched his fists. "It sounds as though you wish to turn me into your puppet." "Incorrect, Mr. Parker." Li Xian's tone abruptly chilled. "A puppet holds no value. What we seek is a symbol, a figure who can inspire public trust and instill fear in adversaries. And you, quite fittingly, meet this criterion." He snapped his fingers, and the projector once again illuminated the ceiling with various combat scenarios featuring Spider-Man. "Observe this," Li Xian pointed to the screen. "Your fighting style is far too casual, lacking in tactical planning. You are often oblivious to the weaknesses of many adversaries, leaving you to confront them head-on, which frequently results in innocent bystanders getting hurt. Such occurrences would be utterly avoidable with our team." Peter gritted his teeth, anger flaring. "I will not collaborate with you to commit wrongdoing." Li Xian suddenly burst into laughter. "Do not cast me as a villain. We are a legitimate company, a quality enterprise that pays its taxes." He picked up the signed contract, leaving another copy for Parker. "Parker, may our collaboration be enjoyable." Parker extended his hand, shaking Li Xian's, who wore a broad smile. "Cheer up, kid. The most crucial thing for you to do is to shift your mindset. Cease viewing yourself as an ordinary person." With that, Li Xian grasped the documents and turned toward the door, pausing abruptly. "I've already addressed the issues at your school. Report to the Umbrella Corporation building tomorrow to commence your first assignment." The door gently closed behind him, leaving Peter and Aunt May trembling in the darkness. Aunt May embraced his shoulders, her voice choked with emotion. "Parker, what shall we do?" Peter patted Aunt May's back, reassuring her. "Do not worry, Aunt May. Signing the contract means we must ultimately operate within the confines of the law. I will protect you." He gazed out at the darkening sky, the web shooters on his wrists gently warming. He understood that a storm was approaching, and he had no choice but to confront it head-on. For there are certain things that must never be lost, such as family. On the rooftop of the Umbrella building, Gwen, clad in her spider suit, descended from the heavens and landed directly into Li Xian's embrace. "Good brother, I missed you so much." Li Xian held his girlfriend, sweet, soft, fragrant. With his substantial wealth and formidable abilities, Li Xian effortlessly captivated the Na'vi, Gwen. For he too was an enhanced superhuman, sharing common ground with Gwen, the Spider-Woman. Had it not been for the shared talents from his alternate selves across different worlds, Li Xian would merely exist as an ordinary superhero in this realm, dutifully playing the role of a capitalist. The infinite potential of his talents signified boundless possibilities. Naturally, Li Xian was determined to safeguard his world. Gwen, blushing profusely, gasped for breath, her heart brimming with indescribable happiness. Li Xian toyed with his beloved dumpling and inquired, "Did you bring the honey?" Gwen's cheeks flushed even deeper as she retrieved a jar of honey from her backpack, playfully saying, "Here you go, dear brother." The battle between the two superheroes raged fervently. Yet all commotion was concealed within the energy barrier set by Li Xian, culminating in his transformation into a werewolf, howling at the moon. With heartfelt conviction, he proclaimed, "I can do whatever I desire." It feels exhilarating. Returning to Li Xian's opulent office, Gwen nestled against him and asked, "Brother, do you have some joyous news? It has been a while since I've seen you this cheerful." Li Xian, relishing his girlfriend's massage, realized that with his command over Hydra, he had truly established a foundation. No longer just a nouveau riche, but capable of executing various operations. Everything had been progressing smoothly lately, which contributed to his elation. Gwen sensed a shift in Li Xian's emotions. Although he had rarely spoken of it, she understood that he once carried a sense of urgency, akin to the impending doom of an apocalypse. Yet now, it seemed as if all that anguish had dissipated. Previously, despite possessing the talent of the knowledge curse, the uncertainty of dying amidst the chaos of a powerful confrontation had instilled anxiety. The more one knows, the more one suffers. Now, endowed with the ability to shape his own destiny, he felt an overwhelming joy. "Dear brother, no matter what you do, I will always stand by your side." Hearing Gwen's heartfelt declaration filled Li Xian with delight as he began to teach her the latest yoga techniques. The following day, Li Xian gazed at Parker and Pietro, clad in the battle armor he had designed, and announced, "From this day forth, your code name shall be Spider-Man, and yours shall be Quicksilver. You are members of our Umbrella Corporation's Super 7 team. Today marks the commencement of your first mission, to recruit another new member into our ranks." Pietro glanced at Gwen beside Li Xian and inquired, "Boss, who is this new team member?" "Captain America, Steve Rogers." "What?" Both exclaimed in unison. They had certainly heard tales of the superhero Steve Rogers, stories that bombarded various media outlets and filled their textbooks, requiring memorization. The Star-Spangled Banner never falls. The Sentinel of Freedom, Steve Rogers when the iron hooves of the Nazis shattered the dawn of Europe, and the shadows of Hydra spread amidst the flames of war. A star would always pierce the long night amidst the despair of an era. He emerged as a frail youth from Brooklyn, yet under the radiance of the super soldier serum, he transformed into a figure of iron. He is a warrior wielding a vibranium shield, and a symbol of freedom etched in the flames of war. Steve Rogers, Captain America. Small in stature, yet immense in courage. This is the essence engraved in his soul. From the moment the serum coursed through his veins, he transcended the identity of merely being Steve Rogers, becoming the very embodiment of the Stars and Stripes' fervent cry. He led the howling commandos to breach the German defenses, obliterating Hydra's clandestine base amidst the snowy expanse of Norway, deflecting a hail of bullets with his shield and shattering the fantasies of tyranny with his fists. The Red Skull trembled before him, the blue glow of the Tesseract illuminating his unwavering spine. He was the sharpest spear in the Allied forces and the sturdiest shield. On the battlefield, his silhouette always charged at the forefront. When teammates found themselves ensnared, he erected a fortress of flesh and blood with his shield. When evil sought dominion over the world, he confronted divine retribution with his mortal form. People have called him an immortal myth, but behind that myth lies an indomitable spirit that declares, "I can fight like this for a day," and a vow to spare no one in his guardianship. Until that fateful day, when the sky became the ultimate battleground. He piloted a plane laden with instruments of destruction, engaging in a cataclysmic confrontation with the Red Skull at 10,000 feet. The roar of the engines rent the clouds, and as his shield fell, the stars dimmed. He chose to plunge into the eternal frost of the Arctic Ocean, sacrificing himself for a fleeting moment of peace on Earth. The curtain falls on a hero, yet it is a nation's vow. Steve Rogers left no gravestone behind, but inscribed an everlasting coordinate in the hearts of all. He is the beacon that arose from the smoke of World War II, a legend forged of shield and stars, and the most fervent interpretation of the name Captain America. When the smoke clears, people will still remember. There once was a warrior who proved with his life that even as the world descends into darkness, there will always be those willing to become the light, fighting for freedom until the final second. Chapter 64. The Rescue of Soldier Steve Rogers. Parker and Pietro were acutely aware that Captain America had perished. Yet the boss, the captain, is not. Parker hesitated. "Let us go, I never speak idly." With that, Li Xian embraced his girlfriend Gwen and boarded the luxurious private jet of the Umbrella Corporation. Parker and Pietro exchanged glances before promptly following Li Xian. A fleet of 5 planes ascended into the sky, as Li Xian, accompanied by Spider-Man, Quicksilver, his girlfriend, and 100 members of the Super Tyrant Corps, ventured into the Arctic ice fields. The Tesseract, which ought to have been secured within the vaults of Asgard, was hidden on Earth by Odin, fearing that the gem would incite war. Ultimately, it was discovered by the Red Skull, who utilized it to forge weapons of warfare. In the climactic finale of Captain America, the Red Skull was transported away from Earth by the gem, vanishing without a trace, while Captain America lay entombed in the icy depths for 70 years, with the Space Stone buried alongside him. Regrettably, one of the Infinity Stones, the Tesseract, had been appropriated by SHIELD decades prior. The Arctic's frigid climate possesses a power capable of freezing all existence into eternal silence. The landscape stretched out, enveloped in a thick shroud of pristine snow, resembling an immense silver blanket carelessly draped by a giant, yet hardening and cracking in the bitter cold. Distant icebergs stood as silent sentinels, their sharp contours glowing with an ethereal blue light beneath the pallid sky, a chilling hue seemingly capable of piercing one's very marrow. The howling winds whistled past, carrying a bone-chilling cold akin to sharp blades lacerating the skin. The air felt as though it had been frozen, each breath akin to inhaling countless tiny icy needles, leaving a trail of cold from the nostrils to the lungs. The cold here instilled a profound sense of dread, as if time had solidified, leaving nothing but desolation and silence. A group from the Umbrella Corporation brought a flicker of vitality to this desolate expanse. Li Xian and his companions were no ordinary individuals. Clad in mere ordinary clothing, they braved the extreme chill. "Follow me," Li Xian commanded his entourage, leading them directly to the location of Captain America. He was aware of its whereabouts due to the tyrant having scoured the area with numerous robots, digging deep to uncover the truth. "Right here, Pietro, Parker. The captain is encased in ice below. You both need to work together to extract him." Eagerly, Parker and Pietro seized their tools and leapt into the icy chasm. "Brother, is Captain America really down here?" Smack! Li Xian delivered a sharp slap to Pietro, who dared to question him. Such insolence deserves a reprimand. "I apologize. It's just so hard to believe," Gwen interjected. "You shall soon see." In no time, the duo emerged with a massive block of ice before Li Xian, revealing not only Rogers, frozen like a sleeping beauty, but also Captain America's iconic vibranium shield. While Captain America's physical prowess may be deemed average among Marvel heroes, his spirit has inspired generations, commanding respect from even the most formidable of adversaries, for he is truly one of a kind. His uniqueness lies in the essence of his kindness and noble character, qualities that distinguish him from other heroes. This is precisely why Li Xian wishes to include him in his illustrious team of 7. Even Captain America supports Li Xian's presidential candidacy. What more could anyone say? Voters, cast your ballots for Li Xian as per Rogers' endorsement. There can be no mistake. Place him within the apparatus. Li Xian, equipped with the super healing chamber, is dedicated to treating Captain America. He injects several vials of super nutritional fluid into Rogers' system, while simultaneously extracting a few tubes of the captain's blood for research purposes. Observing the machine's readings, he realizes that Captain America is on the verge of awakening. Rogers' memories are anchored in the era of World War II, and upon awakening, his first instinct is to perceive these individuals as adversaries. Li Xian has neither the time nor the inclination to educate Rogers about the current circumstances or gain his trust. Thus, he resorts to a more forceful approach to ensure a productive dialogue. Parker, Pietro, prepare to subdue the captain. Spider-Man, alarmed, interjects, "Wait, that's my idol. Don't engage." Li Xian responds with calm authority. "Parker, follow the orders." Under Li Xian's unwavering gaze, Parker refrains from voicing dissent, replying, "Yes, boss." The super nutritional fluid supplies Rogers with ample nourishment and energy, and under the influence of super recovery, his bodily functions begin to restore comprehensively. Upon awakening, Captain America observes his surroundings, noting the icy chill of the place where he last succumbed to slumber, his arm bearing needle marks from blood extraction. He scans his environment, spotting 2 individuals in distinctive uniforms. One, a sharply dressed boss, and the other, a fashionable woman resembling a secretary, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards. On high alert, Rogers scrutinizes these strangers, his last recollection being the descent into the frozen abyss, now awakening in such an unfamiliar setting. He lunges forward, seizing his vibranium shield, intent on rushing to reclaim the container holding his blood. Subdue him. Spider-Man promptly intervenes, launching 2 strands of webbing to ensnare Captain America's arm. Quicksilver dashes in, but instinctively, Captain America raises his shield in defense, causing Quicksilver to be deflected away. The Captain's combat experience far surpasses Parker's. With a powerful tug, he inadvertently pulls Parker toward him, precisely slicing through the webbing that had been shot. Parker, rolling back, hastily gestures, "Wait, Captain, this is a misunderstanding. We are not your enemies." Before he can finish, the shield whizzes past him. Peter instinctively leans back, the shield grazing his nose before colliding with the ice behind him and ricocheting back. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense tingles violently. Before he can react, a shadow, propelled by a fierce wind, descends upon him. He instinctively rolls to the side, a massive chunk of ice shattering where he had been standing moments before, the flying shards slicing his arm. Looking up, he sees a tall figure clad in vintage military garb, holding a shield, eyeing him with vigilance. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Steve's deep voice resonated with an undeniable authority as he regarded Peter's peculiar, skin-tight suit and the strange threads emanating from his wrist, perceiving him as an enigmatic threat. In his memory, the technology of the past paled in comparison to the advancements of the future, rendering Spider-Man's equipment and abilities exceedingly bizarre. "I am Peter Parker, and I am here to rescue you." Following the Umbrella Corporation, Peter hastily explained, "I am not your enemy." Yet, Steve remained unconvinced. Hydra, cunning and deceitful. After catching a shield, Steve hurled the vibranium disc with great force. The shield soared across the icy surface like a meteor, shimmering with a cold luminescence. Peter swiftly shot out a web, using the momentum to swing to the adjacent ice cliff, as the shield narrowly grazed his feet, crashing into the ice wall and carving a deep trench. Aware that he could not afford to remain passive, Peter quickly traversed the icy wall, simultaneously unleashing webs to obscure Steve's line of sight. Chapter 65, The Wasp Hope. Steve, drawing upon years of combat experience, adeptly evaded the strands of webbing. He retrieved his shield and, utilizing the reflective surface of the ice, discerned Peter's location. Suddenly, he spotted a foothold on the icy cliff where Peter stood, and without hesitation, he hurled the shield at an angle. The shield rebounded between the ice surface and the cliff, creating an elusive trajectory of attack. Peter's spider sense blared a frantic warning, compelling him to adjust his position mid-air to narrowly escape the shield's assault. However, the frigid weather and the intensity of the battle began to take their toll, diminishing the stickiness of his webbing. He resolved to alter his strategy, leveraging the terrain of the ice field. Peter swiftly ascended to the summit of the cliff and, with a vigorous tug of his web, caused a massive section of the ice wall to collapse, hurtling towards Steve. Steve promptly raised his shield to fend off the falling debris. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of the ice wall's collapse, he charged toward Peter's position. Taken aback by the captain's audacity, Peter hastily shot out webbing to ensnare him, only for Steve to effortlessly sever it with his shield. The two engaged in close combat atop the icy precipice, with Peter utilizing his agility and arachnid abilities to evade Steve's advances, while Steve pressed forward with his formidable strength and extensive combat skills. Pietro stood beside Li Xian, eager to rejoin the fray after being repelled moments earlier. But Li Xian halted him, wishing to observe Spider-Man's unique approach. Now granted Li Xian's approval, he re-entered the battle, aware of the properties of the vibranium shield. Quicksilver maneuvered around it, launching a direct attack from behind Rogers. Although Rogers anticipated the strike, he was unable to react in time. Furthermore, with Parker's interference, he was swiftly taken down, ensnared by Spider-Man's webbing. Captain America would not concede defeat easily. He delivered a headbutt aimed at Spider-Man, but Parker, alerted by his spider sense, deftly evaded the blow. "Captain, stop. We are truly on the same side." Li Xian applauded, remarking on Captain America's unwavering fighting spirit. "Who are you?" Rogers inquired. "I am Li Xian, the chairman of the Umbrella Corporation. It was I who arranged for your extraction from the ice. And it has been 70 years since your plane plunged into the ocean." 70 years? Captain America pondered, a flicker of realization dawning upon him, though he struggled to accept it. "Quite literally," Li Xian replied, not indulging in childlike whims, but rather delivering the unvarnished truth. Observing Roger's incredulous expression, Parker, clad in a spider suit, spoke gently. "Captain, it's true. You have been in slumber for a long time. Parker, Pietro, take Captain America to his memorial. Then come find me at the corporation." Having fulfilled his desire for a commemorative moment, Li Xian had little interest in wasting time with an elderly man. Additionally, he had an appointment with Hope Van Dyne, chairwoman of Pym Technologies and daughter of Dr. Hank Pym, the second WASP. "Come, accompany me to meet Hope at Pym Technologies." Li Xian ushered a reluctant Gwen onto his private jet. Gwen was deeply intrigued by Captain America, a legendary figure she had heard about since childhood. To her surprise, he had been rescued by her boyfriend, and in her excitement, she embraced Li Xian. "Brother, are you planning to collaborate with Pym Technologies?" she inquired, nestling in his arms. Li Xian inhaled the sweet fragrance of her hair, gently rubbing his cheek against hers. "I'm primarily seeking a member for the Super 7 team," he replied. "Is that the chairperson of Pym Technologies?" Gwen was well aware that the Super 7 team, composed of individuals with extraordinary abilities, bore some resemblance to the entertainment industry, requiring promotion and public attention. "No worries. Everyone has their weaknesses. I am confident I can persuade him," Li Xian declared, his self-assured and assertive demeanor igniting a sparkle in Gwen's eyes. Within a luxurious business club, Hope captured Li Xian's attention the moment she stepped through the revolving door in her chic high heels. The tailored charcoal gray suit accentuated her curvaceous figure, with a double-breasted design cinching at the waist and revealing a striking yellow silk blouse beneath, the neckline elegantly forming a V-shape. The structured shoulders of the suit imparted a swan-like grace, while the slightly flared trousers subtly revealed black mesh stockings with each step, achieving a delicate balance between sophistication and allure. Her auburn locks were meticulously styled into luscious waves, cascading naturally onto her Chanel quilted chain bag. A few wisps of hair were sculpted into sharp arcs with matching wax, embodying both the precision of a scientist and the charisma of a Wall Street elite. Her makeup exuded the quintessential cool-toned beauty aesthetic. Icy blue eyeshadow faded from the inner to outer corners of her eyes, reflecting a galaxy of shimmering sparkles under natural light, harmonizing beautifully with her naturally icy blue irises. The matte crimson lip gloss was artfully shaped into a voluptuous M, with a slight upward curve at the corners exuding confidence and cunning typical of a negotiator's table. Noticing Li Xian's expression, Hope felt a sense of satisfaction, for the Umbrella Corporation was far more formidable than her own Pym Technologies. Invited by the legendary founder of the Umbrella Corporation, Li Xian, she had made a special effort in her appearance today. "Hello, I am Hope from Pym Technologies," she introduced herself. "Li Xian," he replied, and they shook hands before taking their seats. Gwen, along with Hope's secretary and bodyguard, exited, leaving the two alone to discuss matters in the private room. Li Xian wasted no time, looking directly at the striking woman before him. "Hope, I have arranged this meeting to discuss the possibility of you joining my company. I am currently assembling a unique team of super artists, a total of 7 individuals, and I believe you possess extraordinary potential that I would like to invite you to be a part of." Hope's smile gradually faded, her initial fondness for Li Xian dissipating with his words. Although her company may not rival Umbrella, it was still a well-known technology firm. "Why would you abandon a respectable position to become a public figure, Mr. Li? If this is the reason for your invitation, I must decline." Hope gazed intently at Li Xian and spoke in a calm tone. "Do not be so certain. The stakes I present may be impossible for you to refuse." Li Xian replied with a smile. Pym Technologies' recent financial report has not been particularly promising, yet it is not dire enough to necessitate an infusion of capital for survival. Hope remained unfazed by Li Xian's coercion. "Of course, I am aware that Darren Cross possesses far superior managerial skills than your father. Your father's conservative nature is suited for scientific research, not for the realm of business. Hope's words struck a chord, causing her to shudder. After all, Darren Cross was the protege of her father, and it was together with him that she had orchestrated her father's expulsion from the company. This act of filial disloyalty stemmed from her discontent with her father's cautious approach to technology and his refusal to allow her to inherit the WASP suit, among other conflicts. Chapter 66. Your mother is in my hands. What do you have to bargain with? My father merely sought to explore the realm of technology, which is why he stepped down from his position as the head of the company. Hop attempted to salvage his pride. Indeed, Darren Cross was an ambitious individual, and upon taking control of the company, both Pym and his daughter realized that his capabilities surpassed their grasp, prompting them to seek restitution. I harbor no interest in the internal power struggles of your company, Li Xian remarked indifferently, as he had no intentions of acquiring Pym Technologies. Hop, without a doubt, your father is a genius. Certainly. Although Hop and her father had numerous disagreements on various issues, it was undeniable that Pym, who had raised her, remained the most cherished and respected figure in her heart. At that time, your father was not of an age suitable for being an artist, which is why I chose you. Mr. Li, I have no aspirations of becoming an artist. I take great pleasure in managing Pym Technologies. Hop could not comprehend why her father was deemed qualified to be an artist, yet she firmly declined once more. The fierce battle for control of the company between the father and daughter duo and Darren Cross was in full swing. How could she, the sole observer of Cross within the company, possibly leave at such a critical juncture that would allow Darren Cross to ascend uncontested? Hop, your father possesses extraordinary talents. Yet being an artist does not necessitate the same brilliance as your father. It often relies more on external attributes. And you, being younger, are more fitting than your father. Li Xian opened the documents before him, producing several photographs which he handed to Hop. Upon receiving the photographs from Li Xian and seeing their contents, Hop's complexion turned ashen, her ability to manage her expression faltering. Quick to recover, she feigned indifference as she flipped through the images and set them down, stating, Mr. Li, I fail to see how these photographs relate to your proposition of becoming an artist. Hop, there is no need for pretense. My understanding of you and your father surpasses your imagination. Li Xian wore a knowing expression, revealing the power of information disparity. During the Cold War, a superhero known as Ant-Man fought on the clandestine front lines. In a notable incident, the navigation system of a Soviet intercontinental missile suddenly malfunctioned, marking one of Ant-Man's most renowned battles. Although your father served in a secretive agency, all his actions are documented. With sufficient clearance, nothing is beyond reach. Your father possesses such formidable technology that it has instilled fear in many, which is precisely why he has long been entitled to a life of peaceful retirement. Li Xian reclined comfortably in his chair, observing the changing expressions on Hop's face. Times have changed, Hop. In this world, countless extraordinary beings possess unique abilities, and your father, Ant-Man, is merely one among them. Upon hearing Li Xian reveal her father's concealed identity, Hop's mind erupted like thunder, leaving her devoid of any capacity for rational thought. After what felt like an eternity, the pale-faced Hop managed a forced smile and said, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Hop, I am a generous employer. I would not have anyone labor without recompense. You can join my company as a superhero, and I shall return your mother to you. What? Upon hearing those words, Hope completely lost her composure, rising abruptly to her feet. It was her mother's mysterious disappearance that had created a rift between her and her father, as she was acutely aware that he had not been truthful with her. Taking a deep breath, Hope compelled herself to regain her calm. She had felt her boundaries thoroughly pierced by Li Xian, as if she were being manipulated like a marionette. Oh, it seems old Pym hasn't informed you, Li Xian began. The Pym particles are a type of subatomic particle discovered by your father, capable of freely altering the size, mass, and density of objects by modifying the atomic spacing. Not only do they grant living beings the ability to morph, but they can also shrink or enlarge inanimate objects. However, when reduced to the subatomic level, one enters the quantum realm and risks becoming lost within it. Your mother, the Wasp, has not returned since she undertook a mission with your father. She is trapped permanently in the quantum realm. Hope's chest heaved, her emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. How could you possibly know these things? Her suspicion was justified. For Li Xian was far too young to possess such knowledge. And the notion that the PIM particles would allow a biological entity to enter the subatomic realm and not return made it even more improbable that he could be aware of it. She was well aware that her father's PIM particles had never been leaked. How could anyone else know the secret shared solely between them? Li Xian produced an exquisitely crafted small box and pressed a switch. With a soft click, a palm-sized model of a suit appeared, an armor constructed from PIM particles, made by Li Xian himself, which he placed on the table. A man of his inventive genius could not easily pinpoint the unique dimension represented by the PIM particles amidst infinite dimensions. However, his extraordinary talent allowed him to do so. If he could locate this special dimension, he too could create PIM particles. With a gentle press of a remote control, Li Xian activated the suit, and it rapidly expanded from palm size to that of an average person. Upon witnessing this transformation, Hope could no longer deny the truth. Li Xian had mastered the PIM particles and had resolved the critical issues, applying them with ease. The PIM particles, which she had once regarded as a unique advantage for their father-daughter duo, were no longer solely theirs. Hope understood that the PIM particles were merely a serendipitous byproduct of experimentation. If her father were to start from scratch, it was unlikely he would ever be fortunate enough to rediscover that special dimension. How can anyone else replicate it? As Darren, her father's direct disciple, had the potential to wield the PIM particles, it was only because her father had entrusted him with the genuine article. This was also the source of Darren's inflated ambition. The PIM particles were such a powerful phenomenon, yet remained non-commercialized. Wasn't that a grave injustice to humanity? What do you think of the suit I created? Is it not far more stylish than the conventional Ant-Man armor? Li Xian queried with a smile. You. Hope gasped for breath. The pressure Li Xian exerted rendering her nearly breathless. She pondered deeply, realizing she had no negotiating leverage. Li Xian observed the myriad expressions flitting across Hope's face, patiently waiting for her to come to a realization. Hope steadied herself against the table, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. She slowly took a seat, then gazed at Li Xian and inquired, "Mr. Li, how can I ascertain the veracity of your claims?" Li Xian crossed his legs, intertwining his fingers, and a faint smile graced his lips. "You need not verify anything. Should you accept the position, I shall naturally return your mother to you." "I cannot make a decision without consulting my father," Hope replied, seeking her father's counsel, as he was the one directly involved in the circumstances surrounding her mother's disappearance. "Hope, I am well aware of PIM's expertise in the quantum realm, but I must inform you that if you believe you possess the capability to rescue your mother from the quantum domain, that notion is utterly fanciful. For you will never locate her," Li Xian asserted. With a press of a button on a controller, the formidable mech on the table diminished in size, and he placed it back into its box. Upon hearing Li Xian's insinuation, Hope felt a surge of urgency. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Li? Why are you so certain that my father, PIM, cannot find my mother?" She stood up, demanding clarification. Chapter 67. The Submission of the PIM Father and Daughter. What does it mean? A faint smile played on Li Xian's lips as he secretly scoffed. "Of course, it is because your mother is already in my grasp." The wasp had long since been imprisoned within his quantum prison. It would be a miracle for PIM to find her. He produced a glass-encased gift box, inside which lay a delicate pair of wings, precisely extracted from the wasp's battle armor. He handed it to Hope, stating, "Deliver this to your father, and the two of you will reach a decision. Tomorrow, I shall await you both at the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation." With that, Li Xian patted Hope on the shoulder and departed, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "Brother, did she agree?" Gwen approached Li Xian as he emerged, wrapping her arms around his, her curiosity evident. She had no other choice. "Come, let's return home and await news." If Hope hesitated, then let her mother join the seven, for age is no barrier. The flow of time in the quantum realm differs from that of the outside world. And with the super serum, one injection suffices. Just wait and see how I shall manipulate your entire family. Should you dare to disregard me, your demise is assured. In the Marvel universe, to be a capitalist, one must possess a sense of ownership. This world is one's own, where those who comply flourish while the defiant perish. On the airplane, Li Xian dialed a number. Darren, produce a batch of PIM particles. On the other end was none other than the current head of PIM Technologies. PIM's disciple, and the antagonist from Ant-Man, Darren. How could Li Xian traverse such a perilous world without taking measures to save himself? Darren had long been his loyal subordinate. Moreover, there were talents like Ivan Vanko, Whiplash, and Aldrich Killian from Advanced Idea Mechanics. It was not merely Li Xian's charm, but rather the timely assistance he provided, coupled with the ability to exploit their vulnerabilities. Not a problem, boss, Darren replied. After hanging up, Li Xian contemplated that he could soon approach Alexander Pierce from SHIELD for personnel, while Captain America could retrieve Jessica Jones from the Purple Man's clutches along with Spider-Man and others. Strength was not always paramount. However, the troublesome background of the Eternal Tina would be saved for last, as Li Xian intended to handle that personally. In this world, without sufficient strength, how could he possibly gather these formidable individuals, who may not even share his ambitions, around him? Upon returning to his opulent mansion, Li Xian found Pietro and Spider-Man accompanying a seemingly defeated Captain America. What must it feel like for Captain America to witness his own memorial? The weight of reality had rendered the captain somewhat isolated, lost, and bewildered. When he heard Li Xian, his savior, pose a question, he could only muster the strength to reply, I am merely a washed-up soldier. This society no longer has a place for me. Do not be so pessimistic. You are the symbol of a generation, and your very existence holds immense significance, Li Xian replied, his tone shifting. I saved you. You shall serve me. Is there any issue with that, Steve Rogers? Rogers, the honest man, pondered for a moment as he glanced at his companions, Parker and Pietro, and inquired. Your two comrades possess far greater strength than I. What further role do you require of me? Captain, Li Xian reiterated, you are a spiritual totem. Your very existence holds immense significance. If someone like Ross can ascend to the presidency, why cannot you? These young individuals, despite their formidable powers, lack the mindset to harness such abilities, and they require your guidance. Indeed, they are not just one or two, but a multitude. Li Xian left no room for Rogers to decline, stating directly, prepare yourself. I shall hold a press conference to announce your formal return and your joining my company. Having grown up in poverty, Rogers naturally harbored distrust towards any large corporate entity, which was a common reaction among the people of the beautiful nation. He queried, what precisely do you need me to do? Certainly to punish the wicked, led these young individuals in combating those superpowered criminals. Trust me, this will be the meaning of your life, just as it was when you fought against the Red Skull. Li Xian placed a reassuring hand on Rogers' shoulder, adding, do not fret. Should I deceive you, you are free to leave. However, Rogers remained skeptical, doubting that capitalists would engage in altruistic deeds unless they stood to gain significantly. Sensing Rogers' apprehension, Li Xian remarked, Captain, the times have changed. This is the era of influence. If you have no further objections, I shall take your silence as agreement. Rogers contemplated for a moment, then nodded, very well. Should your words and actions diverge, I shall fight you to the end. Li Xian struggled to suppress a smile and instructed, Parker, take the captain to your luxurious villa with the 7-member team and ensure you accompany this elder, guiding him through some practical matters of life. Guarantee the task's completion. Spider-Man, brimming with excitement, accepted the mission and departed with the somewhat dazed Captain America. The following day, Gwen reluctantly bid farewell to Li Xian as she returned to her university life. Meanwhile, Li Xian welcomed the PIM father-daughter duo into his office. Under Hope's persistent inquiries, and after revealing the wings of the wasp that Li Xian had provided, Pim completely unraveled, divulging everything to Hope. The pair had arrived early at the designated meeting place, eagerly awaiting Li Xian's arrival. Without waiting for pleasantries, Pim directly asked, Mr. Li, please tell me, where is Janet? Where did you acquire those wings? The death of his wife, Janet, had been an insurmountable obstacle in Pim's life. Learning that she was still alive was beyond thrilling. Li Xian calmed the agitated Pim and handed him a phone, suggesting, why not speak with her directly? Pim trembled with excitement, struggling to grasp the phone that was mere inches away. His daughter, Hope, noticing this, took the phone and placed it into his hand. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, and Pim picked up the phone, stammering her name. "Janet? It is I, Pim." Upon hearing her voice, Pim instantly recognized his wife, her voice a familiar echo in his memory. He fought to suppress his overwhelming emotion, needing to verify her identity. So he began to recount certain intimate details known only to the two of them. Pim's face was radiant, blooming with joy, and upon witnessing this scene, Hope was moved to tears. Just as the Pim couple expressed their longing, Li Xian abruptly pressed the phone and hung up. Pim and his daughter glared at Li Xian in fury, yet they refrained from uttering further words. Li Xian then inquired directly, "Tell me, what is your decision? Will you join or not?" Pim glanced at Hope. The father and daughter had already conferred on their answer. As long as Li Xian could assure them of bringing Janet back, they were willing to serve him. "I am willing," Hope readily agreed, while Pim remained silent. Clapping his hands, Li Xian remarked, "A wise choice. So, when will you deliver my mother to me?" Hope hastily asked, "Deliver her to you? At the very least, you must prove your loyalty first," came the reply. "What do you want me to do?" Hope queried, slightly agitated. "Calm down. But I can arrange for you to meet her in advance," Li Xian responded, producing two spherical devices and handing them to the pair. "These are two sets of nano battle armor. Once donned, pressing the button on the belt will facilitate your reunion through a quantum tunnel. You will have only half an hour." As Pim and Hope touched the spheres, they enveloped their bodies like liquid, and in a flash of light, they were transported to the quantum realm. Upon their arrival, they encountered an unexpected individual, Darren, Pim's proud disciple, and now the CEO of Pim Technologies. The bald Darren greeted them with a cheerful surprise. "Professor Pim, Hope." Chapter 68, The Power of Time. The quantum realm, shrouded in mystery. Pim and his daughter never anticipated encountering Darren in this place. "Master, why the stern expression? I can freely traverse the quantum realm. Should you not take pride in my accomplishments?" The bald Darren, clad in specialized battle armor, noticed Pim's astonishment and felt a weight lift from his heart. Once, he held Pim in the highest regard. Pim's prowess in the quantum realm was formidable, and together they could forge a magnificent future for humanity. Yet, the most crucial knowledge of Pim particles was withheld from him. Distrust festered within him, leading to his descent into darkness. "If you will not teach me, I shall create my own path." With Li Xian's involvement, he effortlessly unraveled the secrets of the Pim particles and willingly became Li Xian's subordinate. Ostensibly, he held the title of CEO of Pim Particles. In truth, he was the warden of Li Xian's quantum prison. He inquired, "Darren, how did you come to be here?" Pim, now aware that his beloved wife was nearby, had little interest in his abandoned student. "Master, you remain as serious as ever. You should be grateful I am here. It ensures a better treatment for Mother, does it not?" With a snap of his fingers, a grand castle materialized. Indeed, it was the quantum prison. Darren had come specifically to confront Pim, seeking to validate his own abilities. "Darren, do not claim you have imprisoned Janet." "What do you mean, Master? I am a law-abiding citizen." Darren approached Pim earnestly, declaring, "Master, I have surpassed you. It is only now that I realize you are not the most gifted among us. The person you seek is within. Feel free to enter." With that, Darren utilized the Pim particles to depart the quantum realm. Pim and his daughter exchanged glances and promptly entered the castle. Upon crossing the threshold, Pim was reunited with his longed-for wife. Their family reunion sparked an overwhelming joy as they recounted their experiences. "Janet, have you been under the control of that scoundrel?" Janet embraced her husband, responding, "Not at all. He brought me here directly from a place of endless void and placed me under house arrest. I never imagined he would use me to coerce you." Seeing Pim's expression, she quickly reassured him, "Pim, do not act rashly. This place is virtually undetectable unless one knows the coordinates." She understood that Li Xian's mastery of the quantum realm far exceeded theirs, and Pim's efforts against him would be futile. Pim gazed into Janet's eyes, solemnly stating, "Janet, I will rescue you from this place." Hope chimed in, "Yes, Mom, we will reunite as a family in due time." Janet clasped their hands, imploring, "Promise me, do not engage in violent conflict with Li Xian." Being in Li Xian's quantum prison, she was acutely aware of its nature, recognizing that it concealed Li Xian's time machine. Pim and Hope were ill-equipped to confront Li Xian, who wielded the power of time itself. Li Chuan, having acquired the genius of a great inventor from his alternate self in another world, along with the Pim particles from the quantum realm, naturally constructed a time machine. Janet, having been implanted with a thought interference by Li Xian, was rendered incapable of divulging critical information regarding him. She could only dispel the unrealistic fantasies of the father-daughter duo. The Pim duo nodded in agreement, reassuring Janet not to worry about them. Half an hour later, the battle suits worn by Pim and Hope whisked them away from the quantum prison back into reality. Li Xian regarded them with a smile, pushing a contract toward Hope and querying her with a soft grunt. Hope decisively inscribed her name on the contract and inquired, "How often will I be able to see my mother?" "That depends on your performance. If you diligently fulfill your duties for me." "Returning her to you both is not out of the question," replied Li Xian, his desires fulfilled, as he cheerfully declared, "You have 3 days. After that, you will commence your first task. Please proceed." Standing in his high-rise office, watching the departing Pim duo, he recognized their unwillingness and anticipated their schemes to rescue their wife and mother. How amusing, was it not? Engaging in competition with others is a source of endless delight. Next, it was time to rescue Jessica Jones from the Purple Man. In Li Xian's mansion, after Gwen departed, he embraced the Scarlet Witch and drifted into a blissful slumber. In the dreamscape, Marvel's Li Xian arrived and discovered that the real Li Xian had already arrived, immersed in lively conversation, most notably with a newcomer. This newcomer donned a unique robe, clearly hailing from a world outside the realm of science fiction. The newcomer approached Marvel's Li Xian, warmly enveloping him in a hug. "Brother, I know you. Your talent for knowledge and curses has been extraordinarily beneficial to me." At the moment of their contact, their talents were shared and their memories instantaneously intertwined. The newcomer hailed from the world of Do Pa, the continent of Do Chi, where fortunes rise and fall over 30 years. Surprisingly, the talent of Do Po's Li Xian was the power of time. This was indeed an extraordinarily formidable gift, overwhelming to 99% of worlds. As the name implies, it is the innate mastery over time. With development and growth, the ability to control time would only strengthen. In Marvel's terms, he was essentially akin to the Time Stone. "Wow!" exclaimed Marvel's Li Xian, his excitement spilling forth. "With such an ability, you could ascend to the heavens." Do Po's Li Xian surveyed the various Li Xians around him and remarked, "As of now, I can adequately defend myself, but facing the continent's top-tier powerhouses remains a challenge. If the Soul Emperor stood before me, even if I paused time and acted at will, I would still be unable to breach his defenses." Hearing this, Naruto's Li Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes, chuckling as he retorted, "We're all on the same side, yet you still put on airs. You're boasting about your prowess while comparing yourself to the final boss, the Soul Emperor? You, a mere Do Wong, are hardly worthy. There is no one in the Do Chi continent with whom I can speak candidly. Today we are here, so naturally I shall drop the facade." With a wild laugh, Do Po Li Xian proclaimed, "With numerous brothers to assist me, what do I have to fear in achieving great feats?" He turned to a companion, jesting, "You so audacious. Why not seek out Medusa or the little doctor?" The reality of Li Xian's curiosity emerged as he considered the assembly of his own self. With newfound abilities, did he not know what to pursue? "It is not a lack of desire, but rather an inadequacy of power," he lamented. "The innate talent of time manipulation is indeed formidable, yet requires the use of Do Chi to activate. At my current strength, being a Do Wong, I can scarcely utilize it more than a few times. Furthermore, my talent is still in the process of growth and cannot be employed without limits. Not to mention the cooling period." With a sigh, Do Po Li Xian remarked, "In the realm of Do Chi, one is relegated to the status of a mere dog by the roadside, not worthy of being a Dozong." In pursuit of rapid ascendance in power, he had set his sights on the burning decision. The spirit of the medicinal elder, possessing Dozong strength, was not a foe he could overcome. Thus he opted for Han Feng. Lately, he had been in the Black Corner region. The crux of the matter was time. He was certain that Xiao Suner had already arrived at the Jianan Academy. Now, with the gathering of the 3 extraordinary fires, Hai Xianyan, Luan Luo, Xin Yin. In Jindi, Fun Tian Yin, at a single location, it was time for a grand endeavor. Do Xian had acquired the knowledge curse, becoming an inventor of great renown, an immortal being, and a master of forbidden techniques, endowing him with 5 extraordinary talents that led to a meteoric rise in power. It seemed that the seemingly weakest talent, the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, held untold potential in the Dopa continent, warranting a return to ascertain the nature of these bulls and tigers. Chapter 69. Qin Yinshin. How audacious! Xiao Sun's father is a 9-star Do saint. Are you truly prepared to undertake such a venture? Although Pirate Li Xian is not one to shy away from danger, the spirit of survival remains deeply ingrained in his being. In stark contrast, Do Li Xian possesses an innate affinity for adventure, emboldened by the power of time, daring to undertake any challenge. Indeed, having resolved to acquire the flame decision, it is inevitable that he will confront the wielders of these extraordinary flames. Should he allow this opportunity to slip by, obtaining the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame in the future would prove exceedingly difficult. Do Li Xian will not let this moment pass him by. There are numerous other extraordinary flames within the Yin tribe and other illustrious families. The distinction between a 9-star Do saint and an 8-star Do saint holds little significance for him. Unfazed, Do Li Xian is resolved to act. Grim Reaper Li Xian exchanged glances with the others, taken aback by such reckless audacity. Marvel Li Xian patted Do Li Xian on the shoulder, affirming, "We commend your courage, but allow me to offer a suggestion. Win over Xiao Sun. You could use the flame decision as bait. Once you have her allegiance, the benefits will be beyond imagination." Grim Reaper Li Xian concurred, stating, "Indeed, many of the mysteries surrounding you are mere fog, yet to her, they are trivial matters." Feeling their concern, Do Li Xian confidently asserted, "In my past life, I was overly cautious. I yearned to live a different existence." He then glanced at Rebirth Li Xian, clarifying, "I do not mean to belittle myself." Rebirth Li Xian heartily clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You rascal." He understood that Do Li Xian did not harbor any disdain for him. Looking at the group, he declared, "In this life, I shall ensure my brothers find vindication and lead a life of distinction." The results of the college entrance examination have been released, and I am now the top scorer. "Isn't that exhilarating?" "Exhilarating," echoed the others in unison, raising their glasses in celebration. Every participant in the examination has dreamt of gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Such an achievement is the pinnacle of student life. In the realm of reality, Rebirth Li Xian was overjoyed. With the assistance of the AI Xiao Qi, his former arrogance had materialized into reality, making him the first true perfect scorer in history. Moreover, he had made headlines. Which student could experience such a moment without standing tall, feeling accomplished? "I have received an invitation from CCTV for an interview. Watch as I present myself before the nation, showcasing what true genius looks like. This is merely my initial introduction. In the future, I am certain my name will be inextricably linked with the word genius." Marvel Li Xian suddenly recalled a certain host's incredulous expression and laughed. "I cannot believe it. You must ensure you maintain your facade. Disdain for wealth, a modest goal, face blindness, a humble background, and absolutely nothing to my name." "Ha ha ha." The other Li Xians joined in the laughter, referencing the now comedic anecdotes of Jack Ma's struggles, Lu Qiangdong's beauty, Ma Huang's humble beginnings, and Wang Jianlin's lack of possessions. "What will you say when the time comes? That my talent is utterly mediocre?" Pirata Li Xuaning kirat curiously. The rest of the Li Xians engaged in lively discussion, throwing around playful remarks about simply being capable, casually learning, and how the questions were straightforward, all while indulging in a mock display of nonchalance. "Reborn," Li Xian shook his head, remarking how you all seem to revel in chaos. "However, I choose to embrace it all. To speak freely and express one's self without restraint is a privilege reserved for the strong." The Marvel version of Li Xian had long surpassed the pretentious phase of school life. Yet he could easily envision the tempest he would stir in the conservative climate of 2005, where his audacious genius, which defied traditional values, would create a significant uproar in public discourse. Nevertheless, This was also a crucial aspect of the plan for Li Xian's rise to fame in his rebirth. Recalling the ethereal beauty Su, the reborn Li Xian, now financially stable and with ample leisure time after finishing the transformation of the Scarlet Lotus Society, casually inquired, "Why has Su not yet succumbed to my charms? I intend to make a grand statement at the pinnacle of my television debut, heralding a bright future. There must be a sense of ceremony to perfectly conclude my high school years." With a grin that revealed a hint of mischief, he declared his intentions. Having ascended to a higher plane of existence, he exuded an unparalleled charm, his physique resembling that of a god of war, rendering women weak in their knees at the mere sight of him, truly a goddess's bane, armed with the twin treasures of wealth and prowess. How could Su possibly withstand Li Xian's relentless advances? "Where is that scoundrel Qin Yinshin?" inquired the Grim Reaper version of Li Xian. A cold smile crept across the lips of the reborn Li Xian as he mused. "Though I possess the strength to stealthily invade his home and enact a thorough retribution, it would not suffice to quench my thirst for revenge. I shall orchestrate a scheme, beginning with pitting father against son. First, let Qin Yinshin imprison his own support, his father, Qin Weigua. As for the rest of the Qin family, I have meticulously crafted futures for them akin to nightmares." The Grim Reaper version of Li Xian nodded in agreement, resolute that Qin Yinshin must not easily escape the cycle of life. It would be an affront to the prolonged suffering he had endured, much like Huang Chang, who, after decades of seclusion and mastering his skills for vengeance, discovered that all his enemies had perished. What profound frustration that would evoke. To allow Qin Yinshin to perish simply would leave Li Xian equally vexed. "How long do you estimate this process will take?" asked the Grim Reaper version. "It's hard to say, but rest assured, the spectacle of father and son turning against each other will certainly unfold this year," affirmed the reborn Li Xian. The Grim Reaper version understood that crafting a scheme required time, yet the thought of Qin Yinshin enjoying his freedom for a while longer still irked him. He inquired, "That may be the case, but have we not prepared some preliminary entertainment for him?" The Naruto version of Li Xian chimed in, "We must first show him some colors. Collect a bit of interest." "Indeed," exclaimed the reborn Li Xian, "Qin Yinshin, I shall make you regret your actions." The pirate version of Li Xian confirmed, "Regret? Truly? Of course. It bears physiological significance," replied the reborn Li Xian with conviction. The pirate version of Li Xian patted the shoulder of the reborn Li Xian, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend." The Dopa version of Li Xian applauded with excitement. "This is how it should be done." Like Genghis Khan, others joined in laughter, clearly pleased with the reborn Li Xian's plan. The essence of his rebirth was to relive life anew, rectifying all grievances. "What your business plan?" Marvel's Li Xian reflects on the adage that one must be strong in oneself to forge ahead. The resources one can master constitute true strength, enabling Li Xian to navigate the path of vengeance independently without relying on others. Is there true satisfaction in avenging oneself through the strength of another? Currently, he is engaged in software development, having created an input method and preparing to launch a social application. As for hardware, plans are underway for the Honglian Society to acquire and prepare several factories. The series of social software developments will commence once he enters university, where he aims to astonish the world. Li Xian elaborated on his ambitions to others. With the innate talents of a great inventor and the curse of knowledge from his rebirth, he can easily create products far superior to existing ones. However, a towering edifice must be founded on solid ground. He requires a foundation. University is an excellent venue, a fitting stage for the inception of a legend. In his previous life, he heard tales of entrepreneurs like Zuckerberg who founded their ventures during their college years, subsequently becoming global magnates revered by many. Now, it is Li Xian's turn to inscribe a new legend.